Chapter 1 Fall, Death, and Rebirth. Went Healastravan vanished from sight. Abelending white a light enveloped theme Tyra Castle. Knights from Holy See surrounded the highest astronomical tower of the castle. There is glinting with hatred, driven by a singular purpose, the Hody necromancer. Iphone cannot befriend church, they must inevitably become its foe. The Holy See toleratesno hirigi al formidable heretics must bear formidor entirely eradicated. The Pope will commend your loyalty, Thek knights murmured. As if bewitched be thedivine light theatriched above them, the erased fierce words like puppets, aiming gatha guerrero bedfagrie atop the tower. Ah, arably of miscreants, Michel Viller chuckled softly. Yet, when Heba held an other group of individuals wielding wands below the tower, silence engulfed him. The were his followers, and the had betrayed him. Ultimately, they had fulfilled the prophecy, becoming traitors, just as Sheehan's had forsaken Holy See, becoming a devotee of death. Michel Villerbach Reveredan Lot had its emissary, he understood its intricacy aside it felt powerless to halt he spread. Thus, Hegather disciples, hoping to wield the power of death to prevent further demise. In truth, he succeeded. Thegriat necromancer Michel Viller's followers enjoyed extraordinarily prolonged lifespans and exceptional magical prowess. Such power breed Davarises followers no longer wished to remain subservient and chose betrayal. As foretold in the ancient prophecy, traitors would ultimately be betrayed. The Zisp fellow of this world known as the Middle Ages. Magic crackled within a otherworldly glow, shooting towards the tower, while at Hecassel's ground trembled, emitting gas sound documenting. Michel Viller raised his staff, chanting Gunarchany and obscure incantation that unleashed formidable power to counter the myriad from below. The clashophone against thou sands resonated, infused with Thess and Toff smoky and warfare, erupting into brilliant clouds above the castle. Countless figures fell, yet countless others rose, the air thick with the Senkof blood, the sea of traitor sand knights. Truly nauseating, Michel thought. A trickle leaf blood appeared at to Cornerof's lipshes magicwasnir lit depleted. The onslaught from below intensified, and a slow lower a distaff, allowing the spells to strike him. Hueza friend off death watharm was Therian embracingit, death, too, Iserbirth. Yet Michel raised a day sardonic smiley and softly intoned. I, Michel Viller, Curzi when thenami oft hedgen toff det may you fin no pious on life, nor posine death, and may you make no progress through to our existence. Theblak her scoiled mid lie around the sacred white light, twisting gan turning, etching deep him pimprints. The grey figures swayed and fell the greatest necroman seroft middle-aged shad plummeted. The tower had ultimate lost his master. Before consciousness faded entirely, Mitchell vague Lisa wa it figure. Its slips move in jana continua shant. It was a bulzing incantation. Abelzing from Adiath deity thought did no exist. Indeed, in this medieval world, death deities were Marie figments, Abelief Ivan Michel, a devotee of death, held with conviction. I am the lingering power of the death deity the deity forsato des event slongajo and sin sayubulzings. Necromancer Michel Viller, theteth deitigrants you thriproficies. Tofal lister rees dieth this but rebirth. Follow thegwadancio fate, yet do not place our faith in it. Beloyal toy or beliefs, yet of immereso toy yourself. With that, Michel healthy and distinct figure a transform into a spoff vitamist, gradually fading away. Heslo lyclosedizes, Asif succumbing to slumber. Chapter 2 Another World, Manan's Spider Alley. Theskyger increasing ligray, with clouds draping felaned in rain, the phenedroplit weaving downwards. Theron Spider Alley was, thick Sintoff decay, casting Galamai in deary atmosphere. Severus Snape, umbrella in hand, hurried light traversed in Nina a street after another, the sound off fizz shoe striking, cobblestone as mellow diastohezers. Four-man juggling three jibs, this for spite felt invaluable. The steam med Patushans master had finally managed to temporarily escape a the clutch soft hosdom wit trolls, granting high man pleadamido spinned with his beloved cauldron. Water splashed slightly with the axe step, dampening the hemophis long robe. Yufto purchased some dimmer flu powder, Snape hemist. The fireplace, long neglected with his recent busyness, also needed a thorough cleaning. Indeed, Hestel detested walking this street. Thankfully, Huasni airing his destination. Suddenly, Snape halted. Hes spotted a figure sprawled on the ground. Ironically, the individual lay right before his door. To precise, it weighs a handsome man who disregarded muggle repelling charm. The man's complexion was pale, with slightly longer gray-blue hair disheveled over half his face. Eyes whiter be had turned a shade of gray, resembling that of fair refugee. Clearly, the house required a muggle-repelling charm. An unconscious muggle, the streets of spiderily yantharinof today would not Clemis life. Snape retrieved his key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it twice before it flung open. Inside, the long uninhabited house ascended in darkness, exiting the scent of dust. With thasto expression, Snape stepped inside a cheflick the switch, the entire living room illuminated. Clean cider roughly, he commanded, casting several cleaning charms on the furniture and fireplace. After igniting the fireplace a comfortable warmth, hesitated on the sofa at Hamadicum of satisfaction. Habitually, he brewed himself vacupuff black coffee, savoring the fragrant its light libiter concoction as his brow gradually relaxed. Having perused daily profit, only a hint of bitterness remaining in his cup, Snape and had intensified outside. He could not help but recall the blue-haired Muggleian Gathis doorstep had been cast out of him, just like he himself in Outh. On that distantrony night, Tobias had stumbled home, a bottle in hand, inebriated, followed by Phenomus Cursus Sophaman, the shattering of glass, and the piercing scream sofa woman. Huddled in a corner, trembling, young Snape washerly douth the door Bethine Richmond. Therein poured heavily a little Snape couldn't lie squeak to Theoli, Cladinthin, ill-fitting garments, shivering against wool. Wast hat muggle no? Damn it, why viking of these? A voice within urged the potions master to take action. Ultimately, Snape Grithistithan dopined the door, dragging Theman directly on top the carpet inside. Adhering to his principle of seeing things through, he scowled as shuz de tol Tadrithyman's body and hair, casting him onto the sofa near the fireplace. Having completed these tasks, Snape closed his eyes in relief. Cursed Merlin, Hinaviri imagine Edward dosamething kind? After confirming Theachum had not faltered, he even forgot one Quirehouthies, Muggle had managed to the repelling charm and arrive his doorstep. Hewed Navirid mytheth the saved these, Muggly auto facens of compassin. Perhaps a simplitted not want Muggle to suffertions had, unnoticed and rescued. Perhaps Snape who was rescuing is beyond yourself. Therein continued to pour, the newly kind-led fireplace crackling, dispelling the darkness in the house. As consciousness gradually returned, Mitchell felt him lapid in Eamon's warmth, so comfortable he wished to remain asleep. Hezen said thighs warmth wasamething he had never experienced said before. Reluctantly, Mitchell's lowly opened his eyes. He found himself fruffly rapidina blanket, unceremoniously placed in an old-fashioned safave beside the fireplace. Surveying the diamond-dolled house, he glanced out Sid without needing further verification. Hekudasser thuis no longer in his original world. The lingering Jimmy Jeef to death deity he had seen before losing consciousness, along with the final Kakunof Whitelight, made Mitchell realize that he had likely experienced a legendary convergence of celestial spheres. In the moment when twoch celestial spheres converge, two worlds are connected. Simultaneously, the fierce prophecy of the death deity Kamado fruition to fallister res diethis but rebirth. The ancient tan mysterious phenomenon of celestial convergence allowed Michel Viller, wo should Hopper Rashid in the Middle Ages, to awaken this world. He had transcended death. Chapter 3. Muggles, Wizards, and the Steward. Meanwhile, in the distant medieval era, a handsome man with golden hair gently caressed a luminous orb that emitted a faint white glow, murmuring thoughtfully, "How peculiar, I can no longer perceive his fate." After the baptism of death, the destiny of Michel Viller had strayed from its predetermined path. Nothing is more formidable than death, save for death itself. Just awakening from a coma, Michel experienced a throbbing headache. Feeling as though his body resembled a drained pool, once brimming with potent and vibrant magic, now nearly depleted. Were it not for the faint traces of magic still coursing through his veins, he might have believed himself to be an unawakened ordinary person. Michel's gaze shifted forward, where he beheld a man cloaked entirely in black. The man sat sideways on a nearby sofa, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. With black hair that seemed freshly washed, its damp ends slightly curled and lifted, cascading just to his shoulders. Though not facing him directly, Michel could still discern the man's prominent nose and deep-set eyes, alongside an aura of foreboding that enveloped him. Had he not been utterly convinced that he had arrived in a brand new, unfamiliar world, he might have deemed the dark-haired man a mysterious vampire. Indeed, in the medieval period, vampires, fearing the sun, seldom ventured out during the day, their pallor and innate sinister presence reflecting the very essence of the man before him. Michel silently scoffed. Medieval vampires were often grotesque, with only the aristocracy among them possessing striking features. Yet none of them matched the man's visage, according to Michel's aesthetic sensibilities. Severus Snape soon sensed the unabashed curiosity and scrutiny emanating from this stranger. A hint of appreciation woven within, his beautifully arched brows furrowed, and his subtly pursed lips habitually curled into a sardonic smirk. "What are you staring at?" Snape nearly exploded with frustration. This insufferable muggle had been staring at him for a full minute. "What an impolite oaf, akin to a creature from Gryffindor," he scoffed, continuing. "It appears this enigmatic gentleman harbors no gratitude toward his savior. I hope my inexplicable kindness can salvage his rain-soaked, withered muggle brain." Though Snape's tone dripped with malevolence, an undercurrent of concealed amusement lingered. As if he had discovered a new target for his mockery during the holiday. Michel Viller appears to be a natural loner, and anyone who knows him would hesitate to draw near. His strength is formidable, instilling a sense of fear. His composure is so profound that even in the face of slaughtered followers and crumbling castles, he remains utterly indifferent. His rationality is such that he cannot connect with those driven by emotion. Consequently, his disciples opt for betrayal. In truth, Michel is well aware that he is not a figure worthy of following. Nor is he suited to be anyone's faith or the leader of a community. He is fit only to be himself, and nothing more. Yet at times, he finds that not being himself can be quite pleasant. For instance, at this very moment, as he utters words he did not intend to speak. Severus Snape looks on, somewhat astonished. His name sounds pleasant? How absurd. His expression remains cold, yet a corner of it has quietly begun to thaw in the unseen recesses of his heart. To be candid, he harbors a disdain for his surname, Snape, a name belonging to a loathsome muggle. His mother hailed from the Prince family, and he has perfectly inherited their renowned talent for potion-making. Becoming the youngest master of potions of this century, he ought to bear the name Prince, rather than being unjustly burdened with the irresponsible surname of a muggle father, as for his first name. Snape holds no special feelings. He senses that his father did not love him, nor did he cherish his mother. His affections were reserved for a pathetic, fragile man's vanity and for alcohol, the numbing embrace of spirits. His mother, too, did not love him. She rejected her identity as a witch, even loathing magic itself, resenting the fact that she bore a child with magical abilities, a freak, rather than a muggle, a normal person. Perhaps this name once encompassed their fleeting love, but time and repeated disappointments inevitably erode expectation and hope, leaving a once fervent heart marred and worn, no longer ablaze, but instead imbued with an icy chill. Yet upon hearing the words of the blue-haired muggle, Snape inexplicably feels that Michel genuinely believes his name to be beautiful, rather than merely offering polite flattery. B.Y. Merlin, Michel speaks the truth, albeit somewhat irrationally. Having agreed to Michel's presence, Snape finds himself contemplating whether to divulge the secrets of the magical world to this muggle. Although the statute of secrecy forbids wizards from revealing the existence of magic and the magical realm to muggles, how many truly adhere to the absurd regulations and laws set forth by the Ministry of Magic? Apart from Albus Dumbledore, that old B. Snape muses to himself, a muggle living in a wizard's abode will eventually uncover the truth. Rather than feebly attempting to hide it, only to face troublesome explanations later, it seems more prudent to be forthright from the outset. A muggle poses no threat to a wizard, and this particular muggle does not appear to be malevolent. He is simply a pitiable soul, abandoned and homeless. Unbeknownst to Snape, he has already unconsciously lowered his guard against this muggle. He has resolved to reveal the truths of the magical realm to Michel. "Mr. Viller, I believe there are certain matters you ought to be apprised of, as I have no intention of concealing them from you," Snape states, his tone unconsciously softened from its previous chill. As he speaks, he retrieves his wand from his sleeve and gestures it toward the living room carpet, casting a cleaning spell, Scourgify. Instantly, the previously dull carpet transforms, its surface dust vanishing in a heartbeat, returning to its original deep green hue. Michel gazes in astonishment, his beautiful eyes widening as he fixates on Snape's wand-wielding hand. He had not anticipated the existence of magic in this world, nor the practicality of such domestic enchantments. At last, he discovers a commonality between the two realms beyond their shared language. Should one possess the powers of a being like Michel, a pope or oracle, casting ordinary spells requires no incantation. However, when it comes to executing more complex, advanced magic, incantations remain essential for optimal effect. Truly, it is a wondrous world, and Michel feels an irresistible urge to explore this different magical system in the past. He was an avid researcher, often sequestered in the towering astronomical tower, delving into ancient spells and sigils. Regrettably, he now finds himself devoid of magical energy, unable to immediately experiment with these novel foreign magics. Michel feels a sense of helplessness and disappointment. Snape observes Michel's astonished expression without giving it much thought, deeming his reaction entirely normal. It is only natural for a muggle who has never encountered magic to be astonished upon witnessing it for the first time. Snape continues, as you can see, magic exists in this world. Those endowed with magical talent are referred to as wizards, while those lacking such abilities are known as muggles. Clearly, I am a wizard, and you are a muggle. The soothing strains of a cello fill the air once more, almost excessively melodious. Michel smiles. So, in this world, wizards are known as wizards, and those without magic are designated as muggles. It appears that Mr. Snape regards him as a muggle, yet he does not wish to correct this misconception, for he understands that the bonds between kindred souls can sometimes be less compelling than those between the disparate. Moreover, he has yet to discover a means to restore his own magical powers. The potions crafted by medieval apothecaries do not efficiently replenish vast amounts of magical energy. Thus, he does not believe that apothecaries in this world possess the ability to concoct potions that restore magical energy. Just as the Muggle government is managed by a prime minister and a president, the magical realm is overseen by the Minister of Magic. Although the laws of the Ministry of Magic prohibit Muggles from knowing about the existence of the magical world, few genuinely abide by such rules, save for our dear headmaster, the greatest white wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore. At this point, Michel can distinctly perceive Snape's tone laden with disdain and mockery, yet out of politeness. He merely nods. Snape's aversion to them is likely well-founded, Michel thinks. Beauty is justice. Snape's appearance undeniably captivates him. So, Mr. Snape, are you a teacher? Michel astutely captures the implication in Snape's words. He must work at a school led by a powerful wizard as its headmaster, yet blindly trusting the inept government of the magical world. More importantly, the term white wizard suggests that not all wizards belong to a single category. It likely contrasts with black wizards. However, Michel remains unclear on how to distinguish between the two. Thus, he poses a question. He muses that since Mr. Snape has chosen to share the truths of magic with him, he will surely learn more in due time. I am a potions professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Michel is taken aback. Potions must be akin to the elixirs of the medieval world. Thus, rounding it off, Mr. Snape is essentially an apothecary. Michel acknowledges his understanding. However, he is uncertain whether there exists a distinction between the potions of this world and those of the medieval era. Surely there must be. Medieval apothecaries lacked magical abilities. They merely excelled in utilizing various ingredients to concoct potions with differing effects. Yet Mr. Snape is a wizard, which implies that becoming an apothecary in this world necessitates one to be a wizard. A spell-casting sorcerer who is also an apothecary is simply astonishing. Mr. Snape must indeed be a remarkable and powerful individual. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley, the Alley and the Master of Potions. Mr. Snape, could you tell me about Hogwarts? Michel expresses curiosity about the magical school in this world. After all, he has never formally studied magic in a proper institution. He is a purely wild wizard. Before becoming a wizard, Michel was a renowned apothecary. In medieval times, apothecaries held a paradoxical status. Knights, wizards, oracles, sorcerers, and even unawakened muggles relied upon potions. Yet curiously, the social standing of apothecaries was quite low. Even ordinary people would not show them respect. Each apothecary possesses a unique ability, immunity. They are immune to everything, swords, poisons, magical attacks, rendering them nearly immortal. They are powerful, yet simultaneously fragile. Each apothecary typically suffers from poor health and most do not live past 20 years of age, unless they awaken their latent powers. The prices of medieval potions were generally low, as the efficacy of these ordinary herbs stemmed from the apothecary's unique abilities. Weakness breeds jealousy, while strength fosters greed. The people of the medieval era were selfish. They envied the abilities of apothecaries, yet scorned their inherent vulnerabilities. They needed apothecaries, but would cast them aside like refuse. Michel is undoubtedly fortunate. He grasped the essence of death while teetering on the edge of life. Becoming a wizard, I hope that this newly acquainted Mr. Viller will not trouble his poor employer, for my holiday is limited, and I shall not squander my precious time satisfying my new butler's insatiable thirst for knowledge. A low, rumbling voice interrupts Michel's reverie. Snape, impatient, wonders if this insufferable muggle believes him to be an encyclopedia of the magical world. If the inquisitive butler wishes to know everything about the magical realm, perhaps the books in the first room upstairs on the right would be a commendable choice. Snape kindly suggests, a hint of endearment in his tone. Michel discreetly curls the corners of his lips upward. Watching that rolling black figure vanish at the staircase, Michel ascended as per Snape's suggestion, retrieving several books of keen interest from the study. The history of wizards, potions, intermediate charms, advanced charms, and miscellanea of the wizarding world. The price of finding the books he cherished was that he did not step out of the living room for an entire afternoon. He became increasingly engrossed in the intricacies of the spells he had never before encountered, their effects and casting techniques deeply captivating this visitor from another world. Were it not for his still recovering magical powers and the loss of his wand during the crossing, Michel would have been tempted to experiment with these enchanting spells one by one within Snape's abode. He suddenly felt a surge of gratitude towards those traitors and persecutors. Without their fervent assistance, how could he have been afforded such a rare opportunity to traverse realms? Michel soon grasped that the medium for spellcasting in this world was the wand, and each wizard possessed a unique wand of their own. He felt a stirring anticipation. He had already secretly resolved that once his magical abilities were restored, he would visit Ollivander's shop in Diagon Alley. As mentioned in the books, to procure a wand for the purpose of learning the spells of this realm. He also planned to take a stroll through Nocturne Alley next door, curious to see if he might encounter those fearsome dark wizards. After finishing 3 books, he opened potions. It turned out that potion making was an extraordinarily profound discipline in this world. Potion masters held a prestigious status, and the remuneration for brewing potions was exceedingly high. The most formidable of potion makers were honored as potion masters, revered by all. The owner of the house at the end of Spinner's End, his savior and employer, Mr. Severus Snape, was the youngest potion master of the century. One of the few still living, indeed. Mr. Snape was remarkable, albeit somewhat neglectful of his own health, having remained in the basement for an entire afternoon. By the time Snape emerged from the basement, it was already late at night. The blue-haired muggle had fallen asleep on the sofa, the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, casting a radiant glow upon his face, body, and hair. Weary, Snape ambled toward the kitchen, intending to have a frozen sandwich, only to be surprised to find the kitchen impeccably organized, with a perfectly cooked steak waiting beside the gas stove. Clearly, the newly arrived Mr. Viller had performed his duties as butler admirably, since the steak had not been cooked too long ago and was covered to keep warm. It still retained a hint of heat. Just as Michel had perceived Snape, it was warm yet not scorching, calm yet not excessively cold. Upon first laying eyes on the blue-haired muggle, Snape had involuntarily thought of the moon. Yes, the moon, gentle yet distant, it refrained from allowing excessive warmth to scorch others, yet still possessed a lingering warmth. Chapter 6. Holidays, Salary, and Photographs. Slightly verbose, this was undoubtedly the most comfortable holiday Severus Snape had ever experienced. The once lifeless house had become vibrant due to the presence of the blue-haired muggle. The curtains, accustomed to being tightly drawn, swung open to welcome the warm sunlight, transforming the previously gloomy atmosphere. Spinner's End finally resembled a home. The wealth of free time was devoted to his beloved potion research, allowing him to spend entire days in the tranquil basement. The perpetually cold kitchen had become cozy, with steaming meals appearing on the previously empty dining table at regular intervals. His recurrent stomach ailments were effectively managed under the new butler's insistence on a regular diet. Despite the typically dreary English weather during this period, sometimes persistently overcast, at other times beset by sudden downpours, the gloomy sky resembling a waterlogged sponge, the streets of Spinner's End were permeated with a musty scent. The air outside was filled with a hint of decay. Perhaps one day, his soul and body would succumb to the rain, slowly rotting away. Perhaps they had already begun to decay, during the moment Snape wept for Lily Evans, struck down by the killing curse. Maybe it was from the instant Snape became a Death Eater, resolutely choosing to follow Voldemort, that his soul was no longer pure. When the ugly, malevolent dark mark ascended his arm, and his only concern became self-interest, human nature devoured by insatiable desire, he was no longer the person he once was. As his thoughts wandered, Snape caught sight of the golden sandwiches on the dining table, and his despondent mood lifted considerably. There was no denying that the Muggles' culinary skills were impressive, even surpassing those of Hogwarts house elves. He ought to be compensated for his efforts. Snape mused. 10 galleons a month seemed fair. After all, Mr. Viller must be worth far more than a house elf. Upon receiving his salary, Michel was utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe that, not only did he enjoy free lodging and meals, but he was also compensated for what amounted to trivial tasks that could easily be accomplished with magic. Moreover, Mr. Snape had kindly exchanged the wizarding world's currency for pounds that could be utilized in the Muggle realm. It was astonishing to discover such a benevolent gentleman in this world. Michel felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After all, during his time as a potion maker, he had provided potions for a knight of the church, earning a pitiful salary that, when converted to this world's currency, amounted to perhaps only 10 pounds. His employer was indeed generous, though Michel had yet to decide how to utilize this newfound income. After accounting for daily expenses such as groceries, a substantial sum remained. After considerable contemplation, Michel resolved to save the money. As he had always approached finances with prudence, unless unexpected circumstances arose. The result was a half-empty wallet and a scowling Snape. Fortunately, although Snape expressed considerable disdain, he begrudgingly accepted the clothing and locked it away permanently. Additionally, the ever-curious Michel Viller, having never encountered a camera before, succumbed to temptation and purchased one from a salesman. Thus, his entire month's salary mysteriously vanished. It seemed the unfortunate Mr. Viller had yet to escape his impoverished nature. Yet, he did gain something in return. In a fleeting moment, Michel captured a photograph of Snape, engrossed in reading by the window. The man's dark hair had grown somewhat long, artfully obscuring half of his face, leaving only his striking nose and slightly pursed lips visible, his long, pale fingers casually resting on the book cover, his expression intensely focused. I hope Mr. Viller understands that his employer is not a free model for him to practice his photography skills. Snape's voice was low, tinged with a firm, non-committal tone. He could hear the click of the shutter and feel the flash of light. Did this energetic butler truly think that the way to learn photography was by surreptitiously photographing him? In truth, the exceptionally talented Michel Viller had already mastered photography. His first shots were well composed with excellent lighting. They captured Snape's unique charm in a manner that was both realistic and atmospheric. I am truly sorry, Mr. Snape. Michel responded with a ready acquiescence, devoid of any psychological burden, and discreetly tucked the freshly taken photograph into his notebook. Fortunately, absorbed in his literary world, Snape did not notice Michel's small act. There seemed to be a wondrous magic called sincerity surrounding the blue-haired Muggle, making it easy to find him credible. Snape was satisfied with Michel's more restrained demeanor, just as Michel was pleased with the hidden photograph. It appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement, yet neither party realized the equilibrium had already been lost. Chapter 7. Part-time work, strawberry milk, and promises. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting neat patches upon the living room carpet, turning gracefully at the corners where it met the walls, the wallpaper glimmering in deep green. For the often gray skies of England, this was an unexpectedly fine day. Several pots of orchids flourished vibrantly on the windowsill by the fireplace, their pure white petals cradling glistening dewdrops, and the air was infused with a delicate fragrance. With an abundance of idle time weighing on him, Michel found himself restless, his plans to experiment with new spells thwarted by his lack of magical power, transforming the once mighty wizard into a mere caretaker of Flora. Yet, he relished this role. He had never appreciated the lofty feeling of controlling everything. He believed in the equality of all beings, devoid of distinctions of status. And he was more fond of the ordinary. Mr. Snape had imbued the orchids with a magic that would ensure they never withered, thus channeling the boundless energy of the exuberant butler. Michel watched as the orchids sprouted, bloomed, and eventually withered, a cycle that allowed him to feel the rhythm of life. He had finished reading all the books in the study, and tending to the plants was simple. Michel contemplated returning to his former profession. He had noticed a local clinic hiring physicians. "Sir, I believe I could seek a part-time position, correct?" Michel inquired tentatively, accompanied by what he considered a perfectly charming smile. "Mr. Viller, if you are dissatisfied with your salary, you need not beat around the bush to test my patience," Snape replied, his brow furrowed after a long night and just having brewed a cauldron of potions. He felt his offered salary was unmatched, and his patience with this muggle had reached its limit. Yet, Merlin's beard, this muggle still found reason to complain. If he were to make an utterly intolerable demand, he would unceremoniously expel the insufferable Mitsai Weiler. Along with the vibrant orchids adorning the windowsill, indeed, the ancient Chinese proverb rings true. Those who are close to vermilion will turn red. Those who are close to ink will turn black. Just look at those orchids, flaunting their flamboyance. Beware, lest he inadvertently infuse them with a touch of his own magic. Poor orchids, they suffer the brunt of Severus Snape's ire due to the incompetence of their caretaker. Upon hearing the familiar tone of sarcasm, Mitsai helplessly shook his head. What to do? The master is in a foul mood, and it seems he has run afoul of a tempest. In truth, Mr. Snape is quite amiable in all respects, save for his perpetually venomous tongue. The kindness he occasionally reveals is not feigned, yet the bare malice in his words is undeniably genuine. Severus Snape is indeed a paradoxical amalgamation. Mitsai paid little heed to Snape's frigid demeanor, for they were kindred spirits. After enduring countless cruelties, one can still retain an inner goodness. It is akin to an anchor, reminding oneself not to lose sight of their true nature amid the impending chaos. The icy facade conceals a fervent heart, forging a resilient exterior. Mitsai continued to smile, his beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, as if his joy were on the verge of overflowing. Why does this peculiar Mr. Weiler remain unfazed by his jibes, even appearing somewhat exhilarated, as evidenced by the radiant smile gracing his face? Those unaware might conclude he possesses an innate affinity for insults. Clearly, the hulking Gryffindors tremble at his words, scarcely daring to raise their heads, while the Slytherin students often exhibit trepidation in his presence. Even the old bee, fond of cockroaches, cannot help but scowl at his speech, lamenting, "Severus, do not bully the elderly." Snape, perplexed and bewildered, felt the urge to unleash his venom once more. Were Mitsai not merely a muggle, he would be tempted to let him experience the invigorating effects of spells like Stupefy or Obliviate. "Sir, you know I do not mean it that way," Mitsai earnestly replied. "The salary you offer is exceedingly generous. I merely wish to pursue other endeavors without neglecting my primary duties." Snape, taken aback, momentarily relaxed his furrowed brow, only for it to quickly raise again. "Ha," he scoffed. "For a lazy muggle, isn't it rather delightful to have a leisurely day while still receiving a salary? It is astounding that such individuals seek out work for the sake of idleness." Mitsai Weiler is indeed a most peculiar muggle. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations to the diligent Mr. Weiler in his search for an appropriate part-time position. Good luck to you. He prepared to mock. Furthermore, Snape paused, continuing in a slow, deliberate tone, "I trust the steward will not forget his primary responsibilities. Of course, Mr. Snape, it is my honor to serve you." Snape felt as though he had struck a pillow. Unfortunately, the overconfident Severus Snape's calculations had come to naught. Mitsai had already secured a position as a physician at the clinic, with a monthly salary of £100. According to standard practice, the clinic maintained high standards for hiring doctors, yet they had fortuitously encountered a professional potion maker from the magical realm. Despite Mitsai's dwindling magical abilities, he possessed an uncanny talent for accurately diagnosing patients' ailments. Naturally, the clinic would not overlook such a capable physician, and he was admitted under exceptional circumstances. Meanwhile, after delving deeply into Muggle medicine, he gleaned numerous inspirations for potion formulations, all meticulously recorded in his notebook. He would undoubtedly have the opportunity to experiment with these intriguing ideas in due course. Perhaps he could even collaborate with the household's potion master for further discussion. As a steward, he diligently crafted a more scientifically sound dietary plan for his employer, Mr. Snape, and the potion master would wholeheartedly attend to each patient, even if some did not truly require his treatment. Finally, one evening, he discreetly replaced Snape's drink. The man's habitual consumption of black coffee was decidedly unhealthy. As midnight approached, the moonlight was dim, casting a deep blue hue across the sky, with only a veil of hazy moonlight illuminating the scene. Snape ascended the stairs, prepared to pull another late night, eager to validate his latest enhancements. Soon, the precious potion from his singular manuscript would be bottled, becoming part of his collection. He was confident. This was the self-assurance of the youngest potion master of the century. In a few decades, he would surely be recognized as the greatest potion master of this age. Aside from the guilt and regret for his past actions, Snape's entire being was devoted to his beloved potions. "Damn it," Snape muttered, entering the kitchen. Unlike his usual sight of freshly ground black coffee, he was instead met with a glass filled with milk. A gentle breeze wafted through the half-open window, carrying the scent of milk, mingled with a faint note of strawberries. Gone was his customary black coffee, replaced by a childish concoction of strawberry milk. This presumptuous muggle, a detestable muggle, beyond even Merlin's control. After a lengthy search, he begrudgingly confirmed that the house was devoid of black coffee. Snape furiously downed the strawberry milk, only to find, to his surprise, that it was not the cloying sweetness he had anticipated. Rather, it bore the refreshing fragrance of fresh strawberries. Having grown accustomed to the bitterness of black coffee, he had not tasted such a flavor in ages. It was surprisingly palatable. At that moment, he had yet to experience the tumult of magical upheaval. Tobias remained employed, and Eileen was still a competent mother. But why did this glass of milk taste sweeter than those from his childhood? Unbeknownst to him, Snape's guard against Meatsai had begun to wane. Even he was unaware of this shift, as the start of the Hogwarts school year approached. A wave of irritation washed over Snape. This year's incoming students included that insufferable savior, the infamous Harry Potter, the child of his most loathed nemesis, James Potter. In the days to come, he would be required to serve the cunning Dumbledore, guiding the Hogwarts students in brewing the simplest of potions, all while contending with the ever-looming threat of the Dark Lord, feigning loyalty as a mere lapdog, and ultimately safeguarding that wretched savior. Oh, and there was also the innocent muggle in his household, devoid of any magical prowess. He suddenly regretted having taken Meatsai in, particularly upon realizing the goodness and gentleness of his character. He ought to remain uninvolved in the calamities of the magical world, living a tranquil life as a physician at the clinic. Perhaps in the future, he might even find a wife and lead a life happier than anyone else's. Perhaps he should practice the Obliviate spell. Snape, with a complex expression, found Meatsai diligently attending to patients at the clinic. The blue-haired muggle's focus during work was remarkable, a demeanor Snape had witnessed before. When Meatsai prepared steak or boiled milk, his unwavering concentration was captivating. This marked Snape's first visit to a muggle clinic. He quietly seated himself in the waiting area, his hand gripping his wand, trembling uncontrollably. He was waiting. When the last patient departed, Meatsai emerged from the room. "Mr. Snape, what brings you here? I recall your stomach issues have subsided." Meatsai smiled gently, his tone light and cheerful. Clearly, he sensed urgency in Snape's visit, prompting him to pursue him to the clinic. "Sir, please, come in." Thus, Snape entered Meatsai's consultation room. Seizing the moment before Meatsai turned, he extended his hand from his long sleeve, aiming the wand's tip at the unsuspecting blue-haired muggle. "I'm sorry, Obliviate." The spell failed to take effect. Snape's hand trembled violently, and despite the spell's simplicity for him in ordinary circumstances, he found himself utterly unable to cast it in an instant. He felt as if he had transformed into a muggle. Meatsai quickly grasped Snape's strange intent. He sought to cast a memory charm on him. "Why would you do this, sir? Do you wish to abandon me?" The radiant smile that often graced Meatsai's face vanished without a trace. His beautiful deep blue eyes cast downward, his entire being resembling a wilted orchid. Meatsai clenched his hands tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Snape sought to explain, yet words eluded him, and he could not bear to meet Meatsai's gaze. Were this scene witnessed by Hogwarts students, they would surely believe the severest Snape before them was an impostor. The perpetually brooding black-haired professor's eyes had always been filled with disdain and fury or an unfathomable void, rather than the current display of anxiety and evasion. Was it Harry Potter? Or Voldemort? Perhaps even Albus Dumbledore? The steward's voice was cold, akin to a clear spring cascading into the depths of a valley. Yet Snape had no inclination to appreciate its beauty. He was engulfed in an unprecedented panic, faced with a muggle. After a holiday spent together, he had perhaps come to regard Mitsai as a friend, or even family. The esteemed potion master Severus Snape excelled at navigating the treachery of the powerful, yet had never learned how to confront family and friends. The somber hues of a troubled childhood and a fractured family had deprived him of any opportunity for learning. Once again, Snape found himself engulfed in regret. The only being capable of inciting such remorse within him twice in a single day was none other than the present Mr. Michelville. What took him by surprise was how swiftly the blue-haired muggle grasped his insidious intentions. Even discerning the reasons behind them. Were the butler a wizard, he would undoubtedly be sorted into Ravenclaw, renowned for its wisdom. You need not involve yourself in these troubles, Snape spoke slowly. I cannot guarantee your safety. I am not afraid, sir, Michel replied. I wish to accompany you, in the name of friendship. What do you think? After a considerable pause following Michel's words, Snape hesitantly nodded. Were they friends? Those accustomed to solitude are not devoid of loneliness. Rather, they feared taking the initiative. Now, someone had extended a hand to this timid bat. The gentle moonlight would not scorch the timid Mr. Snape. Then, Mr. Snape, can you promise me that, regardless of what happens in the future, you will not abandon me? The promise of the potion's master was light, so delicate that only Michelville, present in the same room, could hear it. Yet it weighed heavily upon him, so burdensome that he instinctively clenched the hem of his black robes. As emotions, forcibly subdued through the operation of his mind's blocking spell, surged forth in those eternally hollow, tranquil black eyes, waves began to form, vast as mountains and seas. The handsome butler smiled, and the cold detachment surrounding him seemed to vanish. You must not stay up late after school begins, nor neglect meals for work and research. I have been keeping an eye on you, Michel said cheerfully, gazing at Snape. The potions master's long-standing gastric ailment had finally been temporarily alleviated, and his previously pallid complexion was gradually acquiring a healthy flush. He would accompany Snape to Hogwarts. A competent butler must learn to fulfill his responsibilities. Snape nodded in agreement. It seemed he would likely not refuse any request from the blue-haired muggle today. This is truly vexing, Snape mused. Chapter 8, Side Story 1. The Confession of Michelville, a short side story, with foreshadowing. I am Michelville, and I wish to share a tale. I hail from a realm known as the Middle Ages, where the people reverently referred to me as the Great Necromancer. Yet, little do they know, the individual bestowed with such a title does not take pleasure in it. Perhaps it is simply that no one cares. The Middle Ages is a chaotic and disorderly world, leading people to create deities. Powerful sorcerers would gather followers and offer them protection. I was not born a formidable being. It was fate that granted me strength. I was once known as Michel Vite. I was born into a fallen noble family, a hell shrouded in distorted perceptions. My father, Alpha Vite, was the last heir of the ancient Vite lineage, a knight of the Holy Light. My mother, Aurelia Sophia, hailed from the equally destitute Sophia family. Unlike my father, my mother, due to her feeble magical prowess, could not become a sorceress or even a lesser witch, becoming a sacrificial pawn in familial alliances. While her sister emerged as the heir, she harbored a frenzied jealousy toward her exceptionally gifted sister, attempting to bear a child of great magical potential to overshadow her sibling's brilliance. Alas, upon my birth, I was determined to possess no magical talent whatsoever, destined to remain an ordinary individual. Spoiled and coddled, my mother and father, who prioritized appearances above all else, found it hard to believe that the product of their esteemed lineage could be a talentless wretch such as I. Thus, they chose to abandon me. A useless child had no place within the noble class, only serving to make them the laughingstock and subject of idle gossip among the upper echelons of society. At the age of 5, I was sent to an orphanage established by the Holy Light. Its glossy facade had briefly kindled a flicker of hope in my young heart, yet the truth often lies deep beneath the surface. When the light was mercilessly pierced, only endless darkness remained. Spoiled food, old, drafty windows, and an unending barrage of beatings and punishments formed a mosaic of my childhood. Gradually, I learned to adapt to solitude, to embrace it. Ultimately, I fell in love with loneliness. At 16, I was once again cast out of the orphanage. I found myself without a path. During my years in the orphanage, I had received no formal education, no experience of friendship or love, not even a skill to survive in the lower echelons of society. I could only wander aimlessly through the dark, narrow streets like a soulless husk. Eventually, hunger and cold overwhelmed me, and I collapsed in an unfamiliar alley. No one cared. I once thought that would be the end of me, Michel Vite. Perhaps it was for the best, to arrive in this world alone, to depart in solitude, taking nothing with me nor desiring anything, until I awoke from a warmth beyond belief, saved by a man named Vil Cavan. He was a potion master. In our world, potion masters are often regarded as a lowly profession. Yet the meager salary from concocting potions barely sufficed for subsistence. Though merely 20 years old, he taught me the craft of potion making, kindness, and empathy. Much like a father, he soon recognized my extraordinary intelligence. Praising me as a natural-born potion master, for the first time, I experienced a feeling called happiness. Within that dilapidated apothecary, the emotions I had long been deprived of were rekindled. I believed I would not be abandoned again. Yet fate played a cruel joke on me. Potion masters seldom live beyond 20. That is the law. Vil soon cast me aside, taken by death. Once more, I found myself in solitude, but this time I did not relish being alone. It was then that I first truly despised death. I adopted his name as my surname. Ensuring I would forever remember Vil, I took over Vil's apothecary, transforming from apprentice to proprietor. Unlike Vil, my death arrived prematurely. A knight refused to pay for his potion, despite it being an insignificant expense. Alas, potion masters are perpetually subjected to bullying. I merely argued with him for a moment, and he brutally pierced my chest with his sword. He watched as I collapsed in a pool of blood, a derisive smile playing upon his lips, his upper and lower lips moving in mockery. I heard him say, "A useless wretch dies by my hand. It is a fitting end. Why should the strong hold the power to trample lives? Why should the weak be destined for oppression and abuse?" I did not comprehend. Vil had once said that all are born equal, that no one is inherently noble. For the first time in my life, I tasted the bitterness of resentment. Emotions surged to their peak, just as I was on the brink of death. A strange force erupted from my heart. It was the power of death. The wound on my chest vanished, and I stood, gazing at the astonished knight. I reached out my hand, and with a gentle grasp, he fell to the ground, unable to rise. Was this magic? Powerful and mysterious. From that moment, I gained a unique ability. I could see the souls of others. Though most appeared black, I had little interest in them. There is no need to elaborate on what transpired afterward. The traitors of the Holy Light embraced a new deity, the sorcerer Michel Vil, who wielded the powers of death. I was elevated to a pedestal by those blinded by greed, only to be dragged down by self-righteous perjurers. I am a friend of death. Yet I loathe it. I struggled in vain. Unable to elicit even a modicum of favor from fate, I willingly plummeted, only to be reborn. This is a brand new world, an orderly world. I encountered a remarkable person, Mr. Severus Snape. Though he often appeared stern and unyielding, his caustic demeanor was a stark contrast to the hypocritical nobles of the Middle Ages. He is a powerful sorcerer, yet he does not achieve success by bullying the weak. Most importantly, there is his soul. I had never witnessed a soul so pure and untainted. Before such a soul, everything else pales in comparison. I suddenly felt a twinge of shame, and perhaps I had fallen in love with such a soul. Yet, I truly did not understand love. Perhaps I merely wished to guard such a soul. I did not know what color my own soul bore, but I was certain it would not be white. Strictly speaking, I could hardly be considered a good person in the corner of this pure soul. A shadowy black lingered, exuding an aura of malevolence. I felt a sense of confusion. Yet, I quickly realized that the master must have been cursed by someone with magic targeting the soul. Once my magical powers were restored, I would help him rid himself of that bothersome darkness. I was delighted to have met such a good person. Yet this wonderful person wished to cast a forgetting charm upon me, even if it was for my protection. Did he not regard me as a friend? Had I been cast aside once more? No, he had not abandoned me. He was indeed the proverbial hard exterior with a soft heart. Even my unreasonable request was granted. The thought of accompanying him to Hogwarts filled me with uncontainable joy. This was undoubtedly the moment I felt the most elation in my life. It turned out that such emotions could be so easily attained. The master acknowledged it. I am his friend and I will always protect him. Forever. Chapter 9. School begins, sorting, and Harry Potter. Despite Snape's countless pleas to Merlin in his heart, the legendary deity did not halt time before the start of term at Hogwarts. Did Merlin know that his entreaties were insincere? Damn it, indeed. The cursed Merlin sounded far more pleasing than the esteemed Mr. Merlin. Snape glanced out at the warm, golden sunlight and thought that such splendid rays would soon be a luxury he could no longer afford to admire. The gambler, in his eagerness to immerse himself in the game, had already relinquished everything he possessed. Unlike Snape, Michel exhibited an unusual excitement. He had resigned from his position at the clinic, tidied up his belongings early, and settled himself on the sofa by the fireplace, resembling a well-behaved child poised for a journey with his parents. Snape approached the hearth, scooping a handful of powder and casting it into the flames. The flue powder. May Mr. Vale's pronunciation be impeccable, for I cannot guarantee where you may end up otherwise. Yet another instance of his characteristic sardonic wit, which Michel never seemed to mind. With a smile, Michel mimicked Snape's tone, uttering, "Hogwarts cellar." The two of them materialized in the office of the Slytherin head. The fireplace here was surprisingly immaculate, not a speck of dust in sight. Indeed, the Hogwarts house elves were as industrious as described in the books. Why doesn't the master acquire a house elf? They are truly quite useful. Upon hearing the blue-haired muggle's query, Snape could not suppress a scoff, the familiar arc of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. Did the naive master truly believe his employer possessed the means to procure a priceless house elf? Should I presume that Mr. Vale's encounter with the vacant-headed giant led to the intrusion of a muggle plant? Once again, the giant and the muggle plant. It appeared that Mr. Snape had a particular fondness for these peculiar magical creatures. Moreover, the biting remarks were delivered in such an enchanting tone that hardly anyone paid heed to their content. All that remained was the soothing resonance of a cello. Michel beamed with joy. Even if I possess a veritable giant's brain, I remain your steward, sir. This statement bore an air of cheekiness. Yet Snape was equally unconcerned, his thoughts directed elsewhere. I believe Mr. Vale has come to Hogwarts as a friend, and nothing more. In an instant, Michel grasped the potion master's awkward implication. I understand. What ill intentions could Michel possibly harbor? He merely paused for effect. Severus. Upon hearing the blue-haired muggle articulate his name, Snape was momentarily taken aback. Michel's tone ascended, his voice flowing like a cheerful melody, gently unveiling the answer his employer sought. The slight upward tilt of his narrow eyes imparted a languid aura, yet those very eyes remained focused on the man before him, inexplicably tempering his innate aloofness and nonchalance, culminating in Michel's uniquely intricate charm. If you were a student at Hogwarts and tone were a subject, I dare say you would receive an O, Snape stated dryly, deliberately truncating his sentence. He was truly inept at offering compliments, even he found it peculiar. Michel, Snape, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, infused the lilting cello sonata with a distinct tremor. Yet it was still melodious. The enchanting nature of Mr. Michel Vale was more than sufficient. Fortunately, his shoulder-length black hair concealed the flush of Snape's ears, and Michel remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. The first-year students had already arrived outside the castle, and the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Professors, please proceed to the Great Hall. Suddenly, a phoenix soared through the wall and descended into the cellar. Curiously, Michel reached out to touch it, only for his fingers to pass through the shimmering silver entity. Cannot touch it. The Patronus truly is a wondrous thing. Severus, do you know the Patronus charm? Michel would never admit that his inquiry was merely an excuse to call Snape's name once more. A former Death Eater, a servant of the Dark Lord, an evil dark wizard. Who would believe he could wield the sacred Patronus charm? No one knew that the Patronus charm and the killing curse were the two spells Severus Snape despised most. The former birthed from boundless remorse, while the latter was the inception of all suffering. Michel sensed the abrupt shift in Snape's demeanor, perceptive enough to surmise that his employer likely possessed the ability to cast the Patronus charm but harbored complex emotions regarding it for some reason. I believe in you, Michel said softly. Snape paused, then produced a mirror from his pocket, a modified two-way mirror, capable of revealing the other's state in real time. An alchemical creation. I have infused it with magic. Keep it safe. When needed, simply tap the surface twice to contact me. How kind and considerate of you, sir. Might Severus allow me to witness the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts? Michel could hardly conceal his curiosity. He had perused the book's description, yet cold text paled in comparison to the thrill of witnessing it live. Moreover, this year, the legendary savior Harry Potter would also be enrolling, and Michelle was eager to behold the reality behind the fame. Snape felt a twinge of exasperation. If he could, he would even wish for Michelle to attend this utterly tedious ceremony in his stead. Alas, it was not possible. Those who wished to see could not go, while those who wished not to had no choice but to attend. Very well, he still found it impossible to refuse the blue-haired muggle. Thank you, Severus. The sincere Mr. Vale was never stingy with his gratitude. The young wizards, under Hagrid's guidance, traversed the inky waters, entering the magnificent castle. They chattered excitedly amongst themselves, discussing their journey and the splendid castle, creating quite the commotion. Yet another group of troublesome little giants. Snape, seated at the faculty table with another two-way mirror, gazed intently at the newly arrived young wizards, attempting to locate the Savior Potter among them. However, the sheer number of students compelled him to temporarily abandon the effort. He placed the mirror at the edge of the table and cast a confundus charm upon it before ceasing his actions. His neighbor, Quirrell, was engrossed in observing the young wizards, while Professor Flitwick conversed animatedly with Professor Sprout. Leaving no one to notice Snape's subtle maneuvering, Michelle gently tapped twice, and a clear image materialized before him. The grand hall was adorned with welcoming banners and the 4 house flags. The ceiling magically transformed to resemble a starry sky. The professors awaited at the staff table, while the young wizards stood in line, anticipating the commencement of the annual ceremony. The legendary headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, donned in a conspicuous starry robe, sat near the podium. A female professor, wearing a pointed hat and a dark green robe, stood at the front of the hall. Michelle recognized her identity, Minerva McGonagall. Head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, she slowly began to speak, her aged voice imbued with an ambiguous authority. Welcome to Hogwarts, young wizards. I am the head of Gryffindor House and also the professor of Transfiguration. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Before you officially enroll, we must conduct the sorting ceremony. Remain quiet and await my command. When a name was called, the young wizard would step forward to sit on the podium and don the sorting hat, which would listen to their hearts and place them in the house most suited to them. Hannah Abbott, a little girl with golden braids. Hufflepuff. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy. Upon hearing this name, Michelle felt an almost imperceptible gaze directed at him through the mirror. Could this Draco Malfoy possibly know Severus? He bore a pleasant appearance, with gray-blue eyes that exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of the aristocratic youth Michelle had encountered before. However, his taste in hairstyles left much to be desired. The striking platinum hair was plastered back with copious amounts of gel, forming a slicked-back style. Such a young lad trying to look like an adult. When would the savior arrive? Michelle found himself growing drowsy. At this moment, he comprehended fully the reluctance with which his employer attended the sorting ceremony. It was not nearly as entertaining as he had imagined. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw. Last one, Harry Potter. Upon hearing this familiar name, Michelle instantly awakened. Potter. Wasn't he the savior? He appeared quite ordinary. Didn't he resemble a savior at all? Was he perhaps too thin? Amidst the chatter of the young wizards, he spotted a boy with dark brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The boy looked rather frail, and the professional healer, Mr. Michel, deduced that the savior was malnourished. The boy had an attractive but unremarkable appearance, with the only captivating feature being his light green eyes. Michel felt Snape's intense gaze fixated on the boy who had miraculously survived, his mood evidently sour. Damn it, another James Potter. Snape was disheartened. The Savior Potter was merely a smaller version of James. With only those green eyes perfectly inheriting Lily's, he still loathed the child, even after promising Dumbledore to protect him. His brow furrowed once more. Michelle also noticed a gaze fixed intently on the podium beside the professor. The malice contained within it almost palpable in the air. Was it a disdainful adversary of the Savior? Harry, adorned with the sorting hat, felt a chilling stare directed at him from the stage, and he followed its path upwards. It was the professor seated at the front row, with raven-black hair and eyes to match, his dark attire meticulously buttoned up to the neck. The professor's expression was grim. with his pale cheeks obscured by the cascading darkness of his hair. Oblivious to the deeper malice emanating from another direction, Harry Potter remained transfixed on Snape. That gaze, which harbored even greater animosity, belonged to Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in a purple turban. Michelle was at a loss. Observing the Savior's wary yet slightly fearful demeanor, it was evident he had mistaken Severus for a villain intent on harming him. This Savior did not appear particularly astute. He quickly reached a conclusion. Michelle was certain he would not be sorted into Ravenclaw. After a prolonged hesitation, the Sorting Hat engaged in a whispered dialogue with Harry before proclaiming loudly, "Gryffindor." Instantly, the Gryffindor table erupted in a cacophony of cheers, with both the newly arrived young wizards and the older students joining in. "We have Potter. The Savior belongs to Gryffindor. Long live Gryffindor." Harry smiled shyly and hastily approached the enthusiastic Gryffindors. His new friends from the train were all in Gryffindor, which pleased him greatly. He failed to notice the platinum-haired figure at the edge of the Slytherin table, whose head had drooped in disappointment. Draco Malfoy had expected Harry to choose Slytherin. He felt it was a more fitting place for him. But now, none of that mattered. Chapter 10. Dumbledore, Legilimency, and Ghosts. I do not wish for any Slytherin student to lose house points due to defying school rules, as this would severely impact the house's interests and honor. Slytherin does not require foolish trolls, merely elites. The young wizards all bowed their heads, too intimidated to make a sound. The head of Slytherin truly lived up to the rumors. The oppressive aura emanating from the potion's master was formidable. They did not notice a platinum head rising among the crowd. "The Godfather is still as fierce as ever. I must tell my father." Draco Malfoy muttered quietly to himself. Michelle sat on the couch in the dungeon, basking in the warmth of the crackling fire. Although Professor Snape's office was located underground, the peculiar effects of magic rendered it free from dampness. It was merely a bit chilly. Even with the fireplace's warmth, the room remained somewhat cold. For some reason, Michelle felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. The hardened shell that Snape had constructed around himself had indiscriminately barred everything from entering, including friendship and goodwill. Unlike the usually disheveled professor, his office was impeccably tidy, devoid of dust and well-kept. A multitude of bookshelves lined one wall, filled with various tomes, most pertaining to potions and spells. On the opposing shelf, jars and bottles of potions glimmered in the dim light, exuding an air of mystery. The desk bore few items. A few quills stood upright in a wooden holder. A dark ink bottle nestled closely beside it, and a single open book lay in the center. It was a rare manuscript on potions. Michelle's eyes brightened. Although this idea was not fully formed, he finally saw a glimmer of hope for changing his circumstances. He realized that he must regain his strength swiftly to avoid being a burden to Severus. Bang! The dungeon door was flung open violently as Snape strode in. His expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water, his black cloak swirling behind him. A kindly old man with a long white beard followed closely behind, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, a name long and renowned, a celebrated white wizard. "Sir, might I request a moment of your time in the headmaster's office? I trust you would not refuse a poor old man's request," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses, though they lacked their former brightness, now radiating wisdom and scrutiny, a muggle who defied the castle's expulsion charm. He needed to ascertain that this unexpected muggle would not become a catastrophic variable in his plans. Otherwise, it could lead to total failure, and no one wished to witness such an outcome. Michelle cautiously glanced at Snape, their gazes meeting in the air. Snape nodded somewhat reluctantly. This old bee must have already realized that he had brought a muggle to Hogwarts. Heaven knows what he would do to Michelle, cunning and shrewd as he was. Yet, he could not intervene. "I suppose so, Headmaster Dumbledore," Michelle replied, following the old man as they left the dungeon, traversing the moving staircases of the castle until they reached the headmaster's office door. "Lemon drop," Dumbledore spoke the password to the guardian beast, and they entered in succession. Dumbledore quickly settled into his chair, unwrapping a piece of candy and popping it into his mouth. "Would you care for some of Honeyduk's new fruit drops? Perhaps you would enjoy them." Michelle shook his head in refusal. He did not have a taste for sweets. To him, candies were far too sugary. Sweet things were often lethal poisons. He had never possessed them and would never dare to touch them. "Ah, I assumed young people would relish sweet treats," Dumbledore lamented. And what is your relationship with Severus? Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. He did not believe Snape would befriend a Muggle. Such a friendship could offer neither benefit nor prestige, which seemed uncharacteristic of Severus. He also doubted the peculiar Muggle's words. Without hesitation, Dumbledore met Michelle's gaze directly. Legilimency. In an instant, Michelle grasped his intent. Feeling the probing intrusion into his mind, he quickly averted his gaze. Did powerful wizards truly enjoy ambushes? Albus, have you lost your mind? Attempting to use legilimency on a defenseless Muggle, Snape, who had been waiting outside the door, concerned about Dumbledore's intentions, rushed in and positioned himself protectively in front of the blue-haired Muggle. Severus, you understand, I merely wish to confirm, Dumbledore began to explain. Albus, it appears your already barren mind has suffered an attack from a troll and is left with nothing, Snape retorted with a sardonic smile. His usually slow speech quickening in anger. This old bee had truly lost his wits. I apologize. Sir, I extend my sincerest apologies for my earlier indiscretion. Seemingly realizing his impropriety, Dumbledore sighed and spoke earnestly. He had indeed acted impulsively. He should have trusted Severus more, including Severus's friends. May I know your name, sir? Michelle Viller. Michelle smiled politely. Experience had taught him that if the other party showed weakness, there was no need for him to press further. If the esteemed headmaster has no further business, I believe my friend and I can take our leave. The words came from Snape, almost ground out through clenched teeth. His decorum prevented him from expressing the desire to pry open Dumbledore's mind. Under the complex gaze of Albus Dumbledore, the two departed the headmaster's office together. Severus Snape truly had a Muggle friend. The typically solitary Severus now had companionship, and regardless, he felt a sense of happiness. Severus was a good lad. He deserved all the beautiful feelings. Just as Michelle and Snape were descending the stairs, they were suddenly confronted by a few drifting white figures. A Muggle. A Muggle has entered Hogwarts. The ghosts' voices were piercingly shrill, causing Snape's brows to furrow tightly. With a subtle flick of his wand, he silenced the spectral cries without uttering a spell, causing them to cease their wailing. Recognizing they had encountered a formidable wizard, the ghosts desperately attempted to flee but found themselves unable to move an inch. A splendid silent spell, Michelle marveled. Severus was indeed a genius. Curiously, he reached out to touch the white apparitions. He had expected his fingers to pass through, but was astonished to discover he could feel the ghostly forms, even sensing their tremors and fear. This Muggle is unusual. Why does he exude such a potent aura of death? Snape's expression shifted from a frown to a raised eyebrow. He had thoroughly examined Michelle and confirmed there was no magical aura about him. Yet, he was indeed a strange Muggle capable of defying the expulsion charm and touching the corporeal forms of ghosts. No rush, Snape thought. He would remain by Michelle's side, and one day he would uncover the mystery behind the blue-haired Muggle's peculiar presence. Chapter 11. Potions Class, Gryffindor's Shortcomings and Night Wanderings after enjoying a specially prepared delicious breakfast. Under the relentless persuasion of Mr. Michel Viller, Snape consented to allow the vibrant steward to accompany him to the potions classroom. He had devised 100 ways to deal with that detestable Gryffindor, as it would be utterly dull if no one was there to appreciate the splendid farce. The potions class was held in a classroom located underground, which was even colder than the main castle. The heavy gray curtains resolutely concealed the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, plunging the room into an impenetrable darkness. Faint rays of light struggled to seep through the crevices of the drapes, casting numerous eerie shadows upon the carpet, reminiscent of ghostly will-o'-the-wisps that flickered and danced endlessly. Along the walls were various glass jars of all sizes, each containing unknown specimens steeped in unsettling liquid, evoking a sense of dread. Severus, your potions classroom is utterly terrifying. As Michelle surveyed this place, reminiscent of a vampire's castle with its inherent eeriness, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, his perpetually smiling face stiffening somewhat. He had no obligation to be here. Yet his cursed curiosity had led him down this irreversible path. For the first time, Michel found himself detesting his own inquisitive nature. But how splendid it is, Michel, surely, the newly arrived little trolls will find it delightful as well. Noticing the peculiar demeanor of the blue-haired Muggle, the potions master's lips curled upwards slightly, the corners of his eyes crinkling with fine lines, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction on his pale face. He had thought this Muggle would never experience fear. The two of them traversed the back area of the classroom side by side, though Snape moved with greater speed, the faint sound of his footsteps echoing as he reached the front of the room. Michel obediently seated himself at a desk beside the podium, opening a book he had brought from the cellar, appearing oblivious to his surroundings. The chatter among the young wizards diminished considerably as they cast curious glances at the dark-clad wizard at the podium and the blue-haired muggle at his side. Professor Snape appeared quite fearsome. Had he not washed his hair? Hush, keep your voice down. Speaking ill of the professor will result in a deduction of house points. How do you know? A ghost in the castle told me. This muggle is rather handsome, remarked a young witch with wide eyes, gazing at Michel. What is Professor Snape's relationship with him? I have no idea. With ears attuned to every whisper, Snape's expression grew even colder. The temperature in the classroom dropping a few degrees. Damn those little trolls, yet another batch to endure. The sounds in the classroom suddenly ceased, the previously animated discussions silenced as the young wizards lowered their heads, Snape glaring at them with icy disdain. Michel, meanwhile, cast an apologetic and sympathetic glance at them, then turned his gentle gaze to the furious little bat. The potion's master's eyes were as dark as coal, reminiscent of the gamekeeper Rubeus Hagrid, who always bore a friendly demeanor, while Snape exuded an aura of chilling coldness. His eyes were indifferent and hollow, like two long, endless tunnels. The earlier fury seemed to have been wiped away, leaving only a stagnant calm. What is this? A spell capable of controlling emotions. At the moment their gazes met, Michel sensed a current of magical energy emanating from the potion's professor, though he had never encountered such a phenomenon in his readings. Perhaps it was a spell of Severus's own invention, he speculated. You have come here to learn the intricate science and precise art of potion-making, Snape began slowly, his voice deep and barely above a whisper. Yet every word was distinctly heard by the attentive young wizards seated in the classroom. Much like the authoritative Professor Minerva McGonagall, this somber potions master possessed an effortless ability to maintain order among the students. As this is a place where one does not need to foolishly wave a wand, some of you may not believe in the presence of magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors, nor will you comprehend the wondrous magic of a liquid flowing through human veins, enchanting and beguiling, blurring the lines of willpower. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish simpleton I often encounter. As his brief prologue concluded, the class fell into a profound silence. Michel, too, halted his writing, the open page of the novel before him eerily mirroring the contents of Snape's opening speech, his handwriting slightly hasty, yet imbued with a sense of nonchalance and flair. What a remarkable introduction! In the atmosphere created by such words, Michel felt himself nearly falling in love with the enigmatic subject of potions. Just look at the astonishment reflected in the eyes of those silenced young wizards. The great Savior Potter even leaned forward, seemingly eager to prove he was not a fool. Unfortunately, given Severus's temperament and his disdain for Harry Potter, Michel surmised that this attention-grabbing action by the boy was not a good sign. Sure enough, Snape had set his sights on him. Perhaps even sitting quietly would not spare him from scrutiny. Michel had sensed the potion's master's animosity towards Mr. Potter long before. A show was about to unfold. Michel set his book aside, focusing intently on the unfortunate boy. Potter, Snape suddenly exclaimed, what would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? What root powder goes into what solution? Snape spoke too swiftly for Harry to catch. Besides Hermione, who else among Gryffindor would bother to review their studies before the term began? He cast a guilty glance at the red-haired boy beside him. His eyes pleading for help. It was Ron Weasley. Michel had already recognized all the first-year wizards upon their arrival at Hogwarts during the sorting ceremony. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know. Snape sneered disdainfully, his gaze laced with mockery. Well, it seems our illustrious Savior Potter is not as well informed as one might expect. Harry Potter, our generation's celebrity, turns out to be quite the empty-headed troll. It appears that fame does not equate to all-knowing wisdom. Laughter erupted among the Slytherin students, with the platinum-haired Draco Malfoy and his lackeys Crabbe and Goyle laughing the loudest, with the platinum-haired young master even tauntingly waggling his finger at Harry. Michel felt a surge of annoyance. Despite the fact that the green-eyed boy was widely recognized as the savior of the wizarding world, Severus's fixation on Harry Potter was excessive. He had never seen his employer so invested in anyone or anything. Truly, it was the odious Potter. It was only Hermione Granger, diligent and earnest, who suffered from Severus's singular fixation on Harry Potter, leaving little room for others. Let us try once more, Potter. If I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of dung, where would you choose to look? Snape continued, his tone low and peculiar, reminiscent of a serpent's whisper, producing a disquieting hiss. Severus had successfully completed his daily ritual of dispensing venom. Harry lowered his head. I don't know, sir. Well, it seems our renowned Harry Potter hasn't cracked open a single book before the term began. What is the difference between Wolfsbane and Monkshood? Snape pressed on relentlessly, his gaze locking onto Harry. I don't know, sir. The boy had transformed into a mere echo. Unable to contain himself, Harry spoke up, eliciting quiet laughter from several students below. Hermione, without leaving her seat, raised her hand high. Such tenacity, Michelle chuckled softly. Ah, due to Miss Granger's boldness, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape's face was a mask of derision, his thin lips curling slightly. He clearly detested the foolish impulsiveness of Gryffindor. Initially, he had merely intended to take a measure of the clueless Savior Potter. But alas, that unfortunate little weasel of a girl had nearly poked him in the face. Shock flickered across the girl's face, quickly replaced by dejection as she lowered her head, quietly sobbing. She truly is useless. Boo-hoo. Severus, I believe this is rather unfair to our eager Miss Granger. After all, had it not been for the sorting hat, she might well have been placed in Ravenclaw. Hesitating briefly, Michelle gently interjected. The poor little witch had been reduced to tears by the professor's reprimand. He was already contemplating sneaking a few sweets from Dumbledore after class to soothe her spirits, hoping to alter the professor's unfavorable impression among the young wizards. Having just arrived at Hogwarts, he had already heard tales of the infamous potions Master Severus Snape. The gloomy, greasy old bat, the Slytherin serpent. Such nicknames were indeed notorious. These monikers, however, seemed rather inappropriate and quite impolite, Michelle mused, if he were to assign nicknames. Perhaps easily agitated little kitten or timid little bat would be far more fitting. He chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of pride. Unfortunately, despite his good intentions, Michelle received nothing but an exasperated eye roll from the potions professor. Daffodil root and mugwort can be used to concoct a potent sleeping potion, a dose of which could be life-altering. However, this is likely not material suited for first-year students. Dung can be extracted from a goat's stomach. It can be utilized for brewing antidotes. There is no distinction between wolfsbane and monkshood. They are both variants of the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. He had memorized this information after a single reading. Now, Severus, can you find it in your heart to forgive this young lady? Only this once, Michelle. Refrain from your excessive displays of compassion. Snape replied coldly, casting a fierce glare at the hapless muggle. This foolish blue-haired muggle had dared to express sympathy for the reckless Gryffindor girl. An utterly incomprehensible act. He would certainly not admit that his behavior was somewhat excessive. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said begrudgingly. However, I am curious as to why no one took note of the kind gentleman's words. Consequently, the classroom was filled with the rustling sounds of quills and parchment. Amidst this cacophony, Snape languidly declared, Mr. Potter, you shall lose Gryffindor 20 points for your ignorance and insolence towards the professor. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a collective wail arose from the Gryffindors. Yet they dared not voice their discontent too loudly, lest they incur further penalties. Witnessing this spectacle, Snape appeared to relish the moment, his expression radiating satisfaction and delight, much like a spiteful little cat. It seemed that those who suffered the consequences of the lesson would ultimately be himself. The potions class continued, yet the plight of the Gryffindors showed no signs of improvement. Boiling potions splashed from the cauldron onto the stone floor of the classroom, prompting the students to hastily climb onto their chairs. Snape swiftly cast a shield charm to protect Meat's eye, then brandished his wand to manage the potion on the floor. Damn, Potter, can't you remind your classmates? He scolded fiercely. Does his blunder make you appear extraordinarily talented? 5 more points were deducted from Gryffindor. Even amidst chaos, he remained relentless in his pursuit of penalizing the Gryffindor house. Indeed, that is the essence of the man. Neville's arms were marred with large, red patches from the caustic potion, and he cried out in agony. Severus, He needs to be taken to the infirmary, Mitsai remarked. Poor child, undoubtedly terrified out of his wits by Severus. With a scowl, Snape directed the other Gryffindors to escort Neville to the infirmary, then resumed the lesson. Snape's venomous gaze targeted each of the little Gryffindors, resulting in further deductions from their house points. By the time class ended, their faces bore the expression of impending tears, a stark contrast to the mocking delight of the neighboring Slytherins. Gryffindor had evidently transformed into a mere shadow of its former self. Mitsai closed his book and followed Snape, preparing to leave. "Thank you, sir," the young witch, still with tears glistening on her cheeks, sincerely expressed. Mitsai paused and smiled at Hermione. "It's quite all right. Just try not to be too proactive in Severus's class in the future," he kindly advised. Hermione nodded earnestly. In the Hogwarts dungeons, Snape crossed his arms, observing Mitsai with a bemused expression. "I apologize, Severus. I was somewhat impulsive today," Mitsai acknowledged, his demeanor thoroughly earnest and proactive, devoid of any hesitation. Although both were acutely aware that neither had erred. "Let this be a lesson for the future." Snape's cold voice resonated like the wind in a valley, steady yet rippling with a hint of intrigue. Unexpectedly devoid of sarcasm, it was predictably melodious. Mitsai squinted slightly, contemplating that he had grown fond of Severus's voice, akin to a beautiful melody. After an impulsive culinary endeavor using the Hogwarts house elves' creations, Mitsai dismissed the notion of laziness. The taste paled in comparison to his own cooking, despite the aesthetic appeal of the dishes. "May I wander the grounds at night, sir?" Mitsai suddenly inquired. He had previously heard during the sorting ceremony that one of the school rules prohibited young wizards from roaming at night. But he was no mere young wizard. The prospect of exploring the ancient castle was undoubtedly thrilling. Severus has reverted to his usual sardonic demeanor, Mitsai mused inwardly, realizing that his earlier impression had been misguided. Yet, driven by an indescribable instinct, he cast a tracking charm upon Mitsai as he stealthily ventured into the darkness with his lantern. To his dismay, Mitsai encountered nothing terrifying, unlike the creatures one might expect in a medieval vampire castle. Instead, he stumbled upon Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. Aren't young wizards prohibited from wandering at night? The kind-hearted Mitsai silently slipped away from the group of four. This was an adventure meant for young wizards. Unbeknownst to him, these four unfortunate young wizards had been stood up by Draco Malfoy, who had arranged a duel with them, and were subsequently discovered by the loathsome caretaker. Filched in their panic, they encountered the three-headed dog in the room, resulting in a fresh wave of terror. This was indeed an adventure, albeit an unpleasant one, yet none of this concerned Mitsai, who lay asleep in the guest room of the dungeons. In the dim light, Snape set aside his book, gazing complexly at the door of the guest room, an inquisitive glint in his eye. Mitsai Weiler, what manner of person are you? Time, he believed, would unveil the answer. The night at Hogwarts was serene and enchanting. A gentle, cool breeze whispered through, softly tapping against the castle's windows, producing delicate sounds. At last, even Snape, who had been pondering the peculiar house elf, leaned back in his chair and succumbed to slumber. It was the first time he had slept soundly and peacefully without the aid of sleeping potions. Chapter 12. Halloween, Trolls, and the Three-Headed Dog. Unbeknownst to all, 2 months had elapsed since the commencement of the school year. The Savior truly lived up to his title, his fortune exceeding all expectations. In the Quidditch class, Harry's skirmish with Draco Malfoy not only went unpunished but unexpectedly earned him a brand new Nimbus 2000, along with a place on the Quidditch team. In stark contrast to the stern yet somewhat harsh Severus, Professor McGonagall, though appearing strict, was genuinely lenient towards the young wizards. "Lucky Potter," Mitsai remarked, genuinely impressed upon hearing of Harry's illustrious feats. Yet, having been invited by Hermione to observe the boys training up close, he could not help but concede that Harry possessed an innate talent for seeking the snitch. He effortlessly tamed various flying broomsticks, making this seemingly perilous sport appear tailor-made for him. His unparalleled gift allowed Harry to thrive on the field, while his talents in potions appeared rather mediocre by comparison. Consequently, he often found himself the recipient of Snape's exclusive point deductions in potions class. Minerva has truly lost her senses, permitting a mere muggle to join the team. It is nothing but a recipe for chaos. However, the dim-witted savior boy and this sport were almost indistinguishable. After listening to Mitsai's passionate description, Snape could not help but scoff. Damn fool. Can you not go a day without seeking the spotlight? And that sneaky Quirrell, I must keep an eye on him to prevent any mishaps. Snape had not slept for several days. His already pale visage now lacked any color, the hue of his thin lips further faded, and his long hair appeared unkempt due to his relentless busyness, with dark circles prominent beneath his eyes. He resembled a bat that had feasted on children. The blue-haired muggle found the sight somewhat amusing, yet more so concerning. Mitsai had repeatedly urged him not to overexert himself, to eat and sleep at regular intervals, but Snape merely acquiesced verbally before returning to his myriad of chaotic tasks. He sensed that there were undisclosed secrets between Dumbledore and Severus, as if they were embroiled in a significant scheme. For instance, Severus seemed particularly interested in the oddly dressed Professor Quirrell, and despite his professed disdain for the Savior Potter, he covertly safeguarded him. Was it in preparation for the rumored return of Voldemort? Mitsai longed to uncover such mysteries, yet he was merely an ordinary man devoid of magic. There was nothing he could change about it. Thus, he refrained from inquiring about the plans, nor did he question Severus's hurried nighttime departures or the frequency of his discussions with Dumbledore. But this was only temporary. Questions would eventually find their answers, and every individual and situation would yield its due consequences. This was the truth that fate imparted to him. He concealed his myriad emotions and smiled gently, a hint of mischief dancing in his demeanor. Even he himself could not fathom why he acted in such a manner. Did Severus dislike Quidditch? The perceptive Mitsai detected a subtle clue. The professor's animosity towards Quidditch was not less than that towards Harry Potter. Ah, should I enjoy it? Snape retorted with a derisive laugh. It is a game for those with the intellect of a troll. In truth, expressing emotions and mastering flying broomsticks were among the two skills that this potion's master struggled with the most. Refrain from looking at me with such eager eyes, Mitsai. I shall not be seen racing about on a broomstick. That is the folly of fools. A familiar sneer graced Snape's features, his obsidian-like eyes coldly fixated on the blue-haired muggle before him. Mitsai felt a twinge of unease and quickly averted his gaze. How could Severus know what he was thinking? Of course, legilimency. Cursed be it. Mitsai vowed never to meet the gaze of a master skilled in legilimency again. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Snape likely did not perceive any other memories. Otherwise, explanations would become problematic. Snape, expressionless, let out a couple of hollow chuckles, seemingly having forgotten his earlier reproach of Dumbledore for using legilimency on Mitsai. He did not explicitly state that he could not employ it himself. The truth was that Snape had no desire to use magic on a muggle. Such an act felt akin to cheating. However, he would never confess that he could not resist the urge to do so after catching a glimpse of Mitsai's eyes. Mitsai, on the other hand, felt somewhat disheartened. Why had his magic not yet returned? Traditionally, it required only a week. Even if the world had changed, it should not be this way, like being sealed away. Having contemplated countless schemes to restore his magical powers, he found himself still unsuccessful. Despite the presence of a potions master nearby, he chose to abandon this approach. Fearing that Severus might cast him out of the castle, he did not wish to lose his only friend in this world. Content with his current situation, he remained vigilant in search of a better path. Harry and Ron had recently been experiencing a streak of misfortune. The greasy and sullen Professor Snape, filled with malice towards Gryffindor, had been deducting points from them incessantly, which strained Hermione's relationship with the two troubled boys, particularly between Ron and Hermione, whose rapport had plummeted to an all-time LOW. No one cared about those damned points. Nor did anyone appreciate Miss Know-it-all's smug displays of superiority. Ron did not perceive his attitude as harsh. He believed everything was Hermione's fault. Eagerly, he dragged Harry to the great hall well before the feast began. 1,000 bats fluttered gracefully against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swooped above the dining tables, their wings creating gusts that flickered the candles. An abundance of delectable dishes materialized on every plate before the guests. It was truly magical. Michelle, seated beside Snape, could not help but marvel. Snape chuckled softly, remaining silent as he meticulously sliced his steak. The hall was filled with the sounds of delighted diners. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell burst through the great doors. His purple turban askew, his face a mask of terror, he rushed to the nearest table, desperately trying to steady his trembling form. "A troll! In the dungeons!" he bellowed, his voice booming and even cracking. he had successfully captured the attention of the entire hall. Everyone halted their eating, and in an instant, all sounds seemed to be abruptly muted. The great hall fell into an eerie silence, amplifying Quirrell's voice. "There is a troll in the dungeons," upon uttering this. He collapsed, fainting on the floor. Dumbledore stood up, lightly tapping his wand in the air, releasing a brilliant flame. With a crack, silence enveloped the room. The calm voice of the White Wizard prompted the young witches and wizards into action. The hall buzzed with chaos as Ron and Harry followed Percy slowly towards the dormitory. Suddenly, Harry's complexion paled. "Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll. We have to find her." Without hesitation, the two slipped into the throngs of students from other houses, stealthily hiding behind a statue. There was Snape, but where was he headed? Harry and Ron saw their potions professor ascend the staircase to the 4th floor, separating from the other professors. Michelle noticed this too. These two troublemakers had long been a source of concern for Severus, making his work arduous and overwhelming. He chose not to raise alarm, but quietly followed them to the girls' restroom, worried about the absence of the little witch. But what was Severus doing on the 4th floor? Was it something of great importance? He had forgotten himself in the great hall. The restroom, long neglected, emitted an unpleasant odor, a mixture of sewage and mildew. Reminiscent of old socks, a deep, rumbling sound of heavy footfalls echoed from ahead. A tall, dull-skinned creature, resembling granite, lumbered towards them. Michelle saw it step into a shaft of moonlight. The closer it came, the more real it appeared. The monstrous creature was large and clumsy, with a small cocoa bean-like head, its short, thick legs thundering against the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble. It exuded an unbearable stench, and the club it wielded seemed like a harbinger of doom. Michelle could hardly breathe. The creature glanced around before opting to enter the room ahead. It was the girls' restroom. Hermione was still inside. The three simultaneously realized this. Harry and Ron dashed forward. Despite their overwhelming fear, they could not abandon their friend. In their heightened tension, they failed to notice the blue-haired muggle trailing behind. Michelle reflected on their retreating figures, feeling a pang of longing. This was what he had always yearned for, true friendship. It was all right. Now he had Severus Snape. Without further thought, Michelle followed suit into the girls' restroom. He quickly concealed himself behind a pillar, observing the troll's movements. His magical abilities showed no signs of revival. And now, in this urgent situation, he could only rely on wit. "Ah!" Hermione's terrified scream echoed. She collapsed onto the floor, trembling as she stared at the towering beast. The troll was drawn to the sound. Advancing swiftly towards the hapless little witch, Harry and Ron, acting without thought, quickly scattered, each shouting loudly, "Ah! Ah!" The troll, often described as brainless by the potions professor, was indeed disoriented by the cacophony from different directions. It shook its head in annoyance, its club dragging on the ground as it lumbered toward Harry. Harry was cornered against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Ron rushed to Hermione's side, pulling her towards the corner. They needed to subdue the troll first, ideally taking turns to confuse the beast about their precise whereabouts. Michelle resolved this in his mind. Just as the troll was about to reach the unfortunate hero, he swiftly yanked a pipe from the restroom and turned on the faucet. Instantly, a powerful jet of water struck the troll, but it felt no pain, merely pausing in confusion. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Michelle shouted to the 3 first-year wizards, "You 3, spread out. Take turns casting spells at the troll. Do not stand still. Do not let it discern your positions." The overwhelming pressure and fear propelled Harry and the others to comprehend Michelle's intent. They quickly dispersed, running in different directions. Yet, this was not a sustainable strategy. 3 first-year wizards, barely 2 months into their studies, along with a powerless Michelle, could not contend with a level 3 magical creature. As the 3 young wizards grew increasingly disorganized, barely able to maintain their footing, Michelle gritted his teeth. He undertook a bravely foolish act. Later questioning whether he had truly become a Gryffindor, he sprinted towards the troll and leaped onto its back. Clinging tightly to the 12-foot-tall creature, he swung his fists against its face and eyes. The troll finally felt pain, letting out a piercing scream that was deafening in the final moments before being thrown off. Michelle remembered the creature's weakness. Its neck. He quickly drew the folding knife he had purchased for self-defense and plunged it into the troll's throat with all his might. Vile green blood erupted. and as Michelle was flung aside, he rolled to the ground, hearing a tremendous thud. The troll finally collapsed. Whether dead or merely unconscious from blood loss, Michelle felt as if his bones were about to splinter. Dazed, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The three young wizards were still in shock, their faces pale as they lay on the ground. Their eyes vacant. 3 hurried footsteps approached. Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Snape checked on the fallen troll, confirming it had ceased to breathe. He appeared injured, limping slightly. His expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky pregnant with rain. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall moved to assess the Detritus Severus. This potion is utterly dreadful. It would be so much better if it had an orange flavor, Michelle murmured softly. Headmaster, I believe I should also be credited as a significant contributor to this battle. Might I receive additional points? He said with a cunning smile. The great white wizard could only respond with a resigned smile. Mr. Weller stepped forward in a moment of crisis, subduing the fearsome giant. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Slytherin shall consequently receive 10 points. Just as they reached the doorway, Michelle caught a whiff of the blood on Snape. Severus has been injured? He approached, his eyes betraying his concern. Michelle, kindly change out of those filthy clothes before approaching our poor potions professor, Snape remarked with evident disdain. Embarrassed, Michelle retreated to the bathroom, scrubbing himself clean before finally presenting himself before Snape. At that moment, the dark-haired man had just lifted his robes. Thus, a gruesome, bloodied leg was revealed before them. Severus, how did you sustain such a grievous injury? Michelle exclaimed. He had fought the giant and only bore minor scrapes and bruises. Snape's wounds? Quirrell is problematic. Amid the chaos, I ventured to the 4th floor to inspect a creature. A 3-headed dog, a guardian of something that is part of Dumbledore's plan, which must not fail. I was bitten. Unaware of the danger, he added, I cannot divulge too much. Michelle nodded, understanding. That secret plan was known only to Severus and the headmaster, ensuring its utmost security. Does it hurt, Severus? Snape was taken aback. Yes, it certainly hurt. But no one had ever asked him that. The beatings from Tobias in his youth, the soul-searing pain of the dark mark, the bite from a werewolf. Each was agonizing, yet no one cared. Yet, this blue-haired muggle, with a seemingly whimsical inquiry, nearly brought this cold, steely man to tears. Allow me to assist you to the infirmary to see Madame Pomfrey. In Michelle's eyes lay a concern he could not comprehend. Yet it was the very care he had longed for. Snape's heart was unsettled. It appeared that fate would arrive at the right moment, unerringly striking its mark and no need. Please fetch the potion from the 3rd shelf on the right side of my cabinet. There's bandage nearby as well, he replied after a moment's thought. Michelle obediently complied. Once the wound was meticulously and gently bandaged by the blue-haired muggle, Snape sat firmly on the bed, ready to address the grievances he had postponed. In the end, he succeeded in soothing the situation. Look, the proud little bat has fallen asleep. Chapter 13. Quidditch, Curses and Plans. After the incident involving the giant, all the little witches and wizards at Hogwarts were aware of the heroic deeds of Michelle and the Savior. A muggle, along with 3 first-year wizards, had defeated an adult giant. Initially, Dumbledore intended to downplay Michelle's role, emphasizing Harry's bravery, but after being warned by Snape for the 3rd time, he spoke the truth. The outcome was unexpectedly favorable. While the little wizards marveled at Michelle's courage in vanquishing the giant and protecting 3 of their own, many still proclaimed Harry as the rightful savior. His courage and composure were commendable. It is also worth noting that following this event, the relationship between Harry and his companions and Michelle improved significantly. They shared a bond that was truly profound. The vivacity of the 3 little wizards brought Michelle a long-awaited joy. His rationality gradually influenced them, particularly Harry, who was maturing. The Quidditch match was on the horizon, and the moment for Harry to showcase his talents had finally arrived. After this, his reputation soared. The brand-new Nimbus 2000 was skillfully maneuvered by him, and Harry showcased all the advantages of the latest model to perfection. Players from both houses darted through the air, their brooms tracing elegant arcs across the pitch, just as Michelle was engrossed in admiring the match. While Snape scoffed at Harry countless times, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Harry's broom suddenly jolted violently, nearly colliding with a Gryffindor player. The broom, which should have performed flawlessly, writhed and twisted, attempting to throw Harry off with ferocity. With no other recourse, Harry grasped the broom tightly to prevent himself from being unseated. He dove swiftly, and just before reaching the ground, he released his grip and propelled himself downward. He landed on all fours, coughing violently, yet managed to capture the golden snitch, raising it triumphantly above his head, waving it joyously. Harry had seized the golden snitch, despite Slytherin's objections to the validity of Harry's action, claiming he nearly swallowed it whole. The fact remained that Harry had indeed caught the snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory over Slytherin. Michelle noted that Snape's face had turned as dark as a cauldron's bottom. After the match, a bewildered Harry was pulled to Hagrid's hut by his two companions. Michelle and Hagrid were seated inside, sipping tea and exchanging a few words now and then. Hagrid observed that this blue-haired muggle seemed to have a particular fondness for his tea. He felt pleased, given that, as a half-giant, he had faced considerable discrimination and disdain. Yet, in Michelle's eyes, he saw none of that. This blue-haired, blue-eyed muggle regarded himself as an ordinary person, offering Hagrid the respect and equality he had always yearned for. As Michelle savored his tea, Ron averted his gaze. However, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, raising his voice as if to expose someone's wrongdoing. Hagrid, Harry's broom was sabotaged by Snape. Hermione and I both saw him muttering some curse. Hermione nodded, still shaken. It was not Severus who did it. Making baseless accusations against a professor is unfounded. Ron, if he were here, you would surely jeopardize Gryffindor's house points, Michelle replied, gently placing his cup down. His deep blue eyes, always shimmering with a hint of mirth, now radiated a chilling coldness. His slender fingers clenched around the cup's exterior. Although this blue-haired muggle maintained a smile, everyone present could distinctly sense that Michelle was incensed. Harry felt Ron's words were inappropriate. He discreetly tugged at the red-haired boy's sleeve. He also sensed that the matter was not so simple. Professors and young wizards alike at Hogwarts were aware of Snape's intense dislike for the Savior. Potter, a prestigious potions master, head of Slytherin House, and the school's potions professor would not go so far as to publicly endanger Harry in front of students and faculty during a Quidditch match. Though Harry knew Snape sometimes genuinely wished for his demise, he was chanting terrible curses. He wanted to kill Harry, Ron explained urgently. Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. How could you know about Quirrell? Dumbledore borrowed him from me. Hagrid realized he had misspoken, smacking his large forehead in frustration. What is that? The three asked in unison. Enough. Do not inquire further. That is classified information, Hagrid said gruffly, but Snape attempted to steal him. He was chanting curses, Ron exclaimed loudly, feeling the icy glare of Michelle, which seemed capable of freezing the very air. Harry hurriedly covered Ron's mouth. I tell you, you are mistaken, Hagrid replied angrily. You should trust Mr. Weller's words. I do not know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but Snape would never wish harm upon any young wizard at Hogwarts. Now, you must forget about that large dog and the thing it guards. This is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid abruptly halted. Realizing he had revealed too much, it seemed this matter was also connected to someone named Nicholas Flamel. A cunning glint flashed in Harry's eyes. This was an unexpected revelation. Hagrid's face turned an uncontrollable shade of red as he scolded himself. Severus was not casting a curse, but rather a counter-curse, Michelle retorted. His smile completely vanished. It was Quirrell who was muttering curses aimed at Harry's broom. Sitting beside Snape, Michelle clearly witnessed Quirrell chanting an unknown incantation while the potions master hastily recited the counter-curse, attempting to regain control over the unruly broom. Ron and Hermione fell silent, realizing the flaws in their assumptions. They had solely focused on Snape, preemptively concluding he was responsible for harming Harry. This was indeed insufficiently rigorous and unfair to Professor Snape. Apologies, sir. They were merely too concerned for my well-being, Harry quickly interjected. It was all quite coincidental. He vividly recalled feeling intense pain in his scar during the start of term, when Snape and Quirrell were both present, observing him at tea that time. He believed Snape harbored deep malice. But now it seemed likely that Professor Quirrell had inadvertently revealed his true intentions then. Ron and Hermione also hurriedly apologized. We are sorry. We were wrong. Noticing the sincerity in the young wizard's apologies, Michelle softened his tone a notch. This is the final time. Should I hear any further disparagement of Severus, do not seek me out again. Michelle gently rubbed her brow, taking a sip of tea. However, What Hagrid just mentioned was Nicholas Flamel, the illustrious and long-lived alchemist and dearest friend of Dumbledore. Most importantly, the creator and current possessor of the Philosopher's Stone. Michelle began to speculate about Dumbledore's plans, yet she felt no inclination to engage or disrupt them. She merely faintly grasped the purpose of keeping Quirrell around to nurture the savior. It was truly unfortunate for the poor Severus, who had to ensure the safety of the very Potter he despised while also keeping an eye on the restless Quirrell. The little ones appeared oblivious to Flamel's true identity. It seemed this too was part of the plan. Chapter 14. The Invisibility Cloak, the Mirror of Erist, and the Philosopher's Stone. Upon receiving the invisibility cloak left by his father, Harry could hardly contain his excitement and joy, eagerly sharing the news with his companions Ron and Hermione. Such a wondrous magical artifact must not be wasted. It must be utilized to its fullest potential. Two of the trio, bold and reckless, after much deliberation, devised a nighttime escapade. A typically law-abiding brunette which found herself reluctantly swept into this band of miscreants. Naturally, they also extended a warm invitation to the blue-haired muggle who seemed to have little else to do but read all day. Michelle, not being a little wizard, could not face detention even if Filch caught them. She acquiesced, her intuition telling her that saviors always conjured remarkable adventurous plans and executed them flawlessly. The group convened at their agreed-upon location and stealthily followed the spiral staircase to the entrance of a room they had never entered before. The four of them dared not to be too conspicuous, with only Hermione carrying a dimly glowing lamp. They ventured into the darkness. The room was large and spacious, suffused with a rich aura of magic. From what Michelle could perceive, there were traces of dozens of spells in the AI art. The center of the room stood a grand black mirror, ancient and enigmatic. It was undoubtedly a magnificent mirror, reaching the ceiling with an opulent golden frame, supported by claw-like feet. Harry and the others approached it first, witnessing different scenes unfold. Hermione beheld herself receiving O grades in all her exams, while Harry saw images of his parents, who existed only in photographs, alongside his companions, Michelle and Headmaster Dumbledore, all smiling at him. Gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar couple in the mirror, Harry trembled violently. He cautiously caressed the smooth, dust-free surface of the mirror, as if he were touching his parents' faces. Growing up in Aunt Petunia's home, he had known no parental love or companionship, only abuse and torment. His cousin Dudley and the neighborhood children called him the wild child without a mother or father. "What do you see, Harry?" Michelle inquired. "You all, and my mom and dad," Harry replied, his voice catching in his throat. Ron and Hermione gently embraced Harry, tenderly stroking his back. The two young wizards understood well that the outwardly glamorous title of Savior Harry bore came at the cost of his parents' lives. If fate were a choice, he would never have become the savior, for he was merely a child who inexplicably bore the hopes of the entire wizarding world. Michelle felt a profound confusion. Voldemort was merely a more powerful wizard. He was not a deity. The people of the magical realm, including this century's great white wizard Dumbledore, did not believe in their own strength but rather placed their faith in an ethereal prophecy. Entrusting the hope of defeating Voldemort to a little wizard who had lost his parents, "Is it not laughable?" Michelle sighed, observing the tear-streaked face of Harry with sympathy and understanding. It seemed this mirror revealed the deepest desires of one's heart. He attempted to look away, yet an indescribable yearning compelled him to gaze upon the black mirror before him. "Mr. Weasley, what do you see?" Harry had already dried his tears, moving with such naturalness as if he had rehearsed this countless times before. Hermione and Ron leaned in curiously. Michelle remained silent, momentarily lost in thought. He saw many people. His parents, Viller, Catherine, and Lynn. The elegantly dressed couple, exuding noble grace, smiled at him, their eyes reflecting the care and love Michelle longed for. Viller was seated at a wooden table, concocting potions, his golden hair shimmering in the room's light. Suddenly, it seemed he noticed something, raising his head to reveal a smile. Catherine retained her haughty demeanor, her amethyst eyes narrowing slightly, her sword glinting sharply at her waist, as if poised to be drawn against the next person who dared approach. It was just as Michelle had seen her the first time, that moment. All reason and composure dissipated, leaving only a tumultuous heartbeat and a gaze filled with confusion. Michelle's eyes glazed over as he caught sight of his own reflection. That familiar shadow was surrounded by a crowd. Cherished and adored, an emotion called happiness enveloping him. This was a different Michel Viller, loved by parents, surrounded by dear friends. Though he possessed no magic as formidable as his own, he had acquired the most precious treasures in the world. Meanwhile, he had nothing but his powerful magic. He instantly stood at a coveted pinnacle, only to lose everything in an instant. Viller, Catherine, and Lynn drifted away from him, and he ultimately fell into solitude, as if sensing the blue-haired muggle's growing despondence. The images in the mirror suddenly began to shift rapidly. The figures from before vanished one by one, replaced by a man shrouded in darkness. Severus Snape. Michel saw his own reflection standing shoulder to shoulder with the proud potions master, both wearing expressions of joy. Although no one stood behind him, there would always be those who steadfastly chose to stand by his side. Severus, Severus, Severus. Michel repeated this seemingly enchanted name over and over. Behind the mirror, a disturbance rippled through the darkness. Michel, sensing something, glanced at the mirror and chuckled softly. His slender brows arched like crescent moons. Thus, his eyes sparkled. Harry and the others looked on in bewilderment at the blue-haired muggle. This was indeed a magical mirror, Michel continued, his gaze subtly shifting towards the shadowy figures behind the mirror. It was Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore. It appeared the Savior's presence was the reason for their appearance. The night had deepened, and Harry reluctantly cast one last glance at the mirror before he, Ron, and Hermione donned the invisibility cloak and departed from the darkened room. If possible, Harry would have wished to remain in that room indefinitely. Even merely seeing his parents in the mirror brought him immense satisfaction. "What is this mirror?" Michel inquired, his tone slightly elevated. "When did you discover our presence, Mr. Viller?" Dumbledore asked with a twinkle in his eye, adjusting his voluminous robe. "You were just arriving," Michel replied. By the dim light of the lamp, he noticed Dumbledore's eyes widen momentarily. Always perceptive, Michel thought, "Albus, you are growing old." A low voice, laced with familiar sarcasm, echoed through the room, exuding an inexplicable allure. Snape did not wear a robe like the old headmaster. He remained clad in his customary black wizarding attire, buttons fastened all the way to his chin, exuding an air of asceticism. He did not inquire why Michel insisted on addressing him in that peculiar tone. Perhaps he already knew. "Ha ha," Dumbledore chuckled dryly a couple of times before turning to leave. The room was left with only Michel and Snape. Perhaps I should remind the often capricious Mr. Michel Viller to inform the poor potions professor when little wizards invite him on nocturnal escapades, rather than indulging in foolishly perilous adventures in an unsafe castle alongside the audacious savior with a giant's brain. Snape quipped, a smirk playing on his lips, his hollow black eyes fixed intently on Michel. It appeared Severus was indeed concerned for him, as being around the Savior Potter could hardly be deemed safe. Michel offered a sheepish smile, his tousled gray-blue hair partially obscuring his face as he lowered his head slightly. He was showing vulnerability. For the habitual offender, Mr. Viller, who often reneged on his promises, Snape merely shrugged in resignation. He was at a loss with him in search of the enigmatic Nicholas Flamel. Harry and his companions resolved to visit the castle library in hopes of stumbling upon something. This matter had been on their minds. From Hagrid's tone, it was clear that this mysterious person had a close relationship with Dumbledore and was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the magical community. After spending an afternoon poring over books in the library, nearly dozing off, the young witch suddenly spoke up. "Hey, look what I found." Hermione feigned a whisper, continuing in a theatrical tone. "Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone." As she spoke, she pushed the book forward, ensuring that all three could see the contents within. The Philosopher's Stone possesses the remarkable ability to transmute any metal into pure gold and can also be employed in the creation of the elixir of immortality. The only existing Philosopher's Stone is owned by the master alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. "Do you understand?" Hermione exclaimed with urgency. "That enormous dog must be guarding Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, and now someone is attempting to steal it. Is it Snape? Or Quirrell?" Ron, somewhat perplexed, recalled that on the day they encountered the troll, he and Harry had indeed witnessed Snape's suspicious actions. The ominous potions professor had stealthily made his way to the 4th floor, and his leg injury was evidently inflicted by a werewolf. However, during a conversation with Michel the previous day, he learned that Quirrell's behavior was equally questionable. All the professors at Hogwarts had attended the feast, yet Quirrell had notably been absent, coincidentally the one to discover the troll in the dungeons. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although Snape was not the mastermind intending to kill Harry through the manipulation of the flying broom, it was conceivable that he harbored intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone. A stone capable of producing gold and granting immortality would undoubtedly attract the desires of many, and no wonder we couldn't find Mr. Flamel in studies of modern wizardry. It turns out he cannot be classified as a contemporary figure, Ron realized with sudden clarity. At long last, a piece of the puzzle that had long vexed them was resolved. Chapter 15. Champions, Secrets, and Punishments. The day of the Quidditch match drew near, and not just Harry, but every young lion in Gryffindor eagerly anticipated delivering a resounding defeat to Slytherin in the quest for the coveted House Cup. For nearly 7 years, no one had managed to overturn the odds in the finals, as Slytherin's Quidditch record was as stellar as their standing in the House Cup, even leading by a considerable margin. Harry's emergence instilled hope within the entire house. His talent in Quidditch surpassed that of his father, James Potter. Yet, the attention-grabbing savior had recently been in poor form. Harry was uncertain whether it was merely his imagination. But it seemed that wherever he went, he encountered Snape, who regarded him with an icy, malevolent gaze. He felt as though Snape was stalking him, poised to catch him in a mistake, ready to deduct points from Gryffindor at any moment. The weekly potions class was a particularly torturous affair, as the exceptionally gifted potions master always found new ways to challenge and ridicule the unfortunate savior, relentlessly deducting points from Gryffindor. Hadn't he noticed? The once vibrant red of Gryffindor's score crystal had turned black, leaving only a thin, nearly imperceptible layer of red at the bottom. Moreover, Harry had an unsettling feeling that Snape could effortlessly penetrate the thoughts of others. Most alarmingly, Snape would serve as the referee for this critical match. Upon hearing this dreadful news, the Gryffindors dared not entertain thoughts of victory in the finals. Instead, they fervently prayed for Harry's safe return from the field. Please, let the old bat not harm Harry during the match. Even though he understood that Professor Snape merely harbored a disdain for him and did not genuinely wish to see him harmed. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had recognized Harry's trepidation towards Severus Snape early on, and at her behest, Michelle sought out Harry. The blue-haired muggle observed the timid savior, whose face paled at the mention of the potions master, and couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Severus was indeed a bat that thrived on the fear of children, given how terrified this poor boy had become. Harry nodded slowly. He held a great deal of trust in Michelle's words. The reason was simple. This muggle was the only one capable of approaching the old bat without incurring his genuine ire. And more importantly, the old bat had never denied that Michelle was his friend. Mr. Michelle Weller was undoubtedly the person Severus favored most within the entire castle, a sentiment shared unanimously by the Hogwarts professors and young wizards alike. The encouragement and comfort from his friends Ron and Hermione also played a crucial role. Harry regained his confidence, almost forcing himself to temporarily conquer his psychological fear of Professor Snape, and once again found the courage to stand upon the Quidditch pitch. On the day of the match, Harry was pleasantly surprised to find that Headmaster Dumbledore had come to watch. The flicker of fear that had arisen upon seeing Snape standing in the center of the field evaporated instantly. A confident expression returned to the boy's youthful face. Harry tightened his grip on his Nimbus 2000, silently affirming, "Gryffindor will prevail." With Dumbledore in attendance, Snape would surely refrain from overtly favoring the Slytherin team. Upon seeing the kind figure filled with hope in the stands, Ron and Hermione exchanged delighted smiles. The appearance of Albus Dumbledore had darkened Snape's expression on the field. Damn that old bee. If he is so fond of the savior with a troll's brain, perhaps he should compete alongside the Gryffindors and see if he breaks his old bones. Even Michelle, who had inadvertently met Snape's gaze, received an unprovoked glare from the petulant bat. The cheers from the spectators grew louder, and the match commenced. In truth, the contest had already concluded before it began, as Harry's presence bestowed Gryffindor with overwhelming strength. Under the influence of this natural seeker, every member of the Gryffindor team performed remarkably. Points were scored, and more points were scored. Ultimately, the match ended with Harry executing a masterful maneuver to catch the golden snitch. Gryffindor triumphed, leading Slytherin by 100 points and securing the Quidditch House Cup without a hint of doubt. The score crystal, which had nearly dimmed, was once again ablaze with dazzling red. The Weasley twins soared around the pitch on their brooms, producing new prank products from their pockets, and soon, Fireworks adorned with Gryffindor's emblem burst forth in the sky in that moment. It was as if the arena had become the domain of the young lions. They cheered joyously, waving their hands fervently to celebrate this hard-won victory. Michel sat in the stands, enveloped by the jubilant atmosphere, unable to suppress his laughter. Half of it was inspired by the exuberance of the Gryffindor wizards, while the other half stemmed from witnessing an unforgettable sight. The black-haired, black-robed potions master perched upon a long, flying broom. Despite his posture being entirely correct, it exuded an unmistakable stiffness, as if he had been coerced onto a perilous vehicle. The absurdity of the scene was heightened by the icy disdain etched upon the potions master's face. It was somewhat amusing. Now he finally understood why Severus despised Quidditch so vehemently, Michel mused. Harry Potter is our king. The Gryffindors continued to cheer and sing. The fortunate savior once again became the center of attention. Today's glory belonged entirely to him. It felt somewhat surreal, Harry thought. Yet, exhilaration and excitement soon drowned out the boy's wandering thoughts. Surging over him like a tidal wave, Harry reveled in his moment of triumph. Dinner that evening was filled with lively energy, so much so that no one noticed Quirrell sneaking away from the scene, followed closely by Snape. Except for Harry and Michel. They quietly trailed behind It, led to a shadowy clearing, and fearing discovery, the two kept their distance, unable to discern the expressions on Snape and Quirrell's faces. However, Quirrell stuttered worse than ever, evidently extremely anxious. I don't know why you chose to meet here, Severus? Oh, I believe this matter is not suitable for public knowledge, Snape replied, his voice frigid, as students should not be privy to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Have you managed to figure out how to get past that damn dog? Snape inquired with irritation. No, I don't know. Do you not entertain any of your little tricks? You must understand whom you are truly serving. Snape scowled, as if uttering another word to Quirrell would be an affront. He dismissed Quirrell with evident annoyance. This Quirrell, pretending to be so compliant, was infuriating. Damn audacious fellow, I hope I don't catch you. Snape thought menacingly that as for the two clever interlopers he had already detected, he would need to ponder how best to deal with them. If I presume that you gentlemen are not merely thieves lurking in the shadows, why else would you be trailing the poor old professor? Snape infused his words with the ire he felt towards Quirrell, hissing venomously, "Is it Quirrell? Is he attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry could no longer contain himself. Damn it, Potter. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Did that old B. Dumbledore tell you? Or you, Michel? Michel shook his head helplessly, unwilling to take the fall for the savior. Hermione found information about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone in a book at the library, Harry added. Be why all that is good. This matter has nothing to do with Headmaster Dumbledore or Michel. Potter, I don't care how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone. You should be wary of your actions and those of your troll companions, lest you lose your life without understanding why. Snape remained silent for a moment before responding in a sarcastic tone. How peculiar! Harry sensed a hint of concern within his words. How terrifying! Hermione and Ron remarked in astonishment upon learning of the situation. How terrifying indeed, however, the potion master, who occasionally displayed a heart of compassion, could never have anticipated that the savior and his two companions would not remain idle for even a single day, conspiring with the gamekeeper to privately raise a dragon within the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts. To his astonishment, even his protege, Draco Malfoy, was embroiled in this ludicrous endeavor. The savior had wrought considerable havoc. The four young wizards were bestowed with a week of detention, each losing 50 house points along with a shared penalty. At dawn tomorrow, you shall accompany me into the Forbidden Forest to search for the missing unicorn. Hagrid's deep and resonant voice echoed in their ears. Firenze has mentioned this numerous times, the giant muttered. The Forbidden Forest? The quartet gasped in unison. They had mentally prepared themselves for confinement, conjuring all conceivable penalties, yet this outcome was utterly unexpected. This is the most fitting punishment for you arrogant and disobedient little wizards. Filch cackled sinisterly, particularly relishing the look of dread on Malfoy's face. These students perpetually abused their magical prowess, flouting the rules and regulations of Hogwarts. Filch internally lamented that this punishment was rather lenient. Chapter 16. The Forbidden Forest, Centaurs and Unicorns. Amid their fear of accompanying Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest, there was an exhilarating thrill of embarking on a new adventure. Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived early outside Hagrid's hut. It's daytime. We could easily venture into the Forbidden Forest to search for the unicorn ourselves, Ron declared, rubbing his hands in anticipation. What a delightful reward for the Gryffindor heroes instead of a punishment. Harry echoed his excitement, and under the persistent persuasion of his friends, Hermione reluctantly acquiesced to this audacious decision. Let us set off immediately. Oh, and they also brought along the ever-avoiding and disdainful young Malfoy. Despite the privileged boy's numerous refusals, his body faithfully trailed behind the Gryffindor trio. Silently, they departed from Hagrid's cottage, delving deeper into the heart of the ominous forest. This vast and perilous woodland enveloped them. And after nearly half an hour of walking, they ventured further into its depths. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting a golden hue across the forbidden forest. The colors of the trees grew darker, their density increasing, while the sunlight gradually turned translucent. The forest dimmed further, and still, there was no sign of the unicorn they sought. As they approached a thicket of black bushes, a faint scent of blood wafted towards them. Scattered silver-blue droplets stained the dry leaves on the forest floor, causing them to hold their breath in horror. How could there be blood here? Hermione's voice trembled as she instinctively moved closer to Ron. Perhaps the unicorn has been injured, Malfoy pondered aloud. What a cowardly lot, now silent. His words were bold, yet he himself appeared to be barely holding it together, fear evident in his demeanor. Harry disregarded Malfoy's taunts. The inherent Gryffindor spirit propelled him to continue forward, eager for an adventure befitting a hero. Yet, almost simultaneously, he recalled the words of the blue-haired Muggle man. Harry, never make decisions when you are most excited. It often leads to irrationality. The sound of hooves approached, and a platinum-colored centaur emerged, its silver-maned body radiating wisdom. I am Firenze. He introduced himself. The centaur was puzzled as to why so many had ventured into the Forbidden Forest today. I believe Harry is correct, Hermione asserted, clutching her wand. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from behind them, and 3 hurried figures appeared. To locate the suddenly missing young wizards, they had employed a tracking charm. Hagrid, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Professor Snape were sorry. We were wrong, the group chorused, including the haughty Malfoy. Upon seeing the trio of wayward young wizards, Dumbledore's demeanor remained calm, his face adorned with his customary gentle smile. Hagrid, however, was somewhat irate, feeling exasperated that these young wizards had ventured forth without waiting for him. The towering half-giant turned his head away, radiating a peculiar tension that was almost comical, clad in his dark robes. Snape buttoned them meticulously, his pallid face shrouded in shadows, his gaze cold and serpentine. I presume these naive and reckless young fools still possess a modicum of awareness that they are merely first-year students. He sneered, disdain pouring from him, unperturbed by the risk of harming his own house's platinum-haired scion. Draco, I shall inform your father of this matter, Snape stated sternly to Malfoy, who paled and nodded, his gaze downcast. If his father were to find out, he would surely be furious. The elderly headmaster, with his long white beard, cast a reassuring glance towards the young wizards. Firenze and I will undertake the task of searching for the unicorn, Dumbledore added, gesturing for Hagrid to escort the young wizards away. Hagrid reluctantly managed to mutter, "Stay close to me, young wizards." Though he was indeed vexed, he soon found himself swayed by the trio's sweet words, begrudgingly forgiving them. Little did they know, another unexpected intruder had already entered the Forbidden Forest. Why, wise friends, I am not your enemy, Michelle sincerely declared, assuring them that he bore no malice towards any creature within the forest. A few curious beings stood before him, their eyes filled with wariness and scrutiny, their bows and arrows poised at the azure-haired man, ready to strike at a moment's notice. What manner of beings were they? Were they human or horse? Above their waists, they were human, adorned with red hair and beards, while below, they possessed the lower bodies of horses. Centaurs, as mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, were among the rare creatures graced with unparalleled wisdom. They were a unique race, pursuing the stars and moon, with the gift of divination deeply etched in their souls and blood. They were born seers. Lost wizard, you should leave this place at once. It will bring you misfortune, a younger centaur spoke, his platinum mane shimmering faintly. His striking blue eyes, akin to the purest sapphires, scrutinized Michelle, ultimately resting on the man's deep, Enigmatic gaze, Theo Forenza. This was undoubtedly an unusual wizard. He found no threat in him, yet the man's fate appeared intriguingly complex, with countless fine threads interwoven, obscuring any glimpse of the future. Though it was not night, he could still perceive the moon's guidance. "Thank you, I am Michel," he replied. "This is Forenza. That one is Bane, and the other is Ronan." The young centaur lowered his bow. Soon, the others followed suit. Forenza, Bane, the centaur, glared at Michel with indignation, harboring no fondness for the intruding wizard. Michel remained unfazed, sensing a timid head peeking cautiously from behind the towering gray-white trees. It was pure white, with each hair's tip glimmering with a silvery sheen, and its spiraled horn pointing skyward, exuding an innate elegance. This sacred being bore no fear of Michel. It approached gracefully, captivated by the inherent charm of the handsome man before it, akin to the refreshing winds of the mountains or the clouds drifting above. "Hello, your coat is splendid," Michel remarked with a gentle smile. "Thank you. I also appreciate your aura. It brings me joy. My child is missing. If it is not too much trouble, could you assist me in finding it?" It lowered its head gracefully, making a request. "Proceed southeast, and you shall find all that you seek." Innocents suffer while the guilty evade unscathed, with no one to arbitrate, another centaur remarked. It was Ronan, anxiously pawing at the ground with his hooves. His voice differed from Forenza's, possessing a raspy quality, yet still resonating with a mysterious, ethereal essence. "What are you doing, Ronan? Have you forgotten that we swore an oath? One must not defy fate," Bane retorted angrily. "Ronan simply wishes to aid our unicorn friend, and you, Bane, remain unmoved, watching as they are ruthlessly slain." Forenza suddenly reared up on his hind legs, anger flaring on his face. "The lurking menace in the forest threatens our very safety. We must resist if necessary. I will stand with humanity." Bane fell silent, for the celestial movements had already revealed the answer to him. This seemingly brave centaur was, in truth, a timid traditionalist, while the younger Forenza exhibited extraordinary courage. Hearing southeast, Michel nodded slightly at the three centaurs before turning to walk away. The one who harmed the unicorn was likely a dark wizard lurking within Hogwarts itself, even possibly a servant of he who must not be named, whose name is forbidden to utter. All of this is inextricably linked to the philosopher's stone in his mind. Michel silently speculated that this individual was the oddly behaving Professor Quirrell. After all, Severus was quite concerned about him. Having memorized the map of the Forbidden Forest, he knew it was deeper in the heart of the woods. Although his magical power had only returned in a pitifully small amount, barely perceptible. Michel moved towards the center of the forest with remarkable calmness. He had a premonition that the key to restoring his magic lay within the Forbidden Forest. He was merely approaching the end of his journey, especially since he could never refuse a request from a mother unicorn. Soon, he discovered silvery blue bloodstains, still not fully dried, as if they had just splattered. Could it be that this unfortunate unicorn had already succumbed to the hands of a mysterious assailant? Michel's gaze deepened, reflecting boundless sorrow. The blood of a unicorn could prolong life, allowing evil to persist. Yet the price was that, the moment its blood touched your lips, you would possess a life cursed. With a heavy heart, he sidestepped the branches and arrived at the center of the Forbidden Forest. Michel had never encountered such a beautiful yet tragic scene. A pitiful young unicorn lay on the ground. Uncertain if it had already passed away, its mane spread across the dark fallen leaves, as white as pearls. Its pure white neck had been brutally slashed, a copious amount of silvery blue blood flowing forth. Soaking the earth around, from the shadows on one side, a hooded figure in a black cloak approached the dying creature, hunched over like a predator closing in on its prey. Michel felt no fear towards the strange individual before him. He was merely elated to see the unicorn move slightly. It was still alive. The mysterious man in black trembled, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. His hood slipped down due to his movements, revealing a glimpse of a purple scarf. It was Quirrell. Just as Quirrell was about to deliver a fatal blow to the barely surviving unicorn, Michel's heart raced with urgency. In that moment, he could no longer concern himself with anything else. He rushed forward, placing himself firmly in front of the unicorn. This once rational necromancer chose impulsively once more. Quirrell was momentarily taken aback, his malevolent expression darkening as he raised his wand, an evil force surging forth from its tip. A sinister aura of death enveloped Michel, for the forbidden forest had brought him misfortune. Chapter 17. The mysterious man, the killing curse and exposure, one of the pinnacles of prose. Avada Kedavra, a blinding flash of green light shot forth. Striking the blue-haired figure standing in front, he had no time to evade. Bang! Michel fell heavily to the ground, his hand clutching a tuft of silvery hair as if it were a priceless treasure. Having entrusted the intruder and his accomplices in the forbidden forest to Hagrid, the cloaked figures of Snape and Dumbledore moved along the winding trail of blood, stopping amidst the thicket before an open clearing. A pristine unicorn lay beside them, its elongated legs unnaturally stretched out, its mane spread across the dark leaves, white as pearls. Blood splattered the surrounding branches in small droplets, and if not for the slight trembling of its body, Snape might have believed it was already dead at a Muggle, truly overestimating his abilities. The figure in the black hood, clad in a dark cloak, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Strangely, the mysterious man's lips did not part. The laughter emanated from the back of his head. The sound was chilling, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, carrying with it a whisper of death. Surprisingly, he felt no fear. Only a relentless gaze fixed upon the blue figure on the ground. He gripped his wand tightly, forcing himself to remain silent. Perhaps, just perhaps, the Muggle had merely fainted. Was the unicorn still alive? Quirrell, you worthless fool. Master, it is I who am useless. Please do not punish me, Master. Quirrell, indeed it was he, the Dark Lord's lackey. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. He sensed that events were slipping from their control. The dark presence ceased speaking, instead gradually enveloping Quirrell's entire being, then violently thrusting into the back of his head. Quirrell's body convulsed in agony as he drew his wand once more, aiming at the barely breathing unicorn, and cried out, Avada! Almost simultaneously, Dumbledore unleashed his spell. Stupefy! Discovered. Quirrell decisively abandoned the fallen unicorn, hastily pulling up his hood as he fled into the distance. Snape attempted to pursue but was halted by Dumbledore's grip on his robe. Severus, he is still of use. Snape, neglecting to unleash venomous words upon the frantic old man, quickly tore off his invisibility cloak and staggered to the man's side. Upon seeing Michel, his mind went blank, filled only with the solitary beating of his heart. But he had taken a life. Albus. Snape ground his teeth, his voice devoid of the usual anger and sarcasm, filled instead with pain and helplessness. His often vacant eyes brimmed with sorrowful blackness. The temperature in the forbidden forest was not particularly low, yet Snape trembled incessantly. The one who would always smile at him, who would remind him to rest and eat, who would brew him delicious strawberry milk, who would quietly listen to his grievances about the Gryffindor house elves, his dear friend, Michel Viller, the Muggle, no longer spoke. He was silent. They were all silent. Once again, he was alone. His wand had long since fallen onto the blood-stained leaves, yet he knelt beside the blue-haired Muggle like a soulless shell. The sun that had warmed their fleeting moments had been robbed of its light. What to do? It felt as if he were plunging into an unfathomable icy abyss once more. Dumbledore, cloaked in invisibility, cast several healing spells upon the injured unicorn, then gently leaned the sacred creature against a nearby tree trunk. Despite its strong aversion to his proximity, in the instant the dreadful curse struck, countless images flashed through Michel's mind, moments of joy and sorrow, yet they ultimately crystallized upon his employer's visage, Severus Snape. He whispered in his heart, almost like a lullaby, he feared not death. It had not harmed him in the slightest. What he feared were people, for they had left him battered and bruised. However, if he truly were to die, Severus would surely grieve. That stubborn, proud, often sarcastic yet inherently kind little bat would undoubtedly not rest easily, nor would he eat. His stomach issues would surely resurface. Michel could not shake the worry in the Middle Ages. Death was a release in this world. Death was an abyss, a torment, a shackle. Michel's consciousness began to blur, a powerful force tugging and tearing at his soul, at his heart. It hurt so much, he seemed to see a white light once more. Then the pain dissipated, and he cautiously opened his eyes. Snape's heart ached, and he found himself weeping uncontrollably. He fervently summoned his utmost concentration, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions that surged like tidal waves. Yet it proved futile. The master potion maker had not even realized how deeply he had come to care for this blue-haired muggle. This bond was too pure, even surpassing that of his relationship with Lucius. No entanglements of interest, no schemes or plots. Just friends, only friends. The proud potion master lowered his head voluntarily, consumed by profound sorrow. Once more, he found himself powerless in the face of death. Then he saw Michel open his eyes. Snape froze, his dark gaze reflecting astonishment and disbelief, along with undeniable joy that so Michel had not perished. Yet both he and Dumbledore felt the unmistakable aura of the successful killing curse. Snape began to wonder. What secret lay within this muggle? How could he defy even the killing curse? Michel still felt a bit dizzy, as if someone had delivered a heavy blow to his chest. He struggled to sit up, only to be met by two scrutinizing gazes. Severus, Professor Dumbledore, what are you doing here? Michel asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. He had heard that the Forbidden Forest was not a place one could enter casually. And here he was, caught red-handed. Upon witnessing Michel's miraculous revival, Snape resumed his usual icy demeanor, as though the fragile and pained individual moments ago had not been him. Michel understood what Professor Snape wished to know. He forced a smile, attempting to evade the situation, but the coldly smiling potion professor clearly had no intention of granting him this precious opportunity. Mr. Viller, do you not intend to provide your pitiful friend with an explanation? Furthermore, his smile was truly unappealing. The little bat rolled his eyes dramatically. Michel slowly leaned against the tree trunk, organizing his thoughts in his mind. Realizing there was no escape, Michel withdrew his smile, his expression taking on an unusual seriousness. Upon awakening, he had found his magical power restored to nearly half, and before he could contemplate the reason, he was locked in Snape's cold stare. In truth, I am not a muggle, Michel admitted, a hint of nervousness causing him to swallow hard. He continued, I am a wizard, but for certain reasons, I lost all my magical power. Do you recall the reason for your loss of magic? Dumbledore interjected. I do not remember. Michel shook his head. However, my magical power has now been restored to nearly half. He still lied. The convergence of celestial spheres is indeed too bewildering. The fewer people who know about this, the better, and explaining it is exceedingly troublesome. He was also taking a gamble, wagering that Snape and Dumbledore would not administer the Veritaserum to discern the truth of his words. And so he won his bet. They did not press further into the matter of Michel. Michel was flustered, offering a somewhat apologetic nod to the old headmaster, who wore an expression of mild amusement, and hastened to pursue the departing Snape. Standing in place, Albus Dumbledore slowly removed his invisibility cloak, revealing his snow-white hair and long beard. He sensed the surging magic within Michel. Had he only restored half? What if it were all restored? A powerful wizard without malice towards Hogwarts, one possibly stronger than he, the greatest white wizard of this century, could he enhance his plans? Moreover, this wizard's relationship with Severus was particularly noteworthy. He smiled meaningfully, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Chapter 18. Cold War, Explanation and Prophecy, the pinnacle of prose 2. The last vestige of the sunset's crimson was extinguished at the horizon, and the night, adorned with clouds edged in gold, dominated the vast expanse of the natural dome. The bright moon rose from the opposite side of the Forbidden Forest, hanging low in the air, illuminating the newly sprouted black trees, which, though previously desolate, now shimmered with the light filtering through the woods. The night at Hogwarts was remarkably tranquil, exceptionally serene. Yet, Michel's heart was far from calm. After delivering the injured unicorn to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey took charge of the poor creature. Goodness, how gravely it was wounded. A dark wizard sought the unicorn's blood and harmed this little one. As Michel spoke, he gently laid it upon the bed. His movements tender. The unicorn's wounds were still seeping blood, though not excessively. Dumbledore's healing charm had clearly made an impact. Those heartless wretches who wield dark magic would ultimately pay for their deeds. Madame Pomfrey brought forth a vial of green potion, delicately sprinkling it upon the somewhat gruesome wound. Then, she gently wrapped the unicorn's neck with gauze. The unicorn remained remarkably docile, lying obediently on the bed, accepting the care of this unfamiliar woman. Its eyes were fixed upon Michel, sparkling and beautiful little one. I am not the pure-hearted girl your kind prefers. Michel chuckled, her lovely brows arching gracefully. the light in her deep blue eyes shimmering. "No, I like you. Thank you for saving me. Will you come to visit me often?" The unicorn's voice was filled with joy. Of course, little one. Michelle pondered for a moment and continued, "Ivy, I shall call you Ivy, if you please." The response was the unicorn's bright, gleaming eyes, clearly delighted with her new name. "I am Michelle Viller." Michelle's voice, laced with a gentle smile, sounded to Madame Pomfrey like an obscure, enchanting language. How to describe it? It was reminiscent of birds singing, yet possessed a somewhat raspy charm. This kind-hearted woman was astonished by his ability to communicate with the unicorn. "As you can see, I am a rather unique wizard," Michelle explained to Madame Pomfrey, his expression warm. Michelle stroked the unicorn's head, and Ivy affectionately nuzzled his hand. "Michelle, I've heard that wizards greatly covet our blood. I offer it to you." Ivy gently moved her neck, and golden blood began to seep through the pristine gauze. Michelle attempted a wandless, silent charm to conjure a glass vial, positioning it beside the little unicorn's neck. After collecting some blood, he sealed the vial. Oculus Reparo. As good as new, an imperfect wandless charm, yet effective. The bloodstains on the gauze gradually coagulated, and Ivy's bleeding ceased. "Rest well, little one. Your parents in the Forbidden Forest must be quite worried. Listen to this kind lady beside me, and you will recover swiftly." Michelle addressed Ivy in a tone that might have seemed peculiar to outsiders. Having tended to the injured unicorn, he now needed to contemplate how to appease the irate Severus. At first, the passing young witches and wizards regarded the blue-haired wizard pacing before the entrance to the potions master's office with curious eyes. Dumbledore had already informed them that this amiable Mr. Michel Viller was a powerful wizard. What to do? He had been denied entry by the irate potions master for an entire day. After all, he had deceived Severus, Michelle mused. He had deceived a genuinely good person. It was all his fault. Professor Snape had said that he could not enter until he was forgiven. The Medusa statue at the entrance to the headmaster's office hissed, flicking its serpentine tongue at Michelle with a disdainful gaze. The headmaster had expressly instructed that without his personal permission, this blue-haired deceiver was absolutely forbidden entry. "Please, help me, Miss Medusa." Michelle sincerely produced a crown transformed by his transfiguration charm from his pocket. Surely, this serpentine lady would appreciate it. "You can actually understand my words." Medusa was taken aback. Parseltongue was not a common gift. "I can comprehend the language of all creatures." The corners of his eyes crinkled slightly, revealing a subtle pattern. What an innocuous smile. "This crown is truly beautiful. Is it a gift for me?" "Certainly, my lovely lady." As Michelle spoke, he placed the crown upon the head of the serpentine lady. With no room for refusal, it must be said that Medusa, after being crowned, appeared even more regal, akin to a true queen. "May I inquire if this esteemed lady might now allow me entry?" Michelle performed a rather gentlemanly bow. "Well, yes." Medusa, delightedly admiring her newly acquired crown, completely forgot her headmaster's instructions. The headmaster hadn't mentioned that someone might bribe the guardian beast. Thus, she bore no blame, giggling. "This crown is splendid. So golden." Michelle slowly pushed open the office door, entering quietly. Snape sat in his chair, diligently grading the assignments of the little trolls. Though he was ostensibly correcting after-class work, in reality, he was scolding them while marking their papers with large PS. Empty-headed trolls, all trolls. Despite the incessant motion of his quill, Snape soon noticed the uninvited presence in the room. A deceitful scoundrel, a liar. He did not wish to see Michelle. Not at all. "I assume this gentleman, adept at masquerading, knows I am busy and have no time to indulge in his fabricated lies." His lips tightened, eyes darkening as he glared at the blue-haired muggle. No, the blue-haired wizard, his gaze filled with disdain. "I apologize, Severus. It was wrong of me not to speak the truth. I should not have deceived you." Michelle felt a surge of anxiety, his heart pounding audibly in his chest. "Worse than death, I feared you might cast me away. For I am an abrupt and mysterious intruder." The blue-haired wizard's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, his lovely gaze cast downward, long lashes glistening with crystalline droplets, and his equally beautiful lips turned pale from biting. He resembled a sorrowful, drooping-eared puppy. He remembered some medieval rogue had once said that he looked lovely when he cried, easily evoking pity. Yet he was uncertain of its effectiveness and could only attempt it. What to do, what to do, what to do? What if Severus does not forgive me? Must I truly confess everything to Severus? Michel's thoughts were a tumult of confusion, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of his garment, concealing the inner turmoil of the proud potions master. Damn it, what else could Michel do besides deceive? Oh, almost forgot. He could cry. He cried like a weaned child, utterly infuriating. But Snape had to silently admit that this detestable little liar looked rather appealing when he cried. An extended silence enveloped the air, both individuals tacitly refraining from uttering another word. Are you going to abandon me, sir? Ultimately, it was Michel who shattered the oppressive stillness. Beneath the dim light, the blue-haired wizard's handsome face contorted into a smile more grotesque than weeping. Indeed, regardless of the world, irrespective of who it may be, I shall ultimately be heartlessly forsaken. My fate is destined to be solitary, just as some rogue prophesied. Who says I will abandon you? Tears streamed down, one after another, cascading down his cheeks, falling onto his collar, his robe, the floor. Plop, plop. The sound echoed in the quiet room, perhaps a tad too loud. Really, sir? Michel choked out. Yes. Snape nodded stiffly. His smile was more grotesque than his tears. Snape added a teasing remark, attempting to alleviate the excessively frigid atmosphere. Only he knew that Severus Snape's heart had crumbled into ruins long ago. Yet one day, a gentle moonbeam slipped through the cracks. And how could he bear to let that light depart? This timid soul has committed far too many errors, and now he is reluctant to take actions that might lead to lifelong regret. He will forgive Mitsai, he thought. Thus, Mitsai once again took up residence in the guest room of Hogwarts Cellar, and was honored to become a regular guest in the headmaster's office. No one knew how these two seemingly estranged individuals reconciled overnight. In fact, one audacious little wizard intentionally staged an encounter with Mitsai on the way to the dining hall, humbly seeking the secret to swiftly mending friendships. Merlin's socks. How could Mitsai possibly know? Yet, he patiently shared his advice with the tearful little wizard. Naturally, the outcome was favorable, and the young wizard was soon inseparable from his friend again. After confirming for the umpteenth time with Severus that he had forgiven himself, Mitsai was expelled from the office by the irate potions master, who claimed he was too noisy. Severus had reason to suspect that the weeds in Mitsai's mind had sprouted once more, flourishing and consuming a fair number of brain cells. Mitsai, however, was unconcerned. He cheerfully followed the castle's spiral staircase to a classroom he had never visited before. The room was dimly lit, yet devoid of the chill found in the cellar, instead exuding an inexplicable air of mystery. Since you are here, Mr. Weasley, why not come in for a look? A hoarse and ethereal voice called from within. Mitsai raised an eyebrow and leisurely stepped inside. Seated within was an elderly woman, her long brown hair cascading disheveled over her shoulders, thick glasses concealing an aura of enigma unlike that of Albus Dumbledore. A transparent orb sat prominently on the table's center. Mr. Weasley, would you like to see your prophecy? The woman inquired. Certainly, Professor Trelawney. The most renowned prophecy in the wizarding world, concerning the Savior, originated from this very Sybil Trelawney. The prospect of encountering a seer was quite intriguing. However, Mitsai could not shake the feeling that the woman before him possessed an eccentricity reminiscent of that great headmaster. Sir, please gaze intently into the crystal ball and share with me what you see. I shall guide you according to the trajectory of fate. The familiar rhetoric of a seer made Mitsai chuckle inwardly. He scrutinized the small blue orb before him. Nothing appeared, just an expanse of indistinguishable white mist. Mitsai urged himself to be patient. After a while, he noticed the mist gradually dissipating, only to be enveloped again by complete darkness. Yet, upon closer observation, he discerned a faint glimmer of light amidst the obscurity. This light was exceedingly dim, akin to a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean. One misstep, and it could extinguish. Mitsai relayed his observations to Trelawney with candor. Good heavens! She exclaimed, taking a deep breath as if summoning monumental resolve. Mr. Weasley, your fate is destined to be fraught with hardship. Blackness, an all-consuming blackness. I believe the conclusion of your destiny is death. Trelawney's mouth gaped in terror, her face a mask of dread. Yet, she adjusted her spectacles, which had slipped due to her exaggerated expression, and continued, however, Sir, There remains a glimmer of hope in your fate, though it is fleeting and elusive. To her disappointment, Mitsai did not exhibit the panic typically seen in those she had predicted before. Instead, he rose slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Death, you say? That does not seem so bad. From the very beginning, he had experienced death twice. He was favored by the Grim Reaper. The killing curse could not claim Mitsai's life. Nor could anyone else. Only he himself could choose to relinquish life for death to arrive. I am confident that I shall not meet death, Mitsai declared with a self-assured smile. He recalled the second prophecy of death. To follow the path of fate, but not to believe in it. It will come to pass, sir. You? Trelawney's voice abruptly ceased, as if severed by some unseen force. Her expression was a tapestry of disbelief and astonishment. How could anyone be unafraid of death? Even that nameless dark wizard struggled desperately for immortality, to escape the clutches of fate. Yet, the blue-haired wizard before her remained inexplicably calm. As she pondered this, Mitsai had already made his way to the door. Thank you for your prophecy, he nodded, stepping out with a light-hearted stride. Just as he had entered, in truth, Mitsai had never easily placed faith in prophecies, neither in the past nor in the present. A prophecy merely narrated a future that had already been determined. Yet, his greatest aversion lay in the very notion of certainty. The sun rises and sets, the stars shift and turn. All in the world is in motion. And what of the future? The future should also be subject to change. Imbued with hope and vitality, he had already forgotten the prophecy he had just heard. Chapter 19. Examinations, Orange Potion, and a new wand. Harry, having left early, was unaware of the events unfolding in the Forbidden Forest. He only knew that the scar on his forehead had begun to throb intermittently once more. Between each pang of pain, he found himself unable to resist recalling the centaurs he had encountered during his adventures, as well as the silvery blue bloodstains on the ground. Everything seemed far from simple. Who was the mysterious figure harming unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Why would he commit such a brutal act against such a beautiful and sacred creature? Harry could not ascertain. Yet, he felt an unsettling connection between this matter and that dark wizard whose name could not be uttered, the one responsible for the deaths of his parents and many others in the wizarding world, Voldemort. Voldemort sought the Philosopher's Stone, the key to immortality. Unable to contain himself, the Savior Boy, along with his two close friends, donned the invisibility cloak to investigate the room on the 4th floor. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, still guarded the chamber, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. When would Voldemort make his move? However, the doubts and immature speculations swirling in the boy's mind were soon swept away by the impending exams. Harry and Ron glumly gazed at their nearly pristine textbooks, while Hermione seized every moment to review, passionately determined to secure the top spot. Even Draco Malfoy, who usually delighted in tormenting and ridiculing Harry, had obediently joined the study sessions, having refrained from causing trouble for several days. Harry could scarcely recall how he managed to pass his exams. After barely completing the written portion, he faced the even more grueling practical exam. The charms exam proved not too difficult, as Harry easily made a pineapple dance joyfully. The transfiguration exam required transforming a rat into a box, the more intricate the design of the box. The higher the scored, if any fur or body parts of the rat remained, it would be deemed a failure. Harry managed to pass without incident. He could not explain why he dreamed of such a peculiar figure. Perhaps it was a premonition, or merely an unrealistic fantasy. Ron and Hermione did not share Harry's concerns over the Philosopher's Stone. For them, Voldemort was merely an abstract concept, akin to a villain in a Muggle novel, fearsome yet distant and intangible. The stress of the exams left them no time to worry about Snape or the stone. When these beleaguered little wizards finally concluded their exams, putting down their quills, they were liberated, with an entire week before the results would be revealed. Hermione performed admirably, yet she still clung to Ron and Harry, incessantly discussing the exam content and her fears of losing points. She always enjoyed revisiting her answers post-exam, despite her friends' lack of enthusiasm. The warm, gentle sunlight poured over the grassy expanse outside the classroom, each blade of green shimmering with golden hues. The relieved little wizards had long forgotten their exams, gathering in groups by the lake. Engaged in jovial conversation, a bunch of dim-witted trolls, Snape remarked testily. Though the potions exam had concluded without a single reckless wizard blowing up a cauldron, including the bumbling Neville Longbottom, this did not imply that their examination had gone smoothly. The fastidious potions master meticulously examined the forgetfulness potions brewed by his students, his already unappealing complexion darkening to resemble a stormy sky. Of the entire classroom of students, barely 2.5 potions passed muster. The consistently capable Draco Malfoy, the remarkably improving Xavier, and Hermione Granger, who could only be considered half a success. The silver lining was that Harry, having endured so much, had come to understand the importance of strength. If his abilities were sufficiently formidable, he would not have to live in constant fear of Voldemort, nor remain in the dark, perpetually grasping at fragments of understanding. Sometimes, strength also symbolized another form of qualification. Even as Snape searched for any fault in the Savior, the potion remained flawless. Moreover, Harry's brewing technique bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily's. Snape reminisced about that red-haired, green-eyed figure, a gentle ache piercing his heart. He had been silent and sorrowful, yet upon witnessing the works of the other little trolls, his fury became the prevailing sentiment. All of them are P. It must be P. Mitsai shook his head in resignation. Severus was always so stringent with the young wizards. However, he accurately sensed the peculiar emotions swirling within Severus. Despite the brevity of the moment, it was a complex amalgamation of pain, remorse, sorrow, and nostalgia. Who was the source of such turmoil? Mitsai pondered for a while, only to regretfully conclude that he could not fathom the protagonist's identity. It seemed to be intertwined with his past. If Severus were willing to share, he would listen. If not, there was no obligation to pry. Thus, Mitsai remained silent. "Here is the potion you requested, Mitsai." Severus retrieved a dark vial from the shelf and handed it over. His interest piqued as he observed Mitsai's slightly rigid demeanor. The man's black hair was unusually tied back with a slender ribbon, revealing his pale neck and chin, while the depths of his eyes were shrouded in a profound shade of blue-black. Mitsai, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his gaze as the steward of the master. He had not fulfilled his duties since arriving at Hogwarts. Instead, he had repeatedly burdened the already busy Severus. Under Severus's watchful gaze, Mitsai slowly opened the glass vial containing the potion. His heart racing with trepidation, he could distinctly sense the magical essence contained within. It was undoubtedly a successful creation, a proud achievement. Yet, the potion's ominous hue seemed to whisper to him, "I am particularly bitter." He had not forgotten that Severus's concoctions, while extraordinarily effective, were indeed rare treasures, and the potion's master seemed particularly inclined to infuse his brews with an unbearable bitterness. For instance, the potion sent to Madame Pomfrey and the one he had consumed after being injured in his battle with the troll were both wretchedly unpalatable. It was merely a touch of bitterness. It mattered not, for this was a potion crafted by the esteemed potion's master himself. Noticing the weary aura surrounding Severus, Mitsai felt unworthy of critiquing the potion's flavor. Gritting his teeth, he drank it down in one gulp. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, he was taken aback. The taste of the dark potion unfurled in his mouth, quickly leaving a unique essence upon his lips and tongue. It was the delightful flavor of orange, his favorite. Mitsai could not help but lick his lips. Wasn't it said that the potion's master favored concocting dreadful brews laden with bitter ingredients like the horrid gentian? Could it be that he had stumbled upon a counterfeit potion? Surely not. After downing this unusually sweet potion, a surge of immense magical energy coursed through his body. Mitsai felt the power that had once reached an impasse begin to boil anew. Shattering that barrier, the familiar sensation of strength almost returning. Yet, it did not. The surging energy abruptly calmed at the last moment, as if hindered by an unseen force, perhaps restored to 3/4 of its former glory. The blue-haired wizard silently assessed the situation. He would no longer need to regard the ever-smiling yet calculating headmaster Dumbledore with trepidation. More gratifying than regaining most of his strength was the fact that this potion bore the flavor of orange. Sweet and devoid of any strange bitterness, it was a concoction meticulously crafted by the illustrious potions master, Severus Snape. Despite the fact that his master detested any frivolous modifications to potions, especially regarding taste. Could it be that he had listened to his preferences? Mitsai's casual remarks had been taken to heart. It appeared that he truly was different. There would always be someone who cared for him. He was being looked after. Suddenly, a smile brightened Mitsai's features, radiant and dazzling, revealing a hidden sharp canine. reminiscent of effervescent orange soda bubbling on a summer day. "Master, this potion." His voice was clear, carrying an inexplicable youthful vigor despite his age. The sentence trailed off, the final note lifting softly, lingering. "What is it? Do you like it?" The deep, resonant tones of a cello began to play, unexpectedly devoid of sarcasm or mockery, yet predictably melodious. The blue-haired wizard's hair indeed seemed a touch too long, and its vibrant hue perhaps too striking. Otherwise, how could he feel such an intense heat? Severus tilted his head slightly, concealing the gentle light within his dark eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. If the young wizards familiar with the notoriously grim potions professor were to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. Be why Merlin's golden-threaded garments. Even the old bat can smile, after all. The last time he had smiled so joyfully was upon witnessing Harry Potter's misfortune. "I like it. I adore oranges." What was happening? Mitsai mused. It seemed he had suddenly fallen in love with this previously foreign world. All because of one person. Grateful to Merlin, he earnestly whispered the name of the deity of this realm within his heart. Regaining his strength and returning to the ranks of wizards was indeed a cause for joy. Yet the thought of his wand, lost to the winds of time, cast a shadow over his spirits. There were also Lin, the bookstore owner, and countless others he had yet to meet. In truth, this wand was not akin to the staffs of medieval popes or ancient relics of this world. It was merely an ordinary magical implement, yet it was a gift from his friends. Nurturing a magical instrument did not require an extensive period, but for Mitsai, it felt interminable, so long that his friends had departed before they could behold the future artifact. Long enough that he was left to wander this grim world alone, akin to a soulless specter. The wand could be replaced, but people lost could never be found again. He had let it slip away. Mitsai yearned to emulate Severus, to master his emotions with ease. Yet, he found himself incapable of such control, unable to learn. Furthermore, he was unaware of the very name of the technique. With an unwavering resolve, Mitsai sought out his wand, employing various tracking spells, yet all proved futile. It seemed to be veiled by some unseen force. Despite his earnest efforts, he was left with no choice but to accept this conclusion. Was it the work of the Grim Reaper? Mitsai had an inkling that his transmigration, the loss and subsequent restoration of his power, and the disappearance of his wand were all orchestrated by Death's hand. In his desperation, he temporarily relinquished the search for his old friend, turning instead to Severus, hoping he would accompany him to Diagon Alley. Well, I believe Mr. Weasley is quite aware that his unfortunate friend, the potions professor of Hogwarts, does not possess the luxury of time to indulge in trivial pursuits with a young wizard," Severus remarked, his tone laced with a hint of forced ferocity. When angered, he preferred to address Mitsai by his surname, accompanied by the honorific Mr., as if this were the only means to vent his frustrations. Did Mitsai not realize he had been thoroughly drained of even a moment's respite by that astute old bee? "Albus Dumbledore? My apologies, Severus." Mitsai readily acquiesced, demonstrating that it was hardly an issue. He proceeded directly to Dumbledore's office, exuding an air of familiarity that left the old headmaster momentarily speechless. Under his persuasive, or perhaps coercive, guidance, Dumbledore agreed to grant the tirelessly occupied potions master a day off to spend with his friend. Diagon Alley. The flames of the fireplace blazed brightly as two figures gradually vanished into the flickering light. It was not a grandiose, opulent shop, but rather a small, dilapidated establishment, easily overlooked. The gilded sign at the entrance had noticeably faded, proclaiming, "Ollivander, established 382B.C. Makers of fine wands." The shop's interior was modest yet filled with treasures. With thousands of slender boxes stacked from the floor to the ceiling. "Professor Snape, have you brought a young wizard to select a wand?" "Where is the young wizard?" Ollivander looked around, only to spot the blue-haired wizard smiling beside the robed professor. "He is the one." In a moment of mischievous delight, Severus pushed Mitsai toward the counter. The lighting in the shop was dim, and the old man's light-colored eyes shone like twin moons in the shadowy space. "Good day, sir," Mitsai greeted. "The wand chooses the wizard. I am certain you will find one suitable for him. Now, let me see." Ollivander opened one of the boxes and presented the wand to Mitsai. "How about this one? Heartwood, unicorn hair, 13 inches. The wand quivered slightly in Mitsai's hand before swiftly extinguishing its magical glow, it appeared unsuitable. Ollivander continued to present numerous wands, yet each one proved unfitting for the blue-haired, blue-eyed wizard before him. "All right, you stubborn gentleman. Now unleash your magical essence, and let us see if a wand will choose you." Mitsai complied, slowly releasing a magical array, causing the shop to illuminate brilliantly. At that moment, a box perched atop the stack began to tremble, and a wand soared into his grasp. It was a remarkably beautiful wand, radiating a subtle glow, its length and feel perfectly aligned with Mitsai's grasp. Made of silver birch and infused with the hair of a nocturnal steed. It measured 13 inches, an unusual combination, yet it was a wand of considerable power, one that only an equally formidable wizard could wield. Indeed, a discerning gentleman, Mitsai mused, caressing the distinctive wand, a curious sensation bubbling within him. Silver birch was rare and potent, while the nocturnal steed symbolized death. Undoubtedly, this was the wand best suited for him. Chapter 20. The Trapdoor, Trials and Truths, Repository of Thoughts, Repository of Intelligence, Apologies for OOC, Apologies for Plot Holes and Ruined Text. Following a tense examination, the trio from Gryffindor found themselves once again engulfed in trepidation concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Both Snape and Quirrell were potential agents of the Dark Lord, plotting to seize the stone capable of concocting the elixir of life. The two professors had recently been elusive, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. They even consulted Michel, who typically shared a close rapport with Professor Snape, but to their dismay, the blue-haired wizard shook his head in ignorance. Did Michel know? Of course, he did. Quirrell sought to pilfer the stone, while Severus was vigilantly monitoring him, thwarting the sinister machinations of Voldemort within Hogwarts. More crucially, it was about safeguarding the Savior, Harry Potter. This entire scenario was an integral part of Albus Dumbledore's enigmatic and clandestine scheme. Thus, even though he had surmised the basic outline of this plan, he chose not to intervene, opting instead to observe quietly and assist Severus in preserving the Savior's life when the moment necessitated it. He was merely an untrusted bystander. The Savior and Voldemort bore no direct connection to him. In his eyes, Voldemort was, at best, a somewhat formidable wizard and, at worst, a cowardly soul consumed by an obsessive quest for immortality. Terrified of death, such a being would inevitably tread the path of self-destruction. Moreover, with his regained majority of power, Michel felt confident in his ability to vanquish this demon, feared by all in the wizarding realm. Little did he know that upon revealing his identity as a wizard and his considerable prowess, Michel had already qualified to enter the fray. The strategic white wizard was contemplating how to integrate this variable into the established game board. However, Michel was evidently oblivious to this fact. With a new lease on life, he was disinterested in engaging in battles and strife. He merely wished to cherish each day and protect those he held dear. Avoiding the mistakes of the past, Michel cast a remarkably skilled disillusionment charm and trailed behind Harry and the others as they ventured to the 4th floor once more. Unlike their previous visits, this time the door to the room was ajar. It had been opened. Quirrell! Michel immediately thought of the defense against the dark arts professor. Harry and his companions were taken aback. "We must go in?" Hermione urged eagerly. Inside the trapdoor, a 3-headed dog appeared to be in a drowsy stupor, a harp lying at its feet. As if sensing their footsteps, it let out a low growl, on the verge of awakening completely. In a moment of urgency, Harry produced Hagrid's flute and began to play. The melodious tune flowed gently from the flute, as refreshing as rain cascading in the mountains. For the first time, Michel recognized that the Gryffindor savior was not only gifted in the sport of Quidditch, but also possessed a talent for the arts of music. The dog's barks gradually faded, its eyelids drooping. Fluffy fell asleep. "This feels reminiscent of a Muggle obstacle course," Michel mused. After listening to the melody for a while, he stepped inside, discovering the challenges surprisingly simple. This trio, one clever, one fortunate, and one embodying companionship and sacrifice, formed a perfect complement. It appeared to be part of a grand design. And no wonder there were no professors patrolling the castle tonight, as anticipated. They swiftly navigated through the first and second trials, corresponding to herbology and charms. Ron remained behind for the third challenge, Wizard's Chess, which involved transfiguration. The next trial would undoubtedly pertain to Snape. The two grew anxious. Compared to the previous trials, this room was utterly normal, devoid of terrifying traps or magical creatures. merely a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. The moment they crossed the threshold, purple flames erupted behind them, while the entrance was engulfed in black flames. Clearly, Harry and Hermione were trapped. The two quickly moved towards the center of the room, where Hermione seized a piece of parchment inscribed with the words, "Danger is imminent. Safety lies behind point 2. Among us can offer assistance. Drink them down. 1 leads you forward. 2 contain the potion of nettle wine. Point 3 are deadly, lined up in wait. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here forever. We also provide 4 hints to aid your choice. First, no matter how cunningly the poison hides, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at either end differ. If you wish to proceed, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will notice the bottles vary in size. Neither giant nor dwarf conceals the reaper. Fourth, the second from the left and the first from the right. Though they appear different, their essence is the same. Hermione let out a long sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face. The invisible Michelle also chuckled softly. Is this a challenge set by the professor? Quite amusing. This was not some unfathomable magic, but rather a riddle derived from the Muggle world, a skill many distinguished figures in the wizarding realm struggled with. Although this reasoning might seem trivial to a true sage, it could still perplex the average wizard, and of course, had Hermione not been present, this clever and diligent little witch would have excelled in logical reasoning. How splendid! This is logical deduction. Logical deduction? Harry was utterly bewildered. He only knew that Snape would not easily allow them to pass. Who could have anticipated this challenge would be so arduous? For Harry, the quintessential Gryffindor, reasoning seemed an absurdity, if one could act. Why resort to thinking? This was a common affliction among wizards. Harry scratched his head. His brown hair tousled like a ruffled sparrow. Michelle could not help but smirk. Give me a moment. Hermione meticulously reviewed the clues a few more times before approaching the bottles for further examination. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on the brown-haired witch's face. She had unraveled the riddle. Michelle thought she should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. The sorting hat had truly misjudged her. The smallest bottle would help them traverse the black flames to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, while the farthest right bottle would allow them to escape through the purple flames. Both potions contained just enough for 1 person. I should manage for a while, but not for long. But Harry. Hermione's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with concern. It's fine. I managed to escape from the Dark Lord once, didn't I? Harry reassured her. The little witch's lips quivered as she suddenly embraced the seemingly composed boy before her. Harry, you are a remarkable wizard. But my grades are average, and I often lose points for the house, unlike you, Hermione. Harry spoke bashfully. No, Harry, Hermione declared resolutely. I merely bury myself in books. I can only be considered somewhat clever at best. Harry, you must be careful. I will, Hermione. Harry released her, advancing towards the next room, determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, he was a true Gryffindor, Michelle thought. Little did he know, the sorting hat had originally intended for Harry to be placed in Slytherin. Had Harry not firmly rejected its suggestion, the eager sorting hat would have exclaimed "I" in the next room. A figure draped in a purple scarf slowly turned to face them. It was Quirrell. His expression was peculiar, his eyes fixated on Harry. It's you? Of course, Potter. But, do you mean Snape? Quirrell's mocking laughter echoed, not sharp or grating, yet it still sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Indeed, Snape hardly resembled a benevolent figure, dark, bitter, akin to a bat flitting through the shadows. Yet, who would suspect a timid professor, terrified of a troll, and prone to stuttering? Moreover, how could he protect you when he harbored such hatred for your father? No one thought of this. At least, prior to this, he had already considered Quirrell a suspect. At least Voldemort had not yet appeared. This was already a favorable outcome. So, it is you? Quirrell sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Harry Potter's tone suggested he suspected not only Snape, but also himself. Was that damned Weasley behind this? Quirrell ground his teeth. That day in the Forbidden Forest, he had clearly hit the audacious blue-haired muggle with the killing curse. Yet it had failed? Upon returning to the castle, he could only pretend not to recognize Michelle, hastily passing by him each time. Harry conceded. In this confrontation, Quirrell's laughter gradually diminished, then faded completely. Quirrell turned away, slowly removing the scarf from his head. On the small back of his head was a grotesque and terrifying visage. His pallid complexion appeared almost gray, and within his eyes, which should have been jet black, glowed a terrifying red light. His nose seemed to have been flattened, leaving only two slender nostrils. Both Michelle and Harry Potter were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the figure in the next room would not be Professor Snape or even Quirrell himself, but Voldemort, the very dark wizard who once sent tremors through the entire wizarding world, whose name could not even be uttered. Though at this moment Voldemort's soul merely clung to Quirrell, the aura of malevolent dark magic swiftly permeated the air, inducing a profound sense of dread. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was akin to a whisper, deep and hoarse. Meatsai tightened her grip on her newly acquired wand, her index finger gently caressing its surface. How could she assist Harry from the shadows without him discovering her presence? Meanwhile, Harry clutched the hem of his wizarding robe, trembling as he retreated. Bang! He collided with a wall, with nowhere left to flee. Oh, be precise. It was a large full-length mirror. The reflection within was a dark void, obscuring any discernible image. Meatsai stealthily approached, having sensed an extraordinary surge of magic emanating from the mirror. The Philosopher's Stone lay within. She reached in, her fingers brushing against a rough stone. It was a vivid crimson, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery. Calmly, she cast the stone into Harry's pocket. Quirrell sensed the fleeting aura and raised his hand, poised to utter the killing curse at the boy before him. Before the green light could emerge from the tip of the wand, Harry knocked it to the ground. Overwhelmed by terror and pressure, he instinctively reached out to grasp the face of the person before him. The piercing scream erupted. Quirrell's exposed skin bubbled as if scalded. Harry, racked with pain, pressed his hand against the scar on his forehead, succumbing to unconsciousness. A pair of ornate gold-rimmed glasses materialized before Harry, and as he blinked, the kind visage of Albus Dumbledore gradually came into focus. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Sir, Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone. Do not be alarmed, my dear child. All is well. I arrived just in time. The stone is safe." "Professor Dumbledore, Severus Snape. He didn't harm me, did he? Has he been saving me all along?" Dumbledore nodded. "Quirrell claimed that Professor Snape despised me due to his animosity towards my father. Is that true?" "Indeed, they were adversaries, each unable to tolerate the other, much like you and Mr. Malfoy. Later, your father committed an act that Severus could never forgive." "What act?" "He saved Severus's life." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "I in the corner." The blue-haired wizard pondered, his presence masked so well that not a hint of it was revealed. Could this be the reason Severus loathed the Chosen One yet continued to protect him? Something felt amiss. Deep down, he sensed that this event had indeed occurred, but the true reason behind Severus's willingness to safeguard Harry lay elsewhere, a truth that Dumbledore was reluctant to disclose. The poor Chosen One, having just endured a fright, now learned of such a hidden truth, causing his already pale complexion to grow even more ashen. If the old bat discovered he knew his secret, would he not silence him in a fit of rage? Dumbledore perceived Harry's distress, offering a gentle smile as he retrieved a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his sleeve. "Fear not, Harry, I shall not reveal your secret to Severus." This wise old headmaster always possessed an uncanny understanding of others. Meatsai trailed slowly behind the boy, halting just before the door. A sensation of being seen washed over her. Behind her, the eyes concealed beneath the glasses flickered alive once more. Albus Dumbledore remained rooted in place, his face still adorned with that signature benevolent smile. "Would you care to join me in my office?" Meatsai raised an eyebrow. She fancied her invisibility charm to be quite flawless. Had she been discovered after all? It seemed this century's greatest white wizard was not merely a title. "Of course, I am honored, headmaster." Meatsai dispelled the enchantment, the air around him seemingly sketching his outline, his form gradually becoming visible. "Oh, it truly is you." The elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, widened his eyes slightly. An exquisite invisibility charm, he sincerely praised. "As per tradition, see you tonight." Chapter 21. Agreements, Bias, and the House Cup, Repository of Thoughts, from Albus Dumbledore's fleeting remarks. Meatsai had already determined that he had not truly perceived her presence. Clearly, he was attempting to deceive her. Observing the blue-haired wizard's exasperated gesture to his forehead, the white-haired elder chuckled, his smile betraying a cunning satisfaction. "The password? Honeyduke's toffee." The two entered the headmaster's office, one after the other. Mr. Weiler, would you care for a drink? Perhaps a cup of delightful honey water? Thank you, Headmaster. Meatsai accepted the cup Dumbledore offered and took a gentle sip. A cloyingly sweet flavor surged along his tongue, ultimately saturating his entire mouth. In a wonder Severus often referred to him as Old Honeybee. Meatsai instantly understood. What had once appeared as mere mockery now seemed an accurate portrayal. This was not merely water mixed with honey, but rather a large cup filled predominantly with honey, with only a few meager drops of water added. The reason for the rapid disappearance of the strengthening solution on Severus's potion shelf was now apparent. Headmaster Dumbledore, what is it that you wish to discuss? Meatsai, suppressing the urge to cleanse his palate, inquired. I recall that we spoke some time ago. I certainly remember, Mr. Weiler, Dumbledore replied with a smile. But today is a conversation between wizards. Sir, I am not interested in your secret plans. Before the old headmaster could speak, Meatsai firmly expressed his refusal. Perhaps you should reconsider, as Severus is also involved in the plans. He is a crucial component. Dumbledore took a large gulp of the honey water, his eyes narrowing contentedly. Meatsai's expression grew cold. It was undeniable that Dumbledore had him in a bind. At least today, he was thoroughly ensnared in this matter. Regardless, Severus Snape was someone of utmost importance to him, and his safety was paramount. State your terms. Quite simple, Mr. Weiler. You are a powerful wizard, even more so than I or the Dark Lord. I wish for your assistance in executing the plan and in aiding to eliminate him. Dumbledore's gaze turned serious. In truth, Meatsai found it challenging to navigate the complexities of a person like Dumbledore. He was adept at dealing with shrewd politicians, arrogant nobles, and hypocritical moralists. I will do my utmost to help you find a way to restore your full power. The elderly man's eyes flickered evasively. Headmaster, you know that is not what I seek. I apologize, Mr. Weiler, but I cannot guarantee the survival of anyone involved in the plan, including Harry or even myself. We may all be called to make sacrifices when necessary. As long as it brings lasting peace and tranquility to the wizarding world. The young and powerful wizard fell silent, his long blue hair cascading to one side, naturally obscuring much of his handsome face. His expression was inscrutable. Silence is not weakness, but rather the gentlest strike of strength. Meatsai had conveyed his inner thoughts. As someone who considered himself quite selfish, he could not fathom why someone would willingly sacrifice everything for those beyond family, lovers, and friends, without reservation. Yet he expressed his respect. Albus Dumbledore could be regarded as the leader of the entire wizarding world. Very well, Headmaster. I believe I should acquiesce to your request. However, I have one condition. What condition? I thought you would understand. Do not show favoritism towards Gryffindor, finding various reasons to award them extra points. The elder before him was undoubtedly a great and kind man, a successful politician, and an extraordinarily powerful white wizard. However, Meatsai believed that Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was not a competent headmaster of Hogwarts. His love for the students was genuine and vast, yet this affection was always skewed, leaning heavily towards one side. Gryffindor would always receive the preferential treatment and care of this esteemed headmaster. His kindness seemed to be bestowed more upon the little lions who needed it least, rather than on Slytherins, who were often reviled and in greater need of his support. Even the Sorting Hat's song spoke of Slytherin's cunning and deceit, while Gryffindor was celebrated for its bravery and integrity. This was neither appropriate nor just. I will do so. Dumbledore sighed deeply. If Severus were to know, he would surely be pleased. Harry was truly exhausted, and with the effect of the elixir of life. He slept soundly until the afternoon. The boy's vitality had nearly returned, his previously pallid complexion now flushed with a healthy glow. That evening, Harry descended with Ron and Hermione to partake in the end-of-year feast. After this year, they would officially be second-year wizards. When they arrived, the Great Hall was already filled with people. The Slytherin students had begun their celebrations for their overwhelming victory, and Draco Malfoy's face was rife with taunting arrogance. The platinum-haired young master cast a sidelong glance at the recently crowned protector of the Philosopher's Stone, disdain glimmering in his gray-blue eyes. Before indulging in these delectable dishes, I must trouble everyone to lend an ear to the ramblings of an old man. Now, as far as I am aware, we must first commence the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. Allow me to announce the scores for each house. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In third place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points, and in first place, Slytherin with 472 points. And no sooner had the words left my lips than a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by a cacophony of stomping feet. These serpents, who usually uphold the decorum of nobility, had utterly abandoned their restraint. Harry observed Draco Malfoy vigorously tapping his goblet against the table, casting yet another challenging glance in his direction. Indeed, indeed, well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore remarked. However, given the multitude of events that have transpired at Hogwarts recently, I believe I have some points to allocate. The clamor in the hall subsided, and the Slytherin smiles dimmed slightly. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a sun-dried carrot. He had just bested one of the most brilliant chess games in Hogwarts history, and for that, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling. The stars above seemed to tremble in response. Percy could be heard loudly informing the other prefects, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother." He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. After much effort, calm was restored. Second, Miss Hermione Granger. She displayed remarkable logical reasoning in the face of adversity. Thus, I believe I shall award Gryffindor another 50 points. The brown-haired witch quietly buried her face in her arms, and had it not been for the tips of her ears turning crimson, Harry might have thought she was in tears. The Gryffindor lions erupted into cheers once more. The brilliant red in the House Cup jewel visibly surged. Goodness, they had gained a full 100 points. Praise Merlin, praise Dumbledore. Third, Mr. Harry Potter. The vast hall fell into an instant hush, with countless eyes from all four houses fixed upon the illustrious boy. He had exhibited unparalleled bravery and remarkable courage. For that, I must award Gryffindor. Dumbledore suddenly halted, sensing a piercing gaze from below. The striking blue-eyed muggle held his gaze, a knowing smirk playing at his lips from a distance. His lips seemed to form the words, "Headmaster. Do not forget our agreement." Michelle understood that this essentially kind-hearted old man found it difficult to relinquish his inherent favoritism towards Gryffindor, just as Severus would forever harbor disdain for Gryffindor while favoring Slytherin. The distinction lay in one being self-aware, intentionally so from the depths of his being, whereas the other remained oblivious, often unwittingly disrupting the existing equilibrium. Dumbledore had likely intended to award Harry 70 points, thus securing Gryffindor's victory. This elderly gentleman, typically lacking in logic and mathematics, was surprisingly adept at calculating scores while favoring Gryffindor. The House Cup for Slytherin should not be so brazenly snatched away. This, in itself, was an injustice. Dumbledore felt an unexpected wave of guilt wash over him as he wiped the cold sweat that had just emerged on his brow, facing the eager gazes of Gryffindor and the distant, penetrating stare of Michelle. He continued, "I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ultimately, even with the remarkable contributions of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had collectively garnered 150 points for the Lion House, Gryffindor remained firmly in second place. This year, the House Cup still belonged to Slytherin." Dumbledore cast a resigned glance at the contented Michelle. The blue-haired wizard's lips curled into an uncontainable smile, his eyes shining with delight. He did not spare the old headmaster another glance. At that moment, his focus was solely on the potion's master beside him. Perhaps he had never looked at anyone else. A hint of joy flickered across Snape's typically impassive face as he waved his wand gently. Silver-green streamers and decorations adorned the walls of the hall, while banners bearing the Slytherin crest appeared on the ceiling. The excited serpents erupted into unprecedented cheers. They had won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. Professor McGonagall shook hands with Snape, her words sincere in congratulations. "Severus, congratulations. Slytherin is once again in first place." "Thank you, Minerva." Snape's gratitude was equally heartfelt. He had always held a genuine respect for the somewhat elderly Transfiguration professor, the head of Gryffindor. Although the Gryffindor lions felt somewhat disheartened, their naturally lively spirits soon immersed them in the festive atmosphere. After all, following tonight, a holiday awaited. "Are you happy, Severus?" A pair of sparkling eyes boldly intruded upon Snape's line of sight, resembling precious deep blue gems. What to do? This beautiful gem had set its sights on him. In truth, he had long noticed the silent exchange of glances between Michelle and that old bee. Yet, he refrained from inquiring. Those who harbor secrets and lack transparency have no right to demand unreserved honesty from others. He chose not to ponder this matter further, for the blue-haired wizard's eager display of seeking praise was both amusing and exasperating. The somewhat helpless professor could ascertain that if the present Michelle Weiler possessed a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging fervently, akin to a foolish, exuberant dog. All this was thanks to Mr. Moonlight. The gentle moonlight gradually enveloped the boundless darkness, illuminating the pure soul. Truly, it was a marvelous evening. Chapter 22. Leisure, Talent, and Potions Research. As the holiday approached, the results of the final exams were released. To Harry's astonishment, he had passed with flying colors. One could surmise that the cauldron had temporarily spared him from the old bat's ire. However, Ron was not so fortunate, having the honor of receiving a failing grade. Yet, no one failed the exams. As even Neville managed to compensate for his shortcomings in potions with outstanding performance in herbology.as for Hermione, she remained the ever-constant top student, the diligent young witch embodying both wisdom and courage as a Gryffindor. Harry did not particularly look forward to the holiday. Despite his approaching birthday, he preferred the life at Hogwarts, where he felt truly at home. Michelle, on the other hand, eagerly anticipated the break. With his magical abilities restored, he could finally practice the spells and potions he had read about, rather than merely theorizing. His small notebook was filled with intriguing hypotheses and conjectures. The ingredients of this world were far more abundant than those of the medieval era. Indeed, some flowers could even serve as medicinal components. As a potion master, his instinct drew him to these lovely, precious raw materials. Upon returning to Spinner's End, Michelle joined Snape in the basement, seemingly becoming one of those who forsook sleep and day for the sake of research. However, trial and error were inevitable. After he accidentally exploded his fifth cauldron, a scowling Snape could no longer contain his frustration and called for a halt. I presume the gentleman before me is not of the same ilk as those foolish trolls. It seems I have been mistaken. The recently empowered Weiler was evidently showcasing the emptiness of his troll-like intellect, as perhaps the Gertie-root had taken root within. The calm, deep-set eyes of the dark-haired man sparkled with mockery. The curve of his lips laced with disdain. Goodness, he had destroyed 5 cauldrons in just a single day. Even Gryffindor's little troll could not achieve such a remarkable feat. Severus, I am merely experimenting. Michelle had fully acclimatized to Snape's sudden bursts of sarcasm and his habit of addressing him by surname when displeased. The low, magnetic tone in which his surname was spoken seemed to carry a certain enchantment. Becoming addictive, Michelle found a certain pleasure in being teased by the potions master. However, upon witnessing the glint of sarcasm mixed with ire in Snape's gaze, he felt compelled to explain. After all, I once was a potion master. Then I must be woefully uninformed, as I have not had the pleasure of hearing of Mr. Weiler's illustrious reputation. The melodious voice brushed past his ears, slipping into Michelle's consciousness like a sudden, refreshing breeze, carrying with it an unintentional intimacy. All right, Severus, it is all my fault. As the chief culprit behind the destroyed cauldrons, the blue-haired wizard quietly gathered the remnants, lifting his gaze to reveal a bright smile. The wind called from outside. A dazzling ray of gold squeezed through the curtains, pooling into a small patch of light on the floor, illuminating the figure before him. Such a charming smile, Snape thought instinctively. Although a Chinese proverb states that failure is the mother of success, Michel dared not continue his blind experimentation. He feared that Severus might, in a fit of anger, cast him out of the basement. Snape was not genuinely angry. To be honest, some of Michel's ideas were quite intriguing, and if successful, they could amplify the effects of low-level potions by several times. This alone demonstrated the blue-haired wizard's innate talent in potion-making. Of course, if one disregarded his rough extraction techniques and poor control of heat, this uninvited guest might indeed have the potential to become a master potion maker in the future. Such a talent must not be squandered. Thus, under the patient tutelage of the esteemed potion master, Severus Snape, amidst the ominous glare of death and venomous assaults, Meatseye dedicated an entire afternoon to mastering the control of potion brewing, ultimately concocting a perfect elixir of exquisite quality. It appears he truly possesses the essence of a potion maker. Otherwise, how could he possibly have acquired such skills in such a brief span of time? Even with extraordinary talent, that would be nothing short of a fantasy. Meatseye's initial thoughts were not misplaced. There exists a symbiotic connection among different ingredients, and the variations in combination and dosage can yield remarkably diverse potencies. However, the methodologies of potion brewing in the two realms diverge somewhat, rendering him incapable of mastering the craft without guidance, which led to the unfortunate explosion incident. Nevertheless, despite Mitsai having grasped the adept techniques of potion brewing, his methods remained rather unrefined, even somewhat wild. He carelessly tossed various ingredients into the cauldron without regard for order or procedure, yet this azure-haired wizard managed to brew a potion of commendable quality, benefiting from an absolute understanding of timing and potion properties. Snape, rubbing his temples, expressed his discomfort, his elegant brows furrowing slightly, akin to ripples spreading across water. Eye in his eyes, potion-making is an art of profound elegance, demanding exceptional skill as its foundation, while Mitsai's actions seem to epitomize the tragic self-degradation of a genius. Indeed, this is the perfect holy water, even surpassing the original in potency, Mitsai remarked, gazing at the bubbling golden potion with satisfaction. Holy water? Snape inquired, puzzled. What an odd appellation. It is merely an enhanced version of the Felix Felicis, which not only amplifies its efficacy, but also significantly reduces the brewing time. Mitsai hurriedly explained. Holy water is a term from the medieval period, referring to potions provided en masse by potion makers to the Holy See, naturally akin to the Felix Felicis of this world in its ability to enhance luck and, when necessary, augment one's abilities. I believe you should publish the improvement methods in potions, Snape suggested. Potions is a renowned journal within the wizarding community, akin to current Transfiguration, both being top-tier publications in their respective fields. The Felix Felicis, acknowledged as a superior potion, requires a full 6 months to brew, and only potion masters of exceptional skill can accomplish this feat. Even many seasoned potion makers often face failure, yet its effects are profoundly significant. Once consumed, this miraculous potion imparts an exhilarating sensation to the user, as if opportunities are boundless. Many wizards flock eagerly to obtain even a small vial of Felix Felicis. This golden potion is a priceless rarity, its value beyond measure. Should such a paper be published, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the potion-making realm, indeed, the entire wizarding world. And this is but a fleeting notion scribbled in Mitsai's notebook. Purportedly conceived during his time at a Muggle clinic. Listen to Severus, he mused. The deep blue eyes of the azure-haired Muggle sparkled with delight, brimming with sweetness. Mitsai, I believe this can be further refined. The dark-haired man seized a quill and swiftly inscribed modifications along the edge of the notebook. His beautiful cursive bore a hint of sharpness, imbuing the paper with palpable energy, leaving only a faint scent of ink behind. Severus Snape truly merits the title of the greatest potion master of this century. He astutely filled in all the gaps in Mitsai's modest idea and further proposed alternative enhancements. The man's long black hair cascaded past his shoulders, the ends curling just so. From Mitsai's vantage point, he could only perceive his superior bone structure and striking profile. The earnestness with which the potion master studied was particularly captivating. The afternoon breeze wafted through the heavy window panes, stirring a vibrant crimson dusk as the tranquil night stealthily arrived. Under the diligent supervision of the butler, Snape dined punctually, his gastric condition having reached a precarious state during his tenure at Hogwarts. Mitsai took responsibility for each of his patients, particularly for Severus Snape, who possessed a touch of pride, yet proved somewhat obstinate. The manuscript was completed and lay upon the desk in the underground studio, destined for immediate dispatch the following day. The authorship bore the names of Mitsai Viller and Severus Snape, a collaboration between the Moonlight Man and the Batman Chapter 23. Transformation, shape-shifting, and birthdays, replacement completed. Triumphantly JPG. The following is the Chamber of Secrets plot, diverging somewhat from the original text. The author's hand is sore, no piano practice today, hence an early update. I wrote for an entire afternoon. I can only use my phone, alas. After finishing afternoon tea, Mitsai resumed his second round of revising the potion book. Since the last improvement of Felix Felicis and his discussion with Severus, he had garnered numerous new insights regarding the properties of potion ingredients. Glancing at the tightly shut door of the basement and then at the time, he resolved to summon the potion professor, who was engrossed in his research, for dinner. With determination, Mitsai retrieved a copy of Advanced Potion Making from the shelf. Neglecting the contents of the title page, he directly flipped to the first page. Previously perplexing and esoteric knowledge now danced to life. and he experienced the unique allure of potion-making from another world for the first time. It seemed he comprehended Severus's obsession. While perusing, Mitsai suddenly spotted a spell written in elegant script on one of the pages. With a notation in parentheses, for enemies, from the components of the spell and the accompanying note, it appeared to be an offensive incantation, a spell not found in advanced charms, likely an original creation of Snape. He felt an overwhelming urge to experiment with it. Mitsai raised his wand and gently tapped the book before him. Sectum Sempra. The spell was uttered, yet the azure-haired wizard's wand emitted no light, leading him to nearly dismiss it as an ordinary charm. Of course, as a master of potions, Severus was not particularly adept in the realm of charms. However, the very next moment, the page before him was cleaved asunder by an immensely powerful force, the cut clean and precise. Resembling an elegant work of art, yet the entire book had been rendered into disarray. Was he not both a potion master and a master of charms? The gentleman truly was the most formidable of professors. Undoubtedly, this was a potent and malevolent curse, yet it defied convention, lacking the dazzling brilliance that typically accompanies the casting of dark or light magic. It was subdued, silent, yet akin to a razor-sharp sword. However, this sword would not be drawn lightly. It remained sheathed, never revealing an ounce of its edge, steadfastly protecting itself with a hard exterior. This mirrored the very nature of its creator, Severus Snape. For the most part, this man was taciturn, despite his frequent sardonic remarks and biting sarcasm rendering him seemingly reticent. The pervasive sense of distance surrounding him was ineluctable. Loneliness appeared to be an innate talent of the potion master. He instinctively resisted all external perceptions, inadvertently pushing away kindness in the process. Mitsai lowered his gaze, gently caressing the cut edge of the page, as if stroking Snape's solitude, or perhaps the solitude of this master of the dark arts. They were alike, both tasting the bitterness of isolation, yet they were different. One was a cold-hearted pretender, while the other was a warm-hearted deceiver. Mitsai was prone to laughter, his face always adorned with a perfect and timely smile. Yet his heart remained indifferent. Insignificant gestures of kindness and love could not fill the barren void of his early life. For someone like him, not even monumental events could stir his inner being. Yet simultaneously, even the faintest glimmer of light could illuminate his soul. Thus, several individuals ventured into his heart. The medieval Viller, Catherine, Lynn, and in this world, Harry, Hermione, Ron, along with Severus Snape, his mentor. Two solitary souls embraced their fated encounter. Emerging anew, was the gentleman before him intent on dismantling the poor potion master's entire collection. Perhaps he would willingly sample the invigorating little charm he had just invented. Soft footsteps intermingled with mocking words wafted into the living room. The man clad in black robes had exited the basement ahead of time. Having completed his experiment, Snape was in high spirits, yet upon witnessing the nearly obliterated collection of books, the potion master's joy evaporated instantaneously. This clumsy Mitsai Viller had dared to practice spells on his own book. Without needing to inquire, he could discern from the lingering aura of magic that it was indeed Sectum Sempra. The most alarming realization struck him. This azure-haired wizard had fortuitously obtained his old-school textbook. He fervently hoped the boy had not glimpsed the inscription on the title page. The now accomplished young potion master felt a twinge of embarrassment over his past juvenile antics, and why apologies. Severus, Mitsai instinctively offered, his habitual smile emerging yet again. It seemed to have become a fixed pattern. Snape's brows knitted tightly, his dark eyes fixed intently upon the azure-haired wizard, his expression complex. Every time he uttered Mitsai's name, the boy would hastily apologize, even when Snape did not genuinely intend to reproach him. This sensation was unsettling, akin to a soulless product of alchemy. I believe you need not apologize so often. I find it displeasing to hear. Lift your head. Mitsai paused, a wave of evident disappointment washing over him. Was the gentleman angry? Did he harbor disdain towards him? Indeed, no one would appreciate a person as hypocritical as Mitsai Viller. Nevertheless, he obediently lifted his gaze towards Snape, his eyes betraying a flicker of evasion. Snape appeared to be confronted with the most formidable challenge of his life, a dilemma far more complex than unraveling all the enigmas of potion-making. This individual, who had inadvertently intruded into his existence, was, at his core, profoundly insecure, He could genuinely perceive the heart of the blue-haired wizard, deeply concealed beneath a fade. It was cold and solitary. Snape had long recognized that Michel Viller was not a person overflowing with kindness or overly sentimental. On the contrary, he was exceedingly rational, to the point of being indifferent. Yet, paradoxically, this seemingly unkind soul had performed numerous acts of benevolence. Such actions did not stem from genuine goodwill, but rather from a profound instinct embedded within his very essence. He ought to have been a kind-hearted individual. Stop laughing. It looks quite unbecoming, Snape added, sensing the ambiguity in his words. If you wish to refrain from laughter, then do so. I am not angry, Severus replied. Really? Michel inquired, astonished. Yet, the self behind the mask of a smile was so despicable, so detestable. Could anyone truly harbor affection for him? Michel discreetly tightened his grip on the hem of his garment. I believe I am not fearsome enough to render you speechless. Michel. The man's deep voice bore no trace of mockery. It was merely a quiet assertion of a crucial truth. Snape did not harbor disdain towards him. An indescribable wave of joy surged within Michel, prompting him to smile. However, this smile emanated from the depths of his being, radiant as the sunlight streaming through the window. Oculus Reparo. Restoration to its original state, an enhanced version of the restoration spell. Upon witnessing one of Michel's rare, genuine smiles, Snape turned and settled into the opposite sofa. The sunlight before dusk was blindingly bright. He found it difficult to avert his gaze. Snape lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. The orchids by the windowsill drooped their petals in the golden glow. During dinner that evening, a sudden loud noise erupted from the living room window. A dazed owl crashed directly into the glass. I'll go take a look, Michel said, setting down his fork. He opened the window to allow the poor creature inside, only to discover that a letter was dangling from the owl's leg. He had initially assumed the owl was lost. The letter was from Hermione, and it read, Dear Mr. Michel Viller, Harry's birthday is approaching, and we are hosting a party for him at Ron's house. We hope you can attend. Additionally, I heard you reside at Professor Snape's home, which is quite close to Harry's. We would appreciate it if you could bring him along, little fellow. Wait for me. I'll find you something to eat. Michel gently patted the owl's head and headed to the kitchen for a bit of ham. It seemed that our most popular Mr. Viller at Hogwarts was receiving love letters even during the holidays. Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. His fork stabbed fiercely into the steak, splattering some delicious juices. While everyone assumed Michel was a muggle, there were young witches discreetly slipping him notes. Several young wizards were eager to try their luck as well. Not to mention the present circumstances. What love letters? It's merely Harry's upcoming birthday, Michel replied, a look of resignation crossing his face. Were it not for his understanding of the potion's professor's temperament, he might have suspected Snape was feeling jealous. The mere mention of Harry's name made Snape visibly irritable. He loathed that little Potter who bore an uncanny resemblance to James. Humph, he snorted. Would you care to join us? Out of politeness, Michel inquired. Snape's expression darkened further. Damn it, Michel. How dare you invite me to meet that insufferable savior? If it weren't for his lily-like eyes, I would fear losing control and choking the boy to death. Asked Mr. Viller, asking his unfortunate friend to sacrifice precious holiday time to attend a Gryffindor troll's birthday celebration? Severus, I swear. I have no such intention, Michel replied, as he graciously cleared Snape's plate and replaced it with a neatly sliced steak. You had best be sincere. Snape leisurely speared a piece and placed it in his mouth, chewing delicately, his movements exuding elegance. The man's cold brow gradually softened, his obsidian-like eyes narrowing slightly, the elongated corners lifting just a fraction. It must be said, Michel's steak was truly delectable. The culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves could certainly use some enhancement. Michel remained silent, intently observing Snape as he savored the steak, noting the satisfied expression on his professor's face, reminiscent of a proud little cat. For reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of delight. A corner of his hollow heart quietly filled. He was changing. On the eve of Harry's birthday, after reminding Snape to eat on time and avoid staying up late, Michel set off for Privet Drive with a gift prepared for Harry. He knocked on the door, which was opened by a tall man with a bushy beard. Good day. May I ask if Harry Potter is home? The man's face twisted in an instant. He is not home, and we don't welcome you strange wizards. Vernon was nearly apoplectic. That wretched Harry Potter had turned his home into a chaotic mess. Now, another wizard like him had arrived. He would not allow these bizarre individuals into his house, no matter what. Did I ask that so? I apologize for the intrusion. Michel retracted his polite smile, uttering not another word as he departed. It seemed Harry was enduring quite an unpleasant time at his aunt's. Indeed, the poor boy had been confined for 3 whole days by the enraged Dursleys, thanks to Dobby's interference, and had even received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. He was at risk of being expelled by that indiscriminate ministry. The ravenous boy curled up on his small bed, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. In his dream, Harry vaguely heard the sound of someone shaking the bars, clanging loudly. The moonlight was particularly bright that night, streaming through the gaps in the bars, prompting him to suddenly open his eyes. Outside the window, a handsome wizard with gray-blue hair and deep blue eyes was gazing at him with a smile. "Michel," Harry called softly. He tiptoed to the bedside and pushed the window open. "How did you?" Michel waved his wand, and the iron bars that had confined them transformed into a flock of birds that took flight. It was the first time in 3 days that Harry felt the gentle, soothing breeze of the outdoors, imbued with the scent of moonlight. "Ron has invited you to their home. Hermione will be there too. I am here to fetch you." The blue-haired wizard's eyes curved slightly, the long lashes glimmering with silvery light. "Go grab your suitcase, Harry." The curtains, unprotected by the glass, fluttered wildly in the night breeze. Yet Michel could still see Harry dashing around the room, hurriedly stuffing items into his suitcase. Finally, he grabbed Hedwig's cage and quickly climbed onto the windowsill. Perhaps it was Harry's hurried footsteps or the few cries emitted by Hedwig as she was lifted. But in any case, Vernon noticed Harry's actions. "Petunia, he's making a run for it. He's escaping." Uncle Vernon's shrill voice echoed from behind. "Damn it, damn wizard." The rude man recognized Michel as the one who had knocked on the door earlier. Harry leaped from the window, suitcase and owl in tow, while Michel cast a levitation charm to ensure the boy landed safely. "How do we leave?" Harry asked, perplexed. "Apparate. Disapparate." Thus, under the furious and terrified gaze of Uncle Vernon, the two vanished from Privet Drive in an instant. Pop! Harry and Michel soon found themselves before a rather peculiar-looking house. The foundation resembled a large pigsty, the upper portion slanted at odd angles. Stacked precariously high, a large red chimney billowed white smoke from its top. Michel was instantly captivated by the marvel of magic, astonished that such an oddly shaped house could even be constructed. Before he could take a closer look, Harry suddenly knelt on the ground, retching as though he had been thrown into a blender, spinning endlessly before landing. "Hey, Michel!" Ron and Hermione rushed out from inside, their faces alight with joy at the sight of the two. "Oh my goodness, Harry, what happened?" Mrs. Weasley also emerged, her gaze widening at the sight of Harry slumped on the ground. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." Michel helped him to his feet. "It's called apparition, Harry." "Did you arrive via apparition?" Hermione asked, her excitement palpable, her eyes sparkling. The boy nodded, adjusting his crooked glasses. "That must have been quite a remarkable experience. I absolutely must learn how to apparate. It's a skill every accomplished wizard should possess." "Hermione, it's not remarkable. It's actually rather unpleasant," Harry weakly retorted as Ron assisted him inside. First-time apparition can be disorienting, as the sensation of being compressed and spinning in space can be quite unsettling. Hermione also dragged Michel in, her chatter overflowing with questions about apparition. The following day marked Harry's birthday, and the humble abode's living room was adorned with an enchanting warmth. Colorful balloons dangled from the ceiling, while a banner proclaiming "Happy Birthday" adorned the walls. The table was laden with a plethora of delectable treats and beverages, with a magnificent cake taking center stage. As Harry arrived, everyone eagerly presented their meticulously prepared birthday gifts. Gratefully, Harry accepted each one, expressing his heartfelt thanks to all that it was the first time the boy officially celebrated his own birthday. Receiving such an abundance of gifts stirred a wave of emotion within him, causing him to choke back tears. Behind his round glasses, his bright green eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Ron gifted him a tome on magic, Hermione presented him with a feather quill, and Mrs. Weasley had lovingly knitted a sweater as a gift. Michel offered a beautifully wrapped box containing 2 shimmering vials of potion. Felix Felicis and Amortentia. The little wizards were exhilarated. These were highly coveted potions that promised fortune and joy. Thank you. This is far too precious, Harry shyly remarked, his cheeks flushed under the candlelight. Not at all, Harry. As long as you like it, Michelle replied. Is this concocted by Professor Snape? Hermione suddenly inquired. Harry and Ron leaned in eagerly. Goodness, the bat's potion. Michelle, you haven't stolen it, have you? If Snape were to gift Harry a potion, it would surely be a potent poison. What are you two thinking? Michelle chuckled. Shaking her head, I brewed this myself, and made a few alterations for enhanced efficacy. However, it does contain ingredients from Severus. With that clarification, the three boys felt a wave of relief wash over them. Harry closed his eyes, silently making a wish before extinguishing the candles. He hoped that in the years to come, he could celebrate birthdays like this one, rather than huddled alone in a cold cupboard, feeling sorrowful. For the dark-haired boy, it was a delightful and unforgettable evening. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This birthday enveloped him in genuine warmth and affection. Happy birthday, Harry Potter. Chapter 24. Mishaps at Flourish and Blots with Lockhart. Perhaps I won't finish today. Might add some more tomorrow, or I might complete it. The peacock is about to make an appearance, haha. I've always thought Lockhart was a particularly amusing character. I really want to write about Lockhart dueling with Professor Snape right now. Haha. Following Harry's birthday, the time had come for the school year to commence. Having spent the summer at the Burrow, Harry accompanied Ron to Diagon Alley to procure their new textbooks. Dumbledore, aware of Harry's stay at the Weasleys, had sent a letter containing the book list for the term. Second-year students were required to read Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Travel with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart, Walking with Giants by Gilderoy Lockhart, Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Werewolves, A Howling Good Time by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Just the thought of Lockhart's 7 books was enough to induce a headache. While the Weasley family struggled financially, Harry remained silent, feeling somewhat awkward. His parents' inheritance still lay secure in a vault at Gringotts. Alongside the royalties from the Potter family's shampoo patent, though he had never calculated it, he imagined it would amount to a considerable sum. It is worth noting that Harry's journey to Diagon Alley was not as smooth as his first. Due to his inexperience with flue powder, the anxious boy mispronounced the incantation under the scrutiny of onlookers. It turned into a rather unpleasant experience as he was swiftly sucked into the fireplace. His body spinning rapidly, Harry felt as though he were bouncing around in a confined space. He attempted to open his eyes but failed, catching only fleeting glimpses of flickering green flames and the vast, deep blackness. With a thud, Harry landed face down on the concrete floor, feeling as though his glasses had shattered once more. The room was dimly lit, cluttered with an array of bizarre artifacts. They were referred to as artifacts because the odd organs and plants were meticulously preserved in glass jars. Cautiously, Harry made his way out, striving to make no sound. He found himself in a sinister alleyway, dirty and damp, with narrow passageways bustling with hooded figures who kept their heads down. He was certain he was not in Diagon Alley. Suddenly, he encountered someone he least wished to see. Draco Malfoy and his father, Lucius Malfoy. The thought of the arrogant young lord witnessing his nemesis lost in such a dreadful place, bruised and covered in soot, was too much to bear. Harry quickly lowered his fringe to conceal most of his face and hurried past the two Malfoys, nearly pressing himself against the wall. It was oddly unsettling. He had felt that the savior was right here moments ago. Don't look around, Draco. Keep close, Lucius commanded. This part of the street seemed to be rife with shops dealing in dark magic. The establishment Harry had just exited was called Borgin and Burke's, presumably the largest in the vicinity. Ahead, a shop appeared even darker, displaying withered heads on the counter. Staring right at him in a shadowy alcove, 2 ragged wizards were watching Harry intently, whispering to one another, their eyes glinting with malevolence. Dear young sir, you wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? A scarred old man approached, cackling with glee. Follow me. I can take you out of here. Though the boy looked somewhat dirty and battered, he was still prime merchandise. It was well known that those engaged in human trafficking preferred young boys or girls. Harry, what are you doing here? A familiar, bright voice rang out. Harry's heart raced as the ugly man stepped back. glaring at the handsome blue-haired wizard who swiftly removed his hood and approached Harry with purpose, his beautiful blue eyes glinting with fierce light. "Michelle!" Harry exclaimed. "I'm lost." Michelle stepped protectively in front of Harry, gripping his left arm while his right hand concealed his wand within his sleeve. "Hey, sir, he's my prey," the man leered, inching closer to them, upon realizing the newcomer was merely a remarkably young and handsome wizard. He sneered dismissively. He believed that overly handsome wizards were typically nothing more than superficial pretty boys. Thus, he paid no heed to Michelle. The man drew his wand, aiming its tip menacingly at Michelle. In that instant, the air thickened, and even the hurried wizards passing by slowed their pace involuntarily. "How dare you?" Just as Michelle prepared to unleash a newly learned curse, a cold voice drifted over, reminiscent of a serpent's whisper, laced with a barely perceptible hiss. The man's expression froze upon seeing the dark figure, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Snape, I had no idea this charming gentleman was your friend." The man stuttered, clearly terrified. How could this young wizard be associated with the Grim Reaper? A mocking smile crept onto Snape's face as he elegantly raised his wand, a blinding light erupting forth. The man collapsed to the ground. "Who taught the infamous Mr. Potter to wander into Knockturn Alley alone? Please don't tell me it was the foolish courage of Gryffindor." Harry lowered his head, feeling guilty. He instinctively feared the potion's master. "Enough, Severus. Don't frighten the young wizard," Michelle consoled, pulling Harry close. "Episci, Scourgify." Under the powerful magic, the boy's injuries and the dirt on his clothes quickly vanished, with the support of magic. Even the simplest of spells became formidable. Afterward, Michelle's wand gently tapped the shattered remains of Harry's glasses, restoring them to their original state. "I had a bit of a mishap with the flu powder." Harry sheepishly scratched his head. It was his first time using the fireplace, and he must have mispronounced the incantation due to the soot, which resulted in him being transported to the wrong place. "Oh, Harry, how did you end up in Knockturn Alley?" A burly man, the keeper of the dark arts, approached, his large hands clutching several hefty bags, within which something alive appeared to be wriggling. "Michelle, Severus." Snape nodded curtly, disinterested in conversing with a genuine giant. "Harry got lost. We just happened to see him," Michelle replied with a smile. "Harry, I think you should head to Diagon Alley now." Michelle took Harry by the hand and led him out, while Snape silently followed, inwardly seething. The detestable brat shows no desire to be associated with the savior. Michelle's damned, reckless kindness. Snape hurried away, his black cloak billowing in the wind, resembling a true bat from a distance. "Harry, over here!" Ron shouted, waving his hand, and Hermione did the same. Mr. Weasley rushed over. "Harry, Molly is frantic. She'll be here any moment. I hope you haven't run too far." The man gasped heavily. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Snape, good day to you." "Hello. Where have you been, Harry?" Hermione inquired curiously. The brave and fearless savior ventured to Knockturn Alley. Snape replied with a stern expression. "Oh, that's simply marvelous. Mum never lets us go there," exclaimed the red-haired twins, their enthusiasm unabated. George and Fred were always eager for a spectacle. Ron, too, looked at Harry with a hint of envy, as boys yearned for daring adventures. "I think it's best if you don't go," Michelle earnestly advised. Only Hermione, with concern etched on her face, asked, "Goodness, Knockturn Alley. It's teeming with dreadful dark wizards. Harry, are you hurt?" "Not at all. Michelle and Professor Snape found me." Mrs. Weasley hurried over, carrying a large bag, with little Ginny struggling to keep up. The group headed to Gringotts to withdraw money before proceeding to Flourish and Blotts. Unlike the usual days, there seemed to be an unusually large crowd at the bookstore. "Has it always been this crowded?" "Severus?" Michelle inquired, jostled by the throng. "Clearly not," Snape replied with a scowl. Soon, Michelle spotted the reason for the street-s congestion. A grand and ostentatious banner draped across the bookstore's second-floor window. "Gilderoy Lockhart, autograph signing for his memoir Magical Me today from 12:30 to 16:30. "Oh, thank Merlin. We can meet him in person today," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The crowd was predominantly witches, their faces alight with fervor. "Ladies, please, do not crowd." The staff at Flourish and Blotts struggled to maintain order. But to no avail. The thrumming crowd surged like a writhing river. The group slowly squeezed their way inside, finally able to catch a glimpse of Gilderoy Lockhart. The blond man wore a pointed wizard hat and a shimmering blue robe that matched his azure eyes perfectly. He sat behind a makeshift table, surrounded by his various charming photographs and several cameras, akin to a medieval pope before a sea of devoted followers. Is this Gilderoy Lockhart, someone of great significance? Michelle mused, perplexed. Ha, merely a self-promoting charlatan, Snape scoffed. Michelle wholeheartedly believed Snape's words. While the potions master held high standards, he typically resorted to mere mockery rather than denying someone's talent. It seemed this Lockhart truly was a buffoon. You'd best hurry, Michelle, Snape urged. Were it not for this fool wanting to purchase a book, he would never have come here to witness the spectacle of Lockhart, a man who could hardly be described even as a troll. The proud little bat turned away, unwilling to gaze any longer at the scene below, lest he be contaminated by the foolishness surrounding him. Michelle quickly found the book she sought, and after paying, she and Snape descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they saw Harry being enthusiastically pulled by Lockhart. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is! Young Mr. Potter has entered Flourish and Blots to purchase a copy of my autobiography. A thunderous applause erupted as Harry was compelled to sit beside Lockhart, his face a mask of despair. Lockhart beamed a friendly smile, his teeth gleaming white, gripping Harry's hand as if it were a treasured possession. Photographers frantically clicked their shutters, capturing this historic moment. Fortunately, he will receive something far more precious than my autobiography. Indeed, it is I. I will be teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this term. Snape regarded the boastful Lockhart with a sardonic smile, his dark eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Damn Gilderoy Lockhart, what gives him the right to teach defense against the dark arts? It was known he had applied for that position for quite some time. Yet old Dumbledore had stubbornly refused, claiming there were more suitable candidates. What a joke. The more suitable candidate turned out to be this lying Lockhart. Albus, Snape chuckled softly. Just moments ago, he had cheerfully resolved not to provide Dumbledore with a single vial of toothpaste potion for the entire month. However, witnessing the Savior's embarrassment was a delightful consolation. As Harry finally emerged from the crowd, clutching the entire set of books generously bestowed by Lockhart, he encountered the sneering face of Draco Malfoy. You must be enjoying this, Potter, Malfoy taunted. The star of the show, even a trip to the bookstore becomes tomorrow's headline. Harry remained silent, his face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, a less than favorable situation unfolded as Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy, adversaries from the Ministry of Magic, collided, two adult wizards engaging in a fistfight in Diagon Alley. Devoid of magic, it seems everyone has lost their minds, Michelle sighed, adjusting her glasses, preparing to leave the fray with Snape from the other side of the crowd. Oh, how fortunate! Guess who I see? Mr. Michelle Weasley and Mr. Severus Snape. A chill ran down Michelle's spine, halting her in place, her feelings mirroring those of Harry moments prior. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, desperately suppressing the impulse to cast a killing curse at the bouncing blonde fool across the table. The potion's master's expression darkened ominously. Indeed, associating with the Savior was proving to be a harbinger of ill fortune. Little did the crowd know, the two gentlemen had successfully refined the Felix Felicis potion, making a monumental contribution to the wizarding world. My word. I'm deeply honored that such esteemed individuals would come to purchase my autobiography. Lockhart mused. Reflecting on Snape's earlier words, Michelle concealed her smile. I believe Mr. Lockhart has misconstrued our intentions. Michelle finally spoke, unable to contain herself any longer. Harry and the others stared, taken aback, for they had never heard the blue-haired wizard speak in such a cold tone. He appeared just like the old bat, Professor Snape. Yet, for reasons unknown, they sensed that this was the most authentic side of Michelle Weasley. Michelle Weasley, alongside the potion's master Mr. Severus Snape, do not take pleasure in boasting of our trivial contributions like some self-aggrandizing charlatans. Michelle's deep blue eyes, as cold as ice, fixated on the golden-haired Lockhart, as if he were merely a lifeless object rather than a living being. Furthermore, Mr. Lockhart, I must candidly assert that no amount of superficial glamour can surpass the richness of character. Individuals like yourself, who are hollow within yet boastful without, compel me to question the veracity of your so-called illustrious history, and I am not your fan. Not even Merlin could win my favor. What gives you the audacity to presume otherwise, you foolish, arrogant buffoon? The young blue-haired wizard spoke coldly, devoid of any compassion, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the opulently bound tomes. The other party, Mr. Severus Snape, remained silent. Yet upon hearing Michelle voice his thoughts, he allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. It was a rare moment. Michelle had not succumbed to the superficial pleasantries he often displayed. Though his words were harsh, they were indeed quite gratifying. Lockhart's complexion fluctuated, a mix of green and red, as he found himself at a loss for words. You. How could he refute such claims when the stories in his books were indeed pilfered? Yet how could such a young man possess no desire for fame? Lockhart was bewildered. Harry and Ron stifled their laughter, while Hermione and Mrs. Weasley looked on with concern for Lockhart. The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into heated debates. Amidst the chaos, Michelle gently grasped Snape's sleeve, and the two of them promptly disapparated from that place of strife. I'm done writing. Isn't it impressive? Chapter 25. The Whomping Willow. Punishments and defense against the dark arts class. The day of the new term arrived, and Harry felt a twinge of reluctance. He believed this summer had concluded far too swiftly. This past month at number 4 Privet Drive had been, aside from his time at Hogwarts, the most blissful of his life. He had long since forgotten the little house elf Dobby, who had caused such a ruckus in his home. After that day in Diagon Alley, Harry and Ron had sent him a plethora of letters, some praising him for exposing Lockhart's true nature, others begging him to take them to Knockturn Alley for an adventure. Such were the musings of children. Michelle chuckled. Yet the thought of returning to face the theatrics of Lockhart made the blue-haired wizard's head throb. Albus Dumbledore, a strategist of profound wisdom, often engages in actions that are astonishingly imprudent, such as appointing Gilderoy Lockhart. Consequently, they missed the comical sight of Harry and Ron being denied entry at platform 9 3/4 by an impenetrable wall. However, Michelle, while strolling on the first day of school, witnessed Ron heroically crashing a flying car directly into the Whomping Willow. Regardless, he felt that such chaos would render him an outsider. The unfortunate vehicle was ensnared by a branch as thick as a python, swinging precariously in the air, while other branches mercilessly whipped at the car's glass. Frenzied with rage, "We're doomed, Ron," Harry exclaimed at that moment. He even perceived the ancient tree as more terrifying than the formidable Professor Snape within the school. Ron relentlessly pressed the accelerator, yet the car seemed on the brink of collapse, refusing to budge. With so many grand trees at Hogwarts, why did they have to crash into the most troublesome one? Truly unfortunate. Both boys squeezed their eyes shut. Stupefied, a spell swiftly struck the Whomping Willow, accompanied by a familiar, clear voice. The tree fell silent, as if succumbing to slumber. Michelle! Harry cheered. He had feared he would meet his demise beneath the brutal branches of this ancient tree alongside his dear friend Ron. Although the threat of the Whomping Willow was temporarily abated, the car's endurance had evidently reached its limit. After 2 resounding thuds, Harry and Ron were unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, along with their belongings. The 2 young wizards felt the back of their seats tilt, and they landed face-first onto the slightly damp earth. The cage containing their owl had already been flung aside, and Hedwig was circling overhead, expressing her discontent with loud hoots. "No," Ron screamed. Having caused such a debacle and lost the car, his parents would surely be furious. In his dazed state, he even envisioned his own lifeless body, finite incantatem. Just before the car soared into the sky, Michelle aimed his wand at it. The car begrudgingly emitted white smoke and gradually came to a halt. "Oh, how splendid! Thank goodness!" Ron exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. A sense of joy enveloped the 2 boys, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Harry broke into a smile, his inner delight nearly spilling from the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, the red-haired boy felt relieved that at least their lives were spared. The blue-haired wizard did not display the familiar grin that the 2 boys were accustomed to. Instead, he regarded them with deep resignation in his strikingly blue eyes. Severus would undoubtedly not let them off the hook. Michelle mourned for Harry and Ron internally. "Good luck to you both." Observing the 2 foolish boys, blissfully unaware of the impending consequences, Michelle hesitated to speak. After exchanging pleasantries, he chose to disregard them. After all, the Whomping Willow was an ancient relic, now battered and barely clinging to life. He needed to pay a visit to Severus. Harry and Ron gazed at Michelle's departing figure in bewilderment, surprised that he had not been more enthusiastic earlier. They remained oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. After all, young gentlemen often revel in chaos. Oh no, we're going to be late, Ron exclaimed. They quickly grabbed their somewhat mangled trunks, their robes caked in mud and dust, and hurried towards the two oak doors visible in the distance. Merlin, help us. May we still arrive in time for the sorting ceremony and the feast? As they entered, they saw the sorting hat, which appeared to have not been cleaned in centuries, sorting the new students. Ron, adjusting his pointed black hat, spotted a familiar red-haired head in the distance. It was Ginny. The two slowly moved forward, catching sight of Professor McGonagall at the staff table. The elderly witch maintaining her authoritative demeanor as she sat upright. Headmaster Dumbledore still wore his crescent-shaped spectacles, his long white beard shimmering softly in the candlelight. Seated to the right of McGonagall was a man in a lavish blue robe, whose golden locks seemed meticulously groomed. Gilderoy Lockhart had indeed become the new defense against the dark arts professor. Help! Harry and Ron instinctively diverted their gazes. Wait, where are Snape and Michelle? Harry noted that there were two empty seats at the staff table, prominently situated in the center. They had just encountered Michelle, who seemed disinterested in such gatherings and had opted for a stroll instead. But where had the old bat gone when discussing the most fearsome and despised professor at Hogwarts? Severus Snape undoubtedly topped the list. He was cold, cruel, and acerbic, akin to a venomous serpent, particularly towards Gryffindor. Hey, Harry, maybe he's ill, Ron speculated. Or perhaps he left because he didn't get his favorite defense against the dark arts position. Harry joined in the conjecture. Come to think of it, maybe Dumbledore fired him, and we won't have to see him again, Ron said, somewhat gleefully. If only. Harry was on the verge of laughter. Just then, a familiar, icy voice laced with sarcasm floated from behind them. Perhaps he is standing right behind you, foolish Gryffindors. Harry and Ron stiffly turned to face Snape's fathomless black eyes. The potion's master's ever-present black cloak billowed ominously in the cool air. They felt as though they were staring down a serpent poised to strike, ready to deliver a lethal blow. The two boys froze in place, as if ensnared in ice, were doomed. The old bat will surely tear us to shreds and toss us into a cauldron. Please, gentlemen, Snape said with a sinister undertone. Michelle cast a sympathetic glance at the two hapless wizards, indicating he had done his best but was powerless to intervene. Severus, upon witnessing their grand mischief, was on the brink of an explosion. These two wretched Gryffindors, were they attempting to preemptively escape death at the hands of the Dark Lord? Harry and Ron dared not look up. At this point, they could only obediently follow Snape down the long corridor to the old bat's office. Fortunately, the office was not excessively dark and cold. The fireplace behind the chairs blazed warmly, clearly ignited by Michelle. Harry mused. Snape was not one to revel in warmth and brightness. However, unbeknownst to him, no one is impervious to the allure of light and beauty. It is just that not everyone has the opportunity to embrace it. Those who have endured the bone-chilling darkness find it difficult to believe in the light. Michelle guided Harry and Ron to stand beside the fireplace, remarking, "It seems the tedious journey on the Hogwarts Express has failed to satiate the adventurous spirit of our illustrious Mr. Potter and his good companion Mr. Weasley, to the extent that they felt compelled to create a sensational uproar." Snape's voice, though ostensibly calm, felt like a death sentence to Harry and Ron. No, Professor, it was the wall at the station. Ron flushed, attempting to explain but was mercilessly interrupted by the potion's master. No more excuses. Mr. Weasley. Snape yanked the latest edition of the Daily Prophet from his desk, the front page prominently featuring a photograph of Harry and Ron flying the car. Their faces paled further. 6 or 7 muggles witnessed you foolishly soaring through the air in that car. Do you realize the gravity of this situation? Snape's face contorted with rage as he slammed the newspaper onto the desk, producing a resounding crash. At that moment, Harry was certain that the old bat's previous calm demeanor had been a fade, merely a prelude to the inevitable explosion. Furthermore, Michelle has informed me that you crashed the car into a rather valuable whomping willow, inflicting considerable damage upon it, Snape continued. Sir, I must point out that it seems the damage inflicted upon us is even more substantial. Ron mumbled weakly. Michelle shot him a look, signaling him to cease his arguments, but alas, he was too stubborn. This only served to further incite Severus's anger. Silence. Snape spat through gritted teeth. If you two were Slytherin students, and your fate rested in my hands, I would undoubtedly expel you without debate. Severus, they are not students of your house, Dumbledore interjected as he entered with Professor McGonagall. They should be handed over to Minerva. Albus, they have grossly violated the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, and a valuable Whomping Willow has been damaged. Such behavior necessitates. Snape fell silent, glaring daggers at the two young wizards. Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression, contemplating how to punish these oblivious Gryffindors. Regardless of her affection for her own house, she would never allow such feelings to influence her judgment of right and wrong. This was the primary distinction between her and Albus Dumbledore. Were it not for Harry's status as the chosen one, she might have even supported Snape's suggestion to expel them. Gryffindor shall lose 150 points because of you. And furthermore, you shall be confined here for a month, the witch declared sternly. Harry and Ron's faces remained somewhat pallid, yet they breathed a quiet sigh of relief, for at least they were not expelled. Once those individuals departed, Meatsai stepped forward to grasp the hem of Snape's robe. Severus, do not be angry. They must have their reasons. After all, Harry is perpetually embroiled in various troubles, Meatsai remarked, the attention-seeking savior. Snape retorted, folding the newspaper, unwilling to behold Potter's visage. Very well, Severus, cease your thoughts of Harry. The blue-haired wizard cheerfully pushed a glass towards him. Dio, sample my newly concocted strawberry milk. I made a few adjustments. Snape nodded slightly, lifting the cup, an unusual absence of sarcasm gracing his demeanor. It seemed that since that day, Meatsai had not heard the potions master's customary mocking tone. He had become remarkable. It was a peculiar sensation. One previously unknown, to be remembered and regarded with significance. The strawberry milk was even more delectable than that evening's offering. Snape mused that if the somewhat incompetent house elf wished, Hogwarts' little elf might very well find himself out of work. His mood gradually settled, tranquil as the night. After enduring the ravages of the howling letter, the despondent Ron was subjected to Gilderoy Lockhart's torment. This truly inept individual was incapable of managing even the simplest Cornish pixies. The defense against the dark arts class had devolved into utter chaos under his inept guidance. This news swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts, and the entire school became aware of the fact that the newly appointed professor was but a charlatan. Yet, many foolish young witches remained enamored with this deceitful fraud, including Hermione. Meatsai found this to be the most astonishing occurrence he had encountered recently. How could such an astute witch as Hermione harbor affection for Lockhart? On this matter, Snape expressed his opinion with fervor. The reason Miss Granger did not attend Ravenclaw was undoubtedly because her mind, alongside knowledge, harbored an expansive void akin to that of a troll. A true Gryffindor, he assessed mercilessly. Unbeknownst to him, genuine laughter began to replace the polite facade, inexorably occupying the blue-haired wizard's countenance. The sun's rays poured forth unreservedly, unwittingly warming the damp moonlight, as the mid-autumn festival approached. Amidst the drizzling rain, a once ominous voice faded into memory, leaving only a hoarse, intermittent plea, as though intermingled with shards of glass. The potions master, with his pale, slender hand pressed firmly against the side of his neck, struggled to stem the relentless flow of blood. He gasped, trembling, scarcely able to articulate a coherent thought. Blood trickled and coiled around his chin, neck, and fingers, blossoming into a grotesque crimson flower. Look at me, the brown-haired boy urged, lifting his gaze to the frail man before him, scarcely able to envision the former visage of the potions master. How could this be? The little wizards and professors of Hogwarts all knew that Professor Severus Snape would forever bear that forbidding countenance. An enduring nightmare for the young witches, he was reclusive and cold, with a notoriously foul temper, yet none could deny his prowess as a wizard, one of the greatest potion masters of the century. He simply had yet to learn the art of teaching, a realm in which he was decidedly unqualified. He retained an air of elegance and nobility, even when cursing in anger. How could such a man lie crumpled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death? Harry could not fathom it. Snape's hollow black eyes met the memory of those beautiful emerald green ones, and in that moment, he found a flicker of solace amidst the agony, a fleeting sense of relief. At least Lily's child still lived. Behold, how remarkably similar their green eyes were. This guardianship, which had quietly commenced since Harry's enrollment, reached its conclusion. He had fulfilled his duty. Throughout these years, Snape often recalled that vibrant, cheerful red-haired girl, their fateful encounter, and the subsequent rift. He could not articulate the nature of his feelings. Was it love? Perhaps not. Beyond that insignificant youthful thrill and naivete lay a deeper sense of guilt. Now, he had finally repaid this unique and enduring affection. A blinding white light suddenly enveloped him, startling the boy. He reached out to grasp it, only to find nothing but emptiness. He could seize nothing. It dawned on him that Professor Snape had truly departed. His life, soul, and body all vanished. The medieval sky was overcast, with a gentle drizzle weaving through the air, forming an indistinct curtain of rain. Mitsai had just concluded a day's work, wiping the portrait of Weller before stepping outside with an umbrella. Upon his return, he discovered a comatose man lying at his doorstep, seemingly gravely injured, on the brink of losing consciousness. Upholding the ethical standards of a potion master, Mitsai carried the man indoors. When Snape awoke, he was astonished. If memory served him correctly, he should have been slain by Voldemort. Yet, where was he? The wound on the side of his neck had been meticulously bandaged. Although it still throbbed faintly, the pain had lessened considerably. He reached to touch it. The room was small and dilapidated, dimly lit. There was no Reaper, no Merlin, no anticipated agony or eternal slumber, only a figure seated with its back to him. The silhouette appeared youthful, with gray-blue hair cascading smoothly over its shoulders, engrossed in writing. Seemingly sensing that the occupant of the bed had awakened, Mitsai turned, carefully inspecting the wound's location. Upon discovering that it had ceased to bleed, he sighed in relief. "Sir, when I discovered you, you lay at my shop's entrance. It was quite dreadful. You bled profusely," the blue-haired young man remarked. His voice was melodious, ethereal, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through willow leaves. In the dim light, his face flickered in and out of visibility, yet Snape could ascertain that he was a young and handsome gentleman. "Where is this?" Snape inquired, clutching his head, which throbbed painfully, though his expression betrayed no hint of distress, only a paler countenance. "Are you from another city, medieval?" Snape had never heard of such a name. He meticulously sensed the magical essence permeating the air, nearly certain that this was not his original world. It was a new realm. Yet why had he found himself here? The potions master could not fathom it. Nonetheless, it was rather pleasant. At least he no longer had to contend with that insufferable Potter. In truth, this was a reward from death for the bravest of souls. Granting him a new life. "I come from beyond the world," he rasped, a glimmer igniting in his eternally tranquil eyes. Mitsai was taken aback. What a jest! Beyond the world! The convergence of celestial spheres was truly wondrous. And though the people of the medieval era were aware of it, none anticipated the occurrence of interworld travel. "You must be a fortunate individual," Mitsai remarked, his lovely brows arching in a gentle smile. Ever since Weller's departure, he had seldom smiled genuinely, his face perpetually adorned with a standard, flawless smile, a habit formed over time. Hearing the blue-haired man's words, Snape offered a self-deprecating chuckle. Was he fortunate? Merely the recipient of fate's favor. Exchanged for countless misfortunes, if given the choice, he would have preferred not to possess such luck. "You saved me. I have yet to express my gratitude," Snape stammered awkwardly. He rarely thanked anyone. "It is of no consequence." "Sir, I am a potion master," Mitsai replied, gesturing to the badge pinned to his attire. It read, "Mitsai Weller, Senior Potion Master of Royal City." "Sir, are you a wizard?" Mitsai could not suppress his curiosity. While tending to the wound, he sensed an unusual magical aura lingering, one that did not seem to belong to a human but rather to some magical creature. The gentleman before him bore grave injuries. Had he been an ordinary non-magical person, he would have likely perished long ago. Snape affirmed. The term wizard seemed synonymous with sorcerer, he mused. Clearly, the magical realm in this world was open. Otherwise, how would this blue-haired muggle be aware of it? The young potion master's deep blue eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Then, sir, may I request that you remain here?" Mitsai hastily added, fearing a misunderstanding. "I shall compensate you. There is no requirement for you to do anything. There are often disturbances here. I am merely an ordinary person." Snape raised an eyebrow. As a newcomer, he had nowhere to find shelter, and moreover, his injuries were not yet healed. Remaining here seemed quite agreeable. I suppose that might be acceptable. His deep, resonant voice resonated, akin to a soothing cello's melody. Outside, the sky darkened further, raindrops pattering against the cobblestone ground, the urgent rhythm of the downpour growing increasingly heavy and oppressive. It was a rain-soaked day infused with magic. Chapter 26. The Seeker, Mudbloods, and Whispers, finally finished, feeling proud. After the event, I still have to run today, sobbing, managed 1.5 kilometers. Moreover, a tremor hit here around 8 o'clock. Absolutely astonishing. There's another event tomorrow evening, so updates might be delayed. My sincerest apologies, darlings. Despite Harry's best efforts to evade Lockhart's incessant pursuit during his free time, it proved futile. This flamboyant peacock always managed to pinpoint the boy's whereabouts and orchestrate coincidental encounters. The poor savior was tormented to the brink of despair, while Hermione watched enviously. Ever since she discovered that Harry frequently crossed paths with her idol, Gilderoy Lockhart, this little witch had been inseparably trailing the boy. Fortunately, Harry discovered a means of escape. Professor Lockhart was evidently intimidated by Michelle, as his experience at the Leaky Cauldron could hardly be considered pleasant, and the blue-haired wizard had shown him no mercy. Harry began to frequent the dungeons, even knowing that Professor Snape was with Michelle. At this point, he would rather face the old bat than be ensnared by Lockhart into doing something foolish. Michelle was compelled to repeatedly persuade the proud potions professor to grudgingly agree not to toss the bothersome savior, Mr. Potter, out into the cold. Yet, Harry was still subjected to Snape's habitual mockery and sarcasm. This was evidently a significant concession, as Snape's rules dictated that neither Potter nor dogs were allowed within. He could evade Lockhart, but not the eager Colin Creevey, who was intent on capturing photos and obtaining autographs. Harry, feeling awkward about confronting an innocent little wizard, reluctantly accepted Colin's company. The two made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Since it was still early, the sky was a soft pink hue, adorned with delicate golden edges, while the cheerful chirping of birds echoed within the castle. The Quidditch field was eerily quiet in the early morning. Today's training was supposed to be an uncomplicated affair. Harry was effortlessly dazzling on the field, executing a series of impressive maneuvers that left Ron and Hermione gasping in awe, particularly Ron, whose eyes brimmed with envy. Colin was thrilled to capture the illustrious Harry Potter in action, snapping photo after photo. The petite, silver-haired boy clutched his camera as if it were a treasured possession. The Gryffindor team's captain, Wood, was a tall boy with a sunny, handsome demeanor. He patiently explained the newly devised tactics to his teammates, his handsome face alight with eager excitement. Harry listened intently. This seemingly reckless little wizard displayed extraordinary focus when it came to his passions. Perhaps this was the secret to genius, talent combined with diligent effort. However, this harmonious atmosphere was soon disrupted by the arrival of another team. A group of individuals clad in green robes entered the Quidditch pitch, each wielding brand new broomsticks. It was the Slytherin team. With Flint at the helm, arrogantly glaring at the Gryffindor players, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. I can hardly believe it. I specifically reserved the pitch for today. Wood executed a swift dive and landed angrily, broomstick in hand, confronting them. "How dare you intrude like this, you insolent Slytherins?" he seethed, his voice barely contained. Like a lion on the brink of collapse, Flint, unfazed, shook his head dismissively, producing a note from his pocket. "But I have a signed note from Professor Snape." A smug, arrogant grin spread across his face. "Our new seeker requires ample training," Flint declared. Wood's expression darkened in an instant. He had no valid rebuttal against Hogwarts professor's permissions. "A new seeker?" He keenly noted the peculiar phrasing. Just then, a platinum-haired head slowly peeked out from behind. It was none other than Harry's nemesis, Draco Malfoy. The Gryffindor players displayed expressions of disgust, but simultaneously, they were astonished to see that every Slytherin player held a brand new broomstick, the latest model, the Nimbus 2001. Even one would exceed the Gryffindor's budget. Draco's father generously donated the latest flying broomsticks to our team, Flint boasted, feigning dusting off the expensive broom, lifting it higher. The sun had begun to rise, casting brilliant golden rays through the clouds, and the 7 pristine brooms shimmered with exquisite logos. Wood couldn't help but glance at his rather worn-out old broom. Gripping the handle tightly, the Slytherins looked on maliciously at the brooms, cackling mockingly. "Your brooms would be better suited for sweeping floors," Perhaps that is the most appropriate use for them. The Gryffindors lowered their heads, allowing the golden morning light to caress their smooth hair. Malfoy stared provocatively at the bewildered Harry, preparing to unleash another round of mockery towards the savior. Mr. Flint, Mr. Malfoy, I believe Professor Snape's intention was not to grant you the leverage to bully Gryffindor under his name. A young voice came from behind, sounding somewhat cold. Michelle had long perceived the Slytherin's ill intentions in seeking out the potions professor's signature, and he knew the professor would not concern himself with these trivial matters. While the Gryffindors could sometimes be reckless and thoughtless, it was undeniable that these small lions, filled with a sense of justice, were fundamentally good children. Conversely, the Slytherins, as students of the potions professor's house, should not abuse their power to tarnish the headmaster's reputation. Slytherin esteemed ambition and strength, yet they should not be parasitic leeches, but rather strive to be strong in their own right. If the little snakes could realize this, Slytherin would not bear such a long-standing notorious reputation. The most wicked and treacherous wizards hailed from Slytherin, and Slytherin students were deemed the apprentices of dark wizards. Such conclusions and biases had proliferated since Salazar Slytherin's departure. The blue-haired wizard glared coldly at the green-clad snakes. The sign note flew over. With a gentle wave of his wand, he revealed the note, which read, I, Severus Snape, permit the Slytherin Quidditch team to train on the pitch for half a day to prepare their new seeker. Only half a day, not the full day Flint claimed. The Gryffindor team brightened immediately and would even shot a provocative glance at Flint. Little did they know, their actions were thoroughly embarrassing Slytherin. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Each team would use the pitch for half a day. Michelle stated calmly. Malfoy was taken aback, biting his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he said with a feigned amiable demeanor, No one can expect a foolish lion riding a broken broomstick to defeat Slytherin. Those antiquated brooms ought to be sent to a museum. Perhaps someone would want them. Not just Harry, but Ron and Hermione turned crimson with anger. At least the Gryffindor players joined the team based on their true abilities, rather than bought with money. The brown-haired little witch remarked with an unusually sharp tone. Malfoy's face paled considerably. His father had warned him not to cross swords with the blue-haired wizard before him. Shut up, you filthy mudblood, he shouted. Hermione seemed to wither in an instant. Her typically vibrant complexion drained of color, as though all her vitality had been siphoned away. Wood's expression darkened as well. Flint, control your players. Malfoy, how could you utter such words? Harry pointed his wand at the gray-blue-eyed young master. Ron, in a fit of rage, drew his wand, which, unfortunately, had been haphazardly wrapped with tape and was now awkwardly grasped in his hand. The Slytherin teammates also drew their wands. The scene descended into chaos, spells flying in all directions. Ron's wand, in a state of disrepair, turned against its owner as he cast a spell, filling his mouth with slugs in an instant. The chaos ceased. Michelle lightly pointed his wand downward, unleashing a tremendous surge of magic from its tip. Order was promptly restored on the pitch. However, Ron continued to suffer from the onslaught of slugs, and he was sent to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Upon hearing of the incident, Snape stormed over in a fury, only to hear the word that would haunt him for a lifetime. Hermione sobbed. Professor Snape, Malfoy called me a mudblood. In that moment, he had uttered the same term towards Lily, causing the boy to lose his dearest friend forever. Along with that murky, youthful innocence, it was all buried on that darkest of days. The potion's master felt a dull ache in his heart, as if gripped tightly by a massive hand. To everyone's astonishment, Snape did not shield his friend as child any longer. He fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Slytherin loses 20 points. Such a punishment struck like thunder from a clear sky. Hermione was so astonished that she forgot her tears. What is happening? The old bat is actually deducting points from his own house? For the sake of a Gryffindor? The world had turned upside down. Ron, still spewing slugs, and Harry stood agape. Michelle, unaware of the meaning of the term, grasped that it was not a favorable word from the reactions of the little witch and those around him. Undoubtedly, this term is imbued with insult and deeply malicious discrimination. Noticing the stark emotional turmoil manifesting in the dark-haired man, Michelle lowered his gaze. It now appeared that Severus's past was inextricably linked to this word. The unfortunate Ron, having just recovered from his bout of mucus, was assigned by Professor McGonagall to Filch. His mundane task was to polish the trophies in the display room. Merlin, spare him. Circling back, it was still dear Professor Lockhart. Heaven knows how much he now missed Professor Snape's ominous dungeon and the burdensome confinement work. Rather than endure such torment, he would prefer to be dispatched by the old bat. As Harry was on the verge of exhaustion from signing, his eyes fixed on the shimmering pearls that swayed before him, he seemed to hear something. A voice, low and hissing like a serpent, malevolent, cold, and wicked. Come, closer. Let me tear you apart. Kill you. Harry shuddered, unable to suppress his trembling. What? The boy exclaimed. The best-selling title for 6 consecutive months, a miracle, the great Gilderoy Lockhart's miracle. The golden-haired peacock, steeped in immense self-satisfaction. Professor Lockhart, can you hear that voice? Harry asked abruptly. The voice? What voice? Lockhart replied. Puzzled. Nothing, Harry conceded. He should never have harbored any expectations of this pompous professor. Thus, the boy quietly confided in the blue-haired wizard he encountered in the corridor. So, Harry, you heard a strange, terrifying voice that no one else could perceive. Michelle reiterated. Harry nodded, pondering before adding. It sounded somewhat like a serpent's voice, eerie and unnerving, I understand. It will be all right, Harry, Michelle murmured softly, his tone gentle and soothing, like a breeze that lightly ripples the surface of a lake. The young man before him seemed to possess an innate ability to inspire absolute trust in others, and Harry nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Severus, Harry must be in trouble. Michelle's tone carried an imperceptible seriousness. Upon hearing his account, Snape furrowed his brow unconsciously, a voice only the Savior could hear. The potion's master fell into contemplation, yet found no answers. Michelle scoured all the tomes but unearthed no trace of a similar voice. However, just before sleep that night, he suddenly recalled a language from the magical realm, albeit without any certainty. Parseltongue. Chapter 27. Blood, Petrification, and Confrontation. The word count will not be excessive. The latter part becomes a bit stiff. I have revised it, but not satisfactorily, alas. Another long day of exhaustion. I barely had time for dinner before heading to the student council interview. The early part is mostly Michelle explaining. Later, there will be Snape explaining Lily's matters. The faint chill of autumn swept across the lawns of Hogwarts, gradually seeping into the castle, as the patter of raindrops against the glass became a familiar occurrence. October quietly arrived. Ginny, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, had recently been feeling listless. She often felt as if she were in a dream, occasionally waking in unfamiliar places. Her intuition suggested that it might be the doing of the spirit within that diary. Yet Tom Riddle had always been courteous and understanding. With the diary's assistance, Ginny learned quickly, mastering many challenging spells with ease. Though the young witch was frightened inside, she did not wish to part with her newly acquired diary. Thus she chose to conceal her fears. After Harry and the others opted out of attending the feast in favor of Sir Nick's Death Day party, they felt none of the excitement and curiosity they had initially promised. Only regret. I will tear you apart, kill you. Harry's steps faltered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, precisely along the infamous lightning-shaped scar. It was the voice from that day, that chilling, malevolent voice. The boy trembled, slowly surveying his surroundings. The dim corridor was empty save for the three of them. Kill, it is time. That voice, I need to find Michelle, Harry said urgently, beginning to sprint toward the dungeons of Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione stumbled after him. Bewildered as Harry approached a spot near the Great Hall, he suddenly halted. His eyes widened in disbelief and profound terror. 2 lines of fresh, crimson blood were smeared on the wall, appearing not yet fully dried. Glimmering faintly in the dim candlelight, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Students of all ages poured out of the Great Hall, and at first glance, they beheld the stunned trio of Harry Potter, along with the cat hanging on the wall, which appeared lifeless, and of course, the blood-red writing on the wall. Enemies of the heir, beware. You are next, mudbloods. Draco Malfoy sneered maliciously, pushing to the front and provocatively staring at Hermione. It was unclear who had informed Professor Dumbledore and the others, but they soon appeared in the corridor. Harry Potter has committed the most heinous act. He has killed my cat, Filch screamed, his grayish face quickly turning a shade of purple. I didn't do it. I didn't touch her, Harry shouted back in protest. The boy felt all eyes upon him, but not with the previous scrutiny and admiration, rather with suspicion and fear. Yet he had done nothing at all. "Mr. Filch, may I interject?" Michelle spoke up. "Harry could not possibly have performed such advanced magic, and I have been shadowing him closely of late." The blue-haired wizard cast a somewhat apologetic glance at the oblivious savior. Harry indeed had done nothing at all. Harry looked at him in astonishment. "You followed me? Why?" Michelle shot the boy an apologetic look. Ever since Harry confided in Michelle about hearing that strange voice, he had harbored a nagging premonition that something significant was about to unfold at Hogwarts. Yet he had searched every corner of the castle to no avail. Thus, Michelle chose to follow the person involved, Harry Potter, in hopes of uncovering some clues, but he was too late. Poor Mrs. Norris had been petrified. The boy, miraculously unharmed, was clearly a quintessential Gryffindor. Snape stood in the shadows, silently observing it all. Frankly, he did not believe the savior could wield such profound dark magic. After all, Harry was merely a second-year wizard. For the first time, the potion's master refrained from mocking Harry. The true reason was not that he had developed a fondness for the so-called savior, but rather that he was contemplating Michelle's peculiar behavior. Snape suspected he had entered into some secret accord with that old Albus Dumbledore. If Michelle did not clarify matters today, he could forget about entering his office. "If it wasn't he, that insufferable boy, who had caused my cat's demise." Filch seethed, glaring at the bespectacled boy as if he wished to tear him apart. "Agnes, your cat is not dead," Dumbledore concluded after carefully examining Mrs. Norris, arriving at a fortunate conclusion. "She has merely been petrified." Filch sighed in relief, cautiously cradling the entirely rigid Mrs. Norris, as if she had been frozen. Professor Sprout had procured some mandrakes, which could be used to brew a potion to reverse the petrification. Dumbledore remarked, "I can assist you in brewing the mandrake potion, sir." Lockhart, who had remained quietly in the background, seized the opportunity to interject. "Anyone who has read my autobiography knows that I am quite adept at brewing that simple potion." "I have brewed it before," the golden-haired peacock boasted. "I believe Mr. Lockhart should be reminded that I am the potions master of this school." Snape interjected curtly. "If there were awards for arrogance and boasting in the wizarding world, you would surely win them all." The familiar sarcasm now targeted a different victim. Lockhart's face paled slightly. "Severus, Lockhart, Professor, I believe our relationship has not yet reached a level of familiarity that allows for such casual address." Another awkward silence ensued. The wise white wizard seemed to have grown weary of Harry's unspoken troubles. "Severus." Michelle hurried after him, wishing to catch up, but could only grasp at the fluttering hem of the potion's master's robe. Clearly, someone's unsolicited meddling had ignited the little bat's ire. Evidently, the office of the esteemed and formidable Mr. Weasley was not welcoming. The man's deep voice resonated in his ear. "Severus, it is all my fault." Snape pressed his lips tightly together, a brewing storm evident in his icy gaze. "Never apologize to me," he growled, almost in a low roar. He felt inexplicably angry. Snape had once been certain that, given enough time, the house elf would shed that thick armor of self-defense, but he was mistaken, and a one would change for him. The blue-haired wizard clenched his fists tightly, the pressure so intense that his nails nearly pierced his palm. An unprecedented sense of panic surged within him like a tide, and his body swayed uncontrollably. "This I see how it should be. He is getting better," he felt, as though something had seized his throat. And Michel gritted his teeth in determination. He did not raise his head, fearing to behold the indifferent and disappointed gaze of the potion's master. Indeed, he would never become anyone's special one. His deity had ultimately forsaken the inept and feeble-minded believer. "Damn it!" Snape harshly yanked the nearly fainting Michel closer, pinning him forcefully against the door. Disoriented from the sudden pull, Michel leaned awkwardly against the wooden door, a position that compelled him to tilt his head upward. Before him stood a stranger, a potions master he had never encountered before. Impatience, anger, heartache, helplessness, and awkwardness coalesced within Snape, ultimately crystallizing into a dry, rigid smile and a condescending gaze. Michel, feeling guilty, averted his eyes, hardly daring to meet Snape's stare. No one knew that this formidable master of death was, at heart, a coward. "Not going to say anything." Snape suppressed his anger, forcing out the words as calmly as he could. "The transaction between you and Albus. I will be involved in his plans, and in return, He will help me find a way to restore my full powers." He hesitated before speaking. Michelle's voice was faint and delicate, like a feather falling onto the surface of a lake. Yet it was enough to send a jolt through the potion's master. "So you are no different from those arrogant fools," Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The handsome man fell silent, allowing himself to be misunderstood. Snape wanted to offer him a chance to explain, but the butler would not have it. "Then let it be." He loosened his grip. "If that is the case, Michelle, there is nothing more to discuss between us." Seeing the raven-haired man about to release him, Michelle finally trembled and spoke. "No, Severus, it's not like that." He was on the verge of tears. This was far too dangerous, too insane. Only by being part of the plan could he ensure Snape's safety. He could not allow himself to lose again. The matter of restoring powers. I do not care about that at all. From the very beginning, what I have cared about is only you." The young wizard's deep blue eyes burned with an almost obsessive and reckless fervor. It surged forth, relentless and unyielding. Michel had never truly possessed anything. Thus, once he obtained something, he would cherish and protect it 1,000-fold. "You are indeed a fool, Michel." Snape tightened his grip on the blue-haired wizard's collar. "Enough," he sighed, softening. "Let us forgive him." This peculiar Michel Weiler had, from the very first day of his arrival, constantly stirred Snape's emotions. Sometimes gentle like moonlight, other times calm and restrained, and at times foolishly reckless like a Gryffindor. He was undeniably a complex individual. He found himself tracing Michel's outline with his gaze, memorizing the contours of his eyes, nose, and mouth, as if striving to imprint the image of this person in his memory. Even he could not articulate why he felt compelled to do so. "Oh, Severus, you," a teasing voice drifted from the corridor. It was Minerva McGonagall, the elder witch, exuding an air of sternness, wearing a mysterious smile. Their current posture was indeed ripe for misinterpretation. Snape internally cursed, feigning nonchalance as he released the blue-haired wizard's collar. Michel quickly straightened up and moved to Snape's side. "Minerva, Snape stammered, desperately attempting to explain. "No need to say anything. Severus, I understand. Albus asked me to inform you that he requires some dental elixir. Well then, I shan't disturb you further." The witch spoke rapidly, hurrying away after fulfilling the headmaster's request. Thank goodness, Severus finally had someone to keep him company. Chapter 28. The Chamber, Air, and Madness. Title revised. Today, I just can't find suitable clothes. Why can't tall people buy cute outfits? So sad. The author is contemplating whether to draft a side story for GGAD or one featuring Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, depending on tomorrow. If inspiration fails, I might stick to the main characters for side stories in the future. The mutual compromises between them mended the rift in their relationship. Mr. Moonlight and Mr. Bat had become intimate once more. Strange emotions swelled within, and time would grant it the necessary nurturing. He would occasionally fix his keen, eagle-like gaze upon the passing young wizards, attempting to discern the true culprit behind the harm done to Lady Loris. The blood-written words on the wall seemed cursed, as no matter how hard Filch tried, he could not erase them. They quietly wound their way along the stone wall, shimmering brightly. For a time, the legend of the chamber became the most coveted history among the young wizards. Unfortunately, none of the books in the school library contained detailed accounts, so even the ever-knowledgeable Miss Hermione Granger was left in the dark. Michel had inquired of Dumbledore, but the usually sagacious headmaster fell unusually silent. He stirred his honey water, over and over, while Fawkes the Phoenix peeked curiously from the sycamore shelf behind his office. "Headmaster, do you have something unspeakable on your mind?" Michel asked, sharply sensing an unusual tension in the air. The white-haired wizard, sporting a long beard, finally sighed. "When it comes to the chamber, many consider it an ancient and distant legend. But it is a real place, right here in Hogwarts. It simply has never been entered by anyone. Not even I can locate its position." Michel's eyes widened slightly. The entire wizarding world knew that aside from the fearsome Voldemort of recent years and the notorious Gellert Grindelwald from half a century ago, Albus Dumbledore was undoubtedly the most powerful wizard of the century. Could it be that even such a wizard could not find the chamber? If Hagrid had not opened the chamber back then, I might even have doubted my own judgment, thinking the chamber was merely a figment of imagination. "Hagrid? How could that be?" Michel exclaimed in astonishment. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses. "I couldn't believe it either. But it indeed happened. Michel was struck dumb, a look of incredulity flashing in his deep blue eyes. The probability of Hagrid opening the chamber was no less than Severus falling in love with the Savior. Harry Potter, almost impossible. Salazar Slytherin, whom Michel had researched, was one of the founders of Hogwarts, the most enigmatic among the four. He was a staunch blood purity advocate, believing only pure-blood wizards deserve to study, deeming wizards of Muggle descent and half-bloods unworthy. However, due to Slytherin's beliefs, he clashed with his dear friend Gryffindor. It was a fierce argument, even a fight, lasting an entire day, leaving the site littered with traces of magical attacks. No one knew what exactly transpired that day, nor what the two once inseparable founders exchanged in words. They only knew that Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts forever, with no knowledge of his whereabouts or fate. The once talkative and passionate red-haired founder grew increasingly silent, becoming more like a soulless puppet after his departure. The legend began circulating after Slytherin's disappearance, claiming a concealed room was magically hidden within Hogwarts, inhabited by a terrible monster that obeyed only Slytherin himself and his heir. Purging all unworthy of the magical arts, of course, only wizards who passed Slytherin's test could become heirs. Rubeus Hagrid was not even a pure-blood human, and moreover, he was a Gryffindor. Headmaster, have you ever considered that Hagrid might be innocent? After all, Michel did not finish, for the remainder was well understood by all. Slytherin's heir could only be pure-blooded. I don't believe it either, but someone testified that it was Hagrid who did it, Dumbledore said helplessly. Who testified? After a long pause, the old man finally spoke. It was Voldemort. His voice feigned calm, yet it carried an emotional tremor. During his student days, he added, "Oh, you think this chamber is related to Voldemort?" Headmaster? Michel pondered before responding. Dumbledore shook his head. Compared to the plans from their first year, he was previously unaware of the chamber's mattered. It was, like Michel, an unpredictable variable on the chessboard. I believe this will be a unique trial for Harry. This is far too dangerous, Michel firmly rejected. To send a second-year wizard to confront the unknown creature lurking within the chamber, possibly involving that Voldemort, was tantamount to sending Harry to his doom. Albus, you have truly lost your mind. It seems our great headmaster's barren brain has finally been eroded by honey and cockroach clusters. The voice of the potion's master drifted in from behind. Deep and magnetic, laced with his customary sarcasm. Michel shifted aside to make room. Snape, who had come to deliver the dental elixir, inadvertently overheard the conspiratorial exchange and entered uncontrollably. He thus caught the tail end of the old bee. Ah, no? The old madman's ramblings. Quite the fruitful encounter, a trial in the chamber, to be entrusted to a Potter. What nonsense! Severus suspected that the savior he loathed had severely offended Dumbledore. Otherwise, how could it be? To be frank, it would be better to let Potter face his demise in the chamber than to allow him to take matters into his own hands and grant the boy a swift end. Despite the potion's master's reluctance to truly eliminate the boy who had escaped death, Albus Dumbledore urged, Severus, you must have faith in Harry, while revealing a gentle smile. Severus, unwilling to engage any further with the old meddler, tossed the potion onto the table and departed the headmaster's office in a straightforward manner. Meatsai offered an apologetic nod, choosing not to linger either. For the first time, he felt the madness of Dumbledore. The greatest white wizard of the century, willing to stake everything for the safety and future of the wizarding world, had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Undoubtedly, he was great, yet such greatness was also tinged with selfishness. Albus Dumbledore could indeed be a transcendental figure, indifferent to his own life, but what of the others involved in the plan? Were they willing to sacrifice their lives for the peace of the wizarding world and for ultimate victory? According to the plan, they would be. Meatsai's brow furrowed tightly, remaining knotted for a considerable time. He too was selfish, contemplating whether he could protect those he cared for most. Chapter 29. Speculation, Polyjuice Potion, and the Unruly Bludger, completed replacement 1. Author's birthday bonus. Haha, and my favorite duel, hee hee. Everyone is welcome to comment and rate the book. The author will see it. I stayed up late just to write about Zhao Liang winning the Best Actress award. Oh dear. I have long suspected that Slytherin is an unmitigated madman, Ron remarked. Frankly, if someone were to offer me money to attend that house, I would flatly refuse. Author. I would agree. I would do it for free. And I seriously doubt Ron would say no if promised a daily feast of chicken legs. Haha. Harry remained silent. This typically troublesome little Gryffindor appearing especially subdued today. In fact, during the sorting, that hat had initially intended for him to be placed in Slytherin, ambition and power. There, one would surely thrive, as Slytherin would fulfill all one's desires. Yet at that moment, Harry was unwilling to become the fabled dark wizard's apprentice. Desperately chanting, "I do not want to go to Slytherin. I do not want to go to Slytherin." Thus, the Sorting Hat had no choice but to assign him to Gryffindor. In truth, he should have been a Slytherin student. A fact he dared not confide to his friends. "Harry, do you believe the Chamber of Secrets truly exists?" Hermione's voice interrupted his reverie. "Perhaps. This is not merely to showcase English. I just feel a certain resonance with it. I believe it does." Though no one has ever been able to claim the title of Slytherin's heir, Hermione posited, "I tend to disagree. Many have sought this so-called chamber, yet none have succeeded. It is evidently impossible. The best explanation is that this place does not exist at all." Ron countered. The two argued for a while, during which Harry quietly listened. "Have you noticed that when we discovered Moaning Myrtle, there was a puddle on the floor, as if it had been mopped?" Harry managed to interject, "I recall there being an abandoned girls' lavatory nearby," Hermione replied. The three intrepid little wizards resolved to explore the lavatory while Filch was away. This girls' restroom was the most dismal place Harry had ever encountered. Even the old bat's office had become bearable since Meat-Sized presence. The mirror was large, yet marred by various stains and cracks, and the stone washbasin's exterior had crumbled away. Although the place appeared long abandoned, the floor was still damp, covered in gray water stains, and the dim flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow. Suddenly, an ethereal voice, mingled with laughter and weeping, floated through the air. "What are you doing here? Have you come to mock poor Moaning Myrtle?" A ghost in school robes materialized before them, her form translucent and exuding an unsettling essence of death. "No, we merely wish to take a look around." Hermione, the only girl among them, assumed the role of spokesperson. "Anyway, girls know girls better. We want to ask if you've seen anything unusual lately. Just a short while ago, a poor cat was attacked at the entrance." Hermione inquired. "Attacked? What attack? I didn't see anything. Boo-hoo, poor Moaning Myrtle has also suffered a mysterious and terrifying assault. I am already dead," she lamented. Unable to endure the soprano's lamentation any longer, Ron was the first to flee the room, followed closely by Harry and Hermione. Myrtle had not witnessed the assailant, leaving them to ponder. Who could it be? Who is the true heir of Slytherin? These questions weighed heavily upon the young wizards. "I suspect it is Malfoy. He is a quintessential Slytherin, thoroughly wicked and a pure-blood supremacist," Ron expressed disdainfully. "Ron, not all Slytherins are like Malfoy. Your statement is akin to saying all Gryffindors are brainless," Harry retorted. Though Slytherin had long been maligned, Harry could not believe that one of the school's founders could truly be a villain, nor that the students of that house were inherently bad. Such notions were mere prejudice. Despite having done nothing wrong, he was forcibly labeled as the savior of the wizarding world, inexplicably burdened with hope and responsibility. This weight often left Harry breathless. Everyone envied and marveled at the boy's miraculous survival. Unaware that sometimes, merely living was the beginning of suffering, Ron pouted in defiance. Harry had not always been like this. Perhaps his newfound camaraderie with Meat-Eye and the recent decrease in Snape's reprimands had fostered a sense of gratitude towards the potion's master. "We can test whether Malfoy is the heir," Hermione suggested. The young witch shared her plan to use Polyjuice Potion to transform into Malfoy's two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. "What is Polyjuice Potion?" the two who had been opposing each other just moments ago asked in unison. Hermione wore a resigned smile. "Haven't you been paying attention in Professor Snape's potions class? Polyjuice Potion is a complex and advanced potion discussed in his textbook. We will need their hair, as well as various potion ingredients. Oh, this is going to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, we have ample time." Hermione mused to herself. Ron listened, utterly bewildered. His talent in potions was limited to not blowing up his cauldron like Seamus. Meanwhile, Harry contemplated how to discreetly inform Meat-Eye, as he was now the person he trusted most outside of his friends. After clearing up the misunderstanding from their last encounter, Harry realized Meat-Eye had been quietly protecting him. The boy felt deeply moved. It seemed that only at Hogwarts did someone genuinely care for him. Perhaps the concern from friends was trivial, yet it was sufficient to illuminate the darkness and desolation surrounding him. Had Harry foreseen his fate? He would have undoubtedly refrained from participating in the Quidditch match. It truly promised to be a disaster. After hearing Wood's rousing speech, Harry donned his red team uniform and joined his teammates on the field. The opposing Slytherins, clad in green, cast challenging glances their way. As Madam Hooch blew her whistle, the match commenced. Undeniably, the quality of the team's equipment affected the game. The Slytherin players flew with remarkable speed and precision. Their new seeker, Draco Malfoy, exhibited flying skills on par with Harry's, darting beneath Harry's broom and relentlessly flaunting the swiftness of his new broomstick. "Hey, Scarhead, you can't catch up to me, can you? Ha ha." Harry ignored him, his focus unwavering on the elusive golden snitch. Suddenly, a black bludger hurtled violently toward him. Harry quickly tilted his head and lowered his broom, and the next moment, a fierce gust of wind whooshed past. The bludger grazed the tips of Harry's hair before speeding away. George swooped in, swinging his bat with all his might, sending the rogue ball towards the Slytherin players. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the bludger seemed to fixate on Harry. As his Gryffindor teammates continuously struck it away, only for it to change direction and head straight for Harry. Harry could scarcely see. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. The rain poured down relentlessly, the bludger unrelenting in its pursuit. Harry ascended, descended, and twisted his body, executing a myriad of maneuvers. Rainwater soaked his cheeks and uniform, leaving him feeling slightly dizzy. "Are you practicing ballet, Potter?" Malfoy jeered, reveling in the chaos. Harry suppressed his rising anger, gripping the front of his broom tighter. He became even more focused on tracking the glimmering, winged object it appeared just above Malfoy's head. In a flash, Harry surged forward, reaching out to grab it, leaving Malfoy momentarily stunned. Bang! With a resounding crash, the uncontrollable bludger finally locked onto its target, colliding with Harry's arm at breakneck speed. Accompanied by another sharp crack and an excruciating pain radiating from his forearm, Harry realized that his arm was broken. His numb right hand could no longer grasp the handle of the broomstick. The boy struggled to maintain his balance with one hand clinging to the broom. The torrential rain and unbearable agony made him sway precariously, akin to a small boat adrift on the sea. "Damn it!" Michelle, who had been reciting the countercurse countless times from the sidelines, could no longer remain still. Severus, reluctantly brought to witness the match by the house elf, wore a scowl, yet his eyes remained fixed on Harry. That insufferable savior. It seemed impossible for a day to pass without calamity befalling him. Broomstick, Accio. In the midst of the spectators' astonished gazes, a brand new broomstick soared into the arena with remarkable speed. Michelle mounted it, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Harry. "Harry, are you all right?" The blue-haired wizard shouted over the downpour, gently yet swiftly pulling Harry onto his broomstick and casting an indistinct spell upon it. Michelle descended with Harry onto the pitch. By then, Harry was on the verge of fainting from the pain, yet he raised his uninjured arm high, opening his palm. Harry Potter had seized the golden snitch. Gryffindor scores 150 points. In this match, Gryffindor emerged victorious. The little lions erupted in cheers, while the snakes sulked in despair. Ron and Hermione leapt down from the stands and rushed to Harry's side. The boy's vision blurred, but he recognized a familiar, clear voice, and then he was enveloped in someone's embrace, safely landing on the ground. It was Michelle. He was safe, not crushed beyond recognition on the Quidditch pitch. The Gryffindor players were shouting Harry Potter's name. "Harry," Ron called as he dashed over to "My goodness, Harry, your arm is broken." Hermione frowned at the limp appendage hanging down. Professor McGonagall assessed Harry's condition before hastily departing. She went to inform Madame Pomfrey, "For this kind-hearted which had a busy night ahead, I believe I can assist you. Harry, do not be afraid. It requires but a simple incantation, which I have practiced countless times." Lockhart approached, oblivious to the chaos around him, his shoes miraculously pristine, untouched by rain or mud. He drew his wand and aimed it at Harry's injured arm. "No, no, no." An instinct for survival jolted Harry awake, and he glared defiantly at the well-meaning Lockhart. Lockhart appeared profoundly disappointed, having regrettably missed the opportunity to treat the illustrious savior, Harry Potter. Michelle's wand gently tapped Harry's right arm, and instantly, the pain dissipated. Hermione and Ron then helped Harry to his feet, supporting him as they made their way to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Michelle leaned close to Snape, conversing in hushed tones, though Harry could not hear them. The expression on the potions master's face suggested the exchange was anything but pleasant. Upon seeing the unfortunate sight of Harry with a broken arm, Madame Pomfrey's expression hardened. "You young wizards! Always so reckless, failing to take care of yourselves," she exclaimed in exasperation. The witch examined Harry's arm for a moment before sternly declaring, "I am sorry, Mr. Potter, but I fear you shall have to stay here overnight. Everyone else out. My patient needs to rest." Madame Pomfrey unceremoniously ushered away the team members and Harry's two friends. "Bone regrowth," Michelle announced as he entered, carrying a box in one hand and a transparent vial filled with a silvery gray liquid in the other. He handed the box to Madame Pomfrey before approaching Harry's bedside. "Thank you very much, Mr. Weasley. We have run out of bone regrowth potion in the infirmary." Michelle nodded with a smile. "Harry, this is the bone regrowth potion brewed personally by Severus. You need only sleep, and your arm will be as good as new." Michelle handed the vial to Harry. The boy felt a twinge of anxiety, having heard that Professor Snape's potions were notoriously vile, as evidenced by the other concoctions he supplied to the infirmary. Gritting his teeth, Harry drank it down, pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste, lacking any peculiar flavor and even carrying a hint of strawberry. He licked his lips. "This is my special blend," Michelle explained. Ever since Snape discovered Michelle's particular fondness for fruity flavors, he had endeavored to create potions of various tastes. For the esteemed potions master, this was as simple as adding bitter ingredients like calamus to his brews. Whether due to fatigue or the potion's inherent effects, Harry quickly fell asleep, dimly aware of a slight ache in his arm. When he awoke the following day, Harry discovered two pieces of good news. Point one was that his arm had healed remarkably well, fully restored. The other was the presence of a nearly brand new Firebolt 2001 at his bedside. With a note reading, "Harry, I believe you will make this new broom shine on the pitch. Apologies for using it yesterday. It was meant to be yours after the match. This is a belated gift. Michelle Weasley." The other piece of good news was the golden sunshine streaming through the window. After the rain, a splendid day had arrived. Harry touched the new broom with a silly grin. "Birthday extra. The White Rose? The Lion and the Serpent," originally intended to write a birthday special, but I couldn't quite get it out. The author only reads Snape. GGD is seldom read, so I can't write it. Will possibly expand in the future. GGD. The White Rose, Dumbledore. It is well known that battle in the wizarding world. The greatest white wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore, defeated Gellert Grindelwald. Yet no one knows the parting words, "Who will love you now, Albus?" The young lovers once entwined in Godric's Hollow became estranged, drifting further apart. The headmaster of Hogwarts descended the steps, surrounded by pilgrims, yet behind him, there was no one. The dark figure at the foot of the castle stood still, allowing the gusty wind to billow his robes. The figure atop the castle was utterly alone, Grindelwald. The night in Nurmengard was silent and cold. Ashes, silence, and the nearly decayed soul. What remained was no more. Grindelwald lingered for a long time, year after year. The infamous dark wizard ultimately did not wait for his former lover. A returned letter arrived at the castle, devoid of any cherished handwriting, only cold printed words that spoke of that person's passing. He had once confidently believed the pain would not return. In truth, this was a self-deceiving lie. The future foretold by the heavens was always shrouded in gray, but this time, he saw the black of death. That was merely another grand adventure. Grindelwald collapsed to the ground, feeling life and soul being stripped away. "Did you leave in such a manner, Dumbledore? May I now draw closer to you?" The dark wizard confined his entire life within the tower, yet never forgot to caress the white rose in his heart. The four founders, the Lion and the Serpent, Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin has always excelled at missing the ones they love, and even the illustrious and mighty founder could not escape this predetermined fate. Salazar knew that the bond between him and Godric was a knot that could not be untangled. He did not consider himself a person of overflowing kindness. For the most part, the founder of Slytherin was taciturn, much like his own emotions. He would quietly observe the Gryffindor gentleman who occupied his thoughts, until that long simmering eruption, the precarious vessel ultimately sank. The last straw had been broken. "I never expected to stand beside you, yet I never imagined we would become strangers, never to meet again. Point two parallel lines would not miraculously intersect. The brave lion would never fall for the cunning serpent. Godric Gryffindor. Godric Gryffindor was undeniably a coward. This was something even he conceded. The valiant founder of Gryffindor House, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, faltered for the first time when it came to matters of the heart. The awkward lion was more timid than the serpent. They were inseparable friends, yet ideological adversaries. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Godric sometimes found Salazar too indifferent, akin to a long-frozen glacier. Meanwhile, Salazar was too passionate. Like a vibrant, blazing sun, water and fire are incompatible. Too many misunderstandings, too many oppositions, too many public opinions transformed into wounding swords that struck at the faltering bond. Perhaps this is the fate of all distinguished figures. Beginning with affection, ending with regret. The former is expectation, the latter is sorrow. Chapter 30. Friends, the Duel Club, and Parseltongue, replacement completed. Accidentally wrote too much again. Didn't he want to write about stealing materials and the explosion? It feels rather bad, causing the whole class to swell like pigs. So many people are reading. Thank you all for your appreciation. Love you all. Elegant Professor casting spells SOS. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. It is dangerous here. Dobby clung tightly to Harry, his voice filled with urgency, in the dead of night. This peculiar house elf quietly appeared in Harry's dormitory. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened before. Dobby shrieked. What? Harry, who had been dozing off, instantly became alert. Since the chamber had been previously opened, it is highly probable that the creature within has escaped. After Dobby finished speaking, he abruptly vanished into the darkness, just as he had arrived. The following day, during mealtime, Harry relayed this incident to Ron and Hermione, prompting a flurry of speculation among the 2 young wizards. The unknown always ignites curiosity. Perhaps it possesses the ability to become invisible. Perhaps it can change colors, akin to the ghouls described in the books. So, we were unable to board the Hogwarts Express, and you broke an arm. All because Dobby was trying to save you? Ron remarked, savoring a chicken leg as he turned to Harry. Harry, it would be wise for you to dissuade him from saving you. Otherwise, you might very well perish in the guise of being saved. The red-haired boy shook his head. Hermione cast a supportive glance in his direction. On Monday morning, yet another attack occurred. Colin Creevey, the boy perpetually clutching a camera, was assaulted and lay rigid in the hospital, resembling a lifeless figure, much like Mrs. Norris. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets, which had begun to fade, reignited fervently, with young wizards scrambling to purchase protective charms and talismans, hoping to shield themselves from the mysterious creature's onslaught. Naturally, the pureblood wizards refrained from joining this frenzy. After all, according to Slytherin lore, they were immune to petrification. Unfortunately, the ingredients required to brew such advanced potions were lacking the horn of a bicorn and African bark, which ordinary shops simply did not carry. Unless one ventured into Professor Snape's private stores, Harry would rather confront the enigmatic creature within the Slytherin chamber than trespass into the domain of the old bat to pilfer supplies. If discovered, who knows how Snape would choose to punish him? A shiver ran down Harry's spine. We could create a diversion. Hermione hesitated momentarily before speaking. One of us could wreak havoc during potions class, allowing another to sneak into Snape's office and retrieve what we need. Hermione, that is utterly insane, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide. To steal from the old bat would be akin to casting a killing curse outright. Harry nodded in agreement. Causing chaos in Snape's potions class would be tantamount to poking a dragon in the eye. Perhaps we could enlist Michelle's assistance, Harry suggested after some thought. Harry, I'm not saying it's impossible, but given Michelle's close rapport with Snape, what if he informs? Hermione hesitated. That's not what I meant. Realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, she quickly added, Michelle wouldn't he do that? Harry countered. Even if he did find out, with Michelle around, the old bat wouldn't dare retaliate against them. Harry silently mused. The young wizards of Hogwarts were well aware that Michelle Viller was Severus Snape's favored wizard throughout the entire castle. They had never witnessed the fearsome old bat displaying kindness towards anyone, devoid of his usual sarcasm and disdain. Every young wizard who had suffered under the potion master's venomous barbs felt a twinge of envy. Snape had noticed that recently, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been unusually subdued, often seen huddled together in hushed conversation. What schemes were these bothersome little brats concocting in their quest for notoriety? After several days of observation, He finally unraveled the mystery. Polyjuice potion. He detected its faint scent lingering on Hermione Granger. Though the aroma was subtle, it appeared as though someone had made an effort to mask it. What could this group of little rascals be brewing Polyjuice potion for? Snape pondered, perplexed. Yet, more pressing was the fact that he was nearly certain that the precious ingredients required for it had been pilfered from his private stash. However, upon arriving in the storeroom, fuming with anger and inspecting his collection, he found everything intact. Those beloved potion ingredients lay undisturbed in their places. Thus, Snape focused his suspicion on another culprit. Given that Mr. Viller enjoys spending his days with the dim-witted savior, you may leave now. Snape's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a crisp sound. Severus, it was indeed I who aided Harry, Michelle stated candidly. I believe they wished to uncover the secrets of the Slytherin chamber. He spoke while subtly casting sidelong glances at the potion master. It appeared that Severus was not particularly irate. Michelle exhaled quietly in relief. Snape raised his gaze, his striking black eyes fixed upon the feigning serious blue-haired wizard before him. Those usually inscrutable eyes now flickered with emotion, as if reflecting the vast, endless night beyond. Is this also part of the arrangement you made with Dumbledore? The potions professor's voice was frigid, akin to the waters flowing from a mountain's peak. The only agreement I have with him is to ensure your safety, Severus, Michelle replied, exasperated. Snape arched an eyebrow, his lips curling into a familiar sardonic smirk. I merely wish to assist Harry. After all, he is my friend. However, Severus, you will forever remain my dearest friend. Before the last word had fully left her lips, Snape momentarily froze. My best friend? The last time he recalled hearing such words was in his student days. A red-haired girl had pulled a dark-haired boy beneath a tree, smiling as she said, Severus, you are my best friend. In the sunlight. The girl's hair shimmered with golden hues, her eyes radiating warmth. The boy's hand, flipping through the pages of a book, faltered slightly, and in a fleeting moment out of her sight, a faint smile graced his lips. If only that insufferable Potter could hear this. Severus? Michelle queried, observing the man who had fallen into silence. Unbeknownst to her, a complex emotion had surfaced in his eyes, potent and overwhelming, rolling through him like a tempest. His gentleness had subtly shifted. Snape's throat felt tight, his wandering gaze gradually converging into focus. The girl had carelessly intruded into his life and then callously withdrawn, leaving him behind to reminisce, to remember, to lament. Yet now, all that filled his vision was the butler before him. Is nothing. Snape replied. Lockhart is establishing a dueling club, and Dumbledore has already approved it. He shifted the subject. The intent of the gentleman is rather transparent, Michelle mused, but decided to let it be. He would find out in due course. How dreadful! The blue-haired wizard felt a wave of apprehension for the students attending the class, a defense against the dark arts teacher, who couldn't even handle a Cornish pixie and had to flee in disgrace. Somehow managed to remain at Hogwarts for this long. Moreover, shouldn't the duel instructor be someone more qualified, like Professor Flitwick? Michelle had heard whispers that this flamboyant character was entangled in several flirtations with various young witches. He couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Our peacock professor has invited me to assist him in demonstrating a duel for the young wizards. Snape scoffed. I presume he hasn't grown weary of his life just yet? A look of incredulity crossed Michelle's face. Of all the people Lockhart could have invited, he chose the potions master? Michelle feared that this overconfident charlatan might inadvertently provoke Snape's wrath and end up severely injured. Perhaps I should inform Madame Pomfrey in advance, lest we require immediate medical assistance. A gleeful expression appeared on Snape's face, his eyes narrowing slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. Perhaps we ought to prepare a stretcher for our dear Professor Lockhart. He taunted. News of Lockhart's dueling club quickly spread. Students crowded around the posted announcement, chattering excitedly. Lockhart, he can teach dueling. How has Dumbledore not expelled him yet? Ron grumbled. Initially, he was eager about the newly established dueling course. But little did he know that the instructor would be the insipid Lockhart. Harry concurred, voicing, I heard Professor Flitwick was once a dueling champion. Even Snape or Professor McGonagall would suffice. The boys would rather endure the venomous barbs of Slytherin's potions master than engage in frivolous games with that peacock. Snape, perhaps we should just forego it altogether, Ron lamented. While he recognized that the old bat was likely skilled in combat, he truly did not wish to encounter Snape outside of potions class. I believe you both harbor a bias against Professor Lockhart. He is such a brave wizard. Hermione defended her newfound idol. Strangely enough, this brown-haired young witch had developed an inexplicable infatuation with Lockhart. Harry and Ron had previously thought that someone like the ever-curious Miss Granger, who regarded learning as a passion, would never take a liking to anything else. How can you possibly have feelings for Lockhart? Ron couldn't help but inquire, earning himself a disdainful glare and a huff from the young witch. Nevertheless, they all made their way to the Great Hall, a typical display of Lockhart's flair. "Hey, Michelle, you're here too?" Harry greeted enthusiastically, spotting the blue-haired wizard leaning against the wall in the corner. Michelle straightened up and approached them. "Tonight promises to be quite an event. You may want to prepare yourselves." The young man wore a rather subtle smile. An event? Harry and the others were left perplexed. Just as the young wizards were about to burst with anticipation, two figures ascended the stage. The air instantly grew still. Before them stood Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, his golden locks glimmering softly in the candlelight, exuding an undeniable charm. Accompanying him was none other than Severus Snape, who was draped in a traditional black ensemble. Yet it appeared somewhat altered, reminiscent of the latest release from the esteemed Elegant brand, accentuating his broad shoulders and slender waist. Michelle's gaze was riveted. Indeed, this attire suited the gentleman remarkably well. The deep blue of his eyes was unmistakable, fixated intently, meticulously tracing every inch of the potion's master from head to toe. Perhaps the intensity of this gaze was too fervent, or perhaps it was the almost obsessive admiration reflected in the butler's countenance that made Snape feel somewhat uneasy. As he discreetly licked his lips, damned Michelle, why must he persistently gaze at him in such a manner? Did he not realize how many eyes were upon him? What was there to behold? Heaven knows how he was persuaded by Michelle's relentless insistence to don the attire he had purchased. The proud little bat was seething with indignation. The tips of his ears, concealed beneath his hair, had betrayed him, tinged with a faint blush. Goodness, the old bat had actually chosen to wear a new outfit. The young wizards below erupted into a cacophony of chatter once more. Lockhart, noticing that not all eyes were fixated upon him, but rather on Snape beside him, felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he was prepared with his opening remarks and performance, confident that he would undeniably demonstrate to these young witches and wizards who the most charismatic individual truly was. Lockhart waved his hand to silence them, then boomed, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, gather closer. Can everyone see me? As it happens, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to host this little duel to enhance your self-defense skills. I shall impart to you the dueling techniques I have acquired through numerous adventures. Details can be found in my autobiographical series." Hermione gazed at him in wide-eyed adoration, clutching the complete set of Lockhart's books. Harry and Ron exchanged eye rolls in unison. "I dare say, those so-called adventures of his are nothing but fabrications," Harry remarked. Snape appeared visibly impatient, his brow furrowed as though he might draw his wand and cast a lethal curse at the loquacious man beside him at any moment. Fortunately, Lockhart ceased his self-praise and quickly delved into the matter at hand. "Allow me to formally introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, who claims to possess some knowledge of dueling and has generously agreed to partake in a small demonstration with me. Rest assured, I shall return your potions professor to you unscathed." A confident and charming smile graced Lockhart's face, causing the young witches in the audience to blush. Snape, too, managed a rather forced smile, if it could even be considered a smile. Lockhart and Snape turned to one another, bowing respectfully. At least Lockhart was earnest in his bow, having devised what he deemed an elegantly choreographed movement. Snape, however, merely nodded dismissively, eager to teach the flamboyant peacock a lesson. He elegantly raised his wand to his chest, tilting his head slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lockhart. "As you can see, we shall demonstrate the proper stance for dueling. We will count down from 3.1, 2, 3 before he could fully articulate the number 3. Snape raised his wand, aiming it at Lockhart. A beam of white light erupted from the tip of his wand. Expelliarmus! The deep, resonant tones of a cello filled the air, laced with a hint of delight. Michelle stifled a laugh. Lockhart was surely in for a calamity. The simplest disarming spell struck Lockhart directly, sending him hurtling across the stage. Crashing to the far end, His wand tumbled to the ground, his splendid robe soiled with dust, and his meticulously styled hair was tousled by the wind, rendering him particularly disheveled. Snape coldly regarded the fallen Lockhart, inwardly seething at the thought that, had there not been so many young wizards present, he would have undoubtedly sent this empty-headed charlatan to St. Mungo's for a few weeks' recuperation. Lockhart, wincing in pain, rose from the ground, struggling to maintain his composed expression, managing to flash his signature charming smile, a textbook disarming spell, thanks to Professor Snape's demonstration. To be frank, your intention to showcase this was rather transparent. Had I wished to defeat you, it would have been a trivial endeavor. Professor Lockhart, I believe you ought to allow the students to practice this spell themselves, rather than squander valuable time on your endless self-aggrandizing monologue. A voice lazily emerged from the crowd. Lockhart froze in place. Why was that insufferable Michelle always present during crucial moments? The color of embarrassment became the dominant hue on the golden-haired wizard's face. Of course, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, it seems Mr. Weasley's wand has yet to be repaired, correct? Snape scoffed. May I enlist a member of my house? Malfoy. The smug platinum-haired scion strode onto the stage, his pale blue eyes defiantly fixed on Harry. Potter, are you prepared for your friends to collect your remains? Malfoy sneered. Yet, as Malfoy uttered the incantation, everything changed. Serpensortia. A serpent leapt onto the stage, slithering menacingly forward. Lockhart, filled with terror, leaped off the stage. Snape and Michelle tensed. Michelle was already prepared to cast a spell. Suddenly, a raspy, malevolent voice resonated throughout the hall. How to describe it? It was akin to the whisper of death itself, reminiscent of a demonic murmur. The snake seemed to have received a command. Gradually coming to a halt in the center of the stage, hissing as it flicked its crimson tongue. Michelle waved his wand, causing it to vanish. The blue-haired wizard's expression turned grave. He realized he was able to comprehend that voice, while it appeared that the others present could not. The young wizards retreated in droves, leaving a bewildered Harry behind. The one who had spoken was none other than the savior, Harry Potter. The boy was oblivious to what he had articulated. In a moment of dire urgency, he had simply commanded the advancing snake, "Stay back, go away." And the snake had understood. Indeed, it did not advance further. However, Harry was puzzled as to why everyone regarded him with expressions of astonishment and fear. Harry, what were you just saying? Hermione exclaimed. I merely told the snake to stay away, Harry replied. But it sounded the brown-haired which stammered. He sounded as if you were commanding the snake to do something wicked. Ron interjected. The young wizards hurriedly vacated the hall, as though fearing contamination. Only Harry, Hermione, Ron, along with Michelle and Snape remained. As for Lockhart, he had long since slipped away amidst the chaos. Harry, were you telling it to retreat? Michelle inquired. Harry nodded excitedly. Finally someone understood what he had said. A natural Parselmouth, just like the Dark Lord. Perhaps the Sorting Hat made an error in placing you in Gryffindor. Snape hesitated at a Potter, and yet a Parselmouth. What is a Parselmouth? Harry inquired. It is the language of snakes, Harry. Those endowed with this gift can converse with serpents, Hermione explained. It is not a common talent, Ron added. The peculiar voice Harry had heard earlier was likely the serpent tongue, a language belonging to snakes, possessing the ability to petrify. The name of the creature lurking within the Chamber of Secrets was already on the tip of their tongues. The basilisk. In the days that followed, all the students began to shun Harry, whispers of him being the heir of Slytherin circulating like wildfire. Harry felt utterly isolated. Chapter 31. Rumors, disappointment, and incidents, a slight alteration of the petrified individuals. What? You say the creature in the chamber is a basilisk? Snape asked in astonishment. But how do you know? Harry previously confided in me that he heard a very sinister and strange whisper. A voice only he could comprehend, Michelle remarked. Moreover, this creature possesses the ability to petrify. Considering the events of this evening, I suspect it is indeed a basilisk. Snape pondered for a moment. It is likely a basilisk. But where could it be hiding? Even Professor Dumbledore hasn't managed to find it. Michelle shook his head. The two conferred for some time, deciding to inform Dumbledore of their suspicions. After all, ensuring the safety of all students was the headmaster's responsibility. Yet, before the oblivious old headmaster could commence his search for the basilisk, another unfortunate student met with tragedy. Dense, gloomy snowflakes danced through the air, falling softly as if caressed by a gentle veil. Heavy yet imbued with a lightness that soon blanketed the ground in a feather-like layer. Harry and his friends continued their search in the library, poring over various bestiaries for clues about the legendary creature of the chamber. At the back of the library, a group of Hufflepuffs sat together, seemingly not studying or completing assignments, but rather whispering among themselves. As Harry approached, he suddenly overheard a few words. He tugged Ron and Hermione behind a bookshelf. Is Harry Potter truly the heir of Slytherin? Did he unlock the hidden chamber? A girl with a ponytail inquired, and of course, he is a Parseltongue. Everyone knows that is a hallmark of dark wizards. Hey, don't be naive. Have you ever seen a righteous white wizard capable of conversing with snakes? Thus, the assembled heads began to chatter animatedly. Their remarks were quite excessive. The leader, Ernie, even speculated that Harry had narrowly escaped the Dark Lord's killing curse through profoundly advanced dark magic. Hello, I would like to remind you that gossiping about others is not a virtuous act. Although his gaze was calm, an indescribable sense of oppression lingered in the air. Yes, it was indifference, cold, chilling indifference. In the depths of his beautiful deep blue eyes lay an impenetrable ancient ice. If conversing with snakes were a taboo rather than an extraordinary gift, then, after all, I too am a Parseltongue. Why do you speak solely of Harry? Michelle had previously held a favorable impression of the Hufflepuffs, particularly a student named Cedric. Wise, brave, loyal, and ambitious, he was a young wizard embodying the admirable qualities of all four houses. However, now, the blue-haired wizard's thoughts began to waver. It seemed not every student in the house possessed commendable traits. The color drained from the faces of the young wizards, not from shame, but from a primal fear of the somewhat unfathomable abilities of Parseltongues. They hastily gathered their belongings and departed. Harry emerged from behind the bookshelf, casting a grateful glance at Michelle. Michelle, are you truly a Parseltongue? Hermione inquired. I can understand the language of all magical creatures. The young and handsome wizard replied with a gentle smile. The three young wizards widened their eyes in astonishment. This was far from the terrifying talent they had dreaded. It was evidently a rare gift. Next time, I can take you to see the unicorn. It has been ages since I last encountered that little creature. Since sending Ivy away, Michelle had not ventured into the Forbidden Forest again. Ron excitedly nodded at Harry. Adventures in the Forbidden Forest are best suited for the brave and fearless Gryffindors. The group chatted as they exited the library. The corridor leading to the Gryffindor dormitory was particularly dim. With a few candles flickering precariously up ahead, they could vaguely see a figure lying on the ground. The blue-haired wizard's deep blue pupils constricted suddenly. His worst fears had come to pass. It was Ernie. Harry recognized the young wizard's identity. He lay still on the ground, his body cold and rigid, making it hard to imagine he had recently been animatedly conversing. A look of sheer terror was frozen on the boy's face. His brown eyes vacant and dull, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. Beside him lay another figure that barely resembled a human, appearing ghostly like a specter from the castle. Good heavens, is that nearly headless Nick? Hermione exclaimed. This specter, typically elusive and ethereal, now manifested in corporeal form. No longer translucent and pearly, he was entirely shrouded in darkness, surrounded by a wisp of smoke. His head remained in its half-removed state, bearing the same expression of utter horror. Listen, one of you stay here and don't move, while the other goes to fetch Madame Pomfrey, Michelle instructed Ron and Hermione. Harry, you come with me to find Professor Dumbledore. The group nodded. Hermione headed to the infirmary while Ron leaned against the wall, striving to overcome his fear as he guarded the two petrified figures. A sizable hole had formed in the window beside him, with the glass nearly ready to fall to the ground as the fierce wind swept in, unrestrained by the snow and night. The red-haired boy shivered, instinctively tightening his robes. Chapter 32. Inference, testing, and unexpected events. Yesterday's data was not as good as the day before. How heart-wrenching. I'll write a bit more today, aiming for around 5,000 words. I truly wish to be liked by everyone. I feel my writing is poor. How disheartening. Upon learning that yet another unfortunate young wizard had been petrified, a complex expression emerged on Dumbledore's typically cheerful and kind face. He sighed and slowly shook his head, filled with worry and helplessness. Asked the headmaster of Hogwarts. His inability to prevent the monster within the chamber from harming his students weighed heavily on his conscience. "Headmaster, it is imperative that we swiftly locate the basilisk hidden within the castle," Michelle asserted gravely. The blue-haired wizard's gaze was steadfast and sharp, as if he had resolved to tackle the issue head-on. His piercing deep blue eyes, visible behind the monocle, resembled two razor-sharp blades capable of cutting through all pretense. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement with Michelle's perspective. His profound eyes reflected a mix of determination and wisdom, as though he had begun to strategize how to confront the imminent crisis. His hands were tightly clasped, revealing a sense of inner tension and anxiety. He understood the urgency of the situation and the necessity to act swiftly to protect the other students within the school from harm. He was deep in thought. "Sir, I heard a strange sound earlier." Harry chose to be forthright. Although Ron had mentioned hearing sounds that others could not, which was not a good omen, witnessing the continuous harm to his classmates compelled the boy to speak out. He made the decision to inform Professor Dumbledore. The esteemed white wizard raised his head, his wise gaze calmly fixed on Harry, waiting for him to continue. "I believe it was Parseltongue," Harry stated. "Parseltongue?" Dumbledore frowned, seemingly contemplating the plausibility of this answer. "But where would the basilisk be hiding?" "I have previously searched the entire castle and found nothing," Dumbledore remarked. "Perhaps it is concealed in a place we are unaware of," Harry conjectured. "The legendary Chamber of Secrets remains elusive." Dumbledore shook his head, somewhat resigned. "There is still another question," Michelle pondered aloud. "If someone locks eyes with the basilisk, they should be killed, yet these victims were merely petrified. Indeed, a stroke of misfortune within misfortune, Albus Dumbledore could not help but exclaim. They fell into deep contemplation, endeavoring to devise a solution to the predicament. "Headmaster, don't you find it odd?" Michelle queried. "But why is that?" "Surely the basilisk cannot be benevolent enough to spare them," Michelle continued. "The camera? Nick?" Harry murmured, who had been silently listening. His brow furrowed, and his gaze fixated intently on the ground, as if seeking some clue hidden there. The boy who lived was earnestly pondering. He seemed to have grasped the thread of truth. "If that's the case, I understand." Michelle adjusted his glasses, the golden tassels at the side gently swaying. His eyes sharpened, as though piercing through all fog to reach the heart of the matter. His clear voice was calm yet resolute, as if stating an established fact. "It is indeed a given that anyone who meets the basilisk's gaze shall perish. However, what if they did not directly lock eyes with it?" A confident smile graced the young man's lips. "Colin encountered the basilisk while carrying a camera. He must have seen it through the lens." Harry and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, both expressing a moment of realization. "As for where the basilisk is hiding, Harry, was there anything peculiar at the scene of the incident?" The bespectacled boy stood quietly, his breathing becoming deep and steady. Suddenly, Harry's previously wandering gaze sharpened into focus. "There's water. There's water everywhere," he exclaimed excitedly. "The basilisk is likely concealed within the pipes." Dumbledore immediately rose to his feet. Hastily stepping out from behind his desk, his movements betraying a sense of urgency. "I will go check all the pipes." His voice carried a hint of immediacy. With that, he swiftly departed the office, leaving the two behind. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on the mahogany tree, peering curiously. Having just completed its rebirth, it appeared somewhat disheveled, its once vibrant red plumage replaced by a soft down, reminiscent of a newly hatched chick. Its body trembled slightly, as if still adjusting to its newfound vitality. Its eyes sparkled with confusion and curiosity, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Michelle gently stroked the little phoenix's head. Harry stood nearby, somewhat at a loss. He nodded silently and followed Michelle out of the headmaster's office. They proceeded down the corridor in silence, the dim candlelight flickering, illuminating their figures but failing to dispel the surrounding gloom. The yellow light cast upon them formed two indistinct shadows. Projected onto the long, dark carpet, like elongated souls, in the distance. Darkness spread like a tide, boundless and all-consuming, swallowing all light and hope, as if it were a beast that devoured all with the ingredients provided by Michelle. Hermione's polyjuice potion was finally nearing completion. "We still need to be cautious. The basilisk has yet to be found, as does that Chamber of Secrets," Harry reminded. "This level 5X creature seemed to possess some form of invisibility." Or perhaps it remained hidden in the chamber except when wreaking havoc. In any case, the great headmaster Dumbledore had not been able to locate its whereabouts, to prevent panic from making them more susceptible to attack. He refrained from disclosing the monster's identity, instead issuing a new notice that required every young wizard to refrain from venturing out at night unless absolutely necessary, in an effort to minimize further tragedies. The semester drew to a close amidst the gentle descent of snowflakes, enveloping the entire magical school in a profound silence. The sky was painted in soft shades of blue, as the dawn following the heavy snowfall gradually revealed its tranquil and contemplative visage. In the distance, the mountains were blanketed in white, their outlines shrouded in mystery, slowly emerging from the shadows under the glow of the rising sun. Harry and Ron were roused early by the spirited Hermione, who arrived in a flurry. The brown-haired witch, wrapped in a fluffy red-striped scarf, her cheeks rosy, held gifts for both of them in her arms. "Wake up!" she exclaimed loudly as she drew back the curtains. "Merry Christmas!" Hermione tossed the presents into their laps. "The potion is ready. We can confront Malfoy today." The two boys immediately became alert. Harry placed Hermione's gift beside his bed and examined all the presents he had received. Hagrid had sent him a large bag of treacle fudge, which he decided to share with his friends after softening it by roasting. Ron had gifted him a book about Quidditch, its contents appearing quite intriguing. While Hermione had procured a splendid eagle feather quill, the color of the plume strikingly beautiful. Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a cozy sweater, adorned with the Gryffindor crest. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over Harry as he recalled Mr. Arthur Weasley's dilapidated car, which had remained missing to this day. Michelle had gifted Harry a brand-new wizarding robe, equipped with self-cleaning and warming features, along with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The glasses were an expensive alchemical product, evidently a response to the boys' frequent misfortunes with eyewear. Most alarming was the discovery of another hastily wrapped black package beside this gift. It was, astonishingly, a present from the old bat. Inside were several vials of greenish potions, accompanied by a note. "For the petrified Mr. Potter, I eagerly anticipate collecting his remains." Mandrake potion, Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Is Snape really that generous?" Such potions do not come cheaply, and of course, Snape would not be so altruistic. This was Michelle's idea. Theo preserved the life of the Chosen One. The potion's master had begrudgingly brewed a few vials of this potion, though how much bitter root he had included remained a mystery. It was likely he would not spare Harry. The Great Hall was an imposing spectacle, adorned with countless twinkling stars and bright lights that decorated the ceiling, making the entire space appear to be draped in the Milky Way. An array of delectable dishes filled the tables, with everyone indulging in a feast of culinary delights, including the trio of young wizards plotting their scheme. To their astonishment, what seemed like an exceedingly haphazard and unreliable plan unfolded remarkably smoothly. They easily procured the hair of Crabbe and Goyle. The three of them drank the corresponding potions. Hermione transformed into Millicent Bulstrode, Harry into Goyle, and Ron into Crabbe. However, Hermione persistently avoided emerging, as they wandered in search of a Slytherin student to guide them into the common room. An irritatingly arrogant voice rang out. "What are you doing here? You lot only know how to gorge yourselves in the Great Hall, like a bunch of Hufflepuffs. I've been looking for you forever. Come, I have something good to show you." Malfoy strode ahead, with Harry and Ron trailing closely behind. "Pureblood," Malfoy stated as he uttered the password. The Slytherin common room exuded a peculiar and contradictory ambience. It was a rather small and somewhat oppressive space, elongated and low-ceilinged, with walls and ceilings that bore a rough texture, hinting at the passage of time. A slightly dilapidated chandelier hung from the ceiling, and a large fireplace, adorned with dark patterns, blazed brightly. In the center of the room stood a long table, surrounded by intricately carved chairs occupied by several studying Slytherins. Malfoy approached his seat and unfolded a newspaper on the table, which featured a piece about the Ministry of Magic's fine imposed on Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. "Well, what do you think?" Malfoy sneered. "Who told this fellow to be so fond of muggles? I reckon he has no need for his wand. A disgrace to pureblood wizarding families." Harry managed to chuckle dryly along with the young master, but Ron could not muster a laugh. His face contorted in anger, nearly ready to explode. Malfoy noticed Crabbe's unease and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What is wrong with you today, Crabbe?" Ron feigned a stomach ache. "I have a bit of a stomachache." Malfoy cast a disdainful glance. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets in our house? Harry asked in Goyle's clumsy manner. Of course I do, Malfoy replied, and Harry and Ron perked up immediately. Isn't it said that only the true heir of Slytherin can open it? Recently, some have been foolish enough to think Potter is the heir. Ha! A Gryffindor. How ridiculous. If Slytherin were to choose an heir, it would certainly be me. The platinum-haired young wizard raised his chin haughtily, his eyes brimming with confidence and disdain. As a member of a noble pureblood family, he was the very epitome of a sly T-Heron. It seemed the heir was not Malfoy. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded. Master, I really need to go to the bathroom. My stomach hurts too much. Go on then, Malfoy replied impatiently, furrowing his brow, thoroughly disappointed in the two before him. Crabbe and Goyle, his lackeys, were perpetually so dull-witted. Harry followed Ron swiftly out of the Slytherin common room, sprinting down the corridor. Heaven knows whether Malfoy had noticed anything amiss. Their bodies seemed to shrink further, rendering their clothes oversized, forcing them to hold up their hems as they ran barefoot up the stairs, much like a little witch carrying her long skirt. Hermione, come out. We found out that Malfoy is not the heir of Slytherin. Ron knocked persistently on the door of the lavatory. Go away. A shrill voice cried from within, reminiscent of moaning Myrtle. Hermione, what's wrong? You haven't come out since we left? Harry asked anxiously. The normally rational and composed Hermione Granger was in tears. The ghostly moaning Myrtle floated above the lavatory, incessantly muttering, how dreadful, with a sudden push. Hermione flung open the door, her face concealed by her robe, trembling uncontrollably. Are you all right? Harry inquired cautiously. The young witch remained silent, slowly lifting a corner of her robe. Ron gasped, goodness, for there, on the once fair and lovely visage of the girl, sprouted tufts of yellow and black fur, and her brown eyes had transformed into those resembling a cat's. Damn Millicent. Woe is me, this cannot be her hair. It's a cat. Hermione dropped her robe entirely, bursting into tears. Tears streamed from her peculiar feline eyes like a gushing spring, and Harry and Ron comforted her for what felt like an eternity before she gradually ceased, her eyes swollen and red. Let us accompany you to Madame Pomfrey, Ron suggested. Hermione stubbornly shook her head, her newly sprouted cattail swishing violently. She did not wish for all the young witches and wizards to witness her disheveled state. It would be far too embarrassing. Let us find Michelle, Harry proposed quietly. Miss Granger reluctantly agreed. What has happened to you three? Michelle asked, looking up in surprise from a pile of books at the unexpected visitors. Coincidentally, Snape had been summoned by Dumbledore, so they were spared from the ever-threatening wrath of the potion's master. Hermione? Ron stammered. With a determined bite of her lip, Hermione pulled back the robe shrouding her face, desperately stifling the urge to cry. However, instead of curiosity or mockery, she was met with a gaze of confusion from Michelle. Tilting his head, he seemed to ponder how, in just a few days, Hermione had managed to transform herself in such a way. A polyjuice potion? He asked hesitantly. Hermione nodded. This is a troublesome predicament. Let me think, Michelle replied. Unfortunately, despite mulling over all the potions and spells he knew, he could find nothing that could remedy this little mishap in the short term, unless it involved medieval magic and potions. The blue-haired wizard's lovely eyes lowered, clearly lost in thought. The Guardian Charm, he mused, is a powerful incantation capable of healing even the gravest of injuries swiftly, though it comes at a great cost in magical energy. Michelle raised his head. I do have a small spell in mind, but I cannot guarantee its efficacy, as I have misplaced my most reliable wand. Michelle appeared somewhat helpless. If only his lost wand were at hand. This minor issue could be resolved flawlessly in no time. It's all right. We must at least try, Hermione said, her voice still choked. The proud young witch was unable to bear the thought of her peculiar appearance becoming the subject of gossip among the entire student body. Taking a deep breath, he raised his wand, aiming it at Hermione. Great God of life, I beseech thee to shower gentle rain upon thy devoted followers, the sacred illumination of the Middle Ages, and the protectors of the divine. A surge of immense magical energy coursed through Hermione's body, enveloping her in a soft, radiant white light. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and the brown-haired girl could not resist the urge to touch her face. She had been restored. Not only had the hair on her arms vanished, but so too had the long tail, Thank you, Mitsai. The little witch exclaimed with excitement. It was nothing. Do be more careful next time. Mitsai replied with a gentle smile. The three little wizards departed. The fire in the stove blazed brightly today, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of wood. He could no longer concentrate on his reading. The meanderings of a weary soul, on literary creation, evoke the thought that good fortune is fleeting. The rigid structure of high school argumentative essays stifled my meager literary talent, extinguishing my inspiration and creativity, leaving me with no outlet for expression. The predetermined frameworks and high-scoring templates gradually consumed a girl who once possessed a spark of talent. I faded into the crowd, even becoming the lowest achiever in a field I once took pride in. Truly, the words of Yu Hua resonate. We live amidst vast disparities, and the naive eventually glimpse the harsh realities of the world. I fell in love with fantasy, as if enchanted, my mind incessantly conjuring various images to alleviate the disappointment of daily life. Constructing an absolute utopia, the once steadfast companion betrayed their former beloved, embarking on a path of ephemeral dreams, while I became a mere shell of a person, left with fleeting moments of mental ecstasy. My inspiration ran dry, leaving only the desperate struggle of a dying soul. I despised this version of myself, for it was no longer me. I was vibrant, youthful, healthy, not a terminally ill specter. This struggle culminated after life's great examination. And I had become a battered, ordinary adult. In my world, there is no magic. I do not possess my own Mitsai Weiler, and the night is devoid of moonlight, shrouded in ink-like darkness. The absurdity of my current writings is but a timid exploration born of newfound courage. Cautious and fearful, I am grateful for the affection and support from all. Your encouragement has rekindled my spirit, enabling me to once again embrace the confidence and capability to create. My body is whole. My soul has been healed, and I thoroughly enjoy this process. In truth, I encountered online literature early on, staying up late in middle school to chase stories, attending online classes in high school. The fantastical realm satisfied me and provided countless dreams, forming a modest monument within my barren spiritual landscape. Go embark on writing and reclaim that former self is a journey attempting to traverse mountains and seas, fraught with thorns. Inspiration pours forth relentlessly, leaving behind only pale and powerless words. In that moment, I recognized my mediocrity and endeavored to reconcile with it. Literature, whether online or in reality, is neither a mere child's play nor a gilded refuge for the mediocre. Correspondingly, it is not a domain solely for the gifted. It is fair, selfless, and vast, belonging to all enthusiasts. What you need is simply unwavering dedication and an indomitable flame of passion. After countless years of wandering and myriad anticipations, I believe what I am currently writing can barely be considered a work, a piece of literature, and I now possess the right to humorously refer to myself as a half-baked writer. The passage of over a decade has transformed into bricks knocking on the door, once proud children of talent, now caught in a brilliant ray of starlight that has traversed the long river of time. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have read this. I love you, my omnipotent music teacher, penned at dawn on September 25, 2024. Chapter 33. The Diary, Valentine's Day and Suitors. Regular updates resume tomorrow. If I write quickly, I will save material for the day after. I suddenly recalled a point. Previously, when the author read, someone remarked that HP fanfiction always revolves around the main characters. I believe that regardless of how one writes, it will always center around them, for no matter how far the plot diverges, it will not escape Harry's years at Hogwarts. Once a theme is established, it is irrelevant whether it revolves around them. It merely distinguishes between implicit and explicit. In the original work, every character possesses flaws, shaped by their experiences and personalities, which endows them with unique charm. We love them, for we cherish their entire souls. I have already envisioned the bittersweet ending. Even the painful lines are prepared. Though Harry and his companions have ruled out Draco Malfoy, they remain unwavering in their quest to uncover the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Regrettably, they have yet to make any significant discoveries, apart from the seemingly quintessential Slytherin Platinum young lord. Other students have not exhibited any particularly noteworthy traits. Surely, it cannot be Crabbe and Goyle. The little wizards found themselves at an impasse. Fortunately, the recent petrification incidents have not recurred. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore finds himself compelled to patrol the castle daily. Hoping to capture the malevolent serpent, Mitsai, too, occasionally wandered, intrigued by the legendary Chamber of Secrets. The wisdom of ancestors is boundless. Although Salazar Slytherin's ideologies may be somewhat narrow-minded and extreme, he was undeniably one of the most prominent wizards of his era. As he ascended the stairs to Gryffindor Tower once more, he heard the furious roar of the castle's caretaker, Mr. Filch, from a distance. His eyes sparkled with anger and sorrow, as if the entire world owed him an explanation. "You troublemaker! I've spent the entire night mopping the floors. I am going to find Dumbledore." The voice emanated from the direction of the dilapidated girls' lavatory, laced with a bitter undertone. Ever since this peculiar caretaker, who inexplicably despises little wizards, witnessed the tragedy of Moaning Myrtle, a deep cloud of gloom has perpetually shrouded his wrinkled face. Hogwarts students, particularly Harry Potter, tread carefully to avoid provoking this sensitive man. At the entrance of the girls' lavatory, large patches of water stains spread out, forming a small lake of scattered droplets. Filch, grumbling to himself, vigorously dragged the mop, his frustration palpable. After finally clearing the water, he stormed off in a huff. Each of his heavy footsteps seemed laden with endless resentment. Water! Mitsai quickly recalled the scene when the basilisk attacked. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the doorway. This was a small lavatory that appeared to have seen better days. The walls were worn and eroded by time, with some areas revealing peeling paint. The faucet was rusted and somewhat loose, while the surface of the sink was marred by water stains and grime. Seemingly untouched by cleaning for ages, the floor tiles were worn down, with dust and debris filling the cracks. A faint, almost ethereal figure emerged from one of the stalls. A bespectacled girl. "Isn't this the girls' lavatory? Rude wizard. Everyone bullies poor Moaning Myrtle. Everyone throws things at her. Everyone uses objects to hit me." The ghost's voice flowed with a mournful cadence. "I won't throw anything at you," Mitsai reassured her. Clearly, this girl had suffered much bullying in life. A pain that was unspeakable, no one understood. Nor did anyone protect her, leaving her to silently lick her wounds in the depths of night, savoring solitude. "I won't bully you," he added, striving to make his smile appear warm and friendly. Perhaps people tend to empathize with those who share similar experiences. Myrtle inched closer, scrutinizing the young, handsome wizard with curiosity and intrigue. "You really won't throw anything at me?" she asked cautiously. "Of course not." "Yes, at that moment, I was sitting on my favorite toilet when suddenly someone hit my head with something. It really hurt," she complained, swirling in the air. "Let everyone throw books at Moaning Myrtle. After all, she's already dead and feels nothing." "She is already dead. Do you know who hit you with the book?" Mitsai inquired. Myrtle shook her head. "I don't know, but the bad person used this book." She pointed at the sink inside. Mitsai stepped forward and picked up the culprit that had tormented Myrtle, a somewhat tattered notebook. Rather than a book, it resembled a worn journal. The magic that once emanated from it had faded over time. Additionally, it bore an indescribably complex scent of deceit, ambition, and wisdom. Through the notebook's pages, Mitsai glimpsed a half-black, half-white soul, peacefully slumbering. Interesting. This appears to be a product from 50 years ago. The chamber had been opened 50 years prior. The pages bore no writing, pristine and clean, merely bearing the yellowing edges and creased cover, remnants of time. Yet, they had forgotten Gilderoy Lockhart. The flamboyant peacock, adorned in a pink robe embellished with shimmering sequins, eagerly awaited in the grand hall. The hall's once ancient and mysterious decor had vanished, replaced instead by a romantic palette of pink hues. Pink drapes adorned the walls, intricately embroidered with exquisite floral patterns, while the floor was carpeted in a plush pink fabric. Cascading from the ceiling were clusters of pink crystal chandeliers, casting a soft glow that rendered the entire hall dreamlike. A beauty, undoubtedly, in Professor Lockhart's eyes. However, for the professors and students arriving for breakfast, it was nothing short of a grand calamity. Snape's expression seemed as if petrified by a spell, his face rigid, revealing a hint of hidden despair on his already sullen visage. He deeply regretted not having summoned the house elf to deliver breakfast to his office. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." Heart-shaped pink confetti drifted down from the pale blue ceiling, while flowers blossomed in the corners of the hall. Lockhart, who whose forte lay not only in the obliviate charm but also in this ostentatious display of magic, continued with exuberance. Michel, wielding his wand to clear the confetti, firmly grasped Snape's sleeve, suppressing his urge to unleash a curse. Lockhart remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster he was about to provoke. Harry and Ron kept their heads down, fearing their eyes might be tainted by the spectacle, while Hermione gazed dreamily at the golden-haired wizard standing at the front of the hall. "Forgive me for taking the liberty of preparing a thoughtful little surprise for everyone. So far, I have received 47 greeting cards. Thank you all. Now, let us welcome our friendly little cupids, a group of dwarfs." Their faces mirroring the same expression of despair, carried harps on their backs, with Lockhart having whimsically adorned them with golden wings. Furthermore, during this celebration of love, you are free to indulge, young ones. Perhaps Professor Snape could enlighten you on the concoction of the Amortentia. While our dear Professor Flitwick is well versed in enchanting spells, should you be interested? Professor Flitwick hastily buried his face in his arms, wishing he could simply vanish into the floor to escape Lockhart. Snape's countenance was ashen, as if cloaked in an unmelting frost for a millennium, his brows knitted tightly together. The young wizards in the hall were certain that anyone inquiring about the Amortentia would be met with a bottle of specially concocted poison, leading to a swift demise. Nonetheless, a few audacious young wizards were eager to seek out Professor Flitwick after the charms class. The recipients of the cards need not be classmates. For instance, if you fancy Mr. Weasley, you may request our little cupids to deliver your ardent confessions, Lockhart added with a flourish. Michel's expression froze in place, realizing he had just consoled Severus not to mind this attention-seeking jester. Feeling the subtle gazes of the surrounding young wizards, his forehead twitched involuntarily. Snape chuckled softly in derision. The blue-haired wizard pondered for a moment before leisurely retrieving his wand. Lockhart, sensing danger, flashed what he believed to be a perfect smile and quickly exited the hall. After all, in such circumstances, self-preservation was paramount, and the notoriety had already been achieved. This was undoubtedly the most chaotic and disordered day since the start of the term. They loudly proclaimed declarations of love from various individuals, creating a ruckus throughout Hogwarts. The love letter penned by the youngest Weasley daughter for Harry caused quite a stir. His eyes are as green as freshly pickled toads, his hair as dark as a blackboard. "I hope he is mine, he truly is handsome. That is the brave warrior who vanquished the Dark Lord." The flawless phrasing and exquisite metaphors led Harry to suspect it was a prank by his nemesis, Malfoy. He could only force himself to laugh along with the others. Yet, the little cupids flocked to the dungeons, where heaps of envelopes piled up at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Snape would never allow such disarray to enter. Clearly, these were not intended for him. Their sole recipient was none other than Mr. Michel Weasley. The beleaguered individual sat on the sofa, feigning ignorance to the avalanche of love letters awaiting him outside. "I believe our heartthrob, Mr. Weasley, is no longer content to remain in my office. He ought to go out and receive the affections of his admirers, rather than let these frenzied letters inundate the poor potions professor's office." Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smirk, a semblance of a smile gracing his pale face as his deep black eyes fixated intently on the blue-haired wizard before him. This troublesome, ever-obsessed Michel Weasley. That insufferable fellow! The potions master felt an inexplicable irritation. Even he did not realize that a peculiar emotion flickered in his eternally calm and indifferent eyes. Beneath the tranquil surface, the waters were tumultuous. "Severus, please don't throw me out. I have no place to hide," Michel sighed. "Next time I see Lockhart, do hold me back a bit. I fear I might just cast a killing curse on him for fun." The world's young wizards were far too liberal and bold. He recalled that in the Middle Ages, his name could silence the cries of children at night. Before his awakening, he was merely an ordinary individual, met with ridicule and disdain. After awakening, he was left only with fear and apprehension. Now, he found himself in a state of both pain and joy. "I cannot guarantee that," Snape replied with a cold laugh. He carelessly marked a large P on a student's test paper, the bright red ink heavier than usual, with a small ring of ink smudging the edges. The winter wind swept into England's night. As the moon rose high. Chapter 34. The Soul, the Minister of Magic, and the Conflict. To hear of Professor McGonagall's passing is truly sorrowful. In an effort to distance himself from those love-stricken letters and evade the enthusiastic young wizards, Michel had refrained from venturing outside these past few days, choosing instead to remain in the dungeons, idly doodling on paper. The daffodils in the room, the lake and trees outside, flowed from the nib of his quill, resulting in numerous monochromatic sketches adorning his desk. Snape observed that although Michel had been remarkably well-behaved lately, that blue gaze was invariably fixed upon him, scrutinizing him time and again. Damn it, he himself could not fathom what was so captivating about him. After several days of silence, the potions master finally discovered the reason within Michel's notebook. He saw himself, or rather, the reflection of himself in the eyes of the blue-haired wizard. Unlike Michel's other artworks, this particular piece was in color. The lines and strokes were clearly not of a professional caliber, yet imbued with a sense of earnest dedication. The man on the paper lacked the usual gloom and coldness, instead exhibiting a hint of gentleness under the subtle hues. Severus, Michel stood awkwardly to the side, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had been caught drawing a secret sketch. Why? Snape could not help but inquire. The response was silence. The blue-haired wizard hesitated to speak. Why? Michel was unsure. Yet he knew this was not a fleeting whim. In countless moments, he had meticulously traced the man's visage with his gaze, from the full forehead, the perpetually furrowed, beautiful brows, to the obsidian-like eyes, the prominent, hooked nose, across the pale cheeks, down to the thin lips and the slightly rigid chin. How could someone possess such an appealing appearance? Michel himself could not articulate the answer. Because you are quite handsome, he ultimately replied with a smile, his deep blue eyes sparkling like stars. Had the person before him not been Michel Weasley, he would have made that fellow aware of the consequences of jesting with him. Handsome? How absurd. The potions master had scrutinized his own reflection countless times. It was a face forever shrouded in solemnity, devoid of any color, with hollow black eyes that were cold and uninviting. Even he would not wish to behold his own visage. How did the students of Hogwarts describe him? A greasy, gloomy old bat, the old serpent of Slytherin. Regardless, the term handsome should never be associated with him. Snape had surreptitiously resolved to purchase new glasses for the nearsighted caretaker. Only when the ink in his quill began to dwindle did Michel recall the diary he had neglected for several days. The diary was blank, devoid of any writing. He initially assumed it was due to invisible ink, but it proved otherwise. Neither revealing potion nor charm elicited any text from the peculiar tome. Could it be that the residual magic was too weak to awaken the attached soul? Michel attempted to inscribe a line imbued with magical essence in the diary. Hello? I am Michel Weasley. The ink, freshly laid, suddenly shimmered vibrantly for a moment before being absorbed by the pages. Miraculously, a line of neatly crafted, audacious script appeared on the once blank paper. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Intrigued, Michel continued writing. Do you know how to draw? No, but if I learned, I certainly would. Simultaneously, a faint magic began to slither up Michel's arm from the nib, exuding an ominous aura. Is this akin to a soul contract? Michel chuckled. Before the master who manipulates souls, this mere black magic is but a child's play, a magical artifact capable of absorbing the mana of others to sustain its own operation, tainted with a filthy, dark soul, ambition and madness, truly a grotesque sight. While one may deceive with words, their soul remains forever honest. Michel Viller has witnessed the souls of countless individuals, most of which are a dreary gray. As good and evil intertwine in unfathomable proportions, the soul inscribed within the diary is not the most malevolent. Although it is interspersed with jarring wails and oppressive dread, it pales in comparison to that of a medieval pope. At least it retains a small corner of white eye in contrast. The soul of the crowned individual threatens to overflow with malevolence, a black ocean. Pure white souls are exceedingly rare, reserved only for those of true virtue. The former headmaster of Hogwarts possessed such a soul, yet for reasons unknown, its luminescence appeared feeble, akin to a withered rose. Then there is Professor, and Michel cannot help but recall his soul, pure to the utmost, where a minuscule speck of black cannot impede the radiance of its white light. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful soul the blue-haired wizard has ever encountered. Peeling away layers of disguise and shackles reveals a vast expanse of radiant moonlight. Michel closed the diary, his gaze vaguely settling on the potion's master, who was grumbling as he graded assignments. Where did you acquire that notebook? Snape noted the diary. Its cover marred and torn, and I found it. Michelle replied. This diary can forge soul contracts and absorb magical power, resembling an artifact of dark magic. He approached and placed the diary on Snape's desk. You touched it? The man with black hair and eyes gripped Michelle's hand tightly, sensing an intensely malevolent soul aura, reminiscent of that surrounding the Dark Lord. Nothing will happen, Severus, Michelle said nonchalantly, merely waving his wand as the ominous magic dissipated, as if it had never existed, though he could not see Michelle's soul. It was reasonable to assume that such a good person must possess a pure and untainted essence. The white soul should not venture into the abyss. One alone suffices. Let me keep this for now. Snape said, carelessly setting the diary aside. It could be an artifact left behind by the Dark Lord, or perhaps a fervent follower. He would examine it thoroughly when time permitted. Both men tacitly agreed to disregard the diary, with the potions professor remaining engrossed in his work while Michelle pondered how to retrieve his original wand. Though the new wand was satisfactory, it lacked the same finesse, rendering spells that were once effortless now precarious. Unbeknownst to them, the diary quietly vanished. Harry came into possession of it. The poor savior, deceived by the intricately woven lies of Tom Riddle, began to doubt himself. What? It was Hagrid who opened the chamber 50 years ago. What a joke! While Hagrid had a fondness for enormous, fearsome magical creatures, Harry knew this seemingly rough friend was a kind-hearted soul. Someone else must have opened the chamber. Hagrid was wronged. Harry did not believe the bizarre images the diary had conjured. Hermione, Ron, this talking diary claims Hagrid opened the chamber 50 years ago. The boy drew his two friends closer. This is impossible, Ron exclaimed. Hermione shook her head, her brown, curly hair swaying in the air. Who is the owner of this diary? The young witch inquired. Tom Riddle, Harry replied. I know him. His name is on the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award in the trophy room. Ron frowned in thought before exclaiming. He framed Hagrid to receive that award. Harry emphasized. Should we go find Hagrid and clarify? Forget it, Hermione muttered. The three young wizards fell silent, unanimously deciding to pretend they were unaware of the matter, and Harry placed the diary in a corner. Only Michelle and Dumbledore knew that this situation was far from simple. The basilisk seemed to have vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. Whether there were undercurrents churning beneath this seemingly calm surface remained unknown. But soon they would learn the answer. Two students at Hogwarts had been petrified once more. To be precise, one after Hermione's previous treatment. She retained the blessing of the god of life, so she merely collapsed. Her mirror shattered around her. This astute young witch, having learned from Harry that the monster was a basilisk, had carried a mirror to check around corners, yet still fell victim. The other student's condition was far more dire. Worse than those previously petrified. Fear spread through the castle as the corridors grew devoid of wandering young witches and wizards. Though Hermione had narrowly escaped, she required a week of hospitalization, which was the best possible outcome. The sky was devoid of clouds, only shimmering stars illuminating the night. It was a clear night, awash in starlight. Under the cover of darkness, Harry and Ron once again slipped out of the castle, intent on seeking Hagrid for clarification. However, before they reached the door, they spotted Michelle already knocking, and the two slipped inside under the invisibility cloak. Harry found a corner against the wall, crouching with Ron, who sat hunched beside him. If they were visible, they would appear as two carrots sticking out of the ground. Hagrid and Michelle were engaged in cheerful conversation, discussing the delightful aroma of a new tea Hagrid had recently procured. Much to the young wizard's delight, this buoyant atmosphere persisted until Michelle uttered that fateful question. Hagrid, I wish to know what transpired 50 years ago. Harry and Ron jolted, instinctively perking up their ears. Hagrid appeared somewhat unsettled, absent-mindedly stroking his rough, unkempt beard, his gaze drifting toward the distant crossbow. Nothing happened. I never did anything, my friends. They did not harm a single young witch or wizard at Hogwarts. I assure you. He paused, biting his lip before adding, I trust you wouldn't. It seems you two are unaware of what truly happened back then, Michelle sighed, adjusting his monocle with a look of helplessness. If the troublesome basilisk were not found soon, the attacks within the castle would never cease. Otherwise, even the most gifted seer could not accurately predict whether each young witch or wizard would face an assault. No worries, next time let us go to the alley together. I wish to buy a few things, he said, sipping his tea. Hagrid nodded, visibly relieved that someone acknowledged the past and still trusted him. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the small cottage. Hagrid grasped the crossbow leaning against the wall and opened the door once more. At the threshold stood not a fearsome creature nor a ghost, but Dumbledore, accompanied by a rather imposing figure. Cornelius Fudge, my father's superior, Ron gasped. Harry quickly covered his mouth. The newcomer was a short, stout man with gray hair and a worried expression, feigning seriousness as he scrutinized the seemingly fierce giant. Hagrid, his face ashen, entered the cottage. He collapsed into a chair, alternating his gaze between Dumbledore and Fudge. Michel remained seated, sipping his tea, indifferent to the unfamiliar, arrogant visitor. This is dire, Hagrid, the man said briskly in an official tone. Very dire with the surge of attacks. I believe it is time for the Ministry to take action. Not me. I did nothing, Mr. Dumbledore. You know? The towering half-giant pleaded desperately. Cornelius, I hope you understand that I trust Hagrid. Dumbledore finally spoke after a moment. Fudge forced a rather unnatural smile. Albus, I understand your sentiment, but for the safety of the young wizards, and to prevent future incidents. Oh, no. The Ministry must act. Take me. Take me where? Hagrid stammered, his massive frame trembling. Not Azkaban, he inquired, still holding on to a flicker of hope that a haughty, mocking laugh rang out from beyond the half-open wooden door as a man clad in a long black cloak strode in, revealing a few strands of golden hair that signaled his identity as Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family and, of course, Azkaban. Please leave my home, sir. You are not welcome here, Hagrid shouted furiously. Lucius wore a disdainful smile, surveying Hagrid's humble abode with his gray-blue eyes, similar to Draco's. If this can even be considered a house, he sneered. Lucius, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, his calm blue eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Things have taken a turn for the worse, Albus. The Hogwarts board has decided to suspend you. Oh, perhaps even dismiss you. No, you may take me, but you cannot take Mr. Dumbledore, Hagrid exclaimed, rising in agitation. If this is the board's decision, Lucius, I suppose I must relinquish my position. Dumbledore spoke in his customary gentle tone. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe you are somewhat confused, Michel said, rubbing his brow, staring at the usually astute old headmaster with a complex expression. You cannot leave. Albus Dumbledore truly seemed befuddled. Did he not comprehend the perilous nature of the castle and the precarious situation of the young wizards? Was he genuinely relying on that ostentatious Gilderoy Lockhart to resolve such grave matters? One could not help but doubt that Dumbledore's mind was, as Severus suggested, clouded by an excess of honey, sealing away his intellect. This gentleman is? Fudge cast a probing glance in his direction. Just an insufferable busybody. Michel replied coldly, his voice, usually as melodious as the gentle babbling of a brook, now thick with frost. The reason was simple. Medieval folk knew all too well that the greatest dark wizard despised nothing more than the hypocrisy of the powerful who abused their influence. The moralistic politician, unworthy of his position, was truly detestable. Fudge's face stiffened, his gaze burning with malice towards the blue-haired wizard, as if he were moments away from uncovering a fault to send Michel to Azkaban for a taste of life behind bars. Lucius, however, observed with keen interest, contemplating whether to confront Michel directly. After all, he was a friend of a junior, and their relationship appeared to be rather significant. This seemingly overly youthful wizard must possess extraordinary qualities. Slytherin's interest was always driven by gain, and he pondered the benefits Michel might provide, as well as what he could secure for himself should their relationship sour. I believe the Ministry of Magic possesses no such twisted authority to apprehend an innocent gamekeeper without any charges. Nor should the board suspend a diligent headmaster capable of overseeing matters, Michel asserted, his deep blue eyes glinting with a sharp, icy light. Sir, you similarly lack the authority to interfere with the actions of the Ministry. Fudge shouted in exasperation, unable to tolerate anyone challenging the Ministry's dignity, primarily his own as minister, Mr. Weasley. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Lucius said smoothly. All that is required is 2 days. Headmaster Dumbledore need only vacate for 2 days to assist us in our investigation. Clearly, he chose to concede and cultivate a rapport with Michel. I hope the board will base its decisions on facts, rather than emulating the Ministry's disgraceful, shameless conduct. Lucius nodded slightly, Then he and Dumbledore retreated into the night. The minister remained stubbornly in place, determined to take Hagrid with him today. "Minister, shall I need to escort you out?" Michel gently tightened his grip on his wand, a powerful aura instantly engulfing the room. The previously gentle blue-haired wizard now wore a cold smile. It had been quite some time since he had dealt with pompous authority figures, and the thought filled him with anticipation. Chapter 35. Maintenance. The acromantula and secrets Connolly Fudge's slightly flushed, chubby face twisted into a grotesque grimace, his features contorting as if crumpled. How dare anyone challenge the Ministry of Magic, challenge his authority as minister? It was well known that even the greatest white wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore, would afford him some measure of respect. Yet this excessively youthful, unfamiliar blue-haired wizard had the audacity to question him and, most impolitely, to expel him as minister. He was accustomed to being treated with utmost deference, never having endured such indignities. "Young sir," Fudge's words were nearly spat through clenched teeth, "I hope you never regret this." Though he begrudged losing face, the overwhelming sense of danger he felt from Michel, coupled with Lucius Malfoy's unusual behavior, compelled Fudge to temporarily abandon his desire to apprehend Hagrid as a scapegoat. Thus, the room was left with only Michel and Hagrid, that is, if one did not count the two young wizards eavesdropping in the corner. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, lifting his cup for a hearty gulp. The tea had cooled, imbued with a bitter aftertaste, yet he inexplicably savored a hint of sweetness. The burly giant with the unruly beard looked genuinely grateful, his thick lips quivering slightly. "Thank you," Hagrid said in his characteristic gruff voice. Without Michel's assistance, he would have already been in Azkaban, conversing amicably with Dementors. The young man nodded slightly, his long hair, tied back with a golden headband, gently resting against his cheek, lending him an air of gentleness. "What brings you here?" Michel inquired, casting a cryptic glance at the corner of the opposite wall, revealing a mysterious smile. "Michel, who are you talking to?" Hagrid asked, puzzled. "Just a couple of little ones who enjoy hiding," Michel replied. Harry and Ron then emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak. "Michel, how did you know we were here?" Ron asked curiously. The invisibility cloak perfectly concealed one's presence, yet it could not entirely mask the essence of life, such as the soul. Beneath the cloak, Michel's eyes gleamed with the light of two closely entwined souls, akin to stars suspended in the night sky. "I can see you," he said, his tone light with amusement. "We were hoping to ask Hagrid what transpired 50 years ago." "But," Harry scratched his head sheepishly, his gem-like green eyes fixed on Hagrid. "But now we know Hagrid never harmed any students." "That's wonderful," Ron exclaimed excitedly. Hagrid chuckled heartily, pouring steaming tea for the two young wizards. "So, do you know who released the monster that harmed people back then?" The boy promptly inquired. "I don't know. But back then, everyone believed it was Aragog," Hagrid replied earnestly. "But that is slander. Aragog assured me he would never harm a single Hogwarts student." Hagrid spoke with unwavering conviction, trusting his great friend unconditionally. "Speaking of which, I haven't visited him in a long while. How about," Hagrid suggested eagerly, wanting to take Harry and the others into the Forbidden Forest. "Aragog must know something. The Ministry of Magic will not relent, Hagrid." "You are a primary suspect," Michel sighed, expressing his helplessness. "They will not abandon their intention to take you once they find a suitable scapegoat." Hagrid nodded, coming to a sudden realization. He decided to refrain from venturing out for the week. His instinctive dread of Azkaban was the greatest nightmare for this burly half-giant. Hagrid could swear he never anticipated that this offhand remark would inspire Harry and Ron to sneak into the Forbidden Forest. Free from Hermione's constraints and suggestions, the two Gryffindor lions felt an audacious surge of courage as they donned the invisibility cloak and, lantern in hand, boldly strode into the Forbidden Forest. The distant hills stretched languorously in the night, casting long shadows, while a damp moon hung in the inky sky. Harry and Ron walked slowly in the Forbidden Forest, searching for the spider's lair indicated on the Hogwarts map. The light from their lanterns cast a small circle of white in the vastness of the forest. Appearing rather insignificant, the brittle branches crackled underfoot, as if announcing the arrival of visitors. A chilling sensation slithered up Ron's spine like a venomous snake, causing his body to tremble violently. His face drained of color, replaced by an expression of sheer terror. His greatest fear was spiders. He would scream at even the smallest one, and now, he faced the possibility of an ocean of them. Hagrid has encountered a bit of trouble lately. Harry stammered, struggling to mask his fear in the presence of the colossal creature, especially as it waved its two massive, powerful legs, seemingly demonstrating how it would tear apart any unsuspecting meal. Ron, meanwhile, stood frozen, the overwhelming terror transforming into a swarm of tiny insects gnawing away at his very blood. The students at school have been petrified, and some in the magical community believe it was Hagrid who unleashed the monster. Harry's voice quavered. Click click, the spider leader brandished its large pincers, clearly irate. We know it wasn't you. It was the basilisk, right? Harry quickly inquired. The conjecture required validation. Suddenly, Aragog's massive body swayed, an instinctive wariness emanating from him. The basilisk is indeed our Acromantula clan's nemesis, he responded slowly. Oh, you know where it is hiding? Harry asked, a sense of urgency in his voice. I can only say that the basilisk is exceedingly cunning. It only reveals itself during an attack, remaining concealed in the Chamber of Secrets at all other times. No wonder Dumbledore and Michelle have been unable to locate it. They are, after all, the most formidable wizards at Hogwarts. As I was unjustly held accountable for the demise of a young lady due to my physique and ethnicity, it was Hagrid who shielded me with his unwavering kindness, the old spider nostalgically interjected. So, you have never attacked anyone? Harry mustered the courage to inquire. Of course not. Aragog replied with a tone steeped in resentment. The girl's corpse was discovered in a chamber while I remained concealed within a cupboard, never having ventured beyond the confines of the castle. Suddenly, a cacophony of clicking sounds reverberated, as countless elongated legs writhed in the air, causing Ron's heart to race uncontrollably. The two instinctively sensed the imminent danger. Unable to believe that the terrifying behemoth before them could possibly be a law-abiding spider. Thank you, we shall meet again. Harry forced a semblance of a radiant smile, seizing Ron, who appeared ashen, ready to escape this perilous environment. Especially after being scrutinized by Aragog's avaricious and mischievous gaze for so long. The faint moonlight was obscured by drifting dark clouds, leaving only a flickering, dim glow at their feet, as the pitch-black night swiftly enveloped the entire forest. Aragog swayed his massive form, emitting a sinister cackle, with countless thin legs swaying beside his colossal body. If it were Hagrid, he could leave. You, however, cannot. Children, indulge in the feast, he proclaimed, his pitch-black eyes fixated maliciously on the two trembling young wizards, tacitly permitting his offspring to advance. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of spiders scuttling across the ground and tree trunks, akin to a dirge heralding death in the blink of an eye. Harry and Ron found themselves encircled by a multitude of eight-eyed giant spiders, rendered immobile. Run! Harry shouted decisively. Incendio! Flames ablaze, the roaring fire crackled as it scorched the exoskeletons of the eight-eyed arachnids, tearing a small gap in the tight encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Harry and Ron slipped through and began a frantic dash towards the edge of the forbidden forest, heedless of the coarse vines and low-hanging branches that scratched their arms and cheeks. In their singular focus on survival, they could not afford to be concerned about such trivialities. Though they were running swiftly, the sound of spider legs brushing against leaves grew ever closer. Their meager reserve of spells and second-year magic was utterly inadequate for such a demand, causing Harry and Ron to long for Hermione's presence. The brown-haired witch's spells were always abundant and executed with remarkable finesse. Unbeknownst to them, she had become an indispensable presence. This realization dawned upon the other two members of their group only now. Just as they were about to be engulfed once more by the swarm of eight-eyed spiders, a familiar figure with blue hair emerged ahead. It was Mitsai. He was honing in on the two boys who had repeatedly flouted school rules with his striking, gem-like deep blue eyes. Ron felt as if he had found a lifeline. A surge of powerful energy erupted within him, and he pulled Harry swiftly behind the male wizard. Thank heavens, they were finally saved. Mitsai had no time to reprimand the audacious young Gryffindors. He fervently waved his wand, launching attacks against the approaching horde of spiders. A wave of potent magical energy enveloped the area, as one by one, the eight-eyed giants fell lifeless to the ground. The sheer number of their fallen comrades prompted the remaining arachnids to retreat reluctantly. Harry and Ron cautiously trailed behind, silent in their acknowledgement of their guilt. Although they had not uncovered the whereabouts of the basilisk hidden within the castle, they had at least confirmed that Hagrid was not to blame for the events of yesteryear. The true culprit likely lay with Tom Riddle, the one who had reported him. This time, Mitsai did not aid Harry and his friend further. Instead, he promptly escorted the two unruly young wizards to their headmistress, Professor McGonagall, summoning Severus, who was prepared to administer a severe punishment to the savior. Upon meeting, Snape could hardly suppress his urge to deride the arrogant young hero. I presume our wizarding community's renowned figure, Mr. Harry Potter, is fully aware that he is not some three-headed, six-armed Gilderoy Lockhart. He is merely an exceedingly ordinary second-year wizard. The potion master's unique, deep voice resonated within the confines of the Midnight Office, its condescending tone imbued with an unusual charm. Professor McGonagall maintained a stern faade as she chastised the two impetuous Gryffindors, coldly declaring that they would serve an entire month of detention under her and Professor Snape's supervision. Their attempts to share the information they had gathered during their misadventure proved futile, as the professors had reached a consensus with alarming ease. Even their only ally, Mitsai, was incensed by their unilateral actions without notifying him. Hope had been utterly extinguished. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a profound despair. While they could accept a month of detention from their headmistress, the prospect of facing the bat was utterly daunting. Harry feared that a month later, he would only witness the lifeless forms of himself and his red-headed friend. Help me. Chapter 36. Ginny, Pureblood and Confrontation. Nightfall gradually enveloped Hogwarts, and Harry felt himself drifting into a stupor. However, a sudden thought jolted him awake, as a glimmer of light flickered within the green depths of his concealed eyes. Ron, he whispered softly into the darkness, like a gentle breeze. Ron startled awake, sitting up abruptly, scanning his surroundings until his gaze settled on Harry. The young Lady Aragog mentioned had perished in the girls' lavatory. If she had never departed from that place, if she were Myrtle, the weeping girl, Ron naturally picked up the thread, furrowing his brow in the moonlight as he pondered the plausibility of this theory. Quite likely, the red-haired wizard concluded. Perhaps the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lies within that very girl's lavatory. Harry immediately chimed in. We must go there. We have to. However, such a plan found no opportunity for execution. Following another incident of attacks, the Hogwarts faculty enforced strict regulations, making it impossible for Harry and Ron to sneak into the girls' lavatory under the current circumstances. After dinner the following day, as they wandered restlessly in search of an opportunity, they suddenly heard Professor McGonagall's voice amplified by magic. Could another young wizard have fallen victim to an attack? Strangely, despite having noticed the two boys standing still, Professor McGonagall refrained from elaborating. The elderly, imposing which seemed to have a more pressing matter to announce. A student is missing. I found her book abandoned in the corridor. I believe she may have been captured by the monster residing in the chamber. She stated with grave seriousness. An oppressive silence descended upon the surroundings. Gilderoy Lockhart, in stark contrast to his usual flamboyance, appeared unusually subdued, as if the peacock who craved fame had vanished. His blue eyes darted about, desperately attempting to conceal his panic. What a joke. Even pureblood wizards are not spared by the creature within Hogwarts Castle. He was already preparing to make his escape. Who is it? Professor Sprout inquired. Her voice trembling. Ginny Weasley. Minerva McGonagall sighed. A look of helpless resignation etched upon her not-so-young face. Ron nearly collapsed, if not for Harry's timely support of his faltering body. This cannot be. How could it be Ginny? How could it be her? The red-haired boy's voice grew hoarse, disbelief and despair suffusing his features. His youngest sister had been taken by the basilisk. Harry nodded, guiding the increasingly unstable Ron down the corridor. We'll discuss the girls' lavatory tomorrow. What happened? Ha ha, are you all gathered here for something special? Lockhart cheerfully entered, still bedecked in a garish wizard's robe, resembling a peacock perpetually displaying its feathers. He seemed oblivious to the near-hateful glares directed at him by the other professors. Well, the problem solver has arrived, the potion master remarked with a hint of a smile. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, our new celebrity at Hogwarts. Snape stepped forward. A young lady is missing, likely taken by the monster in the chamber. Your moment of glory has arrived. By the way, Gilderoy, didn't you claim yesterday that you knew precisely where the entrance to the chamber lies? Professor Sprout interjected. Unable to contain herself, Lockhart's perpetually flawless smile faltered. His face paling slightly. I assume the professors recall your words. You expressed regret at not having had the chance to confront this monster. Slowly, Snape intoned, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his deep voice laced with a venomous undertone, dark and foreboding. Did you not assert that the entire affair had descended into chaos and that I should have relinquished control from the very beginning? Michelle stifled a chuckle, finding her teacher rather endearing. Mr. Lockhart, she added, her sapphire eyes glinting with a bemused expression as they regarded the rigid-faced Lockhart. It is evidently a fortuitous moment for someone of your illustrious prowess to shine. Professor McGonagall seized the opportunity to interject, her tone resolute and unyielding. With Dumbledore absent, this matter shall be entrusted to you, Professor Lockhart. A chorus of agreement resonated from those present. Given the circumstances, Lockhart could only acquiesce. Though his blue eyes flitted nervously, desperately attempting to mask his trepidation. Nonsense, he thought. Even the creatures within Hogwarts Castle spare no one. Not even pureblood wizards. He was already contemplating a hasty retreat, set to abscond the following evening. In an instant, Hogwarts was once again enveloped in a state of panic, including all the young Slytherins. The cause was none other than Ginny Weasley, an unequivocal pureblood who had been attacked by the monster lurking within the Chamber of Secrets. Pureblood status no longer served as the ultimate safeguard. Ginny Weasley had been missing for a day. Mr. Weller, I have something to discuss with you, the red-haired young witch stated in a peculiarly strange tone. Her gaze alarmingly vacant, devoid of any spark. Michelle could almost feel the weight of her profound weariness, akin to a ferocious beast draining the girl of all her vitality. He instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. Speak, he urged, striving to keep his voice as gentle as possible. The chamber. I opened it. The diary. I feel so tired. So cold. Ginny's words came out in fragmented bursts, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. It was then that Michelle noticed the diary had somehow found its way into Ginny's hands. No. It was entirely possible that the diary was the very one Ginny had discarded into the toilet. Just as he resolved to approach her, intending to escort the girl to Madame Pomfrey, a massive shadow suddenly loomed before him, and then the red-haired young witch vanished from sight. It's the basilisk. Michelle quickly focused on the malevolent aura, which was rapidly advancing toward the girl's lavatory where the diary had been discovered. He exerted every effort to pursue, but alas, he was a moment too late. The cunning creature had already whisked Ginny away. All he could do was search this chamber for a potential entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The emblem of Slytherin was a serpent. And even the founder Salazar Slytherin had kept a basilisk as a pet. Without pausing to acknowledge the astonished moaning Myrtle, the blue-haired wizard meticulously scoured the lavatory until he finally uncovered a tap carved in the likeness of a serpent's head. It was the only one that stood out among the rest. Open, he commanded, attempting to speak in Parseltongue. A hissing sound erupted abruptly in the quiet room, like the judgment of death itself, cold and devoid of emotion. Myrtle screamed and retreated to the farthest stall, as if she had encountered the most terrifying of entities. In the next moment, the tightly sealed sink began to tremble violently, the serpent-headed faucet spinning rapidly. Revealing a broad pipe before Michelle's eyes, it was precisely large enough to accommodate the basilisk. He thought to himself. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with an eerie green glow flickering at the bottom. Emanating a mysterious and ancient aura, concerned for Ginny, Michelle did not hesitate. He gritted his teeth and leaped into the abyss, the sink slowly closing behind him, extinguishing the last glimmer of light. The pipe was long, winding and serpentine, seemingly endless. He slid down for an extended period, colliding against the curve of the tunnel numerous times before finally landing. It was a dark, ancient stone passage, the ground thickly coated in dust, giving it a grimy appearance. Grasping his wand, Michelle ventured a few steps forward, when a massive, luminescent green serpent skin caught his eye. He stared at this seemingly perfect material with an almost obsessive fascination. From head to tail. At that moment, his initial reaction was not fear or awe, but rather a thought that such a sizable snake shed would make excellent potion ingredients. Any potion master would not refuse such a beautiful and precious material. Lumos. The light flickered. Michelle continued forward, the faint glow from his wand casting a slight halo in the murky air, akin to a small, precarious boat on the ocean. At the end of the path, he spotted a wall composed of rubble, appearing quite sturdy, far more so than the tunnel he had traversed. Two serpents intertwined upon the wall, their emerald eyes glinting in the dim light. Open, he commanded again in the low hissing of parcel tongue. And the stone wall slowly parted in the center, revealing a similarly dark path extending forward. Michel stepped into a grand chamber, where numerous stone columns adorned with carvings of serpents supported a deep green ceiling. At the far end of the room stood a stone statue almost level with the ceiling. Ginny lay there, motionless, as if already dead, cold and silent. Michel quickly examined the girl. Her chest rose and fell faintly. Yet she was undeniably in a deep state of unconsciousness. Though her breathing was barely perceptible, as if she might cease to exist at any moment, Ginny was indeed still alive. Michel exhaled in relief, reassured of the red-haired young witch's safety, and finally felt prepared to confront the other pressing matters at hand. Namely, the boy before him clad in Hogwarts robes. It must be said, the boy was remarkably handsome, with deep, characteristic features and a striking stature. Despite his youthful appearance, an innate aura emanated from him that was hard to ignore, stirring an involuntary sense of aversion within Michel. Dark magic had thoroughly permeated this soul. Tom Riddle, Michel spoke slowly, not as a question, but as a certainty. He was convinced that this indifferent boy observing him was the master of that diary and the puppeteer orchestrating the entire affair. However, what puzzled him most was why such a gifted wizard, well-versed in dark magic, had never appeared in any book he had encountered. Not even by hearsay. Michel Weller, Riddle's voice was equally frigid, and though he had not spoken in Parseltongue, an inexplicable malevolence permeated his tone. "Why do you persist in thwarting my plans, you meddlesome fool?" His frustration was evident, the calm facade on his face cracking slightly. "Because you are causing harm, heir of Slytherin," Michel replied. Their gazes briefly locked in the air. "You are powerful, but nowhere near my equal." Riddle suddenly burst into laughter, intrigued as he suggested, "Why not we join forces? The wizarding world could soon be unified. National Day Extra. Under the sun. I heard some little ones want to see it. So here we go." The self-deprecating Tea Master Michel, gentle Severus Snape. It is a different kind of redemption, no longer burdened by the need to work 3 jobs daily, no longer concerned for the fate of that Potter, and no longer facing the capriciousness of the Dark Lord. He felt somewhat dazed, as if such days were too surreal. He felt a sense of relief. Grateful that the weight on his shoulders had been lifted in this brand new world. He was no longer the potions professor at Hogwarts, nor a double agent. He could finally just be himself, Severus Snape. Michel effortlessly healed the peculiar-looking man's injuries. After losing its master, the apothecary welcomed a new member, a powerful wizard, and having such a person choose to stay was an honor. The wizards of the Federation City were often arrogant, looking down on both ordinary people and potion makers alike, their airs of superiority evident. Yet, Mr. Severus Snape was not like that. He seemed to be a truly good person. They would discuss potion brewing methods together, cook meals, and behave like genuine friends. However, the weather had recently been rather dreary, with incessant light rain falling, as if the sky were weeping. The raindrops cascaded down, soaking the eaves, the ground, the trees, and even the hearts of passers-by. Snape gradually grew accustomed to this life, to the presence of that person, to being an apprentice in the apothecary, and to falling asleep to the sound of rain instead of the draft of life. Joyful moments are always fleeting, and this long-awaited tranquility eventually succumbed to the relentless patter of rain. That day, the rain fell particularly heavily, casting a somber demeanor over the medieval sky. Snape, umbrella in hand, slowly exited the apothecary. Passers-by hurriedly brushed past him, reminiscent of the Muggle world. Yet Snape found no discomfort in this. He had seamlessly integrated into it. Some dwell in mediocrity yet yearn for grandeur, while others are born powerful yet willingly embrace the ordinary. This pleasant mood persisted until Snape reached the entrance of the apothecary. The moment he stepped inside, he witnessed the arrogant knight draw his sword and thrust it viciously into Michel's body. The paper bag clutched in his hand suddenly tumbled to the ground, its contents, medicinal herbs, scattering like blossoms strewn across the earth. An unnamed emotion surged violently from his chest, constricting Severus to the point of breathlessness. Avada Kedavra, he uttered the incantation that had haunted him with lifelong regret, the very words he had vowed never to utter again. Severus's voice trembled uncontrollably as he summoned all his strength to unleash the lethal curse. A blinding green light shot forth from the tip of his wand, long unused, striking the knight before him directly. The arrogant laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by an expression of disbelief and resentment as he collapsed. Devoid of life in that moment, Severus's vision faded into obscurity. He fell to his knees beside the blue-haired potioneer, desperately attempting to staunch the gaping, grotesque wound. It was futile. All that remained in his sight was a sea of crimson, blood-red. Like exquisite blossoms, the man with dark hair and eyes tasted despair for the second time in his life. A torment so unbearable, mingled with shards of glass and knives, overflowing with blood and the essence of life. Alongside a soul on the brink of shattering, he may never comprehend the depth of his disarray and anguish, a bitterness that pierced deeper than the loss of Lily ever had. Severus Snape had never shied away from tragedy. For his entire existence was one of sorrow. His parents had not loved him, his only friend had distanced himself, Dumbledore had not trusted him, and his soul remained unsalvageable. He had long been solitary, with naught to lose. The pain of losing Lily had been excruciating, yet he had never truly possessed her. She belonged to herself, to James Potter, to their son, Harry Potter, and could never belong to the master of potions. However, Michel Viller, this unexpected intruder into his world, was also alone. They had each other, truly and wholly. This was his first relationship free from entanglements of interest and guilt, the first time Severus had grasped something with his own hands. Severus Snape cherished Michel Viller, a truth he had long feared to acknowledge. Yet now, he had irrevocably lost him. It turned out that losing something one had once possessed could indeed be excruciating. The agony of a torn throat paled in comparison to this. When Michel was pierced by the sword in the chest, his will dissipated, enveloped by immense pain and convulsions, dragging him into the abyss. Leaving only a flicker of life, as consciousness began to recede, he heard muffled, guttural sobs, deeply pained, stifled, and heavy. It was Mr. Snape, mourning. How peculiar! What could he be grieving? Was it because he was dying? That seemed unnecessary. Michel himself felt no sorrow. No one would lament a Michel Viller, yet the subject himself found himself quietly caring for someone. Someone he found it difficult to part with. Michel Viller harbored feelings for Severus Snape. It was a base, desolate affection that a bug born in a gutter has no right to gaze upon the stars, yet he found himself enamored with a celestial being. How cursed he was! He truly deserved to perish. Yet he could not detach himself. Loving the wizard felt like an instinctual pull. His fate was sealed. He would inevitably meet death like countless nameless potion makers before him. Yet in this moment, he traded that death for something far more luxurious. A sweetness that was almost intoxicating. Perhaps the divine truly favored this wretched soul. Perhaps it was not meant to be. In the instant of nearing death, he suddenly felt a surge of power, a formidable force emerging from his bloodied chest, quickly enveloping his entire being. Michel felt no pain. He was astonished to discover he had not perished and that he now possessed the magical prowess that countless ordinary souls yearned for. Coursing through every drop of blood, every nerve, he slowly rose, offering Severus a smile that appeared to be weeping. "Severus, do not cry," he softly intoned, merging with the dwindling sound of rain outside, resonant with a melodic clarity. Severus abruptly lifted his gaze, for in his eyes, only the blue-haired potioneer existed. "You?" he stammered, astonished into silence, unable to contain his joy. 1,000 words coalesced into one. "It's all right. It's all right." The raindrops that had begun to fall in the early morning met their conclusion, as the clouds above dispersed gently, allowing a bright ray to pierce through the gray haze of dreams. Soon, waves of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the puddles on the ground with a shimmering sheen. As if the earth were strewn with golden threads and silver pieces, glistening brilliantly. It turned out that today was a sunlit day. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the chamber. "Michel, Tom, how did you end up here?" Harry, having arrived in the Chamber of Secrets unbeknownst to him, appeared somewhat disheveled compared to the calm demeanor of the two before him. His black wizarding robes were dust-covered and disheveled, but fortunately, He had donned the alchemical glasses Michelle had gifted him, avoiding the embarrassment of appearing with shattered lenses. "Ginny? Is she all right?" Harry noticed the motionless red-haired girl lying on the ground, concern etched across his dusty face. "Who are you?" The aura of dark magic emanating from Tom Riddle was both malevolent and potent. He could scarcely be a nameless wizard. Was he a servant of Voldemort? Yet he had not found Riddle's name among the infamous Death Eaters. Riddle flashed a scornful, confident smile, casually gesturing in the air, etching 3 gleaming names. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The letters danced and shifted, eventually coalescing into a sentence that sent a shiver down the spines of both Harry and Michelle. "I'm Lord Voldemort." Thus was revealed the truth. More than 50 years ago, a top student had become the true heir of Slytherin. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened by none other than Tom Riddle. Or Voldemort himself. Tom Riddle, the name I once used in my studies, known only to my closest friends. I am a descendant of Slytherin, not burdened by the filthy bloodline of my Muggle father, who abandoned me before I was even born. I chose a new name for myself. I vowed that when I became the greatest wizard, the entire magical world would recognize it, instilling fear and reverence, rather than disdain. How fortunate that I have succeeded. So now, will you cooperate with me? Riddle stepped closer, locking eyes with Michelle's deep blue gaze. One would be foolish enough to refuse such an invitation. For the greater good, everything could be sacrificed. The more powerful one was, the greater their inner weaknesses, he was confident. Harry anxiously watched his blue-haired friend, fearing to hear that word beginning with Y. It wasn't that he mistrusted Michelle. Rather, he doubted anyone could remain entirely unaffected by Voldemort's influence. After all, countless individuals had once yearned to join the Death Eaters for him, my lord. Such an appellation was regarded as a devout homage to the divine. It had been a fervent, grand tide. Voldemort's followers had once been unprecedentedly numerous. Yet, Voldemort was not the greatest wizard, and no matter how one arranged the letters, he would never become the most formidable sorcerer in the magical realm. Excessive greed and corrupted ambition had transformed that once exemplary Slytherin student into a hideous dark wizard. In this struggle for humanity, darkness ultimately triumphed over light, becoming the prevailing force. When one's heart is no longer pure, when one's nature is no longer kind, they have surrendered their soul to the devil. The greatest wizard was undoubtedly Headmaster Dumbledore. The boy murmured softly, "Dumbledore, that stubborn old man. Ha ha, he is about to be expelled from Hogwarts." Riddle's lips curled into a mocking smile. Michelle felt somewhat taken aback. Truth be told, Voldemort's background bore striking similarities to his own. They were both castaways, unloved, forsaken by fate, mere remnants. However, a once-orphaned child could coldly and ruthlessly murder another's parents, condemning him to orphanhood as well, all because of that damned, elusive prophecy. How absurd, Michelle thought. It was truly laughable. "I will not collaborate with you, Riddle," Michelle replied coolly, disregarding the increasingly grotesque expression on Voldemort's face. In that unnoticed instant, Harry quietly exhaled in relief. "Never. Call me that name again," Riddle ground out through clenched teeth. His obsidian eyes glimmered with a cold, serpentine light, shadowed by a hint of perilous crimson. "Meetsai, you shall not regret." Yet Meetsai felt no regret. Harry summoned every ounce of courage to maintain his composure, his beautiful green eyes brimming with resolve. "Why did you harm Ginny?" "Ha, that foolish, Navi Gryffindor who stumbled upon my diary. Believing she had found a kindred spirit, I endured her trivial, juvenile musings time and again. Finding them utterly insufferable and pathetically childish, I intended for you to acquire the diary, Harry Potter, the boy who survived." Riddle's gaze, as if piercing through all, fell upon the raven-haired boy. "But it matters not now. My objectives have been realized." "What do you mean?" Harry's voice trembled as he came to the harrowing realization that Tom was none other than the dark wizard who had claimed his parents' lives, leaving him with a scar that would haunt him for eternity. Fear, excitement, and hatred intertwined within him, surging through the fissures of his heart. "Do you not understand?" Riddle chuckled mockingly. "It was Ginny who opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk. But she did so at my command, a pure-blood, innocent little witch. No one would suspect her of being the true villain." A surge of rage coursed through Harry, perhaps from the feeling of having implicated an innocent, or perhaps because Meetsai stood beside him. he shouted recklessly. Tom, no, Voldemort, you despicable wretch. Your mother must surely regret giving you life. In truth, this was perhaps the rudest comment Harry had ever uttered. Even in the face of Voldemort, the very being responsible for his parents' demise, he felt a twinge of regret. Only those who have truly experienced the chill of winter are qualified to judge the season. Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley had all hurled such crude and hurtful words at Harry without mercy. Their faces twisted in mockery. You little monster who killed your parents. I bet Lily regrets giving birth to you. You cursed star. Harry recalled Aunt Petunia's anguished screams, Dudley's sneering taunts, and Uncle Vernon's furious confinement of him and his belongings in a room unfit even for a dog. Those countless pains had not faded with time, instead fermenting into a most lethal poison. The bitterness of despair spread from his tongue, climbing to his teeth and lips, then reaching his chest, coursing through his every sensitive nerve. In a daze, Harry seemed to hear the whispers of scorn and derision, shadows that refused to dissipate. Sharp blades plunged into his faltering heart, yet no blood flowed, for he had long since run dry. He should not have been sorted into Gryffindor. He was far too timid. Voldemort was successfully provoked by such words, unleashing his talent for Parseltongue, allowing a low, malevolent hiss to escape his lips, akin to a demon's curse. With a cacophony of stone grinding, the serpent from Slytherin was summoned forth by its heir. It was a creature of enormous size, grotesque and haunting, stretching for dozens of meters, as stout as an ancient tree. Its body was cloaked in a dense, hard layer of green scales, each glimmering with an enigmatic radiance, as if containing boundless power and secrets. In mere seconds, the basilisk's massive, fearsome head loomed over the two. Its emerald eyes ablaze with fury, sharp fangs protruding ominously, glistening with a chilling light. Harry stood numbly to the side, like a lifeless statue, nearly forgetting the need to evade the impending attack. Perhaps dying in this manner would not be so bad. At least he could claim the title of a hero. In that case, he might indeed be considered a brave Gryffindor. Harry, be careful, Meatsai urged, pulling the boy back swiftly. He raised his wand before him, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the serpent. Damn it, if only his wand were still with him. The sensation of possessing magic, yet being unable to wield it fully, was profoundly unsettling. Harry was yanked by this sudden force, struggling to regain his footing. What's wrong? Meatsai sensed the boy's unusual demeanor. At such a moment, he appeared lost in thought. The raven-haired wizard seemed peculiar after uttering those words. Meatsai, do I not seem unworthy of Gryffindor? I lack the exceptional qualities of Godric. The young lion's head drooped in dejection. Meatsai suddenly recalled the first time he encountered this famed young wizard. The boy who survived, the future savior of the wizarding world, whose demeanor was similarly timid, waiting for Professor McGonagall to call his name, to ascend and accept the weighty gaze of the crowd. Harry had been adorned with flamboyant titles long before he could even remember, possessing a fame that others envied. Yet he was merely an ordinary child, like many other young witches and wizards at Hogwarts. Why should he bear burdens and responsibilities that were not rightfully his? He, the true victim, had become an object of exploitation and harm. Harry, the Sorting Hat does not err. You have always been a true Gryffindor. Meatsai's words, though light in tone, rang with undeniable conviction, striking a resonant chord within Harry's heart. It offered a much-needed reprieve from the anguish wrought by years of torment. Thank you. The bright smile illuminated the boy's face. The shadows of his age-old melancholia quietly receding, like faint pencil marks erased from a canvas. The basilisk was relentless, driven by Riddle's command, attacking continuously, seeking to rend Harry and Meatsai asunder with its venomous fangs. The entire chamber was nearly consumed by the creature's form, causing the ground and ceiling to tremble with every subtle movement. This was meant to be a trial for Harry, yet the current situation was surely beyond what Professor Dumbledore could have ever envisioned. Awaiting the boy was not merely the Chamber of Secrets, but Voldemort and the controlled basilisk. Harry could not confront this alone. Meatsai had to intervene. Just as he resolved to unleash a potent ancient spell, a melodious call resonated from the entrance, oddly cheerful amidst the tension. Fawkes, the phoenix, soared in, clutching the Sorting Hat, its newly reborn feathers ablaze like a burning flame. Huh, Harry Potter, that old fool Dumbledore relies on his phoenix to aid you. How absurd! Mitsai lowered his wand, puzzled. Dumbledore's contingency was merely a phoenix and that filthy sorting hat. He did not comprehend, but his priority remained protecting Harry. Mitsai chanted spells ceaselessly, warding off the basilisk's relentless onslaught. Yet the creature's tough hide seemed to serve as a natural armor, sustaining minimal damage, merely being pushed back time and again. Finally, it gathered its strength for a decisive strike. Harry plunged his hand into the sorting hat. His expression resolute, as if he had made a momentous decision. At that instant, the towering figure of Godric Gryffindor seemed to merge with the boy, two beings, two hands, one sword, descending directly towards the basilisk's colossal, fearsome head, swift, decisive, and without hesitation. The dark green blood splattered everywhere as the creature felt the pain, launching its final desperate attack, sinking its fangs deep into the boy's arm. The heavy body collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring clouds of dust and splattered blood. Harry, mustering his last ounce of strength, yanked the basilisk's fang from his arm, clutching the sword as he fell back onto the stone floor, his hand nearly going limp. Riddle laughed maniacally, his handsome features contorted with ecstatic triumph. "Harry Potter, you are finally to meet your end. Ha ha ha. No one can defeat the great Voldemort?" The raven-haired wizard remained silent, his complexion pallid. Was he truly on the brink of death? The figures of his friends materialized in the air, their familiar, joyous smiles beckoning him with open arms. Harry slowly began to smile, the pain from his wound intensifying, his vision blurring. The only sound that remained was Mitsai's urgent call. "Harry, can you hear me? Harry!" Fox circled above the boy before gently settling on him, its song now mournful rather than joyful. A single crystalline tear fell from the phoenix's golden eyes onto the wounded arm. And thus a miracle was born. As the basilisk's venom receded, Harry awakened, his green eyes gradually regaining their brilliance. "Mitsai, today? Am I particularly brave?" The dark-haired boy cautiously inquired of his older friend. "Absolutely." Mitsai nodded, gently lifting Harry to his feet. "You are a true Gryffindor." A radiant smile blossomed once more upon the young wizard's face, embodying a sense of joy akin to that of a survivor emerging from the shadows of calamity. "Thank you," he murmured gently, adjusting his slightly askew golden-framed glasses. "Everyone, do go check out my newly written introduction. I did my best." Chapter 38. Fractures, Returns, and Antidotes, written rather poorly, but it brings me comfort. A dog's head for protection. Harry Potter. Why are you always so fortunate? Riddle's ethereal figure hovered on the brink of fury, his voice faltering as he spoke. "I, Voldemort, am the greatest wizard in the magical realm. How could I repeatedly be bested by such a feeble, ordinary boy?" The diary that had fallen to the ground suddenly exuded an aura of profound malevolence, a blend of greed and madness, the unmistakable scent of dark magic. Michelle swiftly positioned herself in front of Harry, wand raised, incanting a spell. Fiend fired. A vast surge of magical energy surged through the room, dancing wildly, igniting a scorching blaze that engulfed Klein's blue cover, devouring the very pages imbued with dark souls. Reducing them to blackened ashes, the expression on the boy's face froze for an instant, as if he had glimpsed something unspeakably terrifying. Beneath the surface of his smile lay confusion and doubt. Michelle was wielding dark magic, but was it not the case that only malevolent wizards engaged in such practices? His father and mother had perished at the hands of dark magic, and he loathed all dark wizards, deeply despising all forms of dark sorcery. "Michelle Weiler and Harry Potter, I shall not spare you." The piercing, shrill cry filled the air, as Riddle savored the bitterness and resentment, dissipating into the roaring flames along with his student-era diary. Michelle waved her wand once more, and the vibrant blue flames receded, leaving only a faint scent of charred remnants to testify to their former glory. Harry remained silent, his gaze seemingly shrouded in a delicate mist, appearing somewhat lost and helpless. After a moment, he stepped forward to support Ginny. The red-haired young witch awakened with a look of trepidation, her eyes filled with an involuntary panic. "Mr. Weiler, I was trying to say." Ginny bit her pale lips in an effort to suppress her trembling, but it proved futile. "It was all my doing. I opened the Chamber of Secrets, unleashed the basilisk. It was all me. But I was coerced. Riddle forced me into it. He controlled me. He deceived me." Sob. "I will certainly be expelled. I will definitely be expelled. You won't be, Michelle replied gently, casting a soothing glance her way, as if possessing an extraordinary power to calm the heart. The girl gradually ceased her sobbing, her emotions stabilizing. Professor Dumbledore would not expel you. Moreover, even if you were expelled from Gryffindor, you could always come to Slytherin, the blue-haired wizard jested. Ginny broke into a smile through her tears. Goodness, she would rather be expelled than attend the old bat's house. That would be sheer self-torture. Let us be off. Michelle glanced at Harry, who still appeared dazed, assuming he was simply fatigued. Little did he expect that the boy would not respond with the same enthusiasm as before. Closely following behind him, placing his complete trust in him, Harry stood rooted to the spot, shaking his head. He supported the exhausted Ginny, attempting to retreat discreetly, but was caught by the keen eyes of the blue-haired wizard. Was Harry frightened of him? Michelle's eyes widened slightly. Why? Was it the fiend fire? There was none of the malevolence and greed typically associated with dark wizards, only an endless disappointment. Harry, what is the matter? Ginny inquired softly. It was all rather strange. Were not he and Mr. Weiler friends? Ginny needed to be taken to the infirmary. Dark magic had harmed her. After a brief silence, the blue-haired wizard spoke slowly, appearing even more fatigued than Harry. How could you use dark magic? I cannot entrust Ginny to you, Harry cried out in anguish. Harry, Michelle hesitated, gazing at the young wizard before him. The dark-haired boy stubbornly turned his head away, refusing to look at his older friend. What of dark magic? Ha, foolish little fool, dark magic is a fundamental subject for all powerful wizards. The voice of the Slytherin bat drifted from behind them, laced with the usual tone of mocking disdain. Harry, please take Ginny to Madame Pomfrey. Albus Dumbledore strolled in leisurely, the pale blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses swirling with inscrutable emotions. Ron, Ginny is fine. Lend a hand to help her to the infirmary, Harry said. He heard Ron emit a muffled cheer, and through a small opening in the rubble, they caught sight of a sweaty red-haired boy. Indeed, they had inadvertently activated a mechanism on their way here, leaving Ron stranded outside. Thus, Harry had ventured into the chamber alone. Goodness, you all actually survived, moaning Myrtle remarked with her uniquely dismal voice. There's no need to be so disappointed, Ron retorted, rolling his eyes. If you had sadly perished, you would have been welcome to share a toilet with me. Hey, this ghost has taken a liking to you, Ron teased. Harry desperately attempted to muster a fitting smile, but failed miserably. His thoughts were consumed by the image of Michelle employing dark magic to incinerate the diary. Like a lost soul, Harry trudged behind Fawkes, the three of them arriving at Professor McGonagall's office. Along with the scowling Lucius Malfoy, whom they had only met once, Mrs. Weasley rushed over, embracing Ron and Ginny, while Professor McGonagall finally relaxed, smiling in relief. Gilderoy Lockhart stood silently to the side, his demeanor rather aloof. Where is Dumbledore? Lucius demanded venomously. I in the chamber, sir, Harry replied absently, disregarding his unpleasant tone. Seemingly dissatisfied with this response, Lucius knitted his brow into a tight scowl. Although you burned Ginny's diary down to a single page. Harry suddenly had an idea and handed over the remaining cover of the diary he had found. Lucius's right hand twitched, as if reaching for his wand, yet he restrained himself. On what grounds do you claim it was I who gave it to her? Just because of your status as the savior? The leaky cauldron. Harry mentioned the name of a location, and Lucius appeared as though he had been choked. You, forget it. The Malfoy patriarch had no desire to delve deeper, for he recognized Harry's assertion as true. In the end, it would only be he, Lucius Malfoy, who would be left in a state of embarrassment. Dobby, we are leaving. He opened the door, kicking Dobby irritably, and carelessly discarded the charred page onto the floor. The diary, now reduced to a single page, was utterly worthless. The small house elf, with his reddish-brown face, swiftly retrieved the scrap of paper, cradling it as though it were a treasure of rarest value. Master gave Dobby a piece of paper. Dobby is free. The great Harry Potter has saved Dobby. The house elf seemed to break free from long-standing shackles, joyfully leaping and exclaiming, even casting the furious former master, Lucius Malfoy, out of Hogwarts. Harry accompanied Ron in escorting Ginny to the infirmary for treatment. Quietly leaning against a corner, allowing his body to slowly slide down the wall until he reached the cold floor, He was ensnared by unprecedented challenges and inescapable choices, invisible shackles binding his limbs. He lowered his head, enveloped in silence, resembling a lifeless, soulless corpse. Severus, dark magic should indeed not be employed. Snape scoffed, his obsidian eyes casting a cold, sardonic glint. What magic is used matters little. What truly counts is the wielder of it. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, glancing helplessly at Michelle, yet at that moment, she was far too preoccupied to notice his silent plea. The phoenix and the sword were all part of your calculations. Were they not? Snape sneered. Fawkes could not assist Harry in vanquishing Voldemort, but its tears could heal snake venom, providing the final and most robust line of defense. Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard of the century, was indeed a master strategist. The tears of the phoenix were undoubtedly the finest and most effective antidote, yet the poison of guilt, which had long since entwined itself around his heart, had seeped deep into his very marrow. Impervious to remedy. Only time itself could heal. Snape's heart ached to the point of numbness as he gazed expressionlessly at Dumbledore, unable to utter a single word. Headmaster, you have taken too great a risk. Michelle spoke, her tone lacking its usual buoyancy and joy. Dumbledore offered a sheepish smile, for he too was unaware that the diary contained Voldemort's soul, yet a chess player relishes the element of surprise. The game upon the chessboard, ever shifting, fraught with tempests and deceptions. Only the unexpected could be the key to victory. Harry had grown and matured through this experience. That was sufficient. As for the rest, Dumbledore was indifferent. He was indeed a contradictory individual, at times exceedingly kind and benevolent, and at others, coldly detached. He cares for the students of Hogwarts, nurturing and guiding them. Yet, his love for the wizarding world is even greater, placing paramount importance on its future and welfare. Have you heard? Harry Potter vanquished the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. He wielded the sword of Gryffindor. The little wizards within the castle are once again abuzz with chatter about Harry. Only a true Gryffindor can draw forth the sword, and it has become clear to all that Harry is not the heir of Slytherin. He must be the heir of Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat's decision remains wise. In the face of ambition and courage, Harry's bravery prevails. The rumors within the school have been dispelled, and Harry seems to have reclaimed his status as the illustrious savior, the celebrated figure adored by many. However, the boy's visage no longer radiates with brightness. It appears shrouded in a thick veil of clouds, perpetually heavy with unspoken thoughts. The once exuberant little lion has suddenly changed demeanor, regardless of how Ron and Hermione inquire. He remains tight-lipped about the reasons for his change. Moreover, his closeness with Meets-Eye has diminished. When they encounter each other, they do not pause to exchange greetings, but instead hastily brush past one another. It is evident to the discerning that they are evading each other, as the wheel of time relentlessly rolls forward, leaving behind a series of tracks upon the earth. This journey has reached its conclusion. This tumultuous semester has drawn to a close, and Slytherin has undoubtedly once again claimed the championship of the House Cup, leaving Snape in an unprecedentedly good mood. The rain has quietly arrived. Even if it is not the rainy season in England, the gentle patter has become the predominant melody of the holiday. After being rebuffed by Harry, Meets-Eye feels himself gradually decaying, enveloped in rain and disappointment. Chapter 39. The Three Broomsticks, Intoxication and Loss of Control. Babies, please write some reviews, even critical ones. I beg you. The manuscript I scheduled will be out on the 9th. Heh, my little strawberry Meets-Eye. Severus. Accompany me to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Meets-Eye remained silent for a long while before uttering such a sentence. He felt a profound nostalgia for alcohol. During the medieval era, he could scarcely be separated from it, which often led Lynn to scold him for being less a formidable wizard and more a confirmed drunkard. It seems that only alcohol does not disdain him, quietly accompanying him through both his descents and ascents. In sorrow or in joy, from the moment the holiday began, Snape had keenly sensed the low pressure and undeniable desolation surrounding the blue-haired wizard. It is a positive development that he is now willing to express his emotions. Without hesitation, he gently nodded in agreement. Let him accompany his moonlight. The interior of the Three Broomsticks is not particularly spacious, with dim yellow lights sparking like stars upon the ceiling, and the walls bearing a worn gray hue. Altogether, it is a bar of peculiar charm. The proprietor is an elderly lady, yet one can still discern the allure of her youth. "What would you like, dear sir?" she inquired with a warm smile. It is undeniable that this smile exudes the charm of a mature woman. "A glass of fire whiskey. And you, sir?" "I shall pass," Snape declined. Madame Rosmerta chuckled awkwardly, hastily turning away to attend to her duties. The dark-haired man was a familiar face to her. He is Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts, yet the other gentleman was a stranger. Their relationship was evidently far from ordinary. Soon, a glass of fire whiskey was presented, the rich aroma bubbling forth. Mitsai lifted his glass and took a hearty gulp. After so long without strong drink, his nerves felt weakened. Why is it that no one ever understands him? How detestable. How detestable, how detestable that he feels abandoned once more, as expected, an arrogant, insufferable Potter. Why do you care so much about him? Snape could not help but scoff. The proud potions master would never admit to feeling jealousy. Jealousy that Harry Potter received such attention, just as he had once been envious of James Potter for being favored and chosen by Lily. They had both encountered their fates first, yet were usurped by later interlopers. It is unfair, yet sometimes unfairness is the norm. He would also never confess that the blue-haired wizard before him had unknowingly claimed a small part of his heart. The pale, powerless canvas has finally been imbued with vibrant strokes, winding, without tangents, gradually clarifying the outline of a scarred heart. Lily represents his past, a source of guilt and regret. The innocent feelings that blossomed in his youth now appear as mere dependency, a stubborn unwillingness. A profound nostalgia. Mitsai embodies his present and future, a beacon of hope, a dawn. Snape remains uncertain whether this complex and peculiar emotion is correct, appropriate, or even befitting of friendship, or perhaps it has already transcended normal boundaries. Altering its very essence, he instinctively desires to draw near to the unique, warm glow that belongs solely to him. A velvety voice softly resonates in Mitsai's ear, captivating and magnetic, akin to a rich vintage wine. Mingling with the fervor of fire whiskey that suddenly envelopes him. Amidst the surging tide, he appears somewhat intoxicated, but I consider him my friend. The tall, slender man lowered his head in a manner that bespoke grievance. His beautiful deep blue eyes dimmed with sorrow, resembling a forlorn dog with drooping ears. His gray-blue hair, unusually unbound, casually swept back, easily revealing the large, intoxicating blush upon his cheeks. Snape averted his gaze, yet could not escape the sight of the butler's slightly flushed, peach-colored ear-tips. His heart momentarily stirred, as if a gentle breeze had stirred the water's surface, creating ripples. "I am also your friend," Snape said in a hushed tone. "Did you not say so? I am your best friend." The strands of hair are soft, smooth, just as he had imagined. For Mitsai is, after all, remarkably gentle soul. The blue-haired wizard slightly raised his head, enveloped in a haze of intoxication, his voice taking on a teasing lilt. "Severus, you are all I have left." The final syllable rose and danced in the air, enchanting to an excessive degree. Snape found himself irresistibly captivated, his hand instinctively brushing against Mitsai's cheek, gently wiping away the tears that had spilled forth in excitement. His tone softer than he had ever intended. "Do not cry." What a complete fool! 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts indulgence, 3 parts heartache. And a final, almost imperceptible part, an awkwardness that he could neither conceal nor suppress. Mitsai remained blissfully unaware of the boundary being crossed, swaying as he lifted his glass for another hearty drink. The otherworldly liquid coursed down his throat with vigor, igniting a burning sensation within his lungs, making him acutely aware of the real pain. The malt and smoky flavors burst forth in his mouth, sweet yet spicy. Today, Severus seemed strangely peculiar. Despite having consumed not a drop of alcohol, Snape felt thoroughly intoxicated. A wine named Mitsai, akin to a poisonous poppy, slowly entranced the serpent of Slytherin, leading him to intoxication with his very self. The potions master stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the silvery moonlight to envelop him. Snape stood there, resolute in the light. Even the most timid of souls would not forsake the light within reach. He is not foolish, after all that in truth. He was not drunk at all. The young wizard nearly reverently traced his fingers over the places touched by Snape, as if caressing the face of a beloved, so sincere, so earnest. The sorrow of losing a friend is not feigned. just as the stolen joy and happiness of the moment are not mere pretenses. Reality and illusion intertwine, ultimately resting upon the windowsill where a pot of orchids blooms. Amidst the verdant leaves, a few delicate shades of pure white emerge, standing gracefully. They are in full bloom. Chapter 40. Journey. Moonlight and Poetry. Please do rate generously. A writer of notable skill, proud JPG, ignoring the awkward little poet, who truly cannot write. The 2-month summer vacation feels as interminable as the winding Volga River, flowing through vast plains and towering hills, yet without an end in sight. Since the last episode of Intoxication, the two gentlemen have tacitly refrained from mentioning Harry or dark magic. Mitsai intends to take Snape out for a stroll to lift their spirits. And after a moment of reserved contemplation, the proud potion's master acquiesces to his request, his demeanor earnest and adorned with a radiant smile that pleases him greatly. France, Paris. The fervent summer seems to descend upon this uniquely charming city in an instant. With even the air feeling warm, akin to a pot of water gradually brought to boil, enveloped in rising steam in Paris, tranquility is a shallow blue, laced with an enchanting hint of vanilla. The Seine River glides serenely through the city, flowing past street corners, beneath bridges, and across every inch of land. The romance of Paris floats in the air. It is a vibrant, living feast. Beneath the inky night sky, a silvery light gently sways. Tonight's moon is small and white, yet exceptionally bright. It softly radiates its glow, warmly illuminating the free-spirited left bank of the Seine. Snape and Mitsai traverse numerous locales, ultimately settling at a CAF table, savoring the serenity and peace. The bitterness and aroma of the coffee intertwine as it flows into their mouths, awakening every sense, with the tip of their tongues tasting an inexplicable sweetness and richness. Michelle retrieved her small notebook, fervently attempting to inscribe something upon its pages as a keepsake of this journey. Severus Snape did not take the opportunity to admire the rare beauty of the moonlit night. Instead, he sipped his coffee delicately, casting a gentle gaze upon Michelle. His eyes traveled from her elegantly poised fingers, gracefully writing, to her sharply defined chin, the proud arch of her nose, and finally to her enchanting deep blue eyes. And no matter how radiant the moonlight, it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the person beside him. The young wizard bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, his slate blue hair shimmering with silvery luminescence, his expression filled with earnestness and focus. This was his moon, his divinity. Lines of meticulously penned, round characters began to emerge on the pages of the notebook, slowly forming a tender and youthful poem. Scenery stream, mountain and breeze the world and you. I am viewing my scenery is viewing me. Though the poem lacked sophistication, it conveyed a flowing quality, reminiscent of the gentle mountain breeze weaving through the woods, caressing the still waters, gathering fragments of sunlight and floral scents along the way, reaching distant villages. In the pauses between her writing, Michelle covertly glanced toward the position of the potion's master, observing how this once solitary figure stepped timidly from the shadows into the moonlight. The dark bat soared unhesitatingly toward his moon, so dazzling, so striking, as if he were born to bask in the light. This too was his divinity. Chapter 41. Torment, Fugitive, and the Leaky Cauldron. Honey, please check out the exquisite post I set up. It's simply beautiful. Sob. I no longer care about the data. As long as one person reads what I write. Harry felt a profound unease while residing at his aunt's house, beset not only by inner turmoil but also by an overwhelming sense of isolation. Without magic, without companions, the boy was accompanied solely by the cramped, cluttered cupboard, the familiar disdainful glances, and the impatient shouts. The letters from Ron and Hermione were discovered by Uncle Vernon, and they were all unceremoniously discarded into the bin on Privet Drive, severing his last link of hope, and no longer would anyone come to take him away. Nor would he once again gaze into those deep blue eyes, filled with gentle smiles, nor would anyone care for him as a family member would on a fit of irrational despair. Harry severed that unique friendship with his own hands. The wounds inflicted were not borne by him alone. The shadows left by dark magic were far too deep, tormenting the brown-haired young wizard like the most terrifying of nightmares, in countless dreams and endless imaginings. The boy envisioned himself lifeless beneath that fateful curse, lying motionless on the ground, both in agony and in relief. Harry Potter, the naturally gifted, renowned savior of the wizarding world, had long begun to bear the burdensome weight of this unattainable fame. He loathed Voldemort, despised dark magic, and equally feared them. Harry yearned for death, yet simultaneously dreaded it. Tossing and turning in search of respite, he found himself ensnared in a web of convoluted contradictions, struggling for existence. Desperately seeking solace, yet finding none, times. Merely living felt like the most potent form of oppression. Countless indifferent hands relentlessly shoved the boy forward. Where one step led to the abyss and retreat brought him to the precipice. The wizarding world required a savior. Harry sought vengeance, and thus he could only grit his teeth and strive to survive, to grow stronger, until he possessed the means to escape the fate of being a mere pawn in this game and seize the power to dictate his own destiny. Harry was not foolish, yet at times he acted with folly, failing to comprehend the intricacies of his situation, stubbornly clinging to a laughable self-image, inadvertently hurting the innocent. He ought not to have treated Michelle that way. The young wizard was inherently a good person, and dark magic should not serve as a yardstick for judgment. Alas, what was to be done? It seemed he had once again botched things. Harry found himself unable to leave this incongruous place. Relegated to a dark corner, fixating vacantly on Hedwig's dimly lit cage, a freak was destined to remain in the shadows, as Aunt Petunia had said. Until that day when Aunt Marge visited, he could no longer endure the onslaught of discrimination and malice. His magic predictably spiraled out of control. Yet surprisingly, Harry was not warned by the Ministry of Magic. The once haughty and domineering Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, greeted this seemingly ordinary young wizard with a smile, even sending someone to escort him to the Leaky Cauldron for temporary lodging. For the first time, Harry boarded the night bus, which he found to be a rather extraordinary mode of transportation, albeit with a rather unpleasant experience, as every departing passenger maintained a synchronized posture of retching. After all, one's innards were at the mercy of the speeding vehicle. "Please follow me, Mr. Potter. I have prepared what you need." The pub owner, Tom, was a genial middle-aged man who led Harry up a splendid wooden staircase to a room adorned with a brass nameplate. Upon unlocking the door, Harry was greeted by a large, comfortable bed and an expansive window that invited in bright light and fresh air. Outside, the sky shifted dramatically, transitioning from a deep, velvety blue to a somewhat chilly shade of gray. The moment the cage was opened, Hedwig, confined for so long, swiftly darted out, soaring joyfully in the sky outside the pub before dutifully landing in the boy's arms. Harry gently stroked Hedwig's snowy feathers, listening to the little owl's cheerful and liberated calls. Suddenly feeling a sense of liberation himself. Incredibly, within the short span of 3 hours, he had escaped the loathsome, dark privet drive, evaded imprisonment by the Ministry of Magic, and avoided expulsion from school. Awaiting the boy were 3 weeks brimming with hopeful brightness. All of this was thanks to the Minister of Magic's arrangements. However, the question that weighed most heavily on Harry's mind remained unanswered. Fudge was evasive and dismissive, desperately attempting to conceal the Ministry's incompetence and foolishness before the Savior. Sirius Black, the indirect perpetrator of his parents' deaths, the disgrace of Gryffindor House, had vanished without a trace after escaping Azkaban, and no one knew his whereabouts or movements. Even the Ministry, which prided itself on its achievements and power, could not locate the heir of the ancient Black family who had once been so closely tied to Dementors. This night was indeed peculiar, Hedwig. Harry stifled a massive yawn, scarcely having time to remove his glasses before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 42. Return to school, Remus Lupin, and Dementors. Feel free to enjoy the post in the comment section at night. Everyone can indulge without worry. After spending an entire week at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry had barely begun to acclimate to this peculiar yet liberated existence. He could now freely choose when to rise and when to retire, decide what to eat, and explore any place that piqued his interest. This should have been an utterly mundane occurrence, yet it represented a rare stroke of fortune for the young wizard. The eagle, once caged, had transformed into an innocent little sparrow, requiring new experiences to relearn the art of soaring. Harry withdrew the necessary galleons, sickles, and nuts from Gringotts, striving to restrain the impulse to spend. The wizard chest set in the shop window and the limited edition broomsticks from the Quidditch store were eyeing his purse hungrily. Though the sum left by his parents was not insignificant, he could not squander it recklessly. After all, the likelihood of the Dursleys paying for his tuition was even less than Snape awarding points to Gryffindor. In the days leading up to the start of term, Harry frequently ventured to Diagon Alley, attempting to catch sight of his two companions amidst the bustling crowd. For the first 2 days, he found neither Ron nor Hermione. However, he did spot a familiar figure with slate-blue hair and a silver robe in the distance. Beside her stood the black-haired potions master, whose usual ominous demeanor was replaced by a rare expression of pleasure. Had he not been certain it was Michelle, Harry might have thought the old bat had fallen victim to a soul-bonding curse. A faint smile graced his pale face, tinged with a hint of resignation. While his obsidian eyes sparkled with an uncommon warmth, a person now occupying the once empty space within. Neither too much nor too little. Harry lifted his hand to touch the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, quietly watching as the contrasting figures of black and white disappeared into the depths of Diagon Alley. The boy felt an emptiness within, as if he had lost something of great significance. Yet he hesitated to take that step. Michelle must surely be exceedingly disappointed in him now, with preconceived distrust exacerbating the rift, if he had not afforded her the same trust from the outset. What right did he have to demand forgiveness? Harry lingered hesitantly in the shadow of flourish and blots, tightly clutching the new textbooks he had purchased, resembling a gloomy, wilting little mushroom. Ron took his beloved mouse to the pet shop for a checkup, while Hermione, as always, purchased an overwhelming number of textbooks, for her course selections this semester were indeed plentiful. The diligent young witch would not let any opportunity for self-improvement slip by. Furthermore, a ginger kitten successfully captured Hermione's attention. And despite Ron's disapproving gaze, she spent her money to acquire it, naming it Crookshanks. On the final day before the school year commenced, the two encountered the long-absent Harry, who was transported to the station by a car arranged by Mr. Weasley through the Ministry of Magic. The three young wizards hurriedly pushed their luggage through the barrier and onto the platform 9 3/4. This time, however, the journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any troublesome house elves. A stark contrast to the previous year's escapade that left both Harry and Ron with vivid memories. Not only had they damaged Arthur Weasley's enchanted car, leading the fond of Muggles gentleman to face censure from the Ministry, but they had also endured a month of detention under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. Though not as severe as the detentions imposed by the old bat, the experience was still indelibly etched in their memories. They quickly boarded the train, vigorously waving goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley from their compartment. A new academic year was about to unfold. The train chugged along, releasing puffs of steam, its rumble echoing as it journeyed northward. The noise within the carriage gradually swallowed by the cavernous landscape, becoming the soundtrack of their adventure. The tracks lay neatly before them, while beneath, the white plains replaced the distant mountains. Outside, the sky was slowly painted with the tranquility and deep darkness of night. As the moist rain vapor splattered against the windows, and the wind sang a raspy bass, as if lamenting, the rumbling thunder rising from the ground pierced through countless tiny raindrops before falling heavily to the earth. The world appeared hazy, with intermittent flashes of light flickering in their peripheral vision, allowing glimpses of the horizon, albeit for mere seconds. "Are you familiar with Hogsmeade?" Hermione exclaimed excitedly just as she settled into her seat. "I hear it's the only place in Britain completely devoid of Muggle life." Ron nonchalantly shrugged, uninterested in the little witch's terminology. "Yes, I suppose so. But my desire to go there is not for such a hollow title. I merely wish to visit Honeydukes." "What is that?" Hermione inquired curiously. "A fantastic candy store." The red-haired boy licked his lips, a dreamy expression of delight spreading across his face. "Hey, Harry, we should go together," the eager young witch proposed to the quietly listening Harry beside her. A smile, more pitiful than sorrowful, forced its way onto the boy's face. "The Dursleys want to sign my application form. Not even Fudge would comply. You'll have to figure something out and let me know." Harry's voice was laden with resignation and disappointment. "Perhaps we could ask Fred and George. Surely they know if there's a secret passage to Hogsmeade." Ron suggested mischievously, earning himself a bemused roll of Hermione's eyes. "I'd rather not involve myself with your escapades, especially since Gryffindor came in last place last year." Instead of the usual loud reprimand, the girls stated the harsh, urgent reality in a calm tone. Harry and Ron's expressions grew serious. In truth, no Gryffindor wished to lose to Slytherin and forfeit the house cup. "My parents said Sirius Black escaped to find me, which is why Fudge is being so lenient." Harry hesitated to articulate. "What?" Ron and Hermione gasped in unison. "You must be cautious, Harry. the young witch said earnestly, looking into Harry's emerald eyes. The boy nodded, while Ron gazed thoughtfully at the girl sitting opposite him. Speaking of which, Hermione hadn't used her annoying, condescending tone recently, and I forgot to mention, since all the compartments were full and we didn't want to sit with Malfoy, we had to choose a compartment at the end of the train. In that compartment sat only one person, a weathered man, clad in a patched, tattered old wizard's robe, slumped against the window, soundly asleep. The man appeared not very old, perhaps of a similar age to Snape. Yet his unkempt hair had grown uncontrollably gray, giving him a somewhat sickly appearance. Perhaps too exhausted, the young wizard's chatter did not rouse him. Professor Remus John Lupin, Harry read from the luggage tag. Indeed, our defense against the dark arts teacher is ever so. Ron wore an expression of discomfort, hesitating to finish his thought. Hermione purchased 3 chocolate frogs, and unsurprisingly, all the cards inside were of Albus Dumbledore. Just as she prepared to vent about the principal's frequent appearances, the train suddenly screeched to a halt, plunging the compartment into darkness, while the wind and rain violently battered the windows. Why did the train stop? Ron wondered. Are we there? I can hardly wait for the feast. He exclaimed with excitement. That's impossible. Hermione glanced at her watch. Then why aren't we moving? Harry asked in the darkness. An eerie, squeaking sound intrusively filled their ears, as if something were brushing against the train's body and windows. Attempting to board, distant screams echoed from outside, thickening the air with tension. What do we do? Hermione anxiously grasped Harry's arm. Silent, a hoarse voice suddenly broke the tension. Professor Lupin had awakened. A faint crackle of friction shattered the ink-black silence, and a dim yellow flame flickered to life. The flickering light illuminated his ashen face momentarily, dispelling some fatigue, and his blue-green eyes shone with alertness in the darkness. Stay there, he instructed in the same hoarse tone, raising the flame higher. However, as the frail man approached the door, the sliding door creaked open, allowing a chilling, malevolent presence to seep into the room. Lupin's trembling flame flickered as a tall figure cloaked in black with a large hood emerged, its face and body a void of darkness, seemingly merging with the night outside. The figure's hands were nothing but decaying bones, pale and grotesquely glistening, as if shrouded in a thick layer of slime. Resembling something long submerged in water, the hooded head turned like a marionette, quickly locking eyes with Harry, who was seized by terror. Then, if this being could still be deemed human, it inhaled deeply, drawing in the air from the compartment. A bone-chilling cold instantaneously enveloped every warm particle of the air. It consumed not only the atmosphere but something far more vital, an intangible essence. It was unbearably cold. Harry could scarcely feel his heartbeat. It was as if he were plunged into an Arctic glacier, every drop of blood frozen. His body lay rigid as a corpse, devoid of vitality in the pitch-black compartment. An indescribable sensation clawed at every sensitive nerve, gnawing at his fragmented heart like an Ouroboros. The lonely, sorrowful sea engulfed his once bright soul, as despair tightened its grip around Harry's throat, dragging him into a chasm of hopelessness, in the blurred and hazy vision. He saw his deceased parents, witnessed his friends collapse one by one, life leaving them. The boy could no longer savor even a hint of happiness in his existence. What do I do? I feel so incredibly sad. Expecto Patronum! A blinding beam of white light erupted from Lupin's wand, illuminating the otherwise pitch-dark room. Harry felt as if warm hands gently lifted him from the depths, the chill receding, and he could once again distinctly hear the rhythm of his beating heart. He was vividly aware of his existence. That's good. Harry, are you all right? Consciousness gradually pulled itself from the vast chaos, and a voice filled with concern reached his ears, sounding somewhat like Hermione. What? Harry strained to open his eyes, the re-illuminated lights above causing him to avert his gaze, as the floor beneath him trembled slightly, the Hogwarts Express continuing its journey toward the school. You fainted from the Dementor's attack. Professor Lupin saved you. Ron explained. Remus Lupin meticulously assessed the situation outside before sliding the door shut and securing it tightly. What was that thing? Harry asked, his voice trembling slightly. They will siphon away all your joyful memories, leaving you with a frail, shattered soul, he added as the train arrived at its final destination. Harry had largely recovered from his lethargic state, though his body still felt somewhat chilled, as if he had been tossed into the depths of the Black Lake by a mermaid. Due to a mishap along the journey, they had missed this year's sorting ceremony, which Harry found quite regrettable. Chapter 43. Potions Class Assistant, Solitude and Tenderness, arranged for Meet's Eye. Hee. My name in Magic Awakens is also my pin name. Feel free to join in the fun, though my skills are rather lacking, haha. The latecomers among the young wizards settled down at their respective house tables. Having missed the sorting ceremony, they could directly listen to Headmaster Dumbledore's address. The ceiling of the Great Hall was adorned to resemble the sky, lofty and expansive, as if boundless night was swirling and rolling above, with golden stars twinkling brightly, while the wall sconces flickered with bright flames. The professor's table was already filled, with Dumbledore standing at the center, smiling warmly down at the students below. We have welcomed several Dementors from Azkaban to our school. I trust you have already encountered them on the Hogwarts Express? He began. They were sent by the Ministry of Magic for official duty. Pausing briefly, he shifted to a more solemn tone, continuing, they will be stationed at every entrance of the school, hence you are not permitted to leave at will. Be aware that Dementors cannot be deceived by any trick, not even an invisibility cloak. Whether intentional or not, his gaze seemed to drift towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The three young wizards lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of guilt, even though they had no current intentions of sneaking out. These creatures cannot comprehend your explanations or pleas for mercy. They are not even human. I hope each of you will never have to encounter them. Very well, let us shift to a more pleasant topic, Dumbledore said with a mischievous twinkle in his light blue eyes, his tone brightening once more. This was more like it. Otherwise, the young wizards might have thought their headmaster had turned into Professor McGonagall. This semester, we will welcome 3 new teachers, and I am honored to introduce them to you. First, Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin, clad in his tattered wizarding robes, sat among the professors, his pale gray-white face adorned with a polite smile. The students' applause was sparse, aside from Harry and a few Hufflepuff students cheering him on. The rest merely regarded the new professor with curiosity, as hardly anyone knew anything about this unfamiliar, weary-looking gentleman. Harry's gaze drifted to the staff table, where he saw Snape sitting with a sullen expression. A fork piercing a juicy steak, causing a few drops of meat juice to splatter. He suddenly felt a chill run down his back, as if that fork were lodged in his own head. The boy had no doubt that the old bat would indeed resort to such actions. The man gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the urge to unleash venomous words upon Dumbledore. How could he even think of appointing a werewolf to teach defense against the dark arts? Disregarding the students' safety, perhaps it was a perfect match with the Dementors hovering outside the castle. He remained restrained. Dumbledore's mind was not merely clouded with syrupy sweetness, but also harbored a lurking fudge. Foolishness. Snape's face twitched unnaturally, his piercing gaze fixed menacingly on Remus Lupin, his dark eyes narrowing into sharp slits. That expression held not only anger but a deep-seated loathing, akin to how he often looked at Harry. Severus, do you harbor a dislike for the new professor? Michelle quietly tugged at the man's sleeve. It was impossible to ignore the palpable malice emanating from him. It was so dense it felt tangible. Heh! The very person who once injured him alongside James Potter is now the teacher of defensive skills. The perpetrator has transformed into a protector. It's utterly nauseating. The second professor was Rubeus Hagrid, which came as no surprise. Who else but this ardent lover of magical creatures would require students to procure a book that bites? The applause from Slytherin was sparse, with Draco Malfoy regarding the large figure at the professor's table with his customary disdain. Like a proud peacock judging an ugly crow. Harry and his friends clapped enthusiastically, being the last in Gryffindor and indeed the entire school to cease their applause. And now for our final professor, whom you all should recognize, the old headmaster said, stroking his long white beard with an air of mystery. Indeed, Mr. Michel Viller, who will serve as the teaching assistant for potions this semester. The moment the words left his lips, the brightly lit Great Hall erupted into the loudest applause of the evening, nearly every house of young wizards clapping and cheering vigorously. Phew. We finally won't have to face the old bat's venom alone in potions class. Kind Mr. Viller will surely assist us. Some Slytherin students joined in, as their elders urged them to engage with this powerful and mysterious wizard closely associated with the potions master and Dumbledore. After all, self-interest is an unchanging principle. Snape maintained a moderate silence, refraining from questioning when Michelle had become his assistant. However, it was undoubtedly connected to Dumbledore. This was not a matter he intended to let the ever-deceitful man escape. He was ready to confront him after the banquet. The silvery moon gradually spread its luminous waters, gently cascading upon the Ravenclaw Tower. On the rooftop, two figures moved slowly in the natural light, their shoulders nearly brushing against one another. "Michelle, what have you agreed to with Dumbledore? Do you realize?" Snape finally broke his silence, forgetting even to employ his usual sardonic tone. "I know, Severus," the blue-haired wizard replied. "You are the most crucial double agent in the plan." Upon hearing Michelle's words, the potions master's heart trembled involuntarily, a feeling of unprecedented powerlessness slowly coiling around his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What should he do? He had been discovered. Even though he never regretted it. Just look at the detachment and fear with which that loathsome Savior Potter regarded Michelle. Just a single dark spell had created that distance. What about him? With his dark past as a former Death Eater, would he not also face rejection and disdain? Just as Lily had abandoned him all those years ago, a fleeting moment of uncharacteristic panic flickered in Snape's typically hollow, emotionless eyes. He gripped the corner of his sleeve with great force, not loosening his hold even as the fabric wrinkled under his grasp. A certain secretive, peculiar thought greedily gnawed at the potions master's reason. And for the second time in his life, he tasted the flavor of helplessness. He knew nothing. He knew everything. He could neither let go nor afford to lose again. "You?" Snape seemed like a child who had yet to learn to speak. His lips, which often chastised the young trolls in class, felt as though sealed by an unbreakable lock. "I can only ensure your safety by truly participating in the plan." "You don't mind that I'm a Death Eater?" the little bat hesitantly asked. "Not at all," the house elf replied with a smile. "The past, present, and future collectively form each complete individual life. Death Eater, Potions Master, Potions Professor at Hogwarts, Head of Slytherin, and the person Michelle Viller cherishes most. All of these are Severus Snape. The genuine Severus Snape. To love someone means to embrace all aspects of them, to accept every flaw and virtue, to cherish the shadows as well as the light." Snape averted his gaze awkwardly, unable to comprehend how someone like Michelle Viller could exist. Someone who embraced all his darkness and sharp edges, so patient and gentle. Under the influence of their unspoken understanding, they gradually moved closer to the side of the tower. "Does Dumbledore not realize how dangerous this could be?" Michelle tugged at his loose red headband, gathering his long hair behind him, his voice betraying his growing concern. "What will you do if Voldemort discovers a traitor among his ranks?" Snape leaned against the wall of the tower, his eyes filled with a stagnant, accumulated solitude. I don't know. He truly did not know. For he had never cared about his own life or death. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to let go. Dumbledore would certainly not care about the fate of a former Death Eater. He did not even hold concern for himself. "Nobody had cared about me." The man in black robes and hair lowered his head in self-mockery, the curve of his lips carrying an inexplicable irony. He was a forsaken soul, never favored by fate. Dumbledore's heart could be small enough to disregard even the life of a former Death Eater, indifferent to it. But it could also be vast enough to encompass the entire magical world. That great white wizard had never been concerned with the soul of Severus Snape, nor with his own, the faltering soul of Albus Dumbledore. "But I care, Severus, I care about your soul," Michelle whispered softly. With earnestness and reverence, as if embarking on a sacred pilgrimage to a divine entity. "Always," he added. The young wizard's beautiful eyes glistened under the moonlight, resembling a sea of undulating waves, shimmering with a smoky hue. The round pupils akin to bashful, swimming little whales. The man remained silent, merely observing the newly appointed assistant professor, whose flowing gray-blue hair shimmered like light waves, his feigned calm concealing the flicker of obscure emotions within his gaze. Having turned into a mere shell due to the absence of warmth, he was now fortunate enough to feel his lifeless heart stir again, eager to listen to its vibrant beats within his chest. Snape was akin to a rich, bitter wine. He should have grown increasingly potent with the passage of time, infused with despair, guilt, and loneliness, yet, unexpectedly, had been subtly sweetened with honey by another. The proud little bat was becoming awkward once more. Yet, it must be said that the words of the blue-haired wizard were indeed beneficial. as evidenced by the slight uplift at the corners of the potion master's eyes, revealing that he was cared for and, in fact, felt a twinge of happiness. The delicate web of tenderness, meticulously woven by Mr. Moonlight, effortlessly enveloped the timid little bat. Chapter 44. Divination Class, Trelawney and Buckbeak. The dismal data had become a familiar sight. My mind was solely focused on typing. The assistant professor, gentle and affable, patiently guided the students through their areas of confusion, his voice akin to the melodious sound of rain cascading through the mountains. Professor Snape entrusted most of the class to Michelle, while he sat at the podium, surveying the entire class with a cold, brooding gaze, resembling a poised serpent ready to strike its prey. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Mr. Weasley managed to temper the old bat's venomous outpouring, and his detailed explanations and demonstrations began to endear the once dreary potions class to the students. Consequently, incidents during class visibly diminished, and the young wizard's cauldrons fortunately escaped the fate of exploding. Truly, it was a time of peace. However, the Gryffindor students could not evade the piercing glares from the old bat, leading to deductions in their house points. Harry, on the other hand, suffered in silence, for each class was an excruciating ordeal. He feared encountering Michelle, dreading the disappointment and estrangement reflected in the wizard's gaze. He would rather endure Snape's scolding and reproach than awkwardly endure the passage of potions class from behind a desk. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Michelle did not seem to focus on the little wizard who had severed ties with him, his striking deep blue eyes never lingering on Harry. It was as if he were utterly indifferent to the events that had transpired. Harry felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, unable to absorb the content of the potions lesson. Even if Michelle expressed disdain for him, it would have been preferable to the calm, unruffled silence that prevailed. That a bitter taste blossomed on his tongue, gradually spreading through his veins, infiltrating his very essence, insidiously eroding every cell within his body. After the potions class, they ascended the stairs to what could only be described as the most peculiar classroom. In truth, it bore little resemblance to a formal classroom. Rather, it resembled a hybrid of an attic and an old-fashioned tea-house, the air infused with an odd aroma of tea at the far end of the room. A large teapot was bubbling away on a roaring fire. The room was dimly lit, shrouded in darkness, imbued with an innate heaviness, the thick crimson curtains drawn tightly, allowing scarcely a sliver of light to penetrate. Countless silver crystal balls and stacks of curled, worn playing cards were haphazardly strewn across the table. "Sit down, my children," a voice, sounding quite aged, emanated from the inner room. Professor Sybil Trelawney stood at the front of the classroom, her attire as eccentric as the room's decor. Oversized, frighteningly large emerald earrings, a sheer, transparent shawl adorned with shimmering trinkets, and her long neck draped with numerous strands of beads and chains, her fingers bedecked with an array of rings. "Welcome, everyone, to the divination class, the most profound of all magical arts," she proclaimed theatrically, beckoning all to focus their attention. Hermione gazed at the unfamiliar professor with curiosity, utterly captivated by the mysterious allure of divination. The boy was once again bestowed with the glorious title of the Giant's Bane. Ron scoffed dismissively, rolling his eyes. "Snape claims potions is the most profound art, too," he muttered defiantly. Professor Trelawney appeared no different from the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart, who thrived on deception and self-promotion. True prophets in the magical realm are few and far between. If every diviner could accurately foresee the future, few would remain alive in this world. This was evidently implausible. Professor Trelawney even kindly offered Harry a prophecy of impending doom, foretelling that he would encounter misfortune and death. The boy initially adopted a nonchalant demeanor until the prophecy mentioned a black dog. Indeed, he had encountered one before arriving at school. However, the brown-haired little wizard felt no fear. It was well known that Harry Potter was the savior of the magical world, the only one to survive the wrath of the mysterious figure whose name could not be spoken. He was the boy who lived. Yet, no one knew of the helplessness, confusion, turmoil, and fear he had once experienced. One was a dark wizard powerful enough to rival the greatest white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, with countless followers, while the other was a timid young wizard yet to come of age. Harry was acutely aware of what awaited him in the future, needing no reminders from others. What he cared about most now was how to mend the frozen relationship with Michelle and how to exact revenge on Sirius Black. the escaped convict who had caused his parents' demise. The following day was Hagrid's care of magical creatures class, and the giant, newly appointed as a professor, anxiously awaited the arrival of the young wizards. Despite Michelle's efforts to console him during their tea time the previous day, the towering former gamekeeper could not quell the cold sweat trickling down his brow. He wondered if the Sphinx he had prepared would be well received by the students. The British sky had recently been washed by rain, still appearing gray and overcast, bringing a refreshing chill to Hogwarts. The gentle breeze carried the scent of rain mingled with fresh grass and sweet flowers. Each distinct note subtly moistening, brewing, and wafting through the air. A glimmer of light peeked through the clouds, illuminating the dim world with a radiant glow, creating a serene and peaceful afternoon. "Hey, come on, hurry up," Hagrid shouted upon spotting his classmates approaching the wooden fence of his hut. The platinum-haired young lord gazed disdainfully at the half-blood giant professor, an air of innate contempt emanating from him. His two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, puffed out their chests and held their heads high, yet Hagrid still barely reached their heads. The class had scarcely begun when Draco Malfoy eagerly mocked Hagrid, a spiteful expression etched across his pale, gaunt face, his gray-blue eyes nearly squinting into slits. After stumbling through the explanation of the peculiarities of magical creatures, Hagrid brought forth the magical creature he had meticulously prepared. This time, even young Malfoy widened his eyes slightly, surveying the newcomer with a keen gaze. "The Sphinx!" Hagrid exclaimed enthusiastically, waving his hands. "Look how magnificent they are!" It was not that Hagrid viewed magical creatures through rose-colored glasses. This truly was a remarkably beautiful beast. Its coat shimmering with varied colors as if adorned with fallen stars. Harry mustered the courage to approach the Sphinx as instructed, humbly lowering his head and sincerely bowing. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly ferocious creature reciprocated with a bow, acknowledging Harry's presence. "Well done," Hagrid praised wholeheartedly, gesturing for Harry to touch the Sphinx's eyes and cheeks. The magnificent creature took Harry on a thrilling flight through the castle skies, and the boy felt as though he had transformed into a gentle breeze. Free and joyous. Though not all dared to seek the approval of this magical creature, the class would remain etched in everyone's memory. In a sense, it was also a form of success. Chapter 45. Boggart. Anger and the Past. Hey, please enjoy the commissioned work of our beloved Michelle's personal physician, the whimsical bookstore owner, and the naturally gifted diviner, Mr. Lynn Avon. This comment section contains, "It's so unfair," Ron lamented as he and Harry strolled ahead. After a while, Hermione hurriedly approached, dragging a seemingly overstuffed backpack behind her. "Strange, weren't you just at the bottom of the stairs? How did you appear behind us in the blink of an eye?" "What? You must have seen wrong," the girl stammered, brushing it off. "Why do you bring these books back and forth every day?" Ron inquired of Hermione. "However, this afternoon, there is only defense against the dark arts class." "Right? Yes, let us not dwell on such matters. Let us go have a meal," Hermione remarked with a hint of impatience. "Is she perhaps concealing something from us?" Ron whispered to Harry. Harry expressed his own uncertainty, but he was acutely aware of his hunger and the need to eat. After finishing their lunch and resting for a while, they entered the classroom for defense against the dark arts, where Professor Lupin awaited them at the lectern. The man's complexion appeared considerably improved, the innate, inescapable weariness gradually waning. His tattered trunk was placed upon a side table, and a faint smile graced his face. "Allow me to introduce you to this magical creature known as a Boggart. It can manifest your deepest fears. That is to say, ridiculous. Ridiculous." Lupin waved his wand through the air. "So, who would like to volunteer first?" He gestured towards Neville. The boy stepped forward awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at the imposing cabinet before him. "Who is your greatest fear?" Lupin inquired. Professor Snape. The poor boy's face had turned as pale as a ghost, fear gripping him like a malevolent demon, mercilessly constricting his fragile throat, nearly suffocating him. For a young wizard, merely uttering the name of the potion's master was a daunting venture. The cabinet door swung open, and the Boggart eagerly emerged, looming over the trembling young wizard and slowly transforming into the figure of his deepest dread. As if scalded, Neville screamed and fell backward, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Plopping onto the floor, "What a disgrace, a Gryffindor!" Draco Malfoy and his two henchmen erupted into laughter. "Do not be afraid, my child. "This is entirely normal," Lupin consoled gently. "I recall you live with your grandmother." "Do I not?" He helped Neville to his feet, soothingly patting the boy's slightly quivering back now. "All you need to do is conjure an image in your mind of Professor Snape wearing your grandmother's clothing, and then cast the spell at the boggart," Lupin instructed. "Ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" Neville's quavering voice emerged as he instinctively wished to flee in the face of Snape. The incantation struck the boggart successfully. The previously sullen Snape, who seemed ready to spray venom, was suddenly overtaken by an unseen force. Atop his head appeared a hat made of vulture feathers, his eternally black robes transformed into a vintage green dress, complemented by a fox-fur scarf and an oversized red handbag awkwardly slung over his arm. Yet his pallid face retained its habitual disdain. The young wizards in the classroom could hardly contain their amusement. With Ron pulling Hermione into a radiant laughter, Neville observed his long-cherished nightmare morph into something absurdly comical. He gradually quelled the fear etched on his face, though he still could not muster a smile. Standing there in a daze, discomfort washing over him, Harry refrained from joining the laughter with the other students. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. Simultaneously, he sensed that Professor Lupin's actions were rather inappropriate, akin to a deliberate provocation. He found it difficult to imagine, let alone dare to envision, Snape as the boggart in its current form. The azure-haired wizard's gaze suddenly turned icy, his youthful, handsome visage darkening like the sky before a tempest. Oppressive and suffocating. Michelle was such a person, gentle as moonlight, amiable and approachable. Yet those of the medieval era understood all too well that the wrath of this infamous dark wizard was enough to shake the entire world. "How dare you, Lupin?" The man, who was always as gentle as the moonlit breeze, now seemed engulfed by a torrent of molten fury. His voice remained clear, yet it was laced with a burgeoning wrath. An invisible storm brewing within the classroom of defense against the dark arts. "How dare you insult him?" The young wizards collectively held their breath. This was the first time they had witnessed their teaching assistant in a fit of anger. How terrifying indeed. Rivaling even the old bat, a flicker of disbelief passed across Remus Lupin's face. He was taken aback by the abrupt and vehement interruption from the potion's master. "I didn't insult him," Lupin retorted defensively. Perhaps it was not a defense so much as a mere statement of what he deemed an inconsequential fact. Clearly, it was intended as a harmless jest, one that Professor Snape would not take to heart. Lupin thought little of it. After all, the past raiders had committed far worse deeds, and even if he occasionally questioned the appropriateness of such behavior, he still chose to support his friend over Snape. Always, to maliciously humiliate a professor was no trivial jest. Michelle regarded the newly minted defense against the dark arts professor with a chilling gaze. "And I do care," he stated earnestly, each word deliberate and measured. Harry blinked, observing the unwavering expression of the azure-haired wizard, recalling the unconditional trust and devoted treatment he had once enjoyed. A mysterious smile graced Hermione's face as she cast a disdainful glance at Ron, who was still foolishly worrying about Professor Lupin, and playfully elbowed the red-haired boy. Michelle truly harbored affection for Professor Snape. Lupin felt a moment of disorientation. It was the first time since Lily had unilaterally severed ties with Snape that he had heard someone express concern for the potion's master. It appeared that even those enveloped in profound solitude and darkness could possess friends. "Should I witness or hear of you engaging in such conduct again, I shall not hesitate to recommend your dismissal to Dumbledore." How can one who disrespects their colleagues effectively teach young wizards? Michel retrieved his wand with deliberate slowness, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded the flustered man, as if to suggest that in the next moment he might introduce Lupin to the exquisite sensation of the killing curse. The flawless jade had peeled back a corner of its disguise, revealing a hint of chill, allowing a glimpse into the shadowy depths beneath its beautiful exterior. Yet the young wizards were not the slightest bit afraid. They eagerly craned their necks, fascinated by the two professors. The fierce Professor Weasley was utterly captivating. After a moment of stalemate, Lupin finally spoke with a dry tone. "I will be mindful, Sir Dotto." And there stood Remus Lupin, awkward and helpless, utterly disheveled. Michel possessed no inclination to engage in a scuffle with a werewolf. From the very first glance, he had recognized the new professor's desperate attempt to conceal his special identity as a werewolf. Without uttering a word, he stepped directly into Dumbledore's office. Forgoing any semblance of politeness, he sought but one answer. The answer to a question he had just keenly realized. How did you allow this? Dumbledore? He fumed, angered at the shameless Gryffindors bullying his professor, enraged at Dumbledore's protection and favoritism towards them, and frustrated with himself for not arriving sooner to shield the potion's master from the onslaught of malice. He felt a pang of empathy for Snape, grieving for his bleak past and his profound silence in the present. You are not a competent headmaster, he said coldly, yet his judgment was resolute. Albus Dumbledore did not refute the statement. Perhaps he, too, understood that his actions were biased and inappropriate, his affections eternally skewed towards Gryffindor. If Lupin insults Severus again, I would not hesitate to cast him out of the castle. Headmaster, the man warned, the courteous demeanor he once bore before the White Wizard now thoroughly shattered. I will remind him, Dumbledore sighed. And please convey my apologies to Severus. I believe he does not require your apology. Sir, Michelle interjected. It is too late, he thought. Severus must have waited for quite some time, but this apology has long since lost its value in the river of time. He deserves far better. The tug-of-war between Michelle and Lupin spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts after class, and the potion's master was soon made aware of the situation. Remus Lupin, you remain the same foolish imbecile you were back then, with not a shred of progress, he said darkly, like a serpent hissing its venomous tongue. After searching fruitlessly for a long time, the little bat arrived at the headmaster's office, having confirmed that the azure-haired wizard was indeed seeking the old bee, Albus. He waited at the door for quite some time before hearing the soft click of it opening. You need not have done this, Michelle, Snape hesitantly began, gazing at the azure-haired wizard emerging from the headmaster's office. He had long ceased to concern himself with such trivial matters. You treated me in much the same way before. Did you not, Severus? Michelle gently shook his head, or perhaps they did. The young wizard's tone was peculiar, filled with a mixture of tenderness, turmoil, timidity, and a myriad of emotions entwined together, carrying a hint of moisture that rendered his voice slightly husky yet clean and transparent. With a rising inflection at the end, he subtly clenched his fist, the sharp tips of his nails digging into his flesh, the pain briefly restoring his fragmented lucidity. Do you understand? Anything? Everything, Michelle nodded. Snape sighed, his gaze fixed on a specific spot on the ground, unmoving. Well, knowing is knowing. Sooner or later, it would be known. It's for the best. Having come to understand the past, Michelle surely would not hold any hopes for him. This beautiful dream should have awoken long ago. Severus, I will protect you. No one will be able to bully you, the blue-haired wizard declared with conviction. It seemed he had forgotten that the Severus Snape of today was no longer the half-blood Slytherin who had been bullied in the past. Yet, deep inside, he still felt an involuntary sense of inferiority. Snape could not utter a word. He simply stood there quietly, pure joy dispersing the lingering sorrow and self-mockery in his heart. So, I truly believed it? He said hoarsely, his voice carrying a unique resonance, reminiscent of a solitary boat rocking amidst 1,000 sails, stubbornly standing on the shore. The response was no longer silence, but a warm, knowing smile from Michelle. Yes. The soft sound floated through the air like a feather, eager to take flight. An unusual feeling slithered up his chest like a venomous snake, though he could not yet determine what his feelings for Michelle were. He knew they would surely be sweet, intoxicating, and filled with longing. After enduring a long, harsh winter, traversing all the coldness and solitude, swallowing confusion and helplessness, searching and seeking, he had finally welcomed a fragmented spring. Michelle Viller, step by step, with his unique gentleness and patience, warmed the timid and slow-to-open heart of the Master of Potions. Severus Snape, his master, he need not take the initiative, for someone would come to him. Chapter 46, Wolfbane Potion, Ominous Failures, and Unconsciousness. Every time I write fanfiction, I feel like I'm straying from the CP in my own book, creating a sense of disconnection. Please help me think of a few book titles to use for my writing test. I am hopeless at naming. Ron and Hermione had both received signatures of approval, and they were enjoying a delightful time in Hogsmeade, while Harry was left alone in the dormitory, staring blankly at the hanging lamp on the ceiling. Later, he circumvented Filch's patrol and quietly arrived at the door of the Dark Arts Defense Professor's office, raising his hand to knock. Oh, Harry, hello. Aren't you with your friends in Hogsmeade? Lupin greeted him, gesturing for him to find a comfortable place to sit. Warm tea was poured into a cup, which he pushed towards Harry. "No one is willing to sign my application form," Harry said, his face displaying embarrassment as he discreetly declined the professor's offer of tea. "Oh, I see. Ha ha," the man chuckled dryly. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Harry felt strange. He had an inkling that this new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, seemed particularly caring and friendly towards him, in stark contrast to Snape. Moreover, this concern felt less like that of a teacher towards a student and more akin to that of a relative. Just as Harry was about to voice his concerns, the office door sounded again. "Come in," Lupin called out. The door opened, and Snape strode in wearing his black robes, holding a steaming goblet containing a peculiar-colored liquid. Caught off guard by the sight of his most despised Harry Potter, Snape squinted his dark eyes, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Thank you very much, Severus," Lupin smiled. "You can just place it on the table. Harry has something to discuss with me," he added. "That sounds intriguing." Snape replied awkwardly, setting down the goblet and sweeping his gaze over the other two occupants in the room. "I suggest you drink it immediately, Lupin," he said, then disdainfully averted his gaze, as if he had glimpsed something filthy. A savior and a werewolf, having a childish secret meeting, tisk. All right, I will drink it right away," Lupin responded. "I brewed an entire cauldron, fearing it wouldn't be enough," Snape said, his tone as dark as a serpent's whisper. "Good, I may need some more tomorrow. Honestly, it's quite a stroke of luck to have two rather unpleasant individuals in one room." "Harry, did you come over for something?" Lupin noticed the boy seemed troubled. "Yes, Professor," Harry said eagerly. "Why didn't you let me try against the boggart last time?" Lupin took a sip of the potion Snape had provided, the muscles in his face momentarily stiffening. "Oh, that is quite bitter." "I thought you knew," he said, looking seriously at Harry, "that I feared it would turn into Voldemort." Harry was taken aback. This was only the second wizard, aside from Dumbledore, who dared to utter Voldemort's name. "I don't think it would turn into Voldemort, but rather a Dementor," the boy said somewhat fearfully. Lupin's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "That means, Harry, what you fear is fear itself. How interesting. One day, you will learn to deal with Dementors," he reassured him. The small, brown-haired wizard felt a flicker of joy at that moment. "What are you doing here, Lupin?" Michel lifted his head from his book upon hearing the sound of the office door opening. "Dumbledore asked me to brew the Wolfbane potion to prevent him from harming the young wizards at school on the night of the full moon," Snape remarked, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Has Dumbledore lost his mind?" Michel retorted. "Allowing a werewolf into the school is inherently dangerous, even if this werewolf's nature is particularly malevolent. Moreover, he surely hasn't forgotten what happened back then. Has he?" His tone grew gradually colder. "Heh." Snape chuckled, devoid of emotion. Speaking of the past, had it not been for that odious, arrogant James Potter, he would have perished at Lupin's claws. Dumbledore not only refused to expel the werewolf, but also insisted he not pursue the matter any further, leaving Snape to feel grateful towards Potter, who was akin to an enemy. Why should it be just because they are Gryffindors? How ridiculous. The events of years gone by had faded with time. Yet the grievances and hatred lingered to this day, constantly reminding him. "Then wouldn't you need to brew this potion every time? How troublesome." Michel couldn't help but quip. Snape scoffed dismissively, the calm black depths of his eyes stirring with emotion. "Dumbledore certainly does not miss an opportunity to exploit anyone or anything, especially a distinguished and rare master of potions." Michel mused inwardly. "Is there truly no one or no potion that can restore a werewolf to normalcy?" Michel inquired. In the Middle Ages, lycanthropy was not seen as an incurable affliction. Rather, it was a well-known disease, the wolf madness. Yet, almost no werewolves sought out a potion master for treatment. For once treated, they would lose their formidable magical powers, relegating themselves to true ordinary folk, the genuine lower class. Thus, they would rather endure the transformation on the full moon, suffering the loss of reason and inhuman pain, in exchange for the powers of a werewolf. Despite those powers never rightfully belonging to them. Certainly not. The potion's master's deep, melodious voice effortlessly captured Michel's heart. "Currently, the most effective potion is the Wolfbane potion." Michel tilted his head in surprise, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Perhaps it was simply impossible to concoct with the materials of this world. Or perhaps no one could create it. The blue-haired wizard silently resolved to develop a potion more effective than the Wolfbane potion. One that could directly cure werewolves. Professor Lupin drank the potion brewed by the old bat. My goodness, I say he afraid of being poisoned to death, Ron exclaimed in horror. He didn't poison him. Ron, Harry replied, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. He had ample reason to suspect Ron might be suffering from paranoia. Professor Lupin is perfectly fine. It's just a normal potion, the red-haired wizard gaped, his eyes widening as though he had uncovered some shocking, earth-shattering secret. It's hard to believe that Snape hasn't tried to poison the current defense against the dark arts professor to take his place. Hermione patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Due to Madame Hooch, the Quidditch referee, suddenly falling ill, the relatively leisurely Michelle took on the task of officiating the Quidditch match. He casually grabbed a broomstick from the equipment shed and soared into the air above the pitch. The young wizard's movements were natural and graceful, executing everything seamlessly, his long, ash-blue hair tied up high, with a small red bow adorning it, the stray strands framing his face, enhancing the exquisite contours of his profile, and his beautiful blue eyes shimmering with warm laughter. This drew shouts of his name from several young wizards. Mr. Viller, Professor Viller, as if he were the true protagonist of this match. Such a show-off. Snape sighed, rubbing his forehead lightly. Speaking of which, this new hairstyle was indeed tied by him for Michelle. The house elf seemed rather inept at managing his own hair, always hastily tying it to one side. To be adored by so many, to shine so brilliantly, signifies that he is indeed a remarkable individual. He feels joy for Mitsai. Yet, within this concealed sigh, who can fathom the underlying discontent regarding Mitsai's attention and affection from countless admirers? For now, the blue-haired wizard is no longer solely his. Before the Quidditch match could commence, rain began to fall from the sky, bestowing a unique ambience upon the event. The wind howled fiercely, raindrops fell one by one, and Harry soared almost shoulder to shoulder with Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff seeker, their eyes fixed solely on the diminutive, winged golden figure. The golden snitch darted among them. Harry suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. It was as if the entire stadium had been abruptly paused and erased, with all sounds and faces gradually fading from view, a deluge of blackness recklessly encroaching upon the boy's vision. Indeed, during this Quidditch match, Harry was once again unfortunate enough to encounter a Dementor. His body trembled uncontrollably. The memory of his previous encounter loomed vividly, a paralyzing fear clutched at his fragile throat. Rendering him nearly breathless, he was engulfed in oblivion. The boy could no longer command his Firebolt 2001. He plummeted swiftly from his broomstick. Fortunately, he did not break his neck, nor did his glasses shatter. But the only casualty was the Firebolt, a gift from Mitsai, which spiraled into the Whomping Willow, leaving nothing but a pile of wooden splinters. Dumbledore recited incantations to drive the Dementor away from Harry, his usually amiable demeanor marred by an unusual pallor. This marked the second assault by the Dementor upon Harry. Perhaps it was time for him to learn the Patronus charm. He silently resolved to expedite this aspect of his plans. Cedric caught the golden snitch, and Mitsai announced Hufflepuff as the victors of the match. The Badgers erupted in jubilant cheers, as they had scarcely triumphed over Gryffindor since Harry joined the team. Hufflepuff forever! Cedric Diggory forever! The Gryffindor wizards hung their heads in despair, while Ron and Hermione, disregarding their own sorrow, rushed down from the stands to check on Harry for severe injuries. The answer was no. The boy had merely been startled, his face pale, but otherwise unharmed. He was now fully alert. Cedric conversed with Mitsai, expressing a desire for a rematch, as this victory felt unjust. Mitsai assessed Harry's condition and shook his head. The Gryffindor seeker was evidently too fatigued to continue, and Hufflepuff's humility had already secured their victory. Hufflepuff wins, he declared loudly. This was Harry's first defeat in a match, particularly in the game of Quidditch, which he excelled in. The broom gifted by Mitsai was now broken, one of the few remnants that bore witness to their once close friendship. Bitterness, guilt, and sorrow swirled within him, accompanied by an indescribable ache, surging from the depths of his being to his throat. The boy stood motionless in the rain, allowing the torrential downpour to drench him to the skin. Mitsai gazed at Harry with concern, intending to offer comfort, yet suddenly recalling that his relationship with the young wizard was no longer as it once had been. He hesitated. standing still. Then they found Mitsai, who stood at the center of the Quidditch pitch. Having just tidied up the equipment from the match, a few cloaked Dementors suddenly soared toward the blue-haired wizard, as if they had spotted the most delectable feast. Mitsai calmly drew his wand. But strangely, today it did not respond as it usually did. It trembled slightly, as if sensing danger. The incantation to confront a Dementor was Expecto Patronum. He recited it repeatedly, yet his wand remained unresponsive, not even a flicker of light gracing its tip. Without the protection of a Patronus, the Dementors effortlessly encircled the man, their hollow, dark faces drawing near with malevolent intent. Adi felt as though icy water was rising to his chest, or perhaps the falling snow had frozen him. A pervasive chill permeating his entire being, slowly infiltrating, penetrating, and slicing through every organ. A swirling fog enveloped his mind, gradually numbing him. What was he doing? Where was he? Who was he? Kill him. Kill him. Kill this heretic. He deserves to die. I'm sorry, but perhaps it's best we don't meet again, don't you understand? No one truly cares for you. Mitsai felt the remnants of his consciousness being engulfed by the unfathomable cold. Resignedly closing his eyes, at death? Not such a bad fate, after all. He had long been meant to be a corpse. Well, in truth, he wasn't quite ready to die yet, for he feared he might never see Severus again. How dreadful that he fell, collapsing in the very center of the Quidditch pitch, amidst the downpour. This was yet another descent. Mitsai plunged into a bone-chilling fog. Mitsai, how could this be? Severus swiftly descended from the stands, his dark cloak billowing in the wind and rain, his speed rendering Ron speechless, the red-haired boy almost believing he had transformed into a genuine bat. The blue-haired wizard lay still upon the damp ground. As if in slumber, the rain intensified imperceptibly, the gloomy sky obstinately pouring its sorrow upon the earth, deepening the colors of the Quidditch pitch, as if stained with an indelible hue. This night was destined to be painted in cold tones. Chapter 47. Turmoil, St. Mungo's and Honesty, Mitsai's self-revelation, sharing secrets only with the professor. Mildly torturous, yet truly not excessively so. Severus's calm and rational demeanor was abruptly stripped away. He felt an icy chill coursing through him, his blood freezing, as if he were the one being attacked by the Dementors. St. Mungo's. Yes, he needed to be taken to St. Mungo's. For the first time in front of others, he displayed his panic unreservedly. The potions master of Hogwarts, the feared dungeon snake, the esteemed master of potions, was reduced to nothing. He was merely an ordinary person, helpless. Severus and Dumbledore transported Mitsai to St. Mungo's Hospital, where the healers administered several potions. Then placed him in a bed. He required rest and recovery. Sunlight streamed warmly through the windows of St. Mungo's, weaving through half-drawn curtains, slanting down to the edge of the bed. Mitsai found the brightness overwhelming and shielded his forehead as he slowly opened his eyes. The potions master sat beside him, gazing at him with those striking black eyes, sunlight gliding over his dark hair, sharp nose, and seemingly overly harsh lips, the shadows beneath his eyes hinting at unhealthy fatigue. It appeared that Severus had kept vigil by his side throughout the night. How careless, he thought. The man hadn't even rested properly. Severus, Mitsai croaked, a dull ache coursing through every nerve in his head, akin to the biting winter snow, overwhelming him with a wave of dizziness. You need to lie down for another day. The velvet-soft, magnetic voice entered his ears, and Mitsai's hazy consciousness sharpened slightly. Yesterday, why did you? Severus spoke, a hint of apprehension lacing his tone. The blue-haired wizard lay lifelessly on the ground, devoid of vitality, the hideous, cold Dementor poised to bestow upon him a kiss. Such a scene was nothing short of a nightmare. Severus had assumed that a wizard like Mitsai would be completely incapable of failing to cast the Patronus charm. After all, the man was always as gentle as moonlight, his smile seemingly his other name. Hogwarts young wizards had all, sooner or later, been enamored by Mr. Weller's charming smile. He always appeared cheerful, warmth and happiness defining Mitsai Weller. Unless, of course, he was not truly happy. Severus's brow furrowed tightly, a knot that could not be undone. Mitsai had never mentioned any events prior to losing his magical abilities. The blue-haired wizard was like a blank canvas, his current existence intricately crafted by Severus himself. Yet who could tell what mysteries lay hidden beneath this concealed white sheet? one unwilling to speak, the other respecting the silence. Thus the secret remained tightly guarded until this day. After a prolonged silence, Mitsai exhaled a deep sigh. The face that would forever radiate the most brilliant smile now bore the weight of genuine sorrow. A dreary gray, his sapphire blue eyes reflecting a turbulent ocean of sadness. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, yet Severus felt that Mitsai's gray-blue hair had seemingly lost its former luster, merging seamlessly with the shadows in the corner. Indistinguishable, Mitsai seemed to belong to a world far more desolate and dark than this one. I cannot find any joyful memories. Mitsai's tone was heavy, tinged with confusion. The tall man resembled a helpless creature, battered and bruised, unable to find a remedy. What to do? Should he tell Severus? But in such a state, he wouldn't even like himself. Mitsai bit his lip fiercely, the sheets beneath him twisted into an unrecognizable mess. To utter a single falsehood is to entangle oneself in a web of countless lies that must be woven to cover it in such a case. The gentleman would undoubtedly consider himself a genuine deceiver. Never mind, thought Mitsai. Just tell him, reveal everything. Share the entirety of Mitsai Villar's story. My parents abandoned me. I was a child raised in an orphanage. I have no family, no friends, only myself that I was rescued by the benevolent Villar. Yet I find myself unable to save him. A knight's sword pierced my chest, drawing forth a deluge of blood. Painful, yet numb. I died with purpose, yet I remain unsatisfied. I awakened to magic by chance. Yet I stand alone. They exalted my identity, crazily elevating me to lofty heights, only to later drag me into the depths of despair. I can be easily acquired, yet just as easily discarded. I do not belong to this world. Severus, I am still Mitsai Villar, possessing nothing but formidable magic. I am still a failure. A wretched soul, a coward gathers all the courage of a lifetime, rips away the veil of pretense, revealing a soul of mixed shades. A blend of good and evil. This is precisely the flawed self he detests, loathes, aches for, and yet loves. The master of potions remained silent in the bright sunlight, effortlessly obtaining the answer he sought. Yet he felt no delight. He could not fathom that the azure-haired wizard harbored such a sorrowful past. Behind countless smiles lay tears swallowed along with blood and anguish. Snape found no words adequate for comfort or judgment. All he could do was gently grasp the hand that appeared overly pale due to its master's frailty, easing the taut veins and feeling the chill of the palm. The bat from the night sought to rescue a solitary, desolate moonbeam with its meager warmth. Yes, all right, everything will pass. He hesitated before uttering softly, his tone tender and light, akin to a fine cello playing a soothing melody. Mitsai's eyes brightened, cautiously glancing at the potions professor who had now seated himself beside him. Following his divinity from the perspective of an admirer, Snape was undeniably handsome. His deep-set eyes, lips forming an alluring M shape, even his slightly oversized hawkish nose stood perfectly tall, especially now, as a rare gentleness graced his features, making the man shine so beautiful, as captivating as the first time they met. Mitsai laughed again, unaware of the tears that had already slipped from the corners of his eyes. The gentleman did not dismiss him. Rather, he leaned closer. It felt like a dream he wished not to awaken. From the union of the ugly and the beautiful, a solitary, pure orchid blossomed in the cracks. You belong to this world, Mitsai. You have long been a part of it. Indeed, he was precious, unique, loyal, and devout. He was Severus Snape's orchid. Chapter 48. Entanglement, Werewolves, and Hogsmeade. If anyone could create a cover or help brainstorm more titles, please feel free to reach out to me. Sob sob sob. The videos on the author's homepage are random bursts of madness. Please do not watch, do not watch, do not watch. It's important, so I say it thrice. OC warning, watered down content warning. After witnessing Mitsai faint on the Quidditch pitch, Harry could not dispel the thought of visiting St. Mungo's, yet the current awkward tension between them made him hesitate. Ultimately, concern for the male wizard prevailed. Harry ordered a bouquet of flowers and hurried to the hospital after his classes that day. Upon learning from the doctor that Mitsai had not yet awakened, the boy secretly sighed in relief. After all, he was not prepared to confront the professor just yet. Harry silently rehearsed how he would enter the ward, place the items on the bedside table, and leave, but he never anticipated encountering Snape in the room. Merlin's three-cornered shorts. This was truly perilous. But having come this far, The young wizard steeled himself, adopting an expression of noble sacrifice as he stepped through the door. As he entered halfway, Snape's gaze, cold enough to extinguish all life, fixed upon him, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily. He braced himself, walking over to place the flowers on the bedside. "Well, the illustrious savior has come to visit a dark wizard?" The potions professor's low voice echoed ominously in the room, a standard sneer gracing his pale, handsome face. "Professor, this is my fault," Harry said, a hint of bitterness lacing his tone. "Could you please not tell Mitsai that I came?" "Thank you." He pondered for a moment before making the request. "I cannot guarantee that I will comply," Snape replied, his black eyes glinting ominously. "Annoying, foolish Potter, it would be best if you ceased your entanglement. The blue-haired wizard needs no one but himself." Yet, remnants of politeness and habit restrained Snape from interfering in the relationship between him and Harry. This was Mitsai's affair. Thus, he refrained from revealing the savior's visit, leaving Mitsai to gaze blankly at the flowers that had suddenly appeared. Who would send him flowers? He hardly believed that those little wizards at Hogwarts would dare to enter the potions professor's gaze and approach the ward. Who else could possibly care for him? It was indeed perplexing. Recently, the rain seemed especially fond of the English soil, the sky perpetually overcast, as if propped up by the tall trees and rolling hills. The wind grew colder, sweeping in from the north, carrying with it the scent of dust as it howled away, leaving only the gradually dropping temperature as proof of its passage. As all the young wizards trickled into the defense against the dark arts classroom. They found not the amiable and humble Professor Lupin before them, but a figure clad in black robes, buttons fastened tightly to the chin. Snape stood at the podium, an inexplicable delight flickering in his expression as he surveyed the class with the unique intimidation that belonged solely to the potions master. Remaining silent, "Sorry, I'm late, Professor Lupin," Harry's words faltered. "Why is it Snape?" Oh no, he thought. Indeed, it was as he feared. Snape, with an eerie patience, pronounced the boy's fate point 10 points from Gryffindor. He smirked slightly, seeming in better spirits. Harry sat down with a bitter expression. "What happened to Professor Lupin?" A daring young wizard called out, "Oh dear. The old bat has finally managed to get Professor Lupin killed. Now, the defense against the dark arts professor is him." Ron whispered to Harry, "Ron, stop talking nonsense." Hermione scolded him sharply. Why would Snape want to harm him, merely for a position? That seems utterly absurd. The brown-haired witch shook her head in exasperation. Ron was indeed a true-blooded Gryffindor. Not merely brave without thought, but rather, other houses were simply unfit for him. Now, turn to page 394. "We shall study werewolves," he said in a peculiar and deliberate tone. "But Professor, shouldn't we be studying the Hinkapunk?" Hermione raised her hand high. "Miss Granger, I hope you understand, today's lesson is being conducted by the professor, not a third-year student who ought to keep quiet," Snape retorted without reservation, his face darkening, suggesting he was already exerting himself not to deduct points from Gryffindor. Reluctantly, the students flipped to the designated page, murmuring about the old bat's cruelty and lack of humanity. "Now, can anyone tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from a true wolf?" Snape inquired. Hermione, undeterred by the potions master's harsh words, still eagerly raised her hand, nearly poking Ron in the forehead. Snape selectively ignored her, as no one else in the class seemed to know the answer. He sighed inwardly, if only Slytherin had such students. Werewolves differ from true wolves in several ways. For instance, the snout of a werewolf is unlike that of a true wolf when a werewolf transforms. It walks upright, whereas a true wolf does not. Hermione completed the answer in one breath. She was somewhat astonished. Usually, when she spoke up, the old bat would deliver scathing sarcasm and deduct points. Yet this time. Why does no one take note of the words spoken by this arrogant Miss Granger? Have you all mastered it? The air hung heavy for half a minute before Snape finally spoke. His tone as familiar as ever, cold and cutting. "Hermione Granger and the Savior have been relatively well-behaved lately, not causing any major disasters, which has lightened my workload considerably." Snape begrudgingly chose not to deduct points from the young witch. After all, with Potter around, there would be plenty of opportunities for point deductions. The lesson passed without incident. Although the old bat's demeanor was undeniably poor, any slight distraction from the young wizards would be met with a full barrage of venomous remarks. Yet, They had to admit that Snape's teaching was indeed superior to that of any defense against the dark arts professor. The content was concise, focusing on key points, benefiting all that it was just a bit difficult to endure. As soon as the bell rang, the potions master stormed out of the classroom, eager to escape, fearing he might contract the ignorance of these young wizards. Teaching young witches and wizards was indeed a thankless task. He mused. In truth, he was contemplating something entirely different. During the weekend, the professors ventured to Hogsmeade, and I wondered if you would accompany me. The voice of the potions master carried a hint of discomfort, yet remained irresistibly melodic. Snape awkwardly lowered his head, the quill he used to grade assignments twirling absent-mindedly in his hand, his shoulder-length black hair cascading to the side of his face, revealing only the sharp tip of his nose. This was his first timid initiative, and of course, Michelle replied cheerfully. Mr. Moonlight would never decline an invitation from Mr. Bat. Once, the unbreakable ice had been gradually melted by the light of the moon, neither hastily nor slowly. But just so. The orchids on the windowsill flourished joyfully in the sunlight, their creamy petals gently drooping, while the long green leaves gracefully curled into elegant shapes, releasing a captivating yet delicate fragrance. Pure and profound, neither overwhelming nor gaudy. Even in a new abode, the white orchids remained vibrant and persistent, continuously reaching upwards, never resting. It seemed they had been well nurtured by some magical force. Later that day, Michelle took Snape's place on patrol around the castle and coincidentally encountered Professor McGonagall passing by. "Good evening, Professor," Michelle greeted her. "Good evening, Mr. Weir," the witch replied with a smile, pausing as if she had something more to say. "Will you be joining us for a trip to Hogsmeade this weekend?" She politely extended the invitation. McGonagall assumed Michelle would go alone, as no one had ever seen Snape venture to Hogsmeade with anyone else. He always secluded himself in the dungeons, spending weekends in his office. "I will be going with Severus," he said, his tone slightly elevated, tinged with an imperceptible pride, and an exuberant joy. A flicker of surprise crossed Minerva McGonagall's face. But she quickly regained her composed smile. "How wonderful! Severus is finally willing to step outside," she remarked, for he had finally found someone to accompany him. The air of the weekend was imbued with a relaxed essence. Wafting the sweet scent of new candies from honeydukes towards passers-by, Snape, rarely seen in a light-colored coat, awkwardly trailed beside Michelle, reminiscent of a child embarking on an outing with an adult for the first time. He could not fathom why he felt such anticipation for this outing, even foolishly inviting the blue-haired wizard to join him. He had merely intended to purchase a few simple quills, the other professors at Hogwarts. Upon witnessing the duo, instinctively paused, exchanging knowing glances. The bond between these two was evidently strong. Michelle tugged Snape along, collecting an abundance of sweets and an array of colorful hair ties, whimsically fashioning the man's hair into a cute little bun at the back of his head. Although Snape himself was not particularly fond of this hairstyle, his expression remained stiff throughout, as though he were enduring a punishment. Yet, he quietly allowed Michelle to manipulate his hair, gazing intently with his beautiful dark eyes at the house elf. Scrutinizing every inch, Michelle reveled in the moment, casually tossing a candy to the small bat beside him, rewarding himself with another. The candy melted in his mouth, sweet and tangy. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, urging him onward. Rising and soaring, he compensated for past regrets, savoring a taste of authenticity. This was his experience of happiness, accompanied by someone. The trajectory of life can shift by the slightest degree, leading to an entirely different choice. An alternate world. Michelle fell from the clouds to the depths below in a mere 6 years, while he traversed from winter to spring over the course of 2 decades. Michelle smiled radiantly, genuinely enamored with the potion's master. Joyful memories slowly reconstructed, diminishing the darkness of the past, transforming tears from many years ago into the sweet nectar on his tongue. He personally buried his sufferings and death, subsequently erecting a resplendent new life. Snape gazed at the youthful, handsome wizard's retreating figure, instinctively reaching out to trace the outline in the air, as though caressing the cheek of a beloved. Michelle approached like a free-spirited breeze, unwaveringly moving towards him, yet Snape found himself unable to grasp it. All he could possess was the fleeting joy of the present moment, and that was enough. No, not merely a moment. The blue-haired wizard walked slowly towards him with the sunset behind him, the brilliant hues of dusk cascading over his shoulders, the silver wizard's robe aglow with a spectrum of colors. In truth, had he wished, he could have claimed Michelle wholly, body and soul. Fate may be an unfathomable abyss, but the human heart is not. The heart is warm, pulsating, alive. It can alter a painful destiny. It is redemption. It is the antidote. Snape was fortunate to have encountered this intoxicating remedy, which he clutched tightly. Savoring it, he held Michelle's hand, as if in a dream. Far too surreal. Severus, I am so happy today, came the clear, gentle voice, carried by the breeze. The softest corners of his heart were forcefully yet quietly occupied by another. The potion's master remained silent, contemplative, entranced. Just a little longer, he thought, just a little longer. He would eventually understand what this feeling was. Perhaps he had already grasped it, yet dared not contemplate or voice it. He habitually concealed all emotions, imprisoning himself in solitude. But who could know that behind those dark eyes lay a turbulent sea of passion? He likened himself to an obscure, unfinished poem he sought after the pale moon he cherished. With gentle persuasion, he waited patiently, awaiting a seed to be sown, blossoming into new, vibrant flowers. The serpent of Slytherin would never relinquish its chosen prey. Ambition is an inherent trait, and all that is needed is to entrust everything to time. Chapter 49. Clues, Patronus, and Magical Disturbance. Hat tip to readers for their interest in various patron uses. The author has yet to decide. Harry's spirits were remarkably high of late, which had temporarily alleviated some of his sorrow over losing his Firebolt 2001 and his instinctive fear of Dementors. However, the dark-haired young wizard felt that his defense against the dark arts professor was hiding something significant from him, and not just one thing. Each time Sirius Black, the man responsible for his parents' demise, was mentioned, the frail, silver-haired young man would display a strange, perplexing expression. Yet, this fleeting doubt was swiftly interrupted by two subsequent events. Fred and George had prepared a special gift for him, a large square piece of parchment. Its corners yellowed and slightly curled, appearing quite worn. However, it was a map that revealed the whereabouts of everyone within the castle, activated by a simple incantation. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. A perfect tool for nighttime escapades in Hogwarts, he mused. Ron claimed that this broomstick would undoubtedly leave the Slytherin team in shambles. The boy cherished the exquisite, shimmering broomstick, his heart brimming with disbelief. Who would bestow such an extravagant gift upon him? Certainly not the Dursleys, nor Professor Lupin, for he did not seem to possess the means to procure even a decent wizarding robe for himself. Harry felt an abundance of fortunate occurrences had recently graced his life, yet they all bore a mysterious veil that he could not lift. Michelle had been compelled by a well-meaning potions professor to remain in St. Mungo's for an entire week before being discharged. The hospital's brightness and the scent of potions had briefly permeated his air, which now transformed into the castle's dimness and the fragrance of fresh greenery, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Professor McGonagall had donned a more splendid green robe, sitting upright, while Professor Trelawney retained her usual eccentric demeanor. I dare not, Professor. If I take a seat at the table, I would be the 13th. The most inauspicious number. The first to stand when 13 dine together will surely be the first to perish. The witch remarked, gesturing to the chair positioned between Dumbledore and Snape. Very well, I shall willingly bear this risk. The blue-haired wizard stated. Michelle, with a sense of resolve and inevitability, became the 13th person, for he had never been particularly inclined to believe in the nebulous nature of divination. He believed in destiny, yet also held firm in the conviction that it could be actively grasped and altered. Ultimately, he yearned to sit beside Severus. The cold, piercing gaze, the daily onslaught of venomous remarks, it was enough to drive one mad. Join me tonight to practice the Patronus charm. I have no desire to drag some fainted individual back to St. Mungo's. Snape feigned disdain, though his gaze lacked the usual mockery, instead gazing calmly at the blue-haired wizard. The deep, sonorous strains of the cello flowed soothingly, intertwining with a ray of afternoon sunlight streaming into the room, merging into a golden vista. Michelle found it somewhat amusing to observe the potion's master's cheeks slightly redden due to his own awkwardness. And he gently replied, Very well, Severus. Had he not heard McGonagall speak of the little bat's panic and confusion after his fainting spell, he would never have believed that such a skilled master of dissembling could exist in this world. The man was unexpectedly endearing. In the darkened woods, the occasional peculiar call of night birds resonated, while a gentle mist rose and swirled silently, revealing only a small, glowing spire amid the distant rolling hills. "Could you show me, Severus?" Michel inquired, fully aware that Snape would undoubtedly oblige. The expression on the face of the potions professor, clad in black robes and with raven hair, visibly stiffened for a moment. He had initially intended to decline this task, but upon witnessing the young wizard's expectant, shimmering deep blue eyes, Severus Snape ultimately chose to acquiesce. As the mental block was lifted, his hollow gaze gradually regained its vibrancy. The tide of emotions swirling within, restlessly churning and frothing like waves. Snape thought of Lily Evans, reminiscing about her emerald green eyes, her melodious voice, and every sunlit afternoon spent by the pond, alongside an unexpected, abrupt rupture, a nightmarish death, a sorrowful farewell. Once upon a time, joyful memories had washed away all color at the riverbank of time, leaving only sadness and regret in their wake. Why should the later arrivals surpass those who came before? When the early ones neither fought nor clamored, the budding feelings of youth were but a refusal to accept fate, and now, their traces had grown increasingly faint. The pure and resplendent lilies would forever remain unattainable to the pitch-black bat. They were like two parallel lines that would never intersect, nor should they. Strangely, a handsome visage adorned with a monocle, perpetually graced by a warm and charming smile, resolutely pierced through the dense fog. Becoming clearer in the dim light, the man inhaled deeply. Raising his wand, a beam of white light traced two circular arcs in the air, the tip of his wand releasing a billowing mist. Yet, unlike countless times before, it did not coalesce into a silver doe but lingered vacantly in the atmosphere, hesitating. The light had been devoured by darkness, leaving not even a trace of its former self. Snape's hand remained poised in the casting position, utterly still. How could his Patronus? Snape fell silent, lost in contemplation, yet he could find no answers, joyful memories and the belief in protection. All the happiness and delight in his life appeared irrevocably intertwined with the man of slate-blue hair. No wonder, no wonder. What joy could possibly exist? The blue-haired wizard pondered earnestly. He could not fathom it. No. He could grasp moments of forgiveness that brought forth laughter, the moment of sipping the specially concocted orange potion, moments of serene contemplation by the Seine, and the moments of gazing into each other's eyes beneath the moonlight. The sweet and sour taste of the new orange-flavored candies from the Duke of Honey. The warm, soft hand that reached out with gentle insistence, the fragrant breeze, the long streets, and the crimson hue of the sunset stretching far into the horizon. Every joyous moment spent in the company of Severus Snape. He longed to protect the bat he cherished. With a graceful wrist, he turned clockwise, tracing two elegant circles, and once again uttered the incantation he knew so well, Expecto Patronum. The cool voice resonated with a clarity that seemed to pierce through the oppressive darkness. Akin to a stone dropped into the depths of a tranquil pond, sending ripples of light dancing. The tip of Michel's wand, once dim, finally ignited with a holy white glow, the halo expanding outward slowly, only to regretfully burst apart just as it was on the brink of solidifying. Well, practice could only be deemed half successful, for he still dared not confront the secret feelings nestled within. Suddenly, the air thickened with a potent surge of magical energy, almost palpable. If the previous casting had felt like a gentle spring rain, dense and shrouded in somber mist, then this moment bore witness to a torrential downpour of tears descending from the heavens. A torrent of uncontrollable magic erupted from Michel's heart, surging into the night in all directions, as if breaking free from a long-standing seal, spilling forth in haste. Thus, the tumultuous waves of an expansive ocean washed over the entirety of the forbidden forest in an instant. The black, solitary leaves stiffened amidst the mournful wailing of the wind, before rapidly cascading down like a chaotic mass, while slender branches sang a wild melody, as if on the verge of being torn to shreds by the flowing demons and cast into an unknown distance. Snape struggled to maintain his footing against the onslaught of the tempestuous winds, then desperately moved towards the source of the turmoil. Michel Villers himself. He understood all too well that the housekeeper was experiencing an abrupt and ferocious magical upheaval. Yet such upheavals were typically confined to young wizards who could not stabilize their magic. Michel Villers was like a beautiful enigma, awaiting exploration. and he, Severus Snape, was fortunate enough to be the sole qualified adventurer. The little bat soared against the wind for the first time, aiming to protect that wavering beam of moonlight. Michelle's hands pressed firmly against the ground. The night soil was cool, slightly damp, imbued with an unusual metallic scent. In his eyes lay an unprecedented clarity. There was no discernible reason for it, yet it simply was. The Grim Reaper had generously restored all the magical power belonging to the great necromancer Michel Viller. The Fallen One rose again, akin to a solitary, cold, and luminous moon. The first prophecy had been fulfilled. When the winds finally abated, Michelle's legs felt somewhat weak, and Snape stepped forward to support him all the way into the castle. Casually retrieving a vial of magic-stabilizing potion from the shelf, Michelle, feeling drained, twisted open the cap, staring blankly at the green liquid within for a moment, before downing it in a single gulp. The anticipated bitterness did not assail him. The potion retained its sweet orange flavor, just as it had before. Snape had thoughtfully replaced all the potions in the cellar with sweet variants. The lingering sweetness of the potion deepened and intensified. And he could not resist licking his lips. Snape stood quietly by the window. Behind him lay a vast expanse of silvery moonlight. Chapter 50. Side Story 2. Memories of the Violet, Streamlined. Our little Michel was teased for his excessive beauty, friendship. Early pure-hearted Michel meets the bold female knight. The violet blooms splendidly in the wasteland. Drowning in the deep sea. Michel still recalls that striking figure clad in silver armor. The light lavender hair was elegantly styled into a blooming rose, a jeweled sword casually sheathed, embodying a wild yet graceful juxtaposition within one person. Catherine Bryan's voice carried a hint of teasing, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling as if countless brilliant stars shone within. Why remain in this small apothecary when one could venture to other cities to witness the grandeur of the medieval world? The long sword suddenly slipped from its sheath with the force of its master, the golden tassels brushing lightly against the blue-haired man's chin. Like feathers drifting upon water's surface, it was undoubtedly a provocative yet ambiguous gesture. Michel subtly turned his head, for he seldom furrowed his brow. Most of the time, he was quiet, humble, and polite, his youthful, handsome face often adorned with a gentle smile. He was like the moon in daylight, faint, soft, and milky, leaving hardly a trace. The townsfolk knew that there was a remarkably handsome young gentleman in Viller's apothecary, yet he seemed to exist apart from this chaotic world, distant yet gentle, rational yet kind. Now, his exquisitely shaped willow-leaf brows were tightly knitted, and his deep blue eyes reflected a lively confusion. He would have preferred if the visitor were a rude knight, allowing Michel to outright disdain him. Donning a carefully disguised mask, he had always excelled at dealing with arrogant braggarts, but struggled to face the overly enthusiastic violet-haired woman before him. He sensed no malice from Catherine, nor any hint of deceit. As if her words were genuine promises, how could such a pure and harmless member exist within the hypocritical clergy? Beautiful knight, I am quite well here, thank you for your concern. Michel pondered for a moment, then offered Catherine a standard gentlemanly bow, before stepping back a couple of paces, maintaining a more polite and suitable distance from this uninvited guest. Catherine pouted slightly, seemingly bored. Did she appear so fearsome? Why was it that each time she took an interest in a man, they so tacitly avoided her like a venomous snake? After all, the only divination conducted for her had predicted she was a complete love repellent. Pray, no normal man would fancy such a madcap female knight, despite Miss Bryan's undeniably stunning beauty. The heavy rain draped the medieval air, saturated with the scent of rich moisture, each breath infused with the whisper of dampness. Lady Knight, would you like to come in and escape the rain? Michel, noticing the droplets staining Catherine's attire, could not help but extend an invitation. The dim light of the apothecary barely illuminated the neatly arranged vials of potions on the shelves, while a pale-faced man with golden hair sat behind the counter facing the entrance, perusing the ledger by the faint glow. The woman gracefully pulled a chair toward herself and sat down, actively seeking a place to settle. Catherine Bryan, allow me to introduce myself. She extended her hand towards Michel, her smile flickering in the dim, golden light, subtly infused with the pleasure of achieving some ulterior motive. Vit? A Vit from the city of Laura? What connection does he have with the Vit of Beach City? Catherine's mind began to wander, Yet she was certain that the members of the Vit family would never venture into such a desolate place. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names. Quite agreeable, as she held a particular disdain for the haughty aristocrats of the Vit lineage. So, are we friends now? The knight exclaimed exuberantly, her tone rising joyfully. As if inquiring for the umpteenth time, that moment, a corner of the clouds in the sky quietly receded, and the fiery red glow of the sunset spilled over the distant, tumultuous sea of thunder. Defiantly cascading down towards the world below. I suppose we are, Michelle replied. Friends, a concept both familiar and foreign, yet undeniably precious. He had no friends, perpetually encased in a solitary existence amid a monochrome world. Repeatedly comforting himself, he had once yearned for such genuine emotion, but, after enduring countless wounds, he had reaped the bitter fruit and locked himself within a cage. The proactive little sun burst into his scarred heartscape, bringing forth a fragrant, enduring sea of blossoms. Catherine basked in the resplendent glow of the sunset, her spirits soaring as she waved her hand, her silhouette exuding grace and satisfaction, the high ponytail dancing lightly. Even the perennial gloom that enveloped the outer city of Laura seemed to dissipate in her wake. She was the most distinctive splash of color on this dreary long street, hastily descending from the distant, blurred horizon, only to prepare for departure moments later. As radiant as a shooting star and as fervent as the sun, she resembled a thriving violet. Yet, such exquisite flowers often struggle to endure in the barren, decayed soil, destined to wither into an invisible breeze. It was unclear when the ever-punctual night Catherine had vanished, as if someone had magically erased her traces. She had arrived like a free wind, and thus departed with equal unconcern, leaving no lingering attachments. The last tidbit of information Michelle could ascertain was that the church had publicly executed a heretical outcast in the capital of the inner world. It was said that she was once a strikingly beautiful knight of great renown. What a pity on that day! The unending tongues of fire encircled the cross, burning throughout the day, evoking the sensation that the sun itself had descended to scorch and ignite, painting the surroundings a vivid red. When the swords in the hands of the believers turned towards tomorrow, towards light, towards hope, they welcomed a scene of radiant destruction. The lofty worldly deities would never tolerate betrayal. The fate of the awakened was absurd, destined to perish, fortifying the church's dominion. Michelle would never again see his first friend, Catherine Bryan. The beauty potions deliberately reserved on the shelf remained quietly arranged, partaking in a lengthy wait for a mistress who would never return. Thus, she faded eternally from Michelle's life, like cold snow melting in the searing flames. She was a legend in the mouths of people, and yet a forsaken disciple, withered and dim, yet luminous as daylight. She was the first ripple in the tranquil waters of Michelle's life. Remember her forever, the greatest knight of the Middle Ages. Chapter 1. The Necromancer and the Bone Dragon. The night in Sprit was serene and warm, the gentle night light casting a beautiful silver sheen over the borderlands of the Middle Ages. Yet, who could have imagined that this was a city ruled by the malevolent necromancer, Michel Viller? As the first chime of midnight resonated, the few households gradually extinguished their dim lights, and an endless expanse of ink blackness silently enveloped the entire outer world. The Ethernat forest at the city's edge revealed no glimmer of light, flanked by towering, dark cliffs that artfully obstructed every beam of silvery moonlight, leaving only a rich, impenetrable darkness behind. The profound blackness seeped along distant mountains, plains, and every inch of ground beneath, the shadowy forest resembling a colossal, enchanted black hole, seeking to devour the small city entirely. Yet, the necromancer's protection ensured that this warm hearth remained undisturbed, even in the proximity of elemental creatures and monstrous beasts. Michelle, you always do this. You are the one who knows death better than anyone else, Odric remarked, his tone suffused with helplessness. You'll revere yet remain indifferent to death, even when it may one day fall upon you. If you were even slightly concerned, I would still consider you a normal human. His assessment was made. Although this friend was indeed rather inept at conversation, the enormous skeletal dragon king retracted its scorching, eerie blue flames lazily resting at the man's feet like an ordinary pet owl. I am powerful. Am I not? Michelle stood beside him, gently caressing the smooth, white bones, the necromantic flames unable to harm him in the slightest. He was favored by death, cherished by the departed, He was undoubtedly the destined one. Had anyone else uttered such words, Odric would have deemed them arrogant and foolish, ready to swiftly sever the head of that human or incinerate them into ashes. But this was Michel. Well, he was indeed correct. The bone dragon boredly flicked its pointed tail, producing a rustling sound before falling silent once more. Michel, I have warned you more than once. The human playing with the crystal ball has also mentioned that the prophecies of the elven race are often accurate. Do not tread the same path I did. Odric turned his head to look at this first human he acknowledged, the one favored by death. The silver-white magic cloak was made of fine satin. Glimmering under the moonlight, the golden edges trailing on the ground, intricate dark patterns embroidered with bright threads, seemingly twinkling with starlight. Exquisite yet understated. His long hair cascaded casually to his waist, and his deep blue eyes perpetually sparkled with a gentle, steady smile, as if nothing could ever disturb his composure. Clearly, this necromancer was not the fearsome figure portrayed by the church. He was merely a young man. Yet, one undeniable fact remained. Among humans, he was remarkably handsome. Perhaps this would be the last time he scrutinized this human, the bone dragon thought. Destiny never deceives, and that age-old prophecy could not be wrong. Michel, bemused, noted that although the dragon's eye sockets contained only 2 flickering flames, he still perceived the depth of his old friend's gaze, a sense of regret seemingly communicating, "You shall die, and I, of advanced age, will have to bury you." Ow, Sprit is beautiful. I will not die, Michel replied softly. His tone imbued with confidence and uncertainty. He had always believed only in himself. Prophecies, those nebulous concepts, were merely tools to deceive fools. The gray-blue-haired magician turned and walked towards the Ethranat forest, his tall, slender figure gradually vanishing into the darkness, unwavering, like a moth drawn to a flame. He still needed to retrieve the holy stone left behind by death. Though the 2 sentences seemed disjointed, Odric, with thousands of years of life and death behind him, comprehended them effortlessly. The bone dragon silently watched the receding figure, usually so loquacious, now fell silent, and then irritably laid his head upon the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He walked amidst the heavens and earth, feeling both minuscule and immense. It was the countless small things that formed the grandest of phenomena, and all greatness in the world was rooted in the ordinary. Michel Viller, that obstinate, detestable, yet powerful fellow. This human had once declared he was loath to part with many things, reluctant to leave a world that did not truly satisfy him, yet he must go, even if it meant death and regret. And that prophecy foretold that the chosen of death would choose to forsake the light, only to be destroyed by that very betrayal. How lamentable, how admirable, how absurd, how pitiable, how moving that he was a ballad of enduring sorrow. Echoing through the Middle Ages, Michel Weiler is a magnificent song. The destiny of such a great melody is to fade away. Chapter 2. The Sacred Stone and the Will-o'-the-Wisps in the Shadows. A myriad of eyes, filled with curiosity, recoiled from the lurking magical beings that often possess a deeper reverence for the specter of death than do humans themselves. The nocturnal Etnanate forest is a place of dread, where Michel's wand floats gracefully, illuminating a small, crescent-shaped patch ahead. The blue-haired man appears to be the solitary beacon of light amidst the pervasive gloom. Beside him dances a will-o'-the-wisp, which has trailed him since he entered the forest, flickering in and out like a candle in the wind. Michel merely observes it with a smile, showing little concern. As the designated agent of the Grim Reaper, he effortlessly earns the acknowledgement of the departed. Perhaps this is a soul in need of companionship, though it remains blissfully unaware that it has become a silent companion on another's journey. The elf race, though proud, holds camaraderie in high esteem. They have once been favored by the Grim Reaper, safeguarding the sacred stone of the dead in gratitude, until the emergence of the Reaper's chosen, due to a prophecy willingly offered by the elves. Michel is acutely aware that he is the so-called chosen one. He halts before a towering banyan tree deep within the forest. Indeed, Your Majesty, the elven kin need not entangle themselves in human strife. I have come solely to retrieve this little nuisance. He pauses, his tone imbued with a weighty seriousness, for the Church of Light is also aware of the stone's existence. Michel bows slightly before the great tree, courteously placing his palm over his heart. The elves are widely regarded as the most astute of races, innate prophets and wise guardians of their own well-being. had it not been for the unbreakable vow made by their ancestors a century ago. They would not have clung to this hot potato until now. The long, drooping branches of the banyan intertwine and shift, revealing a small cavity within the gnarled black trunk, where a transparent sacred stone emanating a holy glow lies quietly. A relic of the grim reaper that remains powerful, untouched by the passage of time, and resplendent. Once you acquire it, commence the fusion. I shall stand guard for you here, he drawls lazily. Odric, who had been reclining in a seemingly indifferent posture, slowly rises upon sensing a faint soul's presence, curiously gazing at the blue-haired mage. I encountered it on the way. It has been following me ever since, Michelle replies with a smile, extending a finger to gently prod the soul, which appears momentarily disgruntled. Yet, the fleeting discontent of the fragmented spirit dissipates, unwilling to part from the source of its comfort. This seems an instinct etched into its very essence, a longing to draw near to the man enveloped in the aura of death. Odric is taken aback. The soul exhibits no fear of his presence, closely trailing Michelle without a care. He ponders this and can't help but voice his curiosity. It is not summoned by me. It appears to be a rather special soul, quite pure, albeit lacking in strength and thus poses no threat. Upon hearing Michelle's words, Odric does not delve further, casually tossing out a "you may begin," before resuming his repose on the ground. Perhaps the disappointments and fatigue of his reign have rendered this ancient dragon skeleton indifferent, for he cares little for anyone or anything save for Michelle. In truth, the so-called sacred stone is not a mere stone, but a fragment of the Grim Reaper's very fingerbone. Michelle has long pondered why this legendary being, who possesses boundless power and governs fate, would reduce itself to embedding a portion of its essence within its own bones, bestowing it upon its chosen follower, while it itself fades into obscurity, life and death unknown. Supreme God of Death, please grant your followers strength. Michelle Weiler's clear and resonant voice rises in heartfelt devotion as the incantation begins to unfold. The blue-haired man stands firm, and as he recites the ancient and intricate spell, his wand begins to levitate, the sacred stone swirling rapidly around it, poised for an intimate fusion with the crystal at its apex. Unexpected events always arrive with startling abruptness, catching mortals unawares in the embrace of fate. Suddenly, the soul darts toward the merging wand and stone, fueled by a desperate resolve. Michelle, engrossed in his chant, remains oblivious, as does the reclining skeletal dragon. Odric, a blinding white light explodes, illuminating the darkness with blinding speed. Engulfing the blue-haired figure, Michelle feels a wave of dizziness and disorientation, and soon, consciousness eludes him. Chapter 3. Inaccessible dreams. When he awakens once more, Michelle begins to reflect on how he could have naively overlooked such an evidently suspicious soul, even if it appeared fragile, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Lost in thought, he is drawn to a commotion nearby. "Are you all right, Snevelis?" A brown-haired boy, around 15 or 16, shouts at a black-haired boy, his voice laced not with concern but with malice and mockery. The black-haired boy seems to realize something, swiftly rising and extracting a wooden stick from his voluminous robe, only to have it forcefully knocked from his grasp by the brown-haired boy. Michelle furrows his brow, pondering magic. He glances at the small stick, uncertainly muttering, "A wand?" Yet, the events that unfold next demand his full attention, twisting his perpetually relaxed brow into a frown. Observing the unfamiliar black-haired boy, he sees a reflection of his own former, weaker self, tormented by bullying, and his heart aches sharply, more painfully than a blade piercing flesh. Yet, he is now merely a fragment of a soul adrift in the void. Invisible to the boys before him, powerless to intervene, Michelle's fists clench tightly, only to release in frustration. After many years, he once more feels that suffocating helplessness. The four cruel bullies, with wicked grins, force the black-haired boy to swallow a mouthful of soap bubbles. While those around them offer no help, merely watching coldly and mocking the unfortunate lad, he had contemplated retaliating. But he knew that to act would only lead to further humiliation, hanging him upside down in shame. In this moment of profound darkness, Michelle learns the boy's name. Severus Snape. It is a name of beauty, far removed from the mockery of Snevelis. The boy's form is cloaked in a shroud of deathly dust. Yet not a drop of blood is shed. For the greatest malice in this world does not lie in the act of killing the body, but in the destruction of the spirit, leaving one untouched yet utterly shattered. Thus, in a fit of anger and despair, he wounds the red-haired girl who had offered him help, driven by the need to protect his fragile pride. The bullies cease their torment, not out of newfound compassion, but because of a careless, cruel remark uttered by the boy to the girl, words that would haunt him for a lifetime. "I do not need your help, you filthy mudblood." Michel does not comprehend the term's meaning, yet he can discern from the girl's expression that it is deeply offensive. Once everyone departs, Severus quietly gathers his books and leaves, and Michel thinks he must be heartbroken. Severus longs to seek Lily's forgiveness, yet returns empty-handed, thwarted by the mysterious figure they speak of. Michel soon discovers that he cannot stray too far from Severus. This crucial fact dawns on him. He begins to harbor suspicions about that peculiar, faint soul, yet refrains from overthinking. Perhaps it is due to Severus, or perhaps because in this realm, he can afford to pause, much like Odric, and steal a moment of respite. Severus is a clever child, his talents in spells and potions rivaling, if not surpassing, those of his peers. Michel muses that had it not been for his own peculiarities, he may not have outshone Severus at their starting point. Yet this brilliant star, shining with promise, has been mercilessly bullied for years, engulfed in a tide of unfounded malice. Severus's school years have been devoid of sunlight. He grows increasingly silent and isolated as Severus graduates. He gradually uncovers fragments of this alternate world, including the meanings of the mysterious figure and mudblood. Furthermore, since no one can perceive him, he occasionally speaks to Severus from afar, though he himself cannot hear. In the beginning, he too believed that Voldemort was a more suitable option for Severus. Voldemort was enigmatic, powerful, and possessed aggressive ambitions, which destined Severus to receive the recognition he rightfully deserved due to his innate talents. However, the moment he accompanied Severus to meet Voldemort, an unsettling premonition washed over him. This seemingly wise ruler had, in his profound fear of death, torn his own soul into fragments in pursuit of immortality. Yet, Michel could do nothing but repeatedly whisper advice that Severus could not hear, trapped in a state of helplessness. Indeed, the subsequent events spiraled increasingly out of control, as circumstances invariably veered toward the worst possible outcomes. Severus made another grave mistake. Driven by a prophecy he had not anticipated regarding Lily, he sought out the most esteemed white wizard in the magical realm, Albus Dumbledore. He felt himself to be in the wrong. Scorned by others, "What would you give me in exchange, Severus?" But Lily still perished, betrayed by their most trusted friend. Watching Severus weep over Lily's lifeless form, Michel felt his own heart ache. He slowly crouched before this fragile man, wishing to wipe away the torrents of sorrow etched upon his face. Yet he remained untouchable, as they belonged to two disparate worlds, even after years of companionship. Voldemort met his demise at the hands of his own rebounding curse. How ironic it was that the perpetrator ultimately fell victim to the very calamity he had instigated. In the days that followed Lily's death, the potion's master grew increasingly silent, devoid of any semblance of vitality. The mental block that enveloped him rendered Michel unable to perceive anything but an abyss of emptiness and darkness in his once brilliant eyes. Severus held the position of potions professor at Hogwarts and was the head of Slytherin House. This should have been an esteemed honor, the youngest potions master, the youngest professor, the youngest head. Yet this seemingly successful individual had confined himself to a cage, repeating the monotonous cycle of teaching and brewing potions. Gradually becoming weary of managing his perpetually greasy black hair, his pallid cheeks dulled by irregular eating and sleeping habits, and the deepening lines etched into his brow from constant frowning, he appeared lifeless. Much like the dreadful old bat his students often described. Yet, the potions master was merely 30 years old. Everything began to shift with the arrival of Lily's child at Hogwarts. Emotions surged anew in Severus' eyes. Perhaps nostalgia for Lily, perhaps disdain for James, or perhaps irritation at this group of little brats. Most of the time, the potions master expelled venomous words, but in solitude, he came alive once more. Michel could sense his growing fatigue. Each night, as the potions master struggled to find sleep due to pain, Michel would tenderly gaze at him from across the void, gently caressing him as he once did to comfort a boy in his teens. Until the powerful potion of life and death took effect, The room was filled with faint breaths. Michel felt an unbearable sorrow, yet he was but a spectre, unable to shed tears, unable to approach and embrace him. Take them, take them. The man's voice, as smooth as velvet, seemed laced with sharp blades and the scent of flowing blood. Severus's final gaze appeared to meet his own, though Michel was uncertain. He understood that it was time to depart. His last words were, "I will definitely bring you back. I am the greatest necromancer of the Middle Ages, Severus Snape." As Michel's consciousness faded, he savored this name he had uttered for over 20 years. What a beautiful name it was. He encountered someone, a delightful soul, and believed he had fallen in love with him. Chapter 4. Oblivion. If that great man would accept me, I would surely demonstrate my worth to him. Indeed, you are astute, Severus. Voldemort would make a competent ruler. Following him is far more fitting than aligning with Headmaster Dumbledore. No, Lily, it is not entirely your fault. You must not indulge her, for she is unworthy of you. He is not the soul I summoned. There is something special about him, so pure, so pristine. No, that dark mark is not a good omen. It will be etched upon the soul. It is not your fault. Severus, do not blame yourself. You are the best. The stag, the Patronus is indeed a wondrous spell. Severus, you must eat something. It is time for rest. Severus, Severus, you must cherish yourself. Love yourself a little more, will you? Severus, it no longer hurts. It's all right. It's all right. Severus, your soul has always remained untainted, even in the act of killing Dumbledore. Severus is a fleeting breeze. A slight misstep could cause him to slip away forever, and he can never be reclaimed. Michel awakened, yet it felt as though he had not truly awoken. A throbbing headache rendered him incapable of focusing on anything, not even the sound of Audric's banter beside him. Mitsai, are you all right? If you do not awaken soon, I shall have to seek out that individual who toys with crystal orbs. Why skeletal frame is of little use in your rescue. What has transpired? Oh well, there are no issues with the staff and the sacred stone. I hope. As Michel rubbed his heavy head, he felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable dream. Yet, shamefully, he had forgotten all that had transpired within it, even the promises he had made. A profound emptiness weighed upon his heart, filling him with sorrow, an overwhelming desire to weep. Rest assured, the fusion was flawless, but you stood motionless through the entire night, as if in a stupor. Look, the dawn has arrived. Aldrich seized every opportunity to jest about the azure-haired sorcerer, yet he soon found himself taken aback, astonishment flickering across the rigid features of the skeletal visage. Hey, Michel, why are you crying? Is the sight of the sun so exhilarating? To be frank, if you wish to bask in the sun for a few more days, I suggest you refrain from engaging in combat. Aldrich gestured with his head towards the sun, gradually ascending above the horizon, and then regarded the tear-streaked face of Michel with a peculiar expression. Did nothing occur while I was unconscious for half a day? He wiped away 2 lines of tears from his face. Filled with confusion. Has something been digested? Quite a pity indeed. Michel remained perplexed, unable to fathom the source of his anguish. It felt as if a treasure more precious than the sacred stone of death had been stolen away. Death is not fearsome, but forgetting is. Chapter 51. Startling dreams, insolence, and disputes amidst the swirling dementors at every entrance. Hogwarts found itself engulfed in a new terror. The dangerous fugitive Sirius Black had infiltrated the castle, which should have been impenetrable. Ron Weasley witnessed him wielding a sharp dagger, viciously thrusting it toward the drapes. The man's face contorted and horrifying beneath the moonlight, as if the rain had chosen this very moment to pour. Unrest brewed among the trio, particularly between him and Hermione. The bloodied Scabbers was the cause of their discord. Ron accused Crookshanks of the attack, leading to a near-complete rift between the boy and girl over their pets. Mr. Potter, our illustrious celebrity, appears and vanishes without a trace. Snape's chilling tones slithered into Harry's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. You had best clarify why you suddenly appeared here. Now, come with me into the corridor. Concealing the Marauder's map within the shadows of his robes, Harry moved stiffly to follow Snape. Everyone was intent on protecting the famed Harry Potter, our savior, yet he obstinately sought to place himself directly in harm's way before Sirius Black. Snape's lips curved into a menacing smile as he fixed his intimidating gaze upon the boy with brown-black hair. Just like your father, reckless, arrogant, forever reveling in your own cleverness. You are far too conspicuous. No one could doubt that you are James Potter's child, for you bear an uncanny resemblance. Haughty, conceited. The potion's master smirked with derision, empty-headed, flouting the rules. Shut up. You shut your mouth, Harry shouted at Snape, fury blazing in his emerald eyes. He would not allow anyone to insult his father. What are you saying, Potter? Snape replied slowly, akin to a serpent scrutinizing its inevitable prey, poised to strike. I said to be silent. You shall not speak of my father. Have you forgotten who saved you all those years ago? Indeed, Albus Dumbledore informed me. The boy defiantly glared up at the dark-haired professor, this being his first courageous confrontation with Snape. Perhaps not courage, but rather ignorance and impetuosity. He remained oblivious to the figure gradually approaching their quarrel. To Harry's astonishment, the usually sharp-tongued potions professor remained silent, while the gentle, often mild-mannered Michelle was the one to interrupt. The man's voice was chilling, akin to a spring infused with frost. It appeared clear and harmless, yet drew near with an unsettling intensity. Harry Potter, cease your words. The events of that time were not a tale of heroism. Merely a coward retreating from the consequences of his own wrongdoing. Michelle gazed coldly at the indignant young wizard, ruthlessly stripping away the last veil of dignity. He was not Albus Dumbledore. Snape stood expressionless in the darkness, akin to an emotionless statue, seemingly unaffected by Michelle's revival of old wounds. He now found solace behind the warm glow of a moon that belonged solely to him, savoring this favoritism, attempting to heal the myriad cracks upon his battered soul. He was on the brink of achieving his desire. Out of fear of wounding the sensitive pride of the potion's master, he refrained from speaking too candidly. He held enough respect for Snape. Thus the latter need not worry. The savior was indeed still a child, naïve and laughable. Harry Potter is the fruit born of tragedy. However, this does not serve as a justification for his persistent disrespect towards his professors. It is often assumed that those who suffer are more empathetic towards their peers, yet they are, in truth, the most genuine and ruthless executioners. For those who understand the depths of pain are also the most adept at inflicting it. Harry was momentarily taken aback, stammering as he attempted to articulate further thoughts, only to realize that he was, in fact, utterly ignorant. Everything he knew was imparted by Professor Dumbledore. He remained perpetually in the dark, not due to the confusion of the involved, but rather because of the deliberate interference of the onlookers. The boy desperately sought to express something, but his efforts proved futile. He shifted uneasily, stamping his foot, the hem of his robe distorted by the force of his agitation. I'm sorry, Professor Snape, Professor Veller. He uttered these words in haste before fleeing like a shadow into the night. Severus, you need not concern yourself with him. Michelle made no effort to detain the boy but instead gazed calmly at his retreating figure, merging seamlessly with the encroaching darkness. Those on divergent paths need not traverse the same road. It is not the fault of either party. All he required was Severus, and that was truly sufficient. His heart, though small, was perfectly capable of harboring a master of potion-making from Hogwarts. He softly incanted a spell. A flickering light emanating from the tip of his wand, illuminating a small area, inadvertently casting light upon his own face, tranquil and steady, even adorned with a faint smile. The pallid visage that had once been marked by pain, anger, resentment, regret, and sorrow now bore only the serenity of one who has weathered countless storms. For the first time, Severus Snape attempted to forego the use of mental occlusion. Thus, he was fortunate enough to experience fulfillment, emotion, and joy, deriving from an alternate narrative. I love you, first-person alternative confession. If Severus could perceive Michelle's soul, yet Michelle remained unaware, both could only observe one another without realizing that they were, in fact, visible to each other, two eternally intertwined mirror worlds, born from the thoughts of the previous narrative. First person may be poorly articulated, so I ask for your understanding. Michelle's words are left to the imagination. While this segment only contains Severus's dialogue, creating a disjointed narrative with a severe warning of character deviation. I am Severus Snape, and I loathe my surname, which I inherited from my foolish muggle father. My student years were rather bleak until I encountered something intriguing. I came across a soul that resonated with me on the deepest level. I prefer to call him Sir, for I do not know his name. And Sir conveys an intimacy that is comforting. I can perceive a translucent figure floating in the air, akin to the ghosts residing within the castle. This gentleman possesses a striking appearance, far more remarkable than my own ordinariness. Who are you, and why do you seek to comfort me? I do not know you. I assure you, I am fine. See, I am not bleeding at all. Do you wish to embrace me? Those loathsome Gryffindors. That detestable James Potter, I abhor you. How dare you? Leave me be, do not touch me, please, sir, save me, I beg you. I apologize, I had forgotten. You cannot reach me, I know you are trying your best, is it not my fault? Yet, how furious Lily must be. How could I ever call her a mudblood? I am so foolish. Now she shall never forgive me. How profoundly sorrowful Lily has forsaken me, yet someone has chosen me, even though he remains unaware that I can see him. For the first time, someone cares about my feelings. Thank you. How wondrous, how blissful. That day was both dark and bright. Thank you for staying with me late into the night brewing potions. I hope to become a master of potions soon. Are you so certain I can realize my dreams? You are not deceiving me, are you? Sir, I must earn the Dark Lord's favor. I will be needed. I have no path of retreat. If I do not join the Death Eaters, no one will regard me, a half-blood. The Dark Lord can help me realize my aspirations. Just wait and see. I received a prophecy, claiming that the Dark Lord would be vanquished by a child. How ludicrous. No, it cannot be, my lord. It cannot be Lily's child. Lord, I implore you, do not harm Lily. Sir, what am I to do? What must I do? Yes, I shall seek out Dumbledore. He is the most formidable wizard in the realm. He will surely protect her. Do not kill me, Dumbledore. Please help hide Lily. If you would, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, Dumbledore. Take it all. I offer you everything I can give. Dumbledore broke his promise. He failed to protect Lily. Sir, why do you seem unhappy? I do not harbor feelings for Lily, yet I owe her a debt. I must atone. I am willing to make amends for her death. That child possesses Lily's eyes, as Dumbledore stated. Does he think this will bind me to serve him for eternity? He may, but it is not out of love. Rather, it is because I feel I have erred. Would you not agree, sir? That child is nothing more than a replica of James Potter. I do not like him, yet I shall do all in my power to safeguard him. A troublemaker, a nuisance. A little giant. This pattern repeats each year. Sleep more, eat more, yet, sir, I have no time. Smile more, for when I see you, I am no longer fatigued. I cannot sleep, sir. I cannot find rest. It does not hurt. I have grown accustomed to it. The Dark Lord is capricious that way. Oh, not fret. The elixir of life will take effect soon. Am I mistaken? Are you holding me? I feel a bit drowsy. You are mad, Dumbledore. How dare you touch this cursed object? You see, even Sir agrees with me. You are quite foolish indeed. What? You wish for me to slay that child in your stead. Yet what of my soul, Dumbledore? Is my soul of no consequence? How absurd. Ha ha ha. Very well. I accept your terms. I acquiesce. Sir, I have no choice left, truly. Perhaps you are the only one who still cares for me, valuing my soul despite its grotesqueness. Do not approach me. You foolish one. What if the Dark Lord's curse were to harm you? Ah, it hurts, yet you comfort me. Your gaze so gentle, so tender. Look at me. Not you, foolish Potter. I am referring to that gentleman with blue hair. I adore his azure eyes. They resemble the color of the sea. Now, why are you crying? I have long anticipated such an outcome. Do not weep, truly do not weep. Otherwise, I shall truly find it difficult to part with you. In truth, I have long since fallen for you. Yet you do not exist in my world, thus I must depart without consent. Forgive me, my only regret is that we have yet to truly meet. If there is a next life, and I am able to see you, to touch you, I am willing to sacrifice everything, even my life, even if our encounter lasts but a fleeting moment. Anything. Severus Snape shall forever remember you. Even when his corporeal form fades, and his soul is no longer pure, I remember, sir. Always. Chapter 52. The Shrieking Shack, Animagus and Patronus, alternate setting. Harry is not a naive fool but rather a vengeful spirit. He is clear-minded and rational, albeit sometimes possessing the naivety of youth. Such words are not far from confession. After all, the confession, kissing scene, and the emotional climax have all been thoroughly drafted, pondering earnestly. Ever since Harry concluded today's divination exam, he has been weighed down by heavy thoughts, along with his companions Hermione and Ron. For in this examination, the usually eccentric and duplicitous Professor Trelawney made a genuine prophecy. Or so at least 3 individuals believed. The joy of winning the Quidditch Cup dissipated, replaced by a profound solemnity. This very night, the witch sat in a large chair, her eyes vacant, lips slightly parted. As though possessed, the Dark Lord lay there, isolated, abandoned by his followers, his servant shackled for 12 long years. This night, before midnight, that servant shall break free from his chains and set forth to reunite with his master. With the aid of his master, the Dark Lord shall rise again, stronger and more terrifying than before. Trelawney's voice was grating, entirely unlike her usual tone, as if she had entered a state of extreme peculiarity. Tonight, before midnight, that servant will reunite with his master. She repeated her earlier words in fragmented utterance, as if pronouncing a predetermined fate. The 3 young wizards could not comprehend the prophecy, yet they gleaned the most crucial message. A significant event would transpire this very night. In keeping with the fundamental principles of being a Gryffindor, a plan for a nighttime excursion outside the castle to investigate the matter was easily concocted. Thus, Hermione took it upon herself to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Braving the risk of being discovered by Snape as she ventured into the passage beneath the statue of the one-eyed witch, swiftly returning in triumph. Hermione, what has gotten into you lately? First, you struck Malfoy. Then stormed out of Professor Trelawney's class. What is the matter? The young witch tilted her head, casting a questioning glance at the red-haired boy, her eyes carrying an inherent air of authority. This typically obedient girl had remained silent until now. But when faced with Malfoy's taunts, she had shown no restraint, delivering a resounding slap to the arrogant Slytherin heir. It was nothing. I thought it was quite cool, Ron quickly interjected. If only we could cause a ruckus in old Battis' class. That would be even cooler, he mused silently. Hermione broke into a smile, seemingly pleased by his words. They decided to seek out Hagrid, and it was then that Ron was delighted to discover that Scabbers had appeared in Hagrid's cupboard. Scabbers, what are you doing here? Ron gazed at his pet with a look of bewilderment. The mouse appeared even thinner than before, its fur having considerably thinned, rendering it quite bare. Come here, there are no cats around. He beckoned, extending his hand, yet the little mouse stubbornly refused to cooperate. It seemed intent on opposing Ron. Crookshanks silently emerged from the shadows, its 2 mutated cat-like eyes glinting ominously. The ginger cat advanced step by step towards the petrified mouse, seemingly poised to launch a fierce pounce. Get away, you vile cat! Ron yelled as he swiftly scooped his pet mouse into his jacket pocket. It was peculiar that today, Scabbers was so unruly, constantly wriggling within the confines of the pocket. Crookshanks was also acting strangely. Though the cat had always harbored animosity towards the mouse, it had never exhibited a desire to kill Scabbers. Listen, we must leave now, for Professor Snape is on patrol tonight. And he will surely be searching outside, Hermione urged, tugging at the edge of the invisibility cloak. Just as she finished speaking, a shadowy figure began to materialize on the castle steps, accompanied by the lamp-bearing Michelle, who followed closely behind. The 2 engaged in brief conversation, and they were about to approach this direction. Squeak! Scabbers squeaked, struggling out of the pocket and scampering away in a flash. Why, mouse! Ron shouted in alarm. As the 2 figures drew nearer, Harry made a swift decision to flee. Thus, the 3 of them huddled beneath the invisibility cloak, heading in the opposite direction of impending danger, which coincided with the path Scabbers had taken. Unfortunately, they found themselves beside the Whomping Willow, where, in the dim light, the surrounding little wizards blindly followed Ron's mouse. One boy was caught by a flailing branch, breaking his leg and collapsing to the ground in a cold sweat. While his companions were too preoccupied to heed their own impending doom, it was inescapable that the most dreadful events often transpired simultaneously. The ominous black dog that had haunted Harry's dreams surged forward. Its maw agape in a menacing snarl at it dragged Ron into a dark hole beneath the tree trunk, and Hermione's cat seemed to share an unsettling connection with this beast, for Harry had often witnessed them together. Concerned for Ron's safety, the 2 rushed in without a second thought, sliding down the slope into the depths of a low tunnel. Harry had not anticipated that what awaited them was not merely Ron, but also the dog. More accurately, The enigmatic Sirius Black, the escaped Azkaban prisoner, loomed in the shadows, his gaunt face appearing as if merely a thin layer of skin enveloped his cheekbones, his complexion waxen and corpse-like. With matted hair cascading down to his chest, accompanied by a set of yellowed teeth and a sinister grin, he resembled a malevolent specter arisen from the depths of hell. "Expelliarmus," the man hissed, directing Ron's wand with a subtle flick. The torturous conditions of Azkaban had not diminished his magical prowess significantly. Before Harry, who was adept at this spell, could react, the wands in his and Hermione's hands flew uncontrollably away, landing securely in Black's grasp. "Just like your father did to me," Black's hoarse voice emerged, as if scraped from the depths of his throat, reminiscent of someone who had not spoken in ages. Yet to Harry, it was laced with mockery, an overwhelming tide of hatred swelling from within, constricting his breath. The only thing keeping him grounded was that bottomless loathing. He despised Sirius Black for being his parents' friend, their most trusted confidant, yet betraying and harming them instead. The innocent had perished, their deaths brutal, while the mastermind lingered on. He deserved to die. Harry gritted his teeth. Had it not been for Hermione and Ron clutching his arms tightly, he might have succumbed to the urge to confront his adversary head-on. "We're here, alongside Sirius Black," Hermione shouted, hearing noises from the floorboards. She no longer cared whether the newcomers were Snape and Michelle. Even Hagrid would suffice. Anyone who could aid them against the fugitive Black would do. The visitor was Lupin, his face adorned with an expression of indescribable strangeness. "Where is he, Sirius?" he inquired, bypassing the young wizards and approaching Black directly. Addressing him by his first name with an unmistakable familiarity, Hermione's instincts screamed alarm, and she discreetly tugged on Ron and Harry, signaling them to be waried. Black's expression remained impassive before he slowly pointed towards Ron, specifically Ron's pet mouse, but he never revealed himself, unless Lupin's eyes widened as he regarded Black, who nodded affirmatively. "Professor Lupin, how could you?" "He's a criminal," Hermione exclaimed, while Harry stood frozen, overwhelmed by confusion. The scene before them was utterly disheartening and shocking. Professor Lupin and the escaped prisoner Black were locked in a tight embrace, akin to that of long-lost brothers. Perhaps they were brothers. "I can't believe it," the girl shrieked uncontrollably. "It's not as you think," Lupin hastily interjected, only to be interrupted by the young witch. "Don't trust him. He's a werewolf." At this, the man's face momentarily contorted, followed by an expression of deep sorrow. "I admit I am a werewolf, but I do not wish to harm Harry. Not in the slightest," he declared, his voice trembling. "Things are not as you perceive." "Then why protect Black? Why help him?" Harry's voice cracked, his emerald eyes fixed intently on the two adult wizards standing together in the room. It was a conflation of hatred and guilt. Hatred towards Sirius for his role in his parents' demise, and guilt for being an unrepentant coward, incapable of seeking vengeance. How absurd! Black appeared momentarily dazed, as if through Harry's green eyes, he once again beheld Lily Evans, the red-haired, perpetually cheerful Gryffindor. "It wasn't me. Harry, it wasn't me." Black's voice was almost choked with emotion, laden with decades of grievance and enmity. "It was Peter Pettigrew." His bony finger shot out, accusingly pointing at Ron's mouse. "Indeed, he escaped from Azkaban with the intent to personally eliminate the true traitor." Hermione and the others stared blankly at the infamous executioner, only to realize he had harmed no one present, fixating stubbornly on Ron's mouse. "Peter Pettigrew, isn't he dead?" Harry countered. "The Daily Prophet proclaimed him a hero who dared to stand against Voldemort." "No, he is not dead," Remus Lupin spoke up, his voice laced with an unyielding chill. "Harry, you obtained the Marauder's map. You should see a name on it, Wormtail. That is Peter," he continued. "I am Moony, your father was Prongs, and Sirius was Padfoot." Harry looked up in shock. He had indeed seen such a name moving about the castle, but he had never considered. The Marauder's map cannot be mistaken. The names of the deceased do not appear upon it. The secret keeper back then was him. He was an animagus. The truth exploded in Harry's mind after years of convoluted twists, like fireworks. Brilliant yet not beautiful, rather a foul stench of decay. I should never have allowed him to be the secret keeper. The dangerous fugitive hung his head, remorsefully pounding his chest over and over again. "You mean Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew?" Hermione gasped, her astute mind having pieced together the cruel reality from their conversation. Ron's pet mouse, whom he had cared for all these years, was in fact the very man responsible for his parents. No, no, this cannot be. Scabbers? How could he be Peter Pettigrew? Ron shook his head frantically. Clutching his mouse tightly in his palm, no mouse could live that long. Ron, Harry stated coldly, having begun to believe Black and Lupin's claims. Lupin withdrew his wand and pointed it at Scabbers, revealing a portly old man in the room. Ron nearly fainted, but thankfully, Hermione was quick to support him. Oh my. The pet I have nurtured for so many years is a criminal. No, no, my dear child, I am your good friend. Your beloved pet, right? You wouldn't let them kill me. Would you? Pettigrew crawled closer to Ron, his grotesque face marred by panic and fear. You are not Scabbers, Ron spat in disgust. Harry, you look just like your father. Just like James. Oh, your eyes are like lilies. Pettigrew gazed at the boy, attempting to salvage his own life. But he was mistaken. Harry would never forgive the murderer of his parents, not ever. Get away! The young wizard clenched his fists, landing a punch squarely on the man's face. The force exerted was unequivocal, resulting in a most effective outcome. The diminutive figure of Peter was bleeding profusely from his nose, and despite his desperate attempts to staunch the flow, his efforts were in vain. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to Harry? How dare you face him? How dare you mention his parents, Peter? At this moment, the seemingly feeble Black erupted with astonishing strength, dragging Peter to the wall and pressing the stolen wand against the man's face. What can I do? What can I do? Peter's voice was raised, perhaps from the pain inflicted upon him, or perhaps seeking yet another excuse to absolve himself of his actions. The Dark Lord possesses powers beyond your imagination. We are doomed to fail. We shall perish, shameless. Lupin also aimed his wand at him, and at that moment, all it would take was a single word from Harry expressing a desire to eliminate this foe. And the two would act without hesitation to deliver justice. I shall kill you too. A flicker of red glinted in Harry's eyes. He had never aspired to be a savior, but since he could not choose his own fate, he would acquiesce to it, embracing it, not as a savior, but as an avenger, seeking retribution against Voldemort. The boy harbored a despicable and cowardly hatred for the distant Dark Wizard, yearning for the day he could personally slay his enemy. Harry Potter was no fool, nor did he wish to be one. He harbored no faith in the Ministry of Magic, and he did not fully trust Dumbledore either. He steadfastly believed in himself. Trusting that the hatred within him would never dissipate, it was like a sharp thorn. If it could not be removed by his own hand, it would remain lodged in his throat, a persistent discomfort that would not allow him peace. Do not spare him, Harry said, his tone noncommittal. Thus, Lupin extended his wand and extracted all of Peter's memories, placing them into a pensieve. Black received the nod of approval, and a sense of vindication seeped from his deeply sunken eye sockets. His bloodless lips moving in silent incantation, the spell finally uttered. Avada Kedavra. The green light coiled around Peter's neck, and in but a fleeting moment, he drew his last breath, just as James and Lily had once shielded Harry. There was now no valor in the act, only the cowardice of a traitor. The betrayer finally received the judgment of justice. Michelle and Snape easily discerned the unusual occurrences at the Whomping Willow. Yet the room lay in shambles, devoid of any presence. Upon exiting, they encountered Lupin, transformed into a werewolf. There was no way around it. Everyone had forgotten that tonight was the night of the full moon. Stupefy. Michelle stealthily attacked from behind, successfully incapacitating Lupin. Ron and Hermione were saved, but Harry had become separated from his friends during the confrontation with the werewolf. There was no time to question why the young wizards were outside the castle when a swarm of Dementors encircled them. Snape's wand glimmered with light. Although he could not summon a corporeal Patronus, the Dementors dared not approach him, their attention now fixated on Ron and Hermione. Michelle quickly stepped in front of them. Drawing his wand and casting a spell, Expecto Patronum, a silvery light erupted from his wand, a small, shimmering orb forming at its tip, illuminating the area before the trio. The surge of magic compelled Ron to exclaim, "Cool!" Unlike the earlier practice sessions, the radiant light did not dissipate but gradually coalesced at the center, and at last, Michelle's Patronus took form. A pure white leopard gracefully descended to the ground, its steps elegant yet imbued with an unexplainable sense of pressure. After all, even mindless creatures understand the principle of self-preservation. The Dementors had no desire to test the power of the Patronus again. "Where is Harry?" Michelle inquired, having noticed that the boy was not with his friends upon his arrival. "Harry got separated from us. We don't know where he is, Professor Weiler. You must go find him," Hermione urged anxiously. "Very well, I shall seek him out," Michelle sighed in response. There was no choice. Having promised Dumbledore to assist with his plans meant that he was now resigned to this laborious task. "Well, mobile corpus," he disdainfully waved his wand, causing the unconscious Lupin, thoroughly knocked out by the young wizard, to float in midair, his large wolf head drooping comically. What a nuisance! Yet Michelle understood him. He was utterly unwilling to venture into the forbidden forest to seek out that loathsome creature. That would be truly foolish. And there was also the detestable werewolf. Snape unceremoniously tossed Remus Lupin into the flower bed outside the castle, ensuring he would not die. Michelle continued onward, gradually making his way into the depths of the forbidden forest. The brilliant moonlight was devoured by the overwhelming darkness, casting a few faint spots of light upon the ground. The towering trees grew densely, their grayish branches flickering in the shadows, resembling a horde of malevolent spirits poised to feast upon the unwary. Emotionless, Michelle parted the tangled underbrush, his silver-threaded boots crunching on the dark, muddy ground, stirring the scattered dead leaves into a rustling cacophony. He beheld a modest lake, where the pallid Harry sat, and lying beside him was the previously arrogant and foul-mannered Sirius Black. At that moment, the heir of the ancient family appeared even more ghastly than the boy who had narrowly escaped death, his face a shade of pale that hinted at lifelessness. "Me? Professor Weiler?" Harry attempted to call out the name of the blue-haired wizard with a familiar warmth, but reconsidered, altering his address. Strictly speaking, aside from their teacher-student relationship, there would be no other connection between them. He had severed that precious bond with his own hands, and now he would bear the consequences of his impulsiveness. The dark-haired young wizard lifted his head slightly, gazing at the sole hope that had arrived. Michelle carefully examined the unconscious Black, discovering that he merely lay in a faint, his life intact, only a weakened body unable to withstand the excessive joy drained by the Dementors. "Harry, are you all right?" He hesitated before speaking to the boy. "That I'm fine." Harry shook his head, yet the hand that clutched the wand trembled slightly. Only the boy knew that, in the face of the nightmarish Dementors, an unprecedented, unwavering courage surged within his mind. He was determined to protect his godfather, Sirius Black, this stranger who felt like family, possibly Harry's only living kin. The conviction of guardianship transformed into motivation, joyful memories flooding back. And at the moment he uttered the incantation, he successfully summoned a corporeal Patronus for the first time. It took the form of a magnificent stag, reminiscent of his father, James Potter. Harry regarded the silvery deer with tender eyes. It was like a gentle breeze, galloping and leaping, driving away the loathsome, terrifying Dementors. He watched his Patronus, as if tracing the features of James Potter. He had never felt so close, so intimately connected to his father. The boy had long since learned to warm himself, so the chilly night in the forbidden forest did not feel so cold after all. However, the kind-hearted Michelle did not abandon him. Instead, he directly delivered him to Dumbledore, bringing along a willing savior eager to explain the situation to the headmaster. Chapter 53. Deception, Lily, and Intent. Michelle waited for a considerable time at the entrance of the headmaster's office before Harry finally emerged. Their gazes met in midair before the boy spoke. Michelle raised an eyebrow in curiosity and entered without any pretense, taking a seat directly across from the old headmaster. "Mr. Weiler, I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour to engage in conversation with this old man. However, I believe you might find some matters of interest." Dumbledore began with a polite remark before adopting an air of mystery, his half-moon spectacles reflecting a glimmer of mischief, coupled with a confidence that seemed destined for success. Prior to this, he had already sensed the immense magical power radiating from the young wizard. It appeared that Michelle had fully regained his strength. This could potentially become the most advantageous piece in his plans, provided that he did not forge excessive bonds with another piece. What if I were to say this concerns Severus? Have you never wondered why he continues to assist someone he clearly despises? Like Harry? Dumbledore inquired leisurely, presenting Michelle with two questions he was most eager to explore. As anticipated, the man, who had initially stood to depart, paused and resumed his seat. "Headmaster, what is it that you wish to reveal to me?" Indeed, Michel could easily discern the machinations concealed behind the great white wizard's perfect smile. Yet he knew he had been thoroughly ensnared by Dumbledore's influence. He desired to understand Severus's past. Severus once harbored feelings for Harry's mother. "My student Lily Evans, which is why he is so determined to protect this boy, for he bears the same green eyes as her," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance passing through his pale blue eyes. "Why are you so insistent on sharing this with me?" Michel struggled to maintain the steadiness of his voice, yet the turmoil in his gaze was keenly observed by the perceptive. "You like him?" the old man asserted with certainty. Michel did not deny it. He hurriedly left the headmaster's office, his demeanor akin to that of one fleeing in haste. Albus Dumbledore's machinations were painfully evident, yet he understood that some would willingly choose to engage in the game. Even the wisest of sages, so composed and clear-headed, possess vulnerabilities that can be exploited. When one side in a contest falters, the outcome of defeat becomes inevitable. Thus, he triumphed, while another retreated in defeat. "Michel, what is the matter?" Snape inquired, perplexed. From the moment the wizard entered, he had noticed the drooping blue head. Michel's beautiful blue eyes were dimmed, resembling extinguished stars, and his perpetually smiling face now bore an expression of profound despondency. Suddenly, Snape contemplated a possibility, his concealed hand tightening in his sleeve. "What did Albus say to you?" The potion's master was unaware that his voice trembled, reminiscent of the time Lily distanced herself from him. Snape felt something he had tightly grasped begin to slip away, yet he could not comprehend it. All he could do was desperately hold on to it, for it might be the only thing he could ever possess. Having never owned much, he would exert every effort to seize that fleeting light that had finally appeared in his barren existence. He cared deeply. Michel gently shook his head, feeling the need to calm himself and reflect. In truth, there was nothing amiss. His relationship with Severus Snape was purely platonic, and he should not feel so troubled. Even if the gentleman found someone to accompany him through life, as a friend, he ought to offer his blessings, should he not? Snape's hands were as beautiful as the man himself. Michel mused. It seemed that Mr. Veller had mistaken him for a fool easily deceived. Snape's deep voice resonated in Michel's ear, prompting him to lift his gaze. Before him was the handsome yet brooding face of the dark-haired man, with eyes akin to obsidian, currently radiating an aura of chilling intensity. "It's not like that." "Severus, Michel appeared somewhat flustered, hastily attempting to explain, but all he could manage was a feeble denial, unable to articulate anything further. In the presence of Snape, the usually composed necromancer seemed to have suddenly lost his wits. Thrown into disarray. Only when one is earnest and devoted do they ponder and hesitate, feeling constrained. Michel was always sincere and earnest towards Severus, as if an inescapable enchantment bound their souls together, drawing them into an intimate connection that defied their initial separateness. "Is it about Lily and me?" After considerable hesitation, Snape ventured to voice his suspicion. After all, if he was not mistaken, the cunning old bee, Albus Dumbledore, had undoubtedly revealed all of his past to the blue-haired wizard before him. For Dumbledore knew precisely what Michel valued and cherished most. This sudden, formidable wizard was like a riddle, one that none could unravel unless coaxed into revealing everything he yearned to know and understand. Anything. Michel Veller's unmistakable bond was, without a doubt, Severus Snape. Their relationship was delicate, so subtle that all the teachers and students at Hogwarts were aware that the typically sullen and acerbic old bat had found a true friend. This friend was inseparable, their bond intimate, and the potion's master would repeatedly forgive and embrace him, unwittingly allowing his defenses to be breached, leading to a collapse of all barriers. Perhaps this was no ordinary friendship. It had gradually blossomed into something vibrant and alive amid the passage of time, quietly transforming under their mutual understanding. Yes, what Dumbledore sought to discuss with him was precisely this. The potion's master, whom he admired and cherished, had a lost first love. Suddenly, Michel felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He was utterly exhausted. A similarly timid and wounded individual had believed he had encountered a unique form of redemption, yet remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was merely his own unrequited desire and self-inflicted turmoil. His affection was so base, so laughable. The first stirrings of a coward's heart had met with inevitable defeat. How unfortunate! Michel smirked at his own folly, his already dazed eyes dimming further. Little did he know, the next moment, Snape seized him by the collar in a fit of anger and pulled him close. Michel's back pressed against the desk in the headmaster's office. Were they not standing a little too close? Michel awkwardly rubbed his fingers together. His heart, which had sought to rest, began to beat with renewed vigor. Thump, thump, thump. The gentleman's heart raced just as rapidly, filled with urgency. Their hearts had never been so near, at least in a physical sense. I do not like Lily, Michel, Snape declared. We are merely friends. Perhaps I once harbored some unusual feelings for her. But I do not believe that was love. I protect Lily's child because I share in the responsibility for her death, not out of some damned love. To hell with Dumbledore, he muttered with a hint of ferocity. Unbeknownst to him how many times he had metaphorically sliced the meddlesome old bee behind the scenes. The potions master's words sounded somewhat dry, yet for Michel, they were exquisitely fitting. The gentleman does not like. He does not like that Lily Evans, as he himself stated. A lively flutter surged through the cool night air, awakening the cold, desolate soul. Michel's blue eyes sparkled once more with the brilliance of stars and radiated a joyous gleam. He began, not entirely composed, then uttered a statement that left Snape momentarily shaken. I'm sorry, but I still want to say, I like you, Severus. The young wizard's voice was soft, accompanied by a gentle breeze. And if words bore color, they would undoubtedly be a milky white. This smile, open and unguarded, reflected his heartfelt joy. Very well, Snape replied hoarsely. He wished to employ a mental blocking charm, yet the remnants of rationality in his mind relentlessly prevented him from proceeding. This joy belonged to Severus Snape, and he must savor it fully, wholeheartedly accepting Michel Veller's affection. Snape was at a loss for words or actions, for such a novel and vivid experience had never graced his otherwise stagnant life. No one had ever chosen him with such unwavering determination, articulating love with every word. Yet, he realized he did not harbor any disdain for the blue-haired wizard. In fact, he felt a budding fondness. A tender and unfamiliar thrill creeping into the softest recesses of his heart, playfully spreading within his chest. When dark irises met deep blue gemstones, when feigned calm faced a surging tide of emotions. It was Snape himself who found himself at a loss, as the dynamics between them shifted dramatically. The cunning and agile leopard retreated to advance, defending to attack, gaining a slight edge in the emotional contest. The myriad of disappointments and sorrows of the night melted away within the potions master's whispered words. The gentleman did not reject him, did he not? The blue-haired wizard beamed brightly, and slowly, the lines of Snape's face softened. The dark-haired figure revealed a rare smile, and unbeknownst to him, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him dissipated subtly. Sunlight erased the gray smudges from the canvas, and thus, the long-dormant beauty finally blossomed into its own. The barren land was rescued by the belated spring breeze, transforming overnight, flowers blossoming across the fields. With the arrival of spring, all things could be felt. Chapter 54. The Quidditch World Cup. Apologies for the format. I contemplated for a long time due to the match. If it does not meet expectations, I hope for your understanding, thank you. Without Dumbledore's intervention, Slytherin effortlessly clinched the House Cup for the semester. However, this astute old headmaster would remain unaware that his unintentional actions not only failed to create any rift between the already close individuals, but instead added fuel to the already fervent fire. More importantly, the holiday was fast approaching. Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, was undergoing questioning at the Ministry of Magic, but fortunately, with the testimony of Peter Pettigrew's memories and Albus Dumbledore personally vouching for him, along with the substantial fine paid by the Black family heir, he was released without charges. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy, who was eager to attend the Quidditch match due to his son's insistence, conveniently gifted Snape 2 tickets, despite knowing full well that his junior had loathed the sport since his student days. Only the most foolish, muscle-bound, and empty-headed oafs would take pleasure in such a barbaric sport. These were the exact words of a certain potions master during his own schooling. Michel was indeed filled with enthusiasm. He had witnessed the House Cup held at Hogwarts, yet he had never experienced such a world-class competition. Moreover, he had yet to determine how to spend this holiday. Perhaps attending the match would be a splendid choice. The Quidditch Stadium was an elliptical structure radiating golden light, with tiered seating ascending layer upon layer. The pitch gleamed with a velvety smoothness, flanked on either side by 3 towering goal hoops, each approximately 50 feet high. Positioned to the right, almost parallel to the spectator's line of sight, was an enormous scoreboard, continuously flashing intricate, flamboyant characters. The tickets gifted by Lucius were for a prime VIP box, located at the pinnacle of the grandstand, where the Weasley family and Harry were also seated. "Oh, Severus, I can hardly believe you've come. Good day, Mr. Weller." To be honest, he had always harbored a disdain for self-important aristocrats. Yet Lucius's demeanor did not unsettle him. After all, he was a friend of Severus. The two paid no heed to Harry and his companions, instead opting for a discreet seat at the back to quietly observe the customary pre-match performances. The initial mascots from several countries were devoid of novelty, yet the audience in the stands and the box, including Michel, watched with rapt attention. "Now, let us welcome the mascot of the Bulgarian national team." A loud cheer erupted from the crimson-clad section on the right. Even though Michel had been in this world for quite some time, he remained uncertain about the mascots chosen by each country's Quidditch team. After all, even the avid spectator, Mr. Arthur Weasley, leaned forward in his seat, eager to discover this year's mascot. "Oh my goodness, it's the Vila!" someone suddenly exclaimed from above the stands, their voice trembling with barely contained excitement. "Severus, what is a Vila?" Michel inquired, his brows raised in curiosity, his deep blue eyes shimmering with intrigue. This did not sound like a human. Could it be a magical creature? Upon hearing the blue-haired wizard's words, Severus, who had been dragged along to accompany someone, felt a ripple of emotion break his typically calm facade. The corner of his eye twitched involuntarily, and he managed to squeeze out a response. Albeit reluctantly, "It's nothing. You needn't look." The potion's master's voice was frostily indifferent, yet it betrayed a hint of discontent. Though it remained as melodious as ever, it was utterly embarrassing how nearly everyone who beheld such magical creatures succumbed to a state of infatuation and enchantment. Moreover, Severus would never admit that he was averse to witnessing the same composed and self-possessed Michel, who would smile gently, but only at him, while losing himself in a frenzy over some inconsequential other. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar possessiveness and an ineffable sentiment were gradually creeping into his once guarded heart, slowly enveloping and claiming the softest territories of his being. Before he realized it, he had already lowered his defenses and was in a state of disarray. The sly and cunning Slytherin serpent had quietly surrendered to the gentle moonlight. Yet Michel had already caught sight of the approaching Bulgarian mascots. It must be said that they were indeed a stunning group of women. With golden hair cascading like a waterfall, flowing down to their waists, their skin fair and radiating a soft glow akin to the moon above. Their eyes varied in color but were all strikingly clear and mesmerizing, making them seem like celestial beings, creations of the divine. The Vila's dance was utterly irresistible, their flawless and beautiful faces, their slender and delicate waists, and their golden hair that flowed with the wind, seemingly capable of draping the very heavens, all combined with steps that were both graceful and fervent, akin to a jubilant feast bestowed by the divine upon devout worshippers. He had just confirmed that none of the Vila on the field could rival the beauty of his friend, Catherine Bryan. Their allure was contrived and superficial, seemingly imbued with an innate captivating magic, whereas the beauty of the night was authentic and emanated from within, requiring no magical embellishment. She merely had to stand there to command admiration. Catherine Bryan's beauty was tangible and real, deserving of praise and recognition, yet it would never drive one to madness or obsession. It was a fervent yet refined beauty, like wild roses blooming on a hillside or sun-kissed violets thriving in a greenhouse. Furthermore, he believed that the potion's master seated beside him was far more attractive than these Vila. His busy, unkempt black hair had grown long, carelessly falling above his chest, and thanks to Michel's urging and personal attention, his usually greasy hair appeared quite voluminous now, with the ends slightly curling upwards, softening the man's overall demeanor. His deep, calm eyes resembled exquisite black obsidian, while they often radiated a chilling glare that struck fear into young wizards. They were now filled with an unusual warmth. The brow that was perpetually furrowed had relaxed, yet it still bore the indelible marks of time on his slightly pale skin, like the remnants of years gone by. His prominent aquiline nose accentuated the sharp contours of his profile, lending it an almost unapproachable air, while his slightly pursed lips served as a fitting embellishment. The potion's master's lips were a soft pink, in stark contrast to his typically cold and aloof demeanor, forming a delicate M shape that seemed ideal for kissing. No, this cannot be. The great and noble dark arts master, Michel Weller, silently chastised himself. How could he entertain such thoughts? He suddenly regretted not having pursued things further that night, yet perhaps it was for the best. That little bat, his little bat, was far too timid, so much so that he, being equally timid and insecure, had to take on the role of the proactive guide. It was all right. He could wait. He was in no rush. A refined hunter never hastens. They await the opportune moment, a time when their prey willingly steps into the trap. Severus, too, remained impassive as he observed the entire performance, if one could overlook the pulsating veins on his forehead. Fortunately, there were aspects that pleased him, such as the fact that Michel did not share the same entranced and nauseating expression as the majority of the fools in the stands, whose heads resembled that of trolls, even contemplating leaping from their seats in a manner befitting an Olympic diver. Furthermore, that incessantly brainless Harry Potter, who inherited his arrogance from his loathsome father, had made quite the fool of himself. Appearing utterly captivated by the villa. Well, our Mr. Potter has fallen in love. Severus's lips curled into a smirk, his tone laced with unmistakable amusement. In truth, Severus's happiness was quite simple. As long as the savior faced misfortune, it could be easily achieved, or perhaps it was the satisfaction derived from the connection with his housekeeper. For the moonlight was so warm and vast, it merely needed to cast down its gentle glow, and the little dark bat would be embraced wholeheartedly. Michel chuckled helplessly, the handsome contours of his profile softening subtly, akin to a finely polished ivory sculpture. His light blue wizarding robe was adorned with golden lace, and the corners of his long cloak swayed with golden tassels. Underneath, the inner robe was silvery white, the collar neither high nor low, perfectly revealing the man's slender, fair neck. An orange hairband neatly secured a few strands of his blue hair on the left side, and his single lens glasses, now replaced with the exquisite ones gifted by Severus, were adorned with luxurious gold rims and blue gemstones. In truth, Severus himself did not quite understand why he had purchased such a gift. He had merely gone out to buy potion ingredients and had been lured into a gift shop by some pushy shopkeeper. He had immediately been drawn to the single lens glasses, not for any particular reason, but because he thought the blue gemstones resembled a certain person's eyes, sparkling like stars. The color of the sea, a hue that made his heart flutter. It should belong to the blue-haired wizard. Severus mused. Thus, on a whim, he purchased them, for as the esteemed potions master, he was never short of galleons. Michel's attire on this day was undeniably striking, drawing many inquisitive glances as soon as he took his seat, prompting a few derisive chuckles from the potions master beside him. Meanwhile, the victim, Mr. Weller, found himself responsible for soothing the proud little bat, despite having committed no offense, unless, of course, excessive beauty was a crime. The Quidditch World Cup match was exhilarating, and Michel watched intently, though Severus, who had been reluctantly dragged along, did not share the same sentiment. Didn't flying around on broomsticks cause them to lose the scant intelligence they possessed? The potions professor expressed his bewilderment. The match was thrilling, with players from each country striving to showcase their extraordinary skills and flair, culminating in a victory for the Irish team. Michel felt somewhat unfulfilled. He had finally grasped the allure of this sport, while Severus merely felt relieved that this arduous and protracted match had come to an end. He cast a grateful glance at the blue-haired wizard beside him, observing the joy radiating from his housekeeper's face. And gradually, he found himself smiling as well. The heart, long ensnared by the chill of winter, could easily be melted by even the faintest warmth, for that was what he had yearned for most, a unique and cherished bond. Babies, I cannot choose the title of the book. The platform will select the one with the best traffic, and I have no idea what it will be. If it turns out to be different from our original title, I will remind everyone in the synopsis that the original name of this book is Death and Rebirth, a non-responsibility extra. Do not bully him, assuming that after becoming the potion shop owner, Michel found little Severus Snape. You little monster, just like your mother, a monster as well. Get out, all of you, get out. The hoarse cries intertwined with the thunder outside, crashing down fiercely, filling the dilapidated old house with a damp and decayed atmosphere. The floor seemed to tremble slightly under the strain, as Severus cowered in the dark corner, clad in oversized clothing, quietly observing his seemingly mad father and his mother, whose expression was filled with malice, her eyes reflecting an endless void of numbness. Tobias suddenly shoved Severus toward Eileen, the bottle of alcohol in his hand shattering angrily on the filthy floor, splintering into countless pieces, much like the boy's heart. Eileen, in a state of panic, looked at her furious husband, entirely oblivious to the fact that Severus had been forcefully pushed aside, causing the boy to crash heavily against the wall, though Severus had braced himself for the shove. He accidentally stepped on the excessively long hem of his coat during his stumble and slammed against the wall with a resounding thud. A trickle of crimson slowly wound its way down his forehead in the darkness. Resembling a perfect porcelain piece marred by a fatal crack, Severus staggered to his feet, standing by the wall like an emotionless, immobile statue. "No, not like this, Tobias," Eileen exclaimed in despair, never anticipating that the child she bore would be a wizard. Just like her, she loathed her own identity as a witch, loving a muggle with all her heart, with a fervor so intense that she would willingly live a lifetime devoid of magic, allowing the prince family's gifts to fade into obscurity in this desolate place. Yet today, at this very moment, Eileen's dreams shattered as she realized that her child with Tobias Snape had inherited that damned magical talent. No, it cannot be like this. Look at Tobias, see the expression in her beloved husband's eyes. He would forsake his own, better off dead, Eileen Prince maliciously thought, if this little monster she bore were to die. Tobias would surely forgive her, and they could live together once more. Without that damned magic, without that damned little wizard. When Severus was pushed out the door, he struggled for but a moment before surrendering. For he knew that between himself and that drunken father, his mother would always unhesitatingly choose the bastard. Countless expectations met with countless disappointments, and thus he no longer dared to hope that fate would ever favor him. Severus walked barefoot on the cobblestone road of Spider's Alley, feeling the rain's chill seep through his soles, as the coldness of his heart eclipsed even the chill of the weather. Clad in thin, oversized clothing, he trudged forward step by step through the torrential downpour, uncertain of where to go, unaware of where he could even go. The mysterious power that had suddenly erupted from within him acted like a fuse, igniting all contradictions in an instant, uncontrollable and unpredictable. Yet now, he was merely a homeless child, devoid of any mysterious powers, with no one to rescue him, to pull this abandoned soul from the abyss. Severus huddled in a corner, trying to evade the incessantly falling raindrops, yet still emerged drenched to the bone. It seemed that every rain he had ever known was like this, persistently framed in darkness. The sky of Spider's Alley was eternally a lifeless gray, wrapped in coldness and the whispers of winter. The boy's vision blurred gradually, his malnourished body trembling slightly in the cold wind. The blood streaks on his face had long since dried, appearing like a scar that could never be erased. Gradually, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Eileen and Tobias from long ago, their faces not contorted in disgust or malice, but rather adorned with gentle smiles. Severus fell asleep, cold and damp, utterly alone. Business at the potion shop had not been thriving lately. The Holy See had finally shown mercy, granting the knights a break, and they had not been on a mission for quite some time. After finishing a day's work, Michel placed a few newly brewed potions on the shelf, intending to step out to purchase some ingredients. Just as he exited the shop, he spotted a small figure lying in the corner at the alley's entrance. Adhering to the professional ethics of a potion master, he hurried over. The sun sank gently below the horizon, the evening glow beginning to fade. The early moon slowly ascended, resembling a faint kiss mark. Lying on the ground was an extremely frail little boy, his eyes tightly shut, his entire body curled into a protective posture, disheveled black hair cascading over one side of his face, revealing only his pale earlobe. Whose child is this? How did he end up here? Was he abandoned? Michel frowned slightly, extending his arms to lift the boy up. In truth, their ages were not far apart, but he hardly exerted any effort. For this pitiful little creature was simply too light. The potion shop owner returned to the workspace, preparing a vitality tonic for the boy, even specially flavoring it with orange, believing the little one would appreciate it. He instinctively performed acts of kindness and gentleness, even though he himself had never been treated so well. seemed to be an instinct etched into his soul. Michelle Weller was indeed such a good person. Perhaps he simply wished that in this bleak, dark medieval world, there would not be another abandoned soul, nor a past self that had once been desperate and struggling. By extending his hand, was he not also attempting to save the child who nearly perished on that snowy night? A person half buried in snow still remembered to beckon spring. Severus awoke in a warm ray of sunshine, having never experienced such a peaceful slumber before. He was reluctant to awaken. The bed was so soft, so comfortable. Wait, this is definitely not his home, nor could it ever be the dim, dilapidated Spider's Alley. The boy quickly sat up, and his eyes beheld a bright and tidy room, filled with the fresh scent of oranges, mingling with an unfamiliar fragrance he could not identify. "That you're awake. Drink this first." A melodious male voice rang in Severus's ears. He looked up to see an extraordinarily handsome man. No exaggeration. This was undoubtedly the most attractive person Severus Snape had ever encountered. His grayish-blue hair was casually tied to one side, silver-framed glasses perched on the same side, and cross-shaped tassels swayed gently. Most striking were his exceedingly gentle deep blue eyes, as if countless waves surged within them, shimmering brilliantly in the refracted light. Severus warily stared at the unfamiliar man before him, refusing to take the blue potion. Michelle finally noticed the boy's eyes, which were as dark as the night, akin to the finest obsidian. "Drink this, and you will gain strength. I am a doctor." Observing the boy's reserved and distant demeanor, he smiled softly. The man's voice was like the gentle breeze of spring, sweeping over the grasslands, traversing the plains, and caressing the rolling mountains, ultimately reaching Severus's tranquil pond. The boy's heartbeat momentarily halted in secret. "And why parents don't want me anymore," he said in a remarkably flat tone. Causing Michelle's smile to falter slightly, he gazed at Severus with an odd expression, as if attempting to glimpse his own painful past through this boy. Michelle took 2 steps forward and embraced the seemingly malnourished child, as if he were holding the helpless version of himself from years ago. "It's all right. You can stay here. I will not abandon you. Never." Severus wanted to break free from this tight embrace, but abandoned the thought in the next instant. Surrendering to the young and handsome man's warmth, greedily absorbing the rare comfort. Oh well, after all, there was nothing of value about him, Severus thought. If this were a dream, he truly hoped not to awaken too soon. For the longing he had harbored, the countless hopes, had been fulfilled in the presence of a stranger. How ridiculous, how ironic, how blissful. Thus, Severus remained in Michelle's potion shop, in this alternate world, no longer subjected to disdain and abuse. He had finally emerged from the mire and hardships, arriving at the vast expanse of the wilderness, where the winds were free, the clouds beautiful, and the sunlight radiant. The boy's extraordinary talent for potions was soon discovered by Michelle, and they often collaborated on various complex concoctions. Severus found each day fulfilling and joyful. Mr. Michelle Weller was a gentle and kind man, and Severus held great affection for him. This was a moon he could grasp without effort. One day, a few knights barged in, cursing as they came to collect potions. Michelle had grown accustomed to their rudeness and arrogance. Never paying them any mind, he handed over the requested potions, his face adorned with a perfect smile. "Hey, potion master, where did you find this cute kid? He is quite good-looking. Why not let us play with him?" One of the knights brazenly scrutinized Severus, who was sitting in the shop reading, his unabashed gaze making the boy feel quite uncomfortable. "This gentleman is my brother." Michelle's smile had become somewhat rigid. It was a stroke of fortune for him that the noble knight of the Holy See took notice of him. "Do not force us to resort to violence." The knight, filled with indignation, bellowed as he suddenly shoved Michelle with force. The vial of potion in the man's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into a myriad of colors that spilled forth like a vibrant stream. Michelle, tugging at his sleeve in silence, stood resolutely before Severus, his fists clenched tightly. He was but an ordinary man, utterly incapable of contending with 2 grown knights. In his heart, Michelle had already prepared for the worst, urging the boy to flee first. Though he felt himself to be of little use, he hoped to buy even a second for him. After all, every apothecary meets their end eventually. His only concern was that Severus would once again be left an orphan. "I am sorry," he thought, for he would ultimately have to break his promise. Yet the boy's gaze was icy, his beautiful eyes flickering with anger. "You shall not bully him," Severus declared loudly, his tone imbued with undeniable seriousness and stubbornness. He was determined to protect Michelle. The two knights laughed heartily, their mockery of the child's audacity unrestrained. Suddenly, the magical energy that had previously subsided within Severus surged forth from his chest, distorting the very air within the apothecary. This was a formidable aura of magic, rendering the knights pale with fear as they hastily apologized to Michelle, cursing their ill fortune in their hearts. Leaving behind a large bag of gold coins at the counter, they fled in disarray. As Severus's magical power gradually receded, like the retreating tide, tranquility returned once more. "Severus, you are a wizard," Michelle exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. "You should attend the magical school at the very heart of Loya City." The man murmured to himself, "I do not wish to go." Severus firmly rejected, his tone petulant and insistent. "I want to protect Michelle." The boy's words were innocent yet warmed Michelle's heart. Severus was a good child. Always had been. How could such cruel and heartless parents exist? Nevertheless, he would remain by Severus's side. Our dreams are gentle and dark. We stand in stillness. We expect to enter the light, and let ourselves also become light. Chapter 55. The Dark Mark, Shackles, and the Triwizard Tournament. Due to the urgent insistence of a certain master of potions, the two had long departed from the Quidditch World Cup venue, thus missing the ensuing chaos when a colossal dark mark appeared, sending the spectators into a frenzy. The Ministry of Magic, as expected, managed to handle the situation quite poorly. No one knew who the perpetrator was, and some even suspected it was the boy Harry Potter, who remained on the scene. How absurd, even Severus could not help but comment, though he secretly wished that the boy, who had inherited his father's intellect, would face some hardships. It seemed that in any world, there were always self-important fools, Michelle inwardly scoffed, akin to those of the Holy See. After a considerable time, a voice as smooth as velvet finally drifted into Michelle's ears. Perhaps so that Severus's tone was unusually grave. Since that day, he had felt a dull ache in the dark mark on his arm, an ominous sign. Severus recalled the days he served Lord Voldemort, a master so filled with suspicion and capriciousness that his servants had become accustomed to the torment of the Cruciatus curse. Having tasted that unbearable agony themselves, perhaps this brief respite had caused him to forget his identity as a double agent, walking the razor's edge, not merely a coward hiding behind someone else. Michelle had long noticed the Master of Potions' attempts to conceal his intentions. Now fully restored, he wished to test whether he could unravel Voldemort's dark magic. After all, Severus's soul was meant to be pure and beautiful, not marred by this loathsome darkness, akin to a perfect piece of art marred by a crack. Michelle was willing to be his unique restorer, to make that crack vanish, restoring this long dusty gem. Even the faintest flicker of light in the depths of darkness would not be extinguished, for there would always be someone to lift it from the mire and return it to the realm of hope and light. "Severus, may I see it?" He knew he need not articulate further. Severus would certainly comprehend his meaning. Severus paused, the quill he had been writing with ceasing its movement, his fleeting gaze betraying his sensitive and fragile heart. "Never mind," he thought, "you will discover the truth eventually, that he had misjudged, that he was indeed a person of such ugliness, both in appearance and soul." Severus often recalled the moments he faced the mirror alone. The man reflected had unkempt, neglected black hair, appearing as though it had not been washed in ages, his face devoid of color. The prominent brow furrowed in harshness, fine lines fanning out like ripples beside it, adding a premature maturity. His thin lips maintained their habitual tightness, unapproachable and deadened. Even he could not bear to gaze upon that face for long at tea times. Severus wondered why Michelle had chosen to focus solely on a dull, unremarkable old professor, devoid of anything worthy of exploration. Michel Viller was quite admirable in many respects, save for his questionable taste. Otherwise, he would not have ceaselessly praised Severus's looks from their very first meeting. "Severus, you are truly handsome. I like Severus, for Severus is very good-looking. The gentleman is quite handsome. It is those little wizards who lack discernment." He was aware of how the young wizards of Hogwarts referred to him in private. The greasy, brooding old bat, the terrifying serpent king of the dungeons. There may have been something special about him, but it could never compare to the tender Severus that the blue-haired wizard affectionately called. The endearing Sev that he playfully uttered, along with countless ambiguous titles that were irresistibly addictive. The Master of Potions was not a coward, yet when it came to emotions, he stubbornly chose retreat and self-doubt. Burying his true self behind thick armor, erecting a barrier he deemed sufficiently safe to separate their hearts. This might have been Severus's most courageous yet painful moment. He slowly rolled back the wide sleeves of his robe, revealing that mark indelibly imprinted upon the depths of his soul, forever unerasable. He swallowed blood and bitterness, laying bare a complete, shattered, beautiful, and ugly Severus Snape before Michelle, trembling uncontrollably, recklessly exposed. He had unveiled the deepest scar. An evil skull clung to his pale, frail arm, jarringly out of place, with a serpent slithering from the skull's mouth like a tongue. This was Severus's former pride, now a source of profound shame. He awaited the judgment of the blue-haired wizard in silence, nearly oblivious to the pain of his soul being gnawed and scorched. Severus, with his obsidian-like eyes, stared expressionlessly at Michelle. Yet, unexpectedly, what greeted him was not the disdain and revulsion that he had anticipated. Michelle merely reached out with warm, gentle fingers to caress the mark, exuding an aura of malevolence, covering that one blemish with tenderness. The moonlight lingered long, waiting for that destined shadow, then the boundless brilliance surged forth, sweeping away all despair and resentment. What a lowly soul magic! Michelle could not help but scoff as his hand brushed against the dark mark. How could this Voldemort stir up such turmoil in Britain? Merely through these subpar dark arts? How ridiculous! It was his first encounter with a master who toyed with souls and wielded magic comparable to an apprentice level. Michelle's hand gently stroked the mark. It seemed as if something had wiped it away, causing it to vanish completely. Severus could not utter a single word. He bowed his head, his expression a complex tapestry of relief, joy, release, and sorrow. The man clad in black robes shrank into his chair, adopting a self-protective posture, and the low whimpers echoed in the dungeon room, if one could count them. Emotions surged forth, emotions that even the mental occlusion could not resist, flooding Severus's heart. Something tightly wound within him suddenly loosened. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt! The murmured words escaped the Master of Potions, causing Michelle's heart to flutter. He paused momentarily, then understood. Michelle gazed into Severus's eyes, filled with compassion and concern. This seemingly cold and unfeeling man had unknowingly shackled himself with countless heavy, unbreakable chains, willingly imprisoning himself within a cage. He too was merely a fragile mortal, capable of tears and sorrow. It is all right now. Sev, it no longer hurts, he spoke softly, his tone infused with the warmth of a distant spring day. The long-imprisoned pearl, long confined by the toils of dust, now radiates a resplendent glow. His master ought to be thus, clean and pure, standing in the sunlight in the afternoon's golden light. Mitsai approached Snape from behind and embraced him. Snape did not refuse, however. For the sake of his undercover identity's security and confidentiality, Mitsai skillfully devised a clever disguise for the potions master. The two exchanged no words, yet they tacitly chose to keep this trivial matter from Dumbledore. Who could predict that the old bee, fond of scheming, might not concoct some new machinations against them? Snape's contented existence came to a complete halt upon encountering the insufferable savior after the term commenced. Merely catching a glimpse of that dark-haired boy's face made him involuntarily frown. The great hall of Hogwarts retained its resplendent majesty, adorned more lavishly than usual for the new term's banquet, with hundreds of candles floating above the tables, casting a shimmering glow on the gleaming silverware. Harry and Ron peered curiously at the staff table, united in their eagerness to discover who the new defense against the dark arts professor would be. Yet disappointment awaited them. None of the professors seated at the table were new faces. Flitwick taught charms, Trelawney taught divination, and Sinistra taught astronomy. Professor McGonagall's chair remained conspicuously empty, as she was tasked with escorting the first-year students arriving by boat. Snape and Mitsai sat together for potions, with Mitsai positioned to his right, while the seat to his left remained unoccupied. Professor Dumbledore sat at the center, his flowing silver hair and long beard glimmering in the candlelight, the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses accentuating the clarity of his blue eyes. If only they could be less calculating. Soon, Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into the great hall, and the seemingly tattered hat joyfully began to sing. It was a tale over a millennium old, woven into existence, recounting four renowned wizards whose names have endured through the ages. A delightful new song, unlike any before, as evidenced by the radiant smiles of the fresh-faced young witches and wizards. The most exhilarating aspect was not the Sorting Hat's new melody, nor the particularly delectable banquet, nor even the intimidating appearance of the new defense against the dark arts professor, a retired Auror, but rather the news, a revelation potent enough to set the entire school ablaze. In the coming months, we shall be honored to host a grand tournament, an event that has not graced us for a full century. I am delighted to announce that the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year. You must be jesting, Professor Dumbledore, Fred Weasley exclaimed loudly. I assure you, Mr. Weasley, I am not jesting, the elder replied with a smile. Showing no sign of anger, the boy slipped under his covers, stifling laughter. The moonlight was bright and pleasant that night, and both Harry and Ron drifted into sweet dreams, as did other young wizards harboring heroic aspirations. Chapter 56. The False Moody, the Goblet of Fire, and the Fourth Champion Mr. Moody. I believe your actions pose a threat to the well-being of our young witches and wizards. I hope you will refrain from employing such dark magic in future classes. Meetsai admonished in a warning tone. For a moment, all the students in the classroom regarded the young and handsome professor with unanimous agreement. The professor was exceedingly kind, always rescuing others from peril with thoughtful consideration. Were it not for the title of the savior being claimed by Harry Potter, it surely would have fallen to Meetsai. He gently patted Neville's back, attempting to comfort the pale-faced young wizard. This inebriated fellow was clearly unwell. How could a retired Auror be so audacious as to wield dark magic in a defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts? Moreover, whether it was merely his imagination. Meetsai couldn't shake the feeling that this Professor Moody carried a faint yet familiar scent, elusive and difficult to identify. Perhaps Severus should be alerted. The potions master's olfactory sensitivity to the world of potions should be sharper. Moody's expression stiffened, as if taken aback by the course supervisor's astute observation of his shortcomings. Professor Weasley is correct. It is an old habit from my days as an Auror. Now that I am teaching, I ought to rectify it, he chuckled dryly. What an insufferable character! The registration for the Triwizard Tournament had concluded, and Hogwarts was hosting a grand feast, during which the Goblet of Fire would select the true champions to represent the three schools. All students, whether the newly arrived from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang or the hosts from Hogwarts, eagerly anticipated the outcome. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum, Dumbledore announced in a clear and resonant voice. In an instant, the hall erupted with fervent applause and cheers. Well done, Victor, his friends shouted. Bravo, Victor. I knew you would be Durmstrang's finest champion. Karkaroff clapped vigorously, his head held high as the noise gradually subsided. Another parchment flew from the Goblet of Fire. The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour, the old headmaster declared with gusto. The stunning girl, reminiscent of a nymph, rose gracefully, her silvery hair cascading as she glided past the Ravenclaw table. The eyes of the other school's young wizards were transfixed. Merlin, she was simply breathtaking. Next came the champion from Hogwarts. Dumbledore took the parchment and paused dramatically before continuing. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff Badgers erupted into joyous screams, with some even leaping onto the tables, while students from Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Gryffindor politely applauded in congratulations. Only Harry noticed the shy smile that Ravenclaw girl Cho Chang directed at Cedric, her rosy lips moving as if to say, "You can do it." Cedric, the boy felt a pang of disappointment as he lowered his head. For reasons unknown, he had recently become infatuated with this enchanting Eastern witch, and every smile from Cho Chang was irresistibly captivating to the budding savior. Just as Dumbledore prepared to announce the conclusion of the selection, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flames within the goblet once more blazed a vivid red, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, suggesting, it appeared that there was another champion. Indeed, a long tongue of flame shot into the air, followed by another parchment flying out. Dumbledore instinctively reached out to catch it. The normally composed and wise white wizard could not help but widen his eyes. For the name inscribed on the parchment was one known throughout the wizarding world, a name that should never, ever have appeared in the Goblet of Fire. We have another champion, Harry Potter. He cleared his throat and read aloud, his voice booming yet tinged with uncertainty. Dumbledore knew that this young wizard would never stoop to cheating to enter the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had always despised the title of savior, as Dumbledore was well aware. Moreover, even if Harry, in some foolish and childish whim, wished to enter the competition to prove himself, the goblet's magical detection would never have allowed a fourth-year wizard to deceive it. Just look at the two Weasleys who were turned away for consuming age-enhancing potions. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, more so than Dumbledore's, as he opened his mouth to speak but found no words would come. How could his name have appeared? He was weary of the constant attention, of being thrust into the spotlight each day. All he desired was to be an ordinary young wizard. Why was that so difficult? Simply for being named Harry Potter and not something else. Simply for being the savior? But who cared about his feelings? No one. Harry sat frozen at the Gryffindor table, his mind a complete blank. Surely, he was dreaming. He must have misheard. Yet the unusual reactions from those around him jolted him back to reality. He was accused of cheating to enter the competition. Was this truly the essence of being the savior? It was utterly sickening, shameless. He was Harry Potter, yet he seemed no different from the rest. Instead of applause, congratulations, and encouragement, the dark-haired boy was met with a chorus of boos and furious shouts. Harry felt as if he were petrified in his seat, motionless like a statue. He was forced to endure the scrutinizing gazes of students from various schools and houses. As if undergoing a righteous trial, he felt as though he had ascended to the gallows of justice, nearly suffocating under the weight of it all. Silence. Professor McGonagall rose and approached Professors Karkaroff and Maxime. Engaging in a hushed discussion with Dumbledore and Ludo Bagman, I did not put my name in. How could this be? I tricked the goblet. This cannot be possible. Harry stared in bewilderment at his two friends. You know I didn't cheat. The results of the goblet were infallible. Harry Potter was indeed the fourth champion. Headmaster, please come here. Dumbledore called out the name of the young wizard with great fervor. Harry, feeling rigid, rose to his feet and stepped forward, inching into the gaze of all present, making his way along the tables of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The path seemed interminably long, devoid of flowers or applause, only marked by a relentless barrage of malicious stares. Very well, Harry, proceed through that door. At this moment, Dumbledore, who usually wore a benevolent smile, bore a countenance devoid of mirth, replaced instead by solemnity and gravity. The three champions within the door were taken aback by the appearance of a fourth, and apart from Cedric Diggory, the other champions from different schools could not suppress their protests. For weeks, we had yearned for the opportunity to be chosen. Look, my friends are still weeping. Over 1,000 galleons in prize money. What a precious opportunity this is. How many desire to seize it? Fleur's words, laced with anger, became somewhat incoherent as she gestured towards the Beauxbatons table, indicating to the professors to observe the other unselected students. I beg your pardon, miss, if I may interject. Michel, who had been quietly listening, decided to intervene, though he recognized it was not the most courteous action. Why do you doubt Dumbledore's magic? After all, he is the most formidable wizard in the magical realm. Do you truly believe that one Harry Potter could outwit such profound magic and deceive the Goblet of Fire? The goblet does not recognize the identity of the savior. Snape's expression darkened, as he tugged at Michel's sleeve beneath the table. Yet the blue-haired wizard continued to speak, grasping the ever-fidgeting hand of the potions master. I would posit that someone wishes to see Harry perish, a fourth-year wizard participating in the Triwizard Tournament. This competition has historically high fatality rates. The man wore a courteous smile, yet his eyes exuded a disquieting calm. Ludo Bagman anxiously tapped his foot, his body shifting restlessly, before stammering, "This gentleman. How could you think such a thing?" Crumb appeared somewhat indignant, eager to voice his thoughts, but was preemptively restrained by Karkaroff, who signaled for silence. The enigmatic Professor Michel Veller of Hogwarts, whose reputation in the wizarding world was scarce, had only a few pieces of information available, notably his collaborative research with Severus Snape on potion modifications. Alongside his close association with the century's youngest potions master, furthermore, considering Dumbledore's demeanor, it was evident this individual harbored some significant secret, a flicker of apprehension crossing Karkaroff's eyes. Regardless, let us adhere to the goblet's directive, Dumbledore proclaimed resolutely, while discreetly casting a grateful glance towards Michel, who, however, remained unresponsive. After the banquet concluded, Snape seized Michel and led him outside the castle, intent on settling the score. Well then, are presumptuous, Mr. Veller. Could you enlighten the poor old professor as to why you chose to assist that insufferable brat?" The man's voice was a deep, melodic timbre, imbued with a hint of malice, reminiscent of a splendid cello sonata, harmonizing with the moonlight above. "This is a conspiracy, Severus," Michel stated solemnly, his deep blue eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Someone aims to tamper with the Triwizard Tournament. I suspect it is the work of Death Eaters. And that Moody, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with him. There is a peculiar scent about him, though I can only surmise it is not the odor of alcohol." Snape pondered for a moment, his expression still dark, his voice melodious yet laced with venom. "So this is your excessive concern for the Savior?" The little bat scoffed, crossing his arms defensively. Michel sighed in exasperation, yet he wore a cheerful smile. "Severus, are you feeling jealous?" He winked mischievously. "It seems I have uncovered a little secret of yours." He would never admit to caring about the blue-haired wizard speaking on Potter's behalf. Michel gently shook his head, lost in thought as he observed Snape's retreating figure. "Does the gentleman harbor affection for him? How I long to make the gentleman my own."